It is time. Western EU starts right here, right now, as we get into the qualifiers for the international for the Western EU region. My name is Ahmed. I'm joined by T-Gov. How is it going, sir?
Oh, I mean, it's the main event. Let's be real. You know, Western Europe, we've dominated the entire year. You know, we're the best. Nothing can touch us. And now we get the qualifier for the rest of us to get. Okay, I can't do that shtick. That's actually, it was too hard. It was too cringe. No, this is... It's good. Good quality Dotas coming up this week. Also, we've got SEA happening at the same time. So nice. There's just some banging regions playing Dota right now.
Absolutely, yeah. The final 3 slots for the qualifiers will be filled, but let's have a look at who's filled the other slots out of the other regions, because of course we just had SA finishing just a few hours ago, and of course Eastern Europe as well finished, and then of course in the first 4 days we had China and North America, which means we are joined by Azure, Nouns, Virtus Pro, Vicar Keed Stars, and Thunder Awakens. So those will be the teams we've currently got. And now we just have 3 more slots, T-Governor. But who is it going to be from the remaining regions? Tell us.
Whoa, let's not get carried away now, man. Let's savor the fact that, like, again, I'm so happy that we get to see Brazilian Dota return, you know, to the main stage. I think in the last couple of years, it's always been a bit kind of that Peruvian, Bolivian kind of hybrid mix that's been dominating the scene. And now we get to see them punch their ticket into TI, some King RD Dota. And on top of that, Thunder Awaken, this SA team, it's been a weird team. Like, it's 4 Peruvians, and then, you know, Smiling Knight, like Empire player, he's been over there, you know, cranking out the pubs, playing on this team, not getting anywhere, but then boom, now they're back at TI. So kind of crazy stuff. And SA teams are kind of hype for sure, and yeah, expected for the others. You know, nothing too
Yeah, all the others kind of hoping to be there, especially Nouns as well. But I'm still excited to see them on that TI stage regardless. But I want to take a look at something, T. I want to take a look at the DPC point totals for each region, because this is going to tell us a hell of a story. A story about a lot of the different regions. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, obviously, Western EU, despite having, you know, 4 major slots, they still got a ton of points. Now, this is for all the teams competing in TI and the TI qualifiers. So some teams will be left out of these point totals if they've disbanded or didn't make it to the qualifiers. So this is what the points totals look like for each region at the moment. I mean, there's a few big standouts as well, which are really interesting to talk about. I think especially China with 4 major slots compared to Western EU with 4 major slots, and yet less than half the points. I mean, it's been a tough year for China.
Yeah, it doesn't help that I think they first of all, they just bombed out of multiple majors. And also, I think some of these like fringe 3rd, 4th place teams, like these IGs, were they really strong enough to be major contenders? They also, when they played up their TI qualifiers, didn't do so well. They instantly bombed out as well. So I feel like looking at this, next year, the DPC scene, we are going to see some shift in major slots. Maybe. I think 4 is probably the maximum. There is this like ongoing meme where like Western Europe needs 5 or 6 or even more. But I think you don't want to like overload a region, right? So I think 4 is probably a cap. Just redistribute the China to elsewhere, but it's kind of crazy to think that NA underperforming, unable to get any of their teams into some like consistent positions. China with 4 slots also having a hard year, but again, TI.
Yeah.
If that region just wins it, then who cares for the region or for the
yeah,
the
that
league?
point table just burn the whole
Exactly.
thing. Who cares? Absolutely. I mean, another big one as well is SA. You know, a lot of people question marking why they had 2 slots for this, but look at that table. Like, that's why, because they were able to beat a region with 3 slots and a region with 4 slots in DPC totals, meaning that it had a better international performance than both of those regions. So absolutely, like, it's a competitive region, but not as competitive as Western EU, because they are miles above everybody else when it comes to the DPC point totals. And yes, they have 4 slots, but so did China, and they are nowhere near the same level. So if you want an idea, and also, you know, the overall scorings as well, top 3 teams, all Western EU. So it is very exciting to watch this region play, and the competitiveness of these qualifiers is going to be through the roof, T-Governor. And without any more delay, I think we should take a little looky at the bracket. How about you?
This is like the best time of the year, you know, because you get all the teams that unfortunately weren't good enough to get to TI, but they're going to put everything, blood, sweat and tears into this qualifier. And for Western Europe, at least, unlike some of the other regions, they have 2 slots. So there's going to be a couple upsets for other teams, but there's 2 teams. And also, Where is it? Yeah, if you look in the lower bracket, you know, that Alliance team, luckily for them, this year round, there isn't Team Bald coming around the corner. So they might make it a little bit further this time, and I am very excited to see that.
Yeah, we'll see if their switch-ups are going to do them any favors, because a lot of these teams in the lower bracket have changed things up. And up in the upper bracket, so many great teams playing up here. I mean, we've got Secret, we've got OG, we've got Nigma Galaxy, you know, TI mainstays.
List them all, man. List them all.
Big teams.
List all of them.
We're not going through every single team, T-Cub. But we've got Quest, who have been turning up time and time again and exciting everybody as an underdog. Level Up as well. You know, they're a great org. They've got some great players behind them. So this is the schedule for today. We're going to start things off with Quest versus KZ. If you don't know who KZ are, then they are the Manaspa team. So they've just changed from Manaspa to KZ. Luna Galaxy as well versus Level Up will be the second series of the day. Then we'll move on to Entity versus Nigma Galaxy. And finally, we'll end things off with Secret versus OG as the final game of the day. I cannot wait, T-Cup. Now, these are some sick games coming up today.
Ooh, okay, but what is your favorite though? Show me some bias today. Like, I don't want this like Nomad where you're like, oh, I'm so excited for everything. No, give me some bias. What is your series? When we finish the first one, which one are you getting your popcorn for and actually watching?
It's hard. It's hard. I'm obviously, you know, I got to put my fanboy hat on and be like, OG Secret is going to be insane. Obviously, they're the big names. That's the one everybody's probably pretty excited about, but for good reason. You know, both of these teams, we expect them to be at TI. You've got the 2x versus Puppy, who's been climbing a slot every single year, so he has to win TI this year. So yeah, it's going to be an absolute clash, so it has to be OG Secret. But I'm also very excited for the series we've got coming up, to Governor Quest Esports versus KZ, because this is a matchup which has kind of felt like it's been working towards the entire year, right?
Yeah, it's an unfortunate reality for DPC, right? When you have these two teams, they both started the journey together, right? Like, they entered the tour, and we'll see it shortly here, but in the first tour of this season, both of the teams had to go through the open qualifiers. KZ beat Quest in the first qualifier, and then, of course, they pushed into the second open qualifier. It doesn't matter, though. They both were able to get first and second and lock themselves into Tour 2. But this is where their paths differ, because KZ was unable to maintain their position in Division 1. They fell victim to going to Division 2, whilst Quest, they weren't good enough to get to the major. I think they actually lost out on a tiebreaker, and that is where their paths differ. Two teams that started the DPC journey identical, winning open qualifiers, getting through closed qualifiers, and then, of course, we all know what happened in Tour 3. Quest qualifies to the major in third place, beating out Liquid to get the top 4, of course, getting top 4 at the Bali major, not winning it to secure their NTI's place. It's why they're back here. And then KZ finishing third. But I want to take your eye to what happened in the results at the very start of the year. KZ kind of had Quest's number. In Tour 2, they beat them. In Tour 1, they beat them. In the qualifiers, they kind of beat them. Like, historically, in their DPC matchups, KZ are beating Quest. But unfortunately, you lose out one series, you underperform in one tour, suddenly you're a major attending team, or you're a stuck in Div 2 team, and it's crazy to think that these teams had such identical journeys to get here, and we'll see if that matchup history can work out. Of course, Quest has had some roster changes, but this is kind of a unique story compared to some of the other matchups that we've had in history.
Yeah, and of course, KZ had some roster changes as well, but they then went back to it. So they swapped out Nande, and then for these qualifiers, he's coming back in, returning to that carry position, which I am excited for, because there was something special. Yeah, we'll use the word special about Manaspa with Nande. You know, it really was just an extra spark, and you know, this team, KZ team, they are just, I don't know what to think about them. I feel like they're either going to just cause so many upsets in these qualifiers and just like take out some of the great teams. I almost don't want to see them in the lower bracket, because I think they're just going to be taking out your favorites over and over again, you know? And look at these players as well. They've done it before. It's Spartan, it's Skylark, you know, the Greeks. They're coming through. They really love to make an upset, especially in qualifiers. And yeah, I'm very excited to watch these guys play, honestly.
I think if you do remember the bracket we looked at earlier, they also kind of have, and correct me if I'm wrong, some fans might be upset if I say this, they do have the easier side of the bracket, right? Like,
ooh,
I mean,
that is
Quest is OP. Like, Quest is like OP, right? They're like for this top 4 group, right? It's Quest, KZ, Level Up, Luna Galaxy. And I feel like Quest is clearly above the rest, right? And I think Level Up and KZ are middling, and then Luna depends if they wake up on the right side of the bed. Like they could do really well, or they could fall flat. Like I don't know about Luna, but I feel like if KZ
when it
is able
comes to
upset
prestige. When it comes to prestige, I think you're right. But when it comes to actual performances, we're going to have to wait and see because these teams are so capable of performing. They're so capable of taking down like all 4 teams in the top side of this upper bracket can beat all 4 teams in the lower side depending on the day. And yeah, as you say, Quest, they are the beasts. And they're, of course, the favored coming into this series. But I mean, we've talked a lot about why KZ could stand a chance, basically. We've talked about why historically they've had a good matchup and why historically they've done well against this team. But ultimately, Quest were the ones that made it through to Division 1. They're the ones which have survived roster shuffles and drama and still come out as a 4th place major team. These guys are good. So let's get into the draft for this game number 1 and find out what exactly is getting picked and banned as we open up with a Rubik for the side of KZ.
I mean, you got Desire on your team, right? So, of course, you're probably going to want to pick up one of his heroes early. You can already see from the bans of Quest, we've got the Primal Beast that Desire loves to play in that forward position, another Earth Spirit, Shaker. You could argue should be the mid laner from what we've seen in Eastern Europe, but maybe it's a Desire specialty as well. But yeah, pick up that Rubik. The real question for me is, will teams just use their 4 bans and always ban Tinker now in the first phase? Because, like, you only have 1 ban in the middle section of the draft now, like after you ban 4. Like, do you really want to get to that point and go, do we want to ban out this really good PL game or respect the Tinker? Or should we have respected the Tinker earlier? It would be very interesting to see if teams just default ban it until they get a little bit more confident.
Yeah, and surely this is a bit of a nerf for the side of KZ team because these guys are cheesy. You know, you got to bring your crackers and your grapes when you come to play these guys because you have to expect cheese. And they love to pull out these kind of rogue tinkers, you know, that they love a Beastmaster. They love Beastmaster not too cheesy, but they love to pull out these crazy picks, which you're not really ready for. But now you've got so many more bans to guard that, at least in the first phase, but then you have less in the later phases. So I don't know.
I think it actually, on the flip side, might help because when you think about the draft structure, having that single ban after, like, you basically need to ban 4 to cement your entire entry to a draft. And in previous drafting logic, you'd have 2 bans, see some heroes. I think it was 3 bans, see some heroes, or 2 bans, or whatever it was. But like the point is, you would have more bans after you have information. And now you need to enter a series with all the information kind of prepped. And that's where a team like KZ, if they have these like pocket picks, you're sometimes going to either forget about them or you're going to convince yourself, guys, it's not worth banning all of this in the first phase because now we're giving them Primal or the Spirit or the Shaker. So we'll see how it develops. I think, if anything, it could help them out. But Quest, of course, entering this series with some of the biggest specialties that I've seen around. We're going to get to see the Skyriff Mage and the Phoenix. Of course, Kaori Phoenix, he popularized this Hex Rush on the hero. Everyone was like, damn, this is kind of greedy, but then also kind of good. Like, why would you want to buy another item when you can just eventually get a Hex on it? It's not like you're in a position to really use Force and Glimmers that well. So, no, I do like the fact that Quest have just cemented some of the best heroes that we've seen them play in the last tour and also at the Major.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking in firmly in their wheelhouse at the moment. I mean, so this is going to be the sporting duo, right? The Phoenix and Skyrath. There is the slight issue of like kind of lack of kind of stuns and kind of initiation coming out from the support duo. But, you know, if there's ever a place to lack that, I suppose it's the support duo. And they do have a silence to make up for it.
Yeah, it's also their new addition to the team, right? They went from having Wooter in Tour 1, Tour 2, which was when KZ was beating them, to then move towards Amar. And then, of course, we know what happened with the kind of contract situation. So they had Malik for a stand-in, and now they've landed on Toby, right? So they've really gone through their offlaner pool throughout the entire year. And if anything, I think between Amar, Malik, and Toby, I feel like Toby might be the most traditional of offlaners in regards to him playing the Zoo heroes, kind of like a hybrid 33 kind of version. That's how I always kind of look at him. And it'll be interesting to see how he fits into the team. Has he picked up new heroes to fill into the kind of Quest philosophy? Is he just going to bring his set hero pool and Quest adapts around him? And this is the first series that we get to see from Quest in the 7.34 with the new drafting structure. So we'll have to see how they incorporate him into the team.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm very excited to see Toby playing up once again. It's been a while, and he's had some great moments already in his Dota history. So yeah, we'll see how he fits into Quest. But I'm not too worried. You know, like everybody was like, once Amar had to leave the team, everyone was like, oh my god, Quest are going to fall apart. They're going to do terribly. Not the case. They were fine. They did great. Very easily adapting to their change in off lane. So yeah, I'm not too scared about how they're going to perform with Toby. They've had a bit of time as well to kind of work with him. So yeah, I'm ready for a big performance here. Now, we've got a couple more hero picks coming out. We've got the Invoker and the Shadow Demon coming out for KZ. Do like this Invoker. It is a Wish specialty, and this hero is pretty damn strong this patch, so I'm happy to see this one.
I have to laugh at this. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Toby. I just see Lycan. I'm like, okay. Yeah.
He's back.
I just asked the question of, are they going to mold to him? Is he going to mold to the team? It's like, no, I'm just going to play my Lycan, mate. It's like Lycan, Visage, or Beastmaster. Maybe even Enigma if he wants to try and scale a bit more. But, okay. Do I like the Invoker? Yeah, the first three picks of KZ are very kind of anti-aggression. Quaswex Invoker, Disruption for SD, Telekinesis of Rubik. Like, they all have ways to keep a hero alive. And it felt like they were building up to getting that one hero to be the big carry, and yeah, they go for the Terrorblade. So you now have Alacrity for the Terrorblade, you have Disruption to also create illusions of the Terrorblade. Like, there's a lot of just push this hero to the front, and it helps that your laning matchup is now into a Lycan. You don't really care too much. You can push out the wave, you can go jungle. If you lose your safe lane tower due to some aggression, it doesn't really matter as long as you have that vision. So I think KZ should be happy with what they've got. Issue is, I think they just don't have any damage right now to protect this Terrorblade. Like, they might keep him alive and amp him up, but if Terrorblade doesn't have farm, I don't see them killing heroes into the chaotic nature of a Skyroth Mage, the Pangolier with an early Diffusal and Rolling Thunder, Lycan with the Helm of Dominator. So KZ really needs some kind of offlaner to tie their draft together. Either complete counter-aggression, like some Tidehunter style thing, or super high pacing hero that can just throw their body into the line and just rebuttal Quest a little bit.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that this KZ draft is a bit abusable, but we have seen this Invoker be played very aggressively in the past. This hero can run around the map. It can get things done. You know, you go Questwex, you get that Spirit Vessel early, and then you control the tempo quite a lot on this hero. It's not the old Invoker, that's for sure. So I'm not... my mind is telling me, or sorry, my heart is telling me that this KZ draft is like maybe a little bit abusable, but then,
there it is.
Wow, and there's your brick wall coming out.
I mean, do you know, sometimes when you predict, you're also not happy because you realize the situation that they're in, and predicting this specific hero is like, you're fixing the problems, not drafting the best hero, if that makes sense. And right now, KZ, it feels... when they rebranded from Manaspa to KZ, they've lost like their aggressive identity, because they were the team, like they're the team that would be picking the Lycans, the Beastmasters, the Pangos, they're the aggressive. But now I look at this, it's like they're a whole new group. This is Spartan playing, my ad. Spartan's going to be playing an SD or a Rubik in this game. He's not running into the middle of the fights, so kind of spooky stuff in that regard, but they need to play their own game. They need to play slow, stable, methodical Dota, and every time TB has a meta, you go and take the fight. But for Quest, it is just everyone for themselves. And now they've got a PL versus Terrorblade matchup. This is a really annoying matchup for Terrorblade because you can never really lock onto the real PL. He's always able to kind of juke out some of that damage. Also with the Ags build, you can just whittle down that Terrorblade from a distance, spamming your Spirit Lancers, and then you commit when you know it's slow. So my fear is just, how does KZ actually take multiple fights outside of, like, yeah, I really like Quest lineup in this in the 1v1 matchup right now. I'm scared a bit.
Yeah, this PL's pick, I mean, it looks pretty damn good to me. I'm not sure if they've got the capabilities of dealing with it, if this hero can really come online and start to take over the game. Also challenging KZ team's computers as well and saying, you know, with Reflection plus the PL, can your computers handle it? Another important thing to take into account, because that is always a fun one to see. But no, it's going to be a very, very interesting game if they can actually fight up into this PL. I mean, what can they do against it? You know, like, do they just need to run at this PL? Do they need to shut him down early, or do they actually have ways of dealing with him in the later game?
I think it's all about how Tide plays the game. If he plays some like Meteor Hammer, progress the early map style of Tidehunter, I could see X-Men, but that was a default. See that default there? Oh my god. They've changed so many times. Okay, so KZ, there we go.
Yeah.
I think if KZ are to win this game, they can't let the game go late because then they'll get just outmaneuvered, outpaced. I think they just need to utilize Wish and Skylark, the heroes that we see on the screen right now, in their early abilities to take the fight. The Vessel on the Invoker, the Meteor Hammer on the Tidehunter, progress this map, and then get the Terrorblade into the fights. It's going to be an uphill battle, I feel. This isn't going to be the most comfortable of drafts that you want in your Game 1 TI qualifiers.
Already coming up against it, but we'll see how they respond to that. It's going to be a fight against time, I believe. You got to hit those timings on your Terrorblade. You got to come rocking down on those towers before they're ready on the side of Quest. That's kind of my take on this one. But yeah, definitely leaning Quest for this Game 1. That said, though, we haven't really seen a whole lot of PL.
That is true, but I think there are some... like Troll's a good example nowadays, where Troll is comedically bad in previous patches. But because the likes of Gyrocopter coming back in, Monkey King, Sven, these heroes rising up a bit more, Troll then looks very good because his one-to-one matchups, his skill set is naturally good. And that's probably going to be the argument here for PL into the Terrorblade.
Yeah, a bit of a scuffle over the rune here, but nothing crazy going on, just using that disruption and force them back. So yeah, it's going to be 3 bounties going to Quest to start things off. Not bad. How is our mid matchup looking? We got Noob on his Pangolier versus Wish on the Invoker.
Ooh, this is a couple specialties coming out. Noob, of course, one of the, I'd say, best Pangos. I was about to say in the world.
Do it.
In the region. We'll go in the region for now. You know, he's
How have you not said it? Noob is one of the best Pangos in the world. I'm going to stand by my boy here.
I remember playing with Noob back when he was, you know, in his early infancy of his Pango days. But no, I don't think he's got enough international experience yet to really give him that title. Like, I'll happily say in the region though. I don't want him to be too big for his boots.
Yeah, there's just not that many Pango specialists, you know.
No, it's just monopolized by one North American.
He's very good, though. He knows the hero very well. I mean, I definitely would have said he was the best Snapfire in the world. That's for sure.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
Snapfire, not the hero she used to be in them, especially in the middle lane. Poor Snap. She kind of deserved it, though. It was a very dominant patch for her.
It was very easy. But no, in regards to the laning setup, we're going to have a lot of annoyance coming out on Noob. We're seeing how he's spamming out a lot of EMPs, a lot of cold snaps. And I think once Noob gets to his bottle and gets that water rune, should be able to kind of get himself back into the lane. But we're doing a pretty good job at just causing a little bit of delay to the efficiency of Noob. And both heroes kind of do the same thing, especially when you're cause Wex, because Pango wants Rolling Thunder to react to engagements. The same thing for Invoker. These heroes don't normally run across the map to set up the engagement. They want their opponents to be close to the tower so their TP has high value. And we'll see which hero breaks from mid lane first. Try and help.
Yeah, strong rotation potentials from both of them for sure. And, you know, whilst he might be having a tough start, he's able to come back into this lane quite quickly, so not a huge deal. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, we got TA2000 playing on the Phantom Lancer along with Kaori on the Phoenix, and they're going to be playing against the Tidehunter and the Rubik lane. So a lot of damage reduction coming out from these guys, but of course, with that doppelganger from TA2000, he can avoid that at the right time. And we'll see how this lane kind of progresses. Yeah, should be a good start for KZ, right?
I think, yeah. So KZ's lanes are very stable. It's just, what do they do with the farm after, which was my kind of concern. They don't really have this high-pacing hero, but they should be very effective.
Whoa! That was a little bit too much. Trying to get stuck in, jumping into the wave, and yeah, just gets taken down.
I mean,
not sure about that one, Chief.
It is a Tidehunter. Like, tied into PL, like, this is going to be a good lane for Tide. Like, Skylark should be coming out of this lane with some Meteor Hammer, with kind of whatever he wants. And after that single death, this PL instantly queues up the Midas. Look at his quick. He went from just treads to, okay, now it's Midas time. So when I'm looking at his pubs, he actually just goes treads ags. he doesn't even care for the Midas because it's such a high farming tool. There's Aghanims on the PL. We'll see if he does actually want to commit to that Midas or not, but I think both teams, once you get to like the ultra late game, a lot of scaling, but we are going to have the replay here. He just gets lifted back and has no doppel, so just dead, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you spend any time in the middle of this wave, and unfortunately, that's just going to happen. It's a tough time.
I was just trying to limit test the production there. I was like, okay, so they showed the death once. What level of meme are we on? You know, it's like just gonna second replay, third replay.
For that one? No,
I know. I mean for the future. I'm just warning them now. Like this is the first game of Western Europe, but we've got so many more games. Like, if we're replaying a PL death, we can replay anything.
Once again, fighting down on the bottom side as Kaori and Skylar just trying to trade up. Does seem like Kaori is tanking a little bit of the brunt here of the damage from KZ to try and give TA2000 a bit of breathing room down on this bottom side, which is muchly needed. Sometimes you just got to do it. You got to throw your body at them as a support to try and buy your carrier a little bit more time, get him some more farm, and try and give him a chance of getting back into this lane. Get a bit of farm coming his way.
Skylar, he is going for that Meteor Hammer, so all three lanes right now for KZ are going exceptionally well. 28 CS on the Terrorblade, 12 denies on the mid Invoker. Like they're happily pulling ahead, and this is what you need to see from them, right? I said this before, the Vessel and the Invoker, the Meteor Hammer and the Tide Hunter, take away a couple early towers and force the PL and the Lycan to overlap their farm. If you don't do that, then suddenly it's going to be 3 big ticket cores all farming up and then punishing very kind of control-heavy lineup that is KZ. Are any stacks being made? How efficient are they being? And yeah, already Rubik's made a couple stacks in the jungle, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it's on the top side. Spartan taking some hits here, but nothing more than a little bit of roasting as Nande pops that Metamorphosis and chase back Omar. In fact, does a bit more than chase him. He's trying to finish the job here, but one available for Omar, at least a stick. And a Fairy Fire still in his pocket as well, so he'll be okay. Meanwhile, Spartan is currently very poor. He's got Curry coming out to him. Noob making the rotation here. Hello, Pangolier coming in from the side. Spartan does catch him out though with the disruption. Nande trying to get himself away. They need to close his gap, but actually Noob is holding back on this one. Doesn't want to overextend onto this fight. Okay, pretty awkward rotation, not gonna lie. Noob not really getting a whole lot done up here, and Nande's actually happy to just sit in the wave and farm regardless.
Even getting the half ball, yeah. Noob is an incredibly active mid laner, but this is a rare moment for him not to connect. Doesn't help that he was a quarter away from level 6, and meanwhile, Wish, you want to leave your lane? I'm gonna hit some more denies. I'm gonna keep hitting my creeps. And this can be like a default response to mid laners if they can feel the denies going against them. But, yeah, good stuff from KZ. I keep wanting to say Menace, but seeing that logo is really just tripping me out.
Yeah, it's I don't know why they have the old one, but that might happen a couple of times. But they are KZ, no longer Manaspa. Keep that in mind. Apologies if we skip that one up sometimes, but yeah, middle lane, Wish just proving why Noob does not want to be in this middle lane anymore. He's so annoying. Just the amount of spells this hero can throw out at the moment, like he just getting health from everything as well. It's difficult. It's a tough time.
It also helps with Cold Snap against Pango when you're trying to get that roll up into your ultimate. If you get hit by any Cold Snap plus cheap damage, you're suddenly kind of stuck in a window where you're not really aggressive, and they're going to be doing that now. They can start with the disruption.
Yeah, Desire trying to get the lift off here. Doesn't quite get in range for it, but with the fade, but with the Cold Snap, with the damage coming through, they will be able to take down Noob regardless, and the TP comes in from Kaori far too late to help out the Pangolier, and that'll be a nice little pick off.
Yeah. Also 1-4 on the Wisdom Rooms. Kind of missed that about 50 seconds ago, but yeah, XP evenly distributed and a really nice pickoff. So Noob, the hero that we were kind of hyping up a little bit, failed rotation to top, dies again in the mid lane, or not again, but dies in the mid lane. This is not what you kind of expected from Quest. They are often extremely efficient with their early rotations.
Oh boy.
Oh,
and,
the block.
Yeah, I think Omar might be in some trouble here as well. The block even helping out as if they needed it. And Spartan claims the kill. He's like, I got those poisons on him. I'm taking that one.
I honestly, I didn't expect the lanes to be this good for KZ. I kind of expected it to be a little bit more even in farm, maybe not as many kills going. Of course, it's only 4, but this kind of felt like the game where it'd be like 0 kills for like 9 minutes, 10 minutes, and then suddenly the game would slowly break open. But yeah, KZ doing a very good job, even with these heroes, just to keep poking around a noob. He steps up the river once again, and the 3 heroes, they're back. It's round 2.
They are indeed. He's in that little ball of death, but once again gets the swashbuckle up to the high ground, and this time the rotations come in a little bit quicker from the supports on Quest, helping Noob out. And they'll be here to save the day, so far. Wow, somehow gets clipped by that tornado.
A lot of time and resources being thrown into Noob, though. The Lycan farm's top, the PL farm's bottom. These might be things that we have to talk about in like 20 minutes time. It's like, oh, if only they'd shut down this hero. Dominator's complete. Also, Midas, I think, is about to be complete on the PL. I'm just going to find him. He's, deep in the jungle. Oh, he's gone back for the... He just changed it. I just clicked on him. It had Midas. Then he done the old double switcherino, but still. This is maybe him filling out the... Sorry, go on.
He had a lane. Look at his net worth. He's not struggling at all in this game. In fact, he's doing pretty damn well. So they got the one kill on him, and then they kind of just moved all forces over to the middle lane. And yeah, you're talking about no pressure on the side lanes. And this is exactly why TA2000, who was feeling like he was going to have a really tough time, has now suddenly gone, you know what? I'm going to be okay. I'm going to get my Aghanims. I'm going to scale into this one. And for people that don't know, I'm going to give us a quick refresher on the Aghanims on PL, the old Spirit Lance.
It just bounces twice on enemies, so just allows it to bounce around the fight. It's a farming tool. He can clear through the waves. Also gives him a little bit more damage on it. So yeah, just from a distance, he's pumping out an egregious amount of damage without needing to commit. And, yeah, I like the fact that you go first for him. I feel like Ags is also a very good tower defending tool because you can be in the tree line, put it onto the creep wave, spawn the illusions, clear out the wave, and then disengage. So yeah, I was worried that Midas would be too greedy. Not too greedy, but it plays into what KZ's doing right now. The fact that they pulled ahead in the laning phase, the fact that all 3 KZ cores are very much in that 4K net worth bracket, easily going to be itemizing for the kind of the 18-minute mark. Like that first Roshan is kind of what I look towards for KZ to make their stamp in the game, or make their mark in the game, sorry. But for Quest, it's like you buy a Midas, you buy a Helmet Dominator and Lycan, there's a lot of farming time still required. So yeah, I like the pivot, I like the change up. But still, KZ, they're the ones smoked up, still trying to do things. This minimap looks very scary. All these arrows just kind of pointing towards this Lycan. Will he die though?
Yeah, that is a question. Considering he's got no mana for Shapeshift, it might be tricky. I mean, he's got the Healing Lotus, which would give him enough, but yeah, you got to be quick off the mark here. The Invoker coming in, the TB ready to just unleash with Metamorphosis as well. Even a Dragonlance already finished up on Nande. He's had the best game out of anybody in this game so far. Just absolutely freely last sitting up here in the top side. You pick this offlane Lycan, and yeah, you do give the Terrorblade a pretty free time up here, so he's going to be a threat throughout this game.
And what a return. I know we spoke about this in the pre-show, but Nande, he played with KZ in Tour 2 and prior. And then in Tour 3, he was like, you know what, boys? I'm going to join Into the Breach. Yeah, they finished like 6th or something, or 5th. They didn't do too well. But KZ, they still finished 3rd. They had PO65 instead. And then when they come to the qualifiers, Nande's like, I have no idea who contacted who. But the fact that he did return, it's kind of wholesome, you know? Maybe Nande wanted to try and join a different team, and then he realized, wait, I had everything I wanted back at home. I didn't need to leave. You know? I'm sure
the
there's some
grass is always greener on the other side.
There we go.
Got cold feet, and then he's like, wait a minute, I love you. And comes back home to play Happy Families. But yeah, no, it's a great start.
Yes, for 10 minutes.
Yeah, very happy family. 68 on this TB. They, yeah. Toby's, I don't know. What do we think? Is Toby going to die?
And that was the question I asked when we first started the pause, Nomad. But you didn't.
Yeah, I know. But now I'm looking at it again. I'm like, actually, oh wait, there's a double damage rune on the Invoker. Toby's going to die, I think.
You think he is?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's find out. Is Nomad
Here we go, and
Oh, he just stood still. Of course he's going to die.
Didn't really respond to that. In comes the ultimate, but they've got a lot of damage coming on down, and they will be able to finish the job. But Noob looking for a bit of revenge here, coming through with the Rolling Thunder. And, well, Spartans should be dropping here. They need a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, Nanda's just plastering into Kaori. He's going to be forcing out the ultimate here from Kaori. TB taking some heavy damage from this, though. He's got that Arcane Seal on him, so he's taking more damage from the Supernova than before. And Noob's able to jump away on the sidelines as well. Yeah, Nanda, he needs a target, though. They are keeping their distance. If they can juke him out here, he could be in some trouble. So, yeah, time to hit the jungle, methinks.
Nice aggression. And that entire time, Toby, he was doing a really nice job just getting those body blocks. He was trying to kind of set up on that egg as well, but unable to connect.
But this is it, though, right? Like, look at the net worth chart, you know? Through this one little engagement, there's one little skirmish where the TV's not hitting creeps, and all of a sudden, TA2000 just overtakes him instantly in a flash, you know? Obviously, it's good timing, you know? It's not like that was just happening because of that. There's other things going on, but, you know, the moment where the PL comes out on top, it's it's the action which Nande doesn't want to be seeing right now, unless he's getting kills for it.
I just didn't anticipate Pango to have such a hard game. I think he kind of put it on himself. But on top of that, Skylark, this Meteor Hammer, it is really progressing the map quite beautifully. Bottom tier 1 tower has fallen, mid has fallen, and now Wish, he's trying to hunt down this PL. With the SD ultimate, do they have the damage?
Well, they've got him out of mana, at least for the time being, but yeah, Tornado being back off the mark might actually allow TA2000 the escape he needs, so yeah, and then Lotus being switched in and used as well. Spartan
hates him.
A persistent little bugger, isn't he?
Ooh. Will this require a pause? I don't know if Skylark can... I know he's very good at micro, but I don't know if he's going to be able to micro his webcam and his Tide Hunter at the same time. Hopefully he does turn that back on.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's a player. Come on, Noob, just farming the enemy jungle. And talking about Noob, I do feel like if Quest win this game, then I'm pretty sure we'll be calling him the MVP, because when you look at his draft, he's the only one that can really do anything. He's the only one that can really make plays on this map, you know? You're looking at initiation, you're looking at your catch, you're looking at, like, everything to get on top of enemy heroes, and it's only Noob. Then you have, like, a Shapeshift Lycan coming in on the side, okay, great. You have some illusions flying around with Spirit Lance, okay, great. But in terms of hard initiation, hard team fighting spells, you know, it is entirely on this Pangolier when it comes to cores, so... Noob, the pressure is on to make a big entrance, and now they find a great target here. Looking at the Terrorblade, dropping everything they've got onto him, and they will be able to bring down Nande. There it is. The Mystic Flare coming on through, and that's what they needed. Desire able to sidestep the Pangolier as well, and he's looking for a bit of action now because he's able to steal the Mystic Flare. He wants to just blow somebody the hell up, but doesn't quite connect on anything here. So KZ, they will just lose their Terrorblade, and they have no answer for it.
Yeah, the get in, get out, and that's what Quest needed to do. This entire stage of the game is make noise whilst TA2000 farms. Allow your heroes to recover. You've been mentioning the fact that Pango is kind of everything in regards to the team fight for Quest, but he had a bad lane. He got shut down. He's been punished. Poor rotations. That's why you don't see Quest get a kill and look for more. It's they respect the fact they are in a position of needing to just kind of get whatever they're given.
Dire's top tower has
Yeah, and you can kind of feel like this lack of pressure coming out, and kind of the lack of catches. Skylark's just able to kind of be wherever he wants to be, you know? Tier 2 in the middle lane, no worries. Tier 2 in the bottom lane, no worries at all. He is feeling very unpressured right now.
This is, it's just one of those Tide games. I think one of the best teams in the world at doing this is Tundra. They identify the Tide game where he can't die and he can just run around. I think also Amar was pretty good at picking the Tide in the right spot for this when he was back on OG. And I feel like this is the same scenario. He can walk around with his Meteor Hammer, do whatever he wants. Luckily as well, he can be the Shiva's buyer that I see in his quick buy. There's going to be options for him to deal with the PL as the game gets later. There's not many ways to deal with him in their lineup, but Shiva's will be at least a good start.
He's just walking behind the tower, trying to drop a hammer on a Phoenix, forces Kaori onto his little high ground here. Jesus, Skylight just wobbling around this game like a big old Chad. Feel like it's I don't know, is it time for Quest to try and make another play with that Pangolier? I feel like they keep having to, and Noob's actually kind of doing the same thing as the Tidehunter's been doing, and just going in deep, or are they just kind of waiting for this PL to hit its timings and then go with him? That's going to be a while, though.
Ooh. Will Lycan get picked off here? Spartan leading the charge in the top side, but they don't see him. Meanwhile, bottom, there's an egg.
There is an egg, yeah, and it's going to be cracked, so maybe some omelets down here in the bottom side. As Nande, he's silenced up, but Omar doesn't have the follow-up damage.
Noob's
Doesn't have a
moving
Mystic
off.
Flare to drop on him right now, so...
Noob's here.
Uh-oh, the cutoff could be real. Nande, he's in some trouble right now. If Noob is able to connect with the Rolling Thunder, trying to find him, now connects, and yeah, this is a dead Terrorblade. The kill comes through, and the tip is there. Friendly tip, though, from Kaori, because he's a wholesome guy.
The fact that the Terrorblade Rubik, they tried to kill off a Phoenix, but he has level 4 Fire Spirits, 140 attack speed slow, and he just kept them there long enough to be able to turn it around. I didn't expect that to happen from KZ. They were doing so well at their farming. But your question about how Quest needs to maybe look for that fight, they're kind of doing it indirectly because they're forcing out top lane with Toby. They're keeping their heroes in the middle of the map. So at any minute, if they see this kind of split nature of defend top tier 2, but also look for that aggression, they know there's not going to be the entirety of KZ backed up behind this Terrorblade. So the way that the Quest is playing around with the creep waves, using this Lycan, pushing out waves, it is giving them just kind of playability in this slow net worth that they are accruing. They're not crossing the river, they're not doing anything too crazy, but they're just slowly whittling down the movements of KZ. Wish, he's been absent now. We've not had to talk about him for the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, no, he's chilling. He's chilling on this Evoker. Doesn't feel pressured to go and make many plays. Do you feel like KZ have kind of let their advantage slip away somewhat?
I think it's always difficult with these heroes to ever say they have the advantage, because as much as Tide can progress some tier 1s, your Terrorblade never falls behind that pocket in the first 20 minutes to win. So I think they maybe have gone into more of an even state of the game, which is not what they really want. Yeah, bye, mate. That was a blink reveal from Skylark at least, so... Surprise.
Yeah. I have a very important question, by the way.
And I might have the answer.
What is the interaction between Tidehunter's Anchor and Shapeshift? Are we going to see Toby running around with a max speed Anchor chasing him?
No. I believe he gets...
You get slow?
Yeah. I believe.
Interesting. We'll see, because, I mean, nothing else slows Shapeshift in the game, but this is a leash, so I feel like it could.
I'm pretty sure
it'll be an interesting one to find out. Okay, all right, cool. Skylark. Making some hits. Look at that, he is. My God, Kaori committing hard to this. And then comes the Supernova as well. They're looking for Wish. They're looking for the Evoker on the sidelines here. They might just find him. They've got the Mystic Flare. Beautiful movements from Noob there to keep him locked down. And Skylark, he's just getting melted by the beam off the Kaori Phoenix on the side. But Nande, he's committing to the fight. He's turning up. Even though his Evoker's dead, even though his Tide's dead, he's going to find one kill, and he's looking for more. Kaori might be in trouble as well. He will also die. Double kill for the TB. They are out of spells. Nande knows it, and he comes in and takes full advantage, but look who's turning up. The other carry is here. TA2000 turning up to the fight. Nande says peace and just runs away through the twin gate. And there will be no chase because they've got a bigger fish to fry, and his name is Roshan.
Yeah, when you use Ravage, I was wondering maybe if Quest don't bring the PL into the engagement, this could have been KZ's Roshan, but of course, Tier 2000 identifies the fact that if he doesn't turn up, they're going to give away a key objective with ease, brushes off the other carrier, and there it is. Roshan should be falling. A pitiful Sunstrike just to really assure your team, yep, they are doing it.
Yep, the 2 points in Exalt Sunstrike onto about 50 units. Probably did about 5 damage to each. But TA2000 is going to be able to get himself an Aegis now. And what a timing this Phantom Lancer has just hit. Aghanim Scepter, Diffusal Blade, turn up to your first fight, get a kill, chase them away, get the Aegis, and all of a sudden... game which started like it was, looked like it was going to be terrible at the start. He had the minus queued up, no, don't forget. All of a sudden, he's living the dream.
Terrorblade, he's trying to chase towards his Butterfly. Like, Butterfly is the item for TB to play out this this PL matchup. You want to get that, get an Aegis, and try and get the game. But the fact that you don't have the Aegis, give me an issue. Toby, with the Sentry, of course, sees Wish for the split second in that Ghost Walk, and yep, off he goes.
Bye. Sprinting down the lane. Meanwhile, Kaori just beaming people down. You steal my spell, I steal your skin by burning it. Here we go. Another initiation in the middle lane, and Spartan's going to be on the receiving end of this one. Rolling Thunder committed, and it does get them the tower as well. And you know, that's when you'll see these players sometimes just dropping down an ultimate onto an easy support kill like this. If you secure this kill, you're going to get the objective as well, and that's what it's about.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You can feel that sense of Tidehunter not being that tanky, annoying hero anymore. Like, he doesn't want to be running around the map hammering towers. He's
Middle tower is
kind of locked with his team. This is... Oh, they're even smoking up. They have Ravage. If they do want to kind of make their mark in this game, they do need to get something right now, because I'm just... The pacing just is all Quest. Like, Noob also rushed for a shard, and T2000 with the Aegis, he doesn't care. He's running around the map. He's also anchored up, to be fair.
Yeah, that means he's not going to be able to throw out a doppelganger at the very least. And, well, down
What
goes the
a
Aegis. Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty sick. And Ravage time beautifully. Oh, Skylark! Goodness gracious me. That is a way to kill a PL. Just basically just saying, team, don't worry. 100-0 2 times in a row. I got you covered. And the tips coming every which way. Ooh, spicy.
I don't think many people thought Tide would be the Giga counter to early game PL, it seems, but no, that was magical. That was wonderful.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The first death, I was like, okay, all right, you've got me, and then they're just timing the Ravage perfectly, so you couldn't even get off the doppelganger. My God. Very, very nice. But Quest, they are mounting a defense here. They don't want to give away this tier 2 tower for free. And Nande, he's going to be the target. And once again, just being burnt down. So much magic damage coming out onto this TP. He needs a sun to target. Trying to find it. Mystic Black coming on down. They're not going to be able to save him. He's gone. Toby coming in from the sidelines now as well. Brings down Spartan. That's going to be 2. TP out from the Rubik. Gets him out to safety. Wish moving away to the sideline as well. Looks like he's going to get away. But another death for Nande. You know, you got to be saying at this point, it's a couple now which he's been on the receiving end of. Is he playing it a little bit too fast and loose? Does he need to be a little bit safer on this TB before he has this BKB or at least a couple more items to tank him up a bit? But doesn't look like he's going for that.
No, yeah, he's going for the butterfly to deal with the diffusal burn of the PL, but then it still doesn't deal with the magic damage of the PL ags and the nuisance that causes. It's a very difficult matchup. And on top of that, Kaori tipping the Tidehunter after Tidehunter tipped the PL, so Kaori got the back of his carry now that they kill off the TB. So lovely little tip game occurring there. Of course, Kaori just trying to help his team out no matter way, because if look at him, he's really got his Hex. He's
you know,
like
if we wanted the graphics team here at PGL to hate us forever, we should request a graphic where every tip is then mapped on like a chart where we see each player's face and then the tip out in arrows going.
I've not asked for this before. But no, now that you're listening, production, we've had about 9 tips. I'm hoping you're keeping track. But Noob,
yep. They are going to unleash it onto Skylark. I mean, they're just trying to burn him down. The anchor is out onto Noob, but it's not doing a thing. He's just dragging the anchor around. Okay. All right. We're learning, guys. That was important. That was a learning death from Skylark, which in a way is the best death of all. But yes, anchor does absolutely nothing to a rolling, thundering Pangolier. Not sure that's a surprise to many people, but Spartan taking some pretty heavy hits here. And there's a cube coming at him. Oh, my God. Luckily, it's his team. Toby trying to chase it, but can't quite keep up.
7k lead to Quest. All this noise happening in the mid game, and Quest are just slowly building up the lead. I like the fact
yeah,
that
there were some nice kills, some nice movements, but ultimately they've just been farming better. They've just been playing this map.
And Wish, he got 9,300 gold. His laning phase was exceptional. He out-denied the Pangolier. He got the kill with his support's rotation. But then he started smoking up with his team. He got dragged into the need to play the map, and yeah, with only 1 kill to his name, he's not been able to scale up, and that is where you were seeing kind of the big net worth disparity, because Terrorblade's doing an exceptional job, of course, at still being #1, but where's the other dire cores? They're kind of being left behind, and AC Lycan getting the shot. Ooh, Lycan getting shard. That's a nice one. Getting those waves automatically pushed out by the walls. On top of that, you have an AC aura to give to your PL as well in this matchup against the Terrorblade. This is a scary timing for Quest. Hex complete on Phoenix. Like, I'm actually afraid. I don't even want to look at all the items Quest have. Like, it is filthy. Pango's about to have Axe.
Click on the Phoenix.
Like,
that's all I'm saying. Click on that
Hex,
Phoenix.
Axe complete on Pangolier. Lycan's got an AC. PL's just completed the Sanjin Yasha. Like, this is their window to go, to occupy the map. And on the flip side, what does Dyer have? 2 4-staffs?
Yeah, some 4-staffs. He got some Glimmer Capes, you know. Shadow Demon has poverty.
He has a
He's
50
looking.
stones, so it's all good.
Oh, great. I'll be rich in no time. Where's his Hex? Coming soon, I hope. I do like this Phoenix build. Just Tranquil Boots into Hex. That's all you need.
That should help.
I think if you look at this build on face value, so many people are like, oh, it's so greedy. This would never work in a pub. But the reason why it works for this team is because they put Kaori to sack him into the safe lane, give him one lane to push out non-stop. If they dive him, he eggs, they TP, they kill. If they don't dive him and kill him off, he just free farms a Hex, right? So it is a really beautiful balance of understanding what your team's doing on the map to give him that Hex farm. But Quest, they consistently do it every time. Now they are smoked up, looking for a pick. Tidehunter, probably not the hero you want to try and go on first. The lanes are already getting pushed out by Terrorblade on the bot side of the map and the top by Invoker. So quite an uncomfortable smoke from Quest here. Not really netting anything.
Yeah, just kind of using it to watch Skylark hit the creep waves. It's less than ideal, but nevertheless, you know, again, these guys, they've never felt really pressured to make many moves. You know, they don't have the catch. We talked about that a lot, but again, it's just a Pangolier, and that's all they need. And they're happy to just kind of let their draft scale into the late game and kind of not really push their advantage too hard here. And yeah, just try and maintain it. And that's ultimately been working for them so far. We'll see in the next major team fight exactly how that's going to go down. What needs to happen for both of these teams if we do see that Roshan fight, which should be coming up soon?
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Are we looking for a big Ravage on the Tidehunter, or is it like all about just killing off one of these heroes before they get off their transformation abilities like the Pango?
Yeah, pretty much. It's make sure that the Tidehunter connects on a clean Ravage, follow-up damage on top with the telekinesis. Issue is, I think what we saw, when they killed off the PL with the Aegis, that was like what could happen as well in a bigger fight. If they use everything for the PL, there's a Phoenix, the Pango, the Lycan, all very damage-intense heroes still yet to be dealt with, and that's where KZ needs to be so mindful of how they take the fights. You also could argue maybe the full 5-on-5 isn't what they want to be going for right now. Look for a couple more picks, wait until they have a little bit more control built into the lineup, but that is going to be many, many minutes away. Roshan up in about a minute's time.
That's the minute we're most important. That's most important at the moment. That's the minute we're looking at. KZ need to make their way over to this top side of the map. They need to be able to contest this. I mean, as far as they're aware, Roshan could be up at any minute, so already I feel like their movements are a little bit slow. Being super cautious here about pushing out this wave and trying to get control of this top area.
Okay, you know
through and it'll tell them.
Sorry, no, this is so important. You know the game's Doom and Gloom? The Tidehunter just sold his Meteor Hammer to complete the Shivas. Like, he understands the importance of this Roshan fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of selling Meteor Hammer to
selling
hit
it.
the timing a little bit
No,
earlier.
careful. Mate, this is a official DPC broadcast. You can't be saying you're a fan of selling items, okay? Please.
I am. People hold on to Meteor Hammer way too long. It's like a comfort blanket for some people. Like, I've had it since the start of the game.
What, you think standing still for 2 seconds at a 40-minute fight is really cool?
Spartan is dead, in case anyone was wondering. And there you go. As Quest, they just swap over to the Radiant side. They're like, all right, didn't spawn top, no worries. Down to the bottom side we go. And yeah, like, KZ showing absolutely zero signs of contesting this Roshan. They'll see it's up with a Sunstrike, and yeah, I mean, Wish has given them this information just to know where KZ are going to be. You know, that's it. They're just scouting it out, giving them the info, but they don't care. They want a
Hit the
little
tier
bit more money.
Roshan for tier 3. It's all the small wins right now for KZ. Oh, they're not even gonna get it. Oh.
The illusion turned around to hit creeps. Goddamn, Nande, you're so greedy. Might not have been able to finish it off in the time it had left. It was timing out pretty quick. It is a tower deniable.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, the illusion's coming in. Omar, you gotta time it. Doesn't even try. It's like, I'm a Scarath Bridge, bro. What do you expect from me?
The double TP in top. They're looking for Wish. They've seen him on a couple sentries. Well aware of his positioning right now, but not really the best lockdown to try and kill him off here. You need to like awkwardly swoop in with a Hex. Yeah, Wish doesn't put himself in that position. It feels like KZ were happy to concede the Aegis with the knowledge that BKBs are on the horizon for them, right? Terrorblade's soon to get one, Invoker's soon to get one. Maybe
I was wondering what
Aegis.
timing they were waiting for. Yeah.
It doesn't feel great, especially when you're lacking damage to get the kills, and then the items that you're waiting for are survivability items. It's not as if they're going for that kind of, oh, don't worry guys, we got the Daedalus on the side for TB or something, right? It's very much just the BKBs.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it is a important timing, especially for this TB, who's had a lot of trouble with all the magic damage coming through. Meanwhile, once again, Spartan makes it actually through the portal this time and immediately disrupts himself from the other side as not to die to the magic damage, but then a Lycan just comes through and bites him in the ass. Sort of
Like
rude.
Spartan's done this before. There's like deja vu now.
We do a bit of dying. Meanwhile, they've almost taken a range barracks just from these goddamn TB illusions.
We're gonna pause.
Okay, a little pause, a little DC, no worries. Yeah, these they need to do something about these TB illusions just coming in and taking these range barracks. Maybe get the lane shoved out a little bit further.
Double Philistone also running for KZ. Like Rubik and SD. Okay, this game's going a long time. Let's hold up. Oh, attempt to again in the webcam. Again, like you look at the wider. Actually, don't worry. We're not going to look at the wider items. I missed my marks. That's my bad. Sorry. Go down. Yeah.
What's Omar Sims looking for? He's going for the Blink Dagger next. Okay. So yeah, neither of these supporters building any supporting items at all. A Hex on one and an Atos on the other. Just like my pubs. And he's going to go for the Blink Dagger next on the Skyrath Mage. Going to give him the positioning to always be ready to catch out this TB. That's what it's all about. Catch out anybody who's caught by that Rolling Thunder and try to follow up with the damage before they can get up that BKB. That's what it's all about. But doesn't look like Toby could be in some trouble now. He doesn't have the shapeshift. He just used it to kill off Spartan, but he's going for the TP out, and it will be successful. Nice call there from the Lycan. The anchor not cancelling the TP.
But he used meta on Nande.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he tried to kill through BKB, so it pops the meta, and now 130 seconds. Quest, they have the Aegis, they can just disengage. And this needs to be the smoke window though, if you're Quest. Group up, punish the fact that Nande was very giddy on using that, the fake ultimate of Terrorblade. And yeah, with the DD rune there, barreling it down the lanes, they see such a big window.
Yeah, you got to pull up some question marks here. Like, how does this next kind of 5 minutes play out now? The Quest are coming for you.
Oh, Amar, he was so close. He just blinked on top of the SD, but Spartan was able to get to the high ground.
Dude, look at this down the bottom. Skylark just shoving out the wave. He's got his TB illusion with him as well, his little buddy.
Yeah. Same thing for Nande's positioning. He's put himself in the center of the map so he can get those illusions skipping the mid wave. If they can kill these creeps here, KZ should be able to survive long enough to not really lose too much due to the lack of meta. Yeah. KZ doing a pretty good job of that. Skylark, he didn't waddle up to the high ground. He doesn't have his hammer anymore, so
No
I don't know why he's here.
I mean, he's here because he forced the entire team back whilst they've got Metamorphosis on cooldown, right? Surely that's a win.
But there were no creeps, Nomad. They'd already been skipped.
True. Look, I'm just trying to help a watermelon out, okay?
That's fair. Sometimes you get carried away.
already.
Sometimes you're like, boys, just cancel the TPs, and then you die. It's like, why didn't you cancel them? It's like, just because you say and you ask to cancel it doesn't mean we just instantly get strong enough to get into the middle of the fight.
Pass my global stun.
I do love when that happens in like pub games. It's like, just cancel the TPs. It's like, mate, I'm a Crystal Maiden with Tranquil Boots at 50 minutes. What am I going to do, Chief?
My favorite is when someone's split potion out. Tell me when they TP and they've literally already TP and you're like,
Yeah, they're just in the fog. You have no vision. It's like, I think they could have TP'd. Yes, in those scenarios, I just lie. I'm like, they TP'd. It's like, I'd rather you live than maybe you die and be upset with me.
Win-win.
Do you ever lie to your
Once again.
teammates?
All the time.
Okay.
My favorite one is picking like some weird hero, and then when they like question mark it, I'm just like, oh no, RTZ did it. It's a get out of jail free card every time.
Sure.
Every time.
Mine's
No
always
other
like
question
Blink was
now.
on cooldown or
Okay.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I could have. I couldn't ravage. My Blink was on cooldown. It's like, nope. I was shopping. Either way, Quest, they are walking up to the high ground. And now, KZ, they're going to have to do something in the fight, right? Meta is back
Surely.
available. They have survived the no meta window.
Skylark just jumping into the middle of everybody. Demonic Cleanse coming out on Tim here. He's just taken to the front lines and trying to force back. And yep, that's all it takes. Just a Watermelon slowly rolling at them. And Quest are like, nope, hang on. That's a lot of respect, but yeah. What do they fear, T? What is it they're worried about?
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
I think
attack.
it's just the numbers that they have, right? The Phoenix was in the mid lane. He was having to deal with this Terrorblade who's been very, very annoying. Like, you've also lost the range racks. KZ, they're not really playing traditional Dota anymore. They're playing the Rat Dota, right? They got their Terrorblade. And there's even two wards. There's two Radiant wards in their own jungle to try and find the Terrorblade in this position. But they've yet to capitalize on finding him and actually killing him off. So if Quest are to be the aggressors with their 10k lead, they've even wasted out the Aegis. They need to get themselves all three
Kill the
lanes up
dragon.
the river and then go. They're going to kill this? Wait, who had...
There was a dragon on the top side. I think likely just accidentally left his Harmony Overlord creep behind when he TP'd away. So they just got a free dragon. No worries. But yeah, Tormentor now killed off. And this one is going to go to TA2000. So he's now got the Juxtapose ability.
Yep. All shards are now complete on the side of Quest. If they are to go for another Tormentor at some point, they'll be gaining gold instead. They are... I think KZ, they're doing very well at dodging. But it never feels nice just dodging the entire game. The fact that your Terrorblade lineup has just never taken a fight in nearly 17, 27 minutes pretty much,
I was going to
spooky.
ask, are you guys ever going to have to fight each other? Is it just going to go down to a base race where no one actually dies for the rest of the game? Or
Yeah, 100%. I hope you're ready.
Is under attack.
Just look at the minimap. You can tell KZ doesn't want to play because they're just skipping top, skipping bot. And our Quest is like, guys, we are so strong. We want to get to their base. But if we do, at any minute, TB could just appear from the jungle, meta this Rax. And now we're torn between trying to take a Rax, defending our own Rax, and then there's a Blink Ravage and things go wrong. So I think KZ really are from behind dragging Quest to exactly where they want them to be. This is really weird, but
this
fair play,
is so...
KZ.
Yeah, this is somehow I'm not surprised. I don't know how, but this is what I expected from KT. And nice D-Ward coming out from Spartan there. You always got to check these mighty mines, these two ward spots on top of the mines. Very, very sneaky, but everybody knows about them now.
And Wish completed the Agnums whilst all this has been happening. So now when you hit that Ravage, you're going to have that.
Ooh.
Just going to double check it. It's still Cataclysm. It is. Whew.
It is.
I was waiting for like 7.34 to have some like, it's now actually, no, but Cataclysm, get those double Sunstrikes. Probably could kill off a Sky, put a Pango in half HP. I don't think you're really killing off too many heroes, but you're at least putting them all in a we need to retreat from the fight situation. And if a Terrorblade's there, then 100% they're all going to be going down.
Are we going to get a fight, and what is that fight going to look like? 'Cause it's been such a long time since we've seen an engagement that the power levels of all these heroes are kind of lost in the sauce a little bit.
Do you remember how to cast? Like, have you...
I'm not
You've
sure.
not had to hype
Well,
anything
I'm
up?
very scared.
Okay. Oh,
gonna
here
happen?
it is. Quest are smoked up. Prepare yourself, Nomad. This is your big break. This is your moment. They're going to find the illusion.
All right.
Ooh.
All right. 2,000. They're leaving the bounty ring. You know they mean business. Went out. Never mind. They don't mean business. New picked it up in front of the illusion. So will be now seen.
Smoke on smoke action.
Yeah, they're kind of holding the area.
Refresher on tide. That's key. That's key.
Ooh, that is. Yeah, no buyback. It also means don't forget. So we do have to consider buybacks for the next fight, and nobody really has any. Pangolier has one. PO should have one as well. So yeah, Quest looking a little bit better on buybacks.
This is so
To say that
obnoxious.
might come back for KZ, but
Just look at mid lane. Look what's happening. Quest have just left their base and the illusions are just doing it by himself. It's been a long
do
time
you
since
feel
I've
like they're
seen
not
this level
shoving
of
these lanes
Terrorblade.
out enough, or is this just always going to happen?
I think it's always going to happen because they don't have a Boots of Travel hero that can do it. I'd argue maybe Noob should have bought Boots of Travel by now. I think he just put it into his quick buy, but that would have been super helpful. And of course, they're looking at Roshan. It's been Sunstrike. Meanwhile, mid lane, knock knock, hello, it's Terrorblade. And sure, I think Noob has fixed the problem by throwing his body here.
Yeah, I mean, it's still getting low. It's still getting very low indeed. Yeah, catapults and illusions. And meanwhile, Quest just trying to defend this Roshan area without him. But Pangolier does have the boots of travel. Can come back whenever it's required. Question is, does he want to shove this wave in mid another time just to relieve that pressure for the next few minutes?
The main thing, he doesn't want to show now because he will
doesn't
show
want
the
to
Boots of
show.
Travel. Exactly. Because they think he has mana boots. So it's like, oh, maybe he's going to have to TP to the gate. It'll be a long TP. But now he shows, and yeah.
Yeah,
They
he
should
also
be
doesn't
aware.
know where they are as well. So he assumes they're waiting around this Radiant Roche area, but you can never be sure. But now Roshan is up. PL immediately getting to work. Surely this is the fight. KZ, they're in the area. They need to do something about this. They don't have the vision at the moment, though. How do they get into this pit? How do they start this engagement? Do they start this engagement? Skylark is here. He's got the refresher orb. He's itching to use it. The Rubik illusion is going to be sent forwards here, and immediately they'll just come out and destroy it, so they know there is somebody home. Rolling Thunder being hooked up. Noob, he's going to pop it, but they don't actually catch him. They do catch, though, with the Cataclysm, the Phoenix, but it's just the immediate buyback from them. Meanwhile, Nanda, he's taking so much damage from all these PL illusions. He's going to have to use the Thunder and the BKB just to survive through TF2000, but Toby's on him as well now. He needs some help, and at the moment, he's just not getting it. But that said, the team of Quest, they don't want to leave this area too badly, especially with Skylark behind him. He's used the refresher, but he doesn't have another Ravage available because he doesn't have the mana, and now the Hex comes out. They managed to catch out the TB. The big boy is down. 3 dead on the side of KZ. Quest, this is why KZ didn't want to fight them, and what the fuck is this bug? Says Noob. I don't know what this bug is.
He jumped, so on the right-hand side of the map, he started the Rolling Thunder, he then jumped, and rather than bouncing off of the sidewall, he actually just went onto the top of the side of the map. So if you look to the right-hand side of Roshan, there's 2 layers to this side of the map, and he just bugged out on the side. Yeah, the entire Rolling Thunder, he was off in his own little world. He was a spectator. But they
So we
still
didn't
were
even have a
able to win the
Pangolier
fight.
in this fight, so they still won the fight. Easy peasy. And yeah, we're seeing now why KZ was so keen to just dodge them out for such a long time. They didn't want to fight them because they couldn't win this fight.
And I guess we also learned that Tidehunter with Shiva's refresher does kill off the Phoenix very easily. Because look at the start here, ready? Boom. Ravage into Cataclysm, plus the Gush and Anchor Smash easily kills them off. And see there, the Pango, because of the double layer
hell?
sidewall.
Nope, he's off.
Yeah.
He went all the way off the map. All right.
Yeah, so that sidewall, it needs to be just 1 level. The fact it's 2, it's treated as obviously an extra plane. And yeah, that really bugs out the Pangolier. So don't do a noob, guys.
Yeah, that's what I told my team as well, but bottom tower being taken down here. TA2000, he's got no cares in the world. He's got this Aegis, this extra layer of protection, which is always so important in all aspects of life. Spartan, he's in trouble. Silence is out onto him. He can't even disrupt himself to try and get away, and he will be dying here. Now the Rubik also getting taken down. Noob, he's just absolutely feeling no threats at all. Quest They're looking to finish this one. Looking on Skylark as well. Now Skylark, he does have the Ravage, might have to use it, but Doppelganger goes back from the PL, being a little bit cautious, says, whoa, jumping in on the Shadow Demon once again, taking a lot of damage. Does get himself away, but meanwhile the Barracks just getting beaten on down, then TA2000 kills him off regardless. Nande does manage to get the kill onto Noob though. Overall on the mid side, they were able to catch out the Pangolier, so that is something. Now KZ gonna try and force back TA2000, but TA2000, he's a persistent little bugger. Continues staying in the base, takes down the Barracks, and will finally decide to get himself out, but with the team behind him, you really don't want to chase this one, and actually, JK, he's back in again. What can you do? Nande looking for a target on the sidelines. Going to see Kaori here. He needs one little...
yeah.
Oh, they dropped the Ravage on him, but the Supernova's too quick. They will still kill him regardless, but now your Ravage is gone. Refresher Orb is available. BKB, meta used on the TB. We're going to need to see the second Ravage coming in soon before he loses all of his mana, but Pango, he's back in the engagement. He stuns up Skylark. Skylark, he's in some trouble. No buyback available if he goes down here. He needs 100 gold. He's going to pop the Refresher, but it doesn't matter. He's already dead. No buyback on the Sky at the moment, on the Tide at the moment. As 4 heroes, one of which with an Aegis, come barreling up the high ground. KZ, you've delayed this game. You bought yourself time, but it'll all be for nothing if you can't make this defense.
Tidehunter's dead for 60 seconds. They got another Ravage, but
Dire's middle tower
how can they stop this onslaught? Age is still a
He
minute.
does have a
2
buyback
minutes.
now. It just came back.
There it is.
Here's the play.
Refresher on Terrorblade as well. Could be quite a
Ooh.
surprise.
Good indeed, yeah.
Boo.
Meta runs out, lift out onto the PL. They want to try and get his first life here. Still holding on that buyback on the Tidehunter. So patient from the side of KZ. This game for them has all been about timing. It's all been about delaying. Just enough mana on TA2000 to get off that Doppelganger. Ulti comes out from Toby as well. Lycan looking for the entry. He's got a BKB. He's got a Nullifier as well. They got to be careful. Nande could be in some trouble. He needs some help. Full stuff away. Trying to get him out. Get him to safety, but Wishes at one in trouble. He's going to fall 75 seconds. Again, has the buyback. We're going to have to start seeing them soon. The supports are just getting absolutely destroyed. Buyback comes out from the Tide Owners. Now he tries to make his way around the backlines of this fight, and there it comes. Ravage Cataclysm. That takes out Noob. We'll look over towards the Lycan as well. He's going to fall suddenly. It's 4 dead on the side of Quest. And no buyback on that Pangolier, by the way. That was a dieback from him, and now it's a game of chasing down this Phantom Lancer. The pesky little Lancer uses the Doppel to try and get away. Jumps back in onto the Rubik. Rubik, he's taking hits here. Nande, he's pretty low also. Already having used the meta. No way does he just die here. No way does he just drop. I'm not sure what he sundered, but it wasn't very good. And now jumping in, but in comes the Phoenix. Sliding in from the sideline, brings down the TB. Sure, he's got buyback, but he doesn't have Metamorphosis for another 109 seconds. This might be the end for KZ. Buybacks coming through. TA2000 still completely unchallenged in this game. Another orb coming out, and it's going to cook him down again. Nande just dead a second time around. Phoenix getting it done. Sure, TA2000 is a distraction, but Phoenix is the TB Slayer. And now they're coming for the jugular. I'm not sure how much left they've got on the side of KZ. Still no Pango. Quest, do they want to try and finish this one out? Do they want to go for the Megas T?
All I know is Kora's too damn good. The Hex, the Refresher, the Shard, every time TB steps up without that BKB, hexing the Sunray, it is just
That's a lot of damage.
And also, Ancient Seal does help in those scenarios. And Quest, they are just not stopping. It's just been one long drawn-out team fight. And now no Terrorblade. Surely it must be over.
You'd think. If Barracks falling, they will go down. KZ, they've accepted the Mega Creep life, which they're going to have to live. Skylark, what can you do? Refresher Orb available in 1 second, but would really like to save it for the double Ravage, especially with the Cataclysm from Wish. I mean, it is available. They can do it if they want. I mean, if he just dies here, then it's going to be very sad indeed. And yeah, it is going to be very sad. Down each goes, in comes a Cataclysm, gets, well, Toby a little bit low, but once again, those illusions from the PL, from that Aghanim's just absolutely harassing them down. 45 seconds still, they can't wait. The GG is called game number 1. It goes to Quest. They play it patient, they play the long game, and it pays off big.
Fair play to KZ, for actually getting the game to this state. I think a lot of teams would have crumbled under the nuisance of that PL entry to the game. And Toby, come on, high five Noob. There we go. That's what you do. You're new to the team. There's camaraderie is key. But no, I feel, if anything, this is not what I expected from KZ. You know, they're the aggressive team. They're the ones that make me excited to see the laning phase, the entry to mid game, and then they throw it away. And it's unfortunately how they play Dota for like the last 2-3 years of me covering Western Europe. But this was like the opposite. They were playing like the scaling game, the patient game. And maybe if they've been practicing it, fair play, but it felt wrong to look at. It didn't look like it was their Dota. And you know, on the other side, we got Kaori Phoenix, Noob Pangolier, some massive hero to player combo specialties. And this Phoenix, the damage. I need to actually look at the damage numbers. This was impeccable stuff from him.
Yeah, he was doing bits, and almost entirely onto the Terrorblade as well, just recognizing this low HP but high armor hero can be absolutely cooked with all of this fire damage coming out from the Phoenix, all the magic damage coming through, and that was such a great call. Even grabbing the Timeless Relic at the end there just to help out. So they had a Timeless Relic on him, plus the Skywrath Mage with the Ancient Seal, more than enough to bring down Nande. And sure, like, you know, a lot of people watching, you know, it's always easy to just kind of go to, like, you know, kicking the Nande horse and being like, TP dying so much this game. But ultimately, like, he was the focal point of this draft. You know, he had to do everything, and he did a lot. The most hero damage in the game was on Nande, 32k. You know, he had the most kills in the game as well. He also, unfortunately, had a lot of deaths as well because he just everything. You know, the fights were, can we kill Terrorblade? That's what it came down to. Wish, unfortunately, just didn't have much of a game on this Invoker, and I'm not entirely sure why, but it just didn't feel like a good Invoker game.
Yeah, Invoker needs to play on tempo, needs to play on those early smokes, especially with this Vessel 4-staff build. You're kind of playing to get out of the game rather than to scale into some like Midas Hex and almighty spellcaster of the mid to late game, right? And quick trivia. How many deaths from Nande were from Kaori? Kaori being the killer.
I'm going to go with 4.
It was 5. Kaori killed Terrorblade 5 times in this game.
6.
There was 6 deaths total, 5 out of 6. And of course, I think at least 3 of them was Hex, Egg into Shard, Sunray. So the others could have been like team fight, you accidentally get the kill. But 3 of those are that. And yeah, what a game. I don't know. I feel like this is it's a treat to watch him play Phoenix. I would obviously give him MVP. I mean, obviously I have to. Other players probably deserve it, but I'm going to fanboy over the Phoenix for a little bit longer because I'm too afraid to play it on 5. But he always just finds the farm, finds the position, gets the Hex, gets the items, and makes the big plays. Like, he never lets you down once he gets to those items.
Yeah. Kaori Phoenix will be our MVP for this game, number 1, and with good reason as well. The just insane reaction times from these supernovas as well. Like, they tried to ravage the guy at the end. And that he got off the supernova before that even. Like, I mean, he is a young player, you know, he's I think he's 21. So, you know, still got them fresh fingers, I guess. But absolutely sick performance from Kaori this game, you know, and you might not like it, but this is what the ideal position 5 build looks like.
Again, I will very much inform you that this is because he gets to play the bot lane. I think this concept is so much fun because it's like you put a hero that's survivable in the bot lane to free farm. Everyone else does stuff on the map and farms correctly. And then it's like you gank Phoenix, he'll egg and turn around the fight. And it's exactly what happened in this game. He's AFK farming bottom for like 6 minutes. The Terrorblade Rubik tried to gank him. He then eggs. Sure, he dies because they commit to kill the egg, but then Pango TPs and kills him back. So it's just the idea of sacking a hero to AFK farm, but can turn a fight after. Then he just rushes a Hex. Like, he's not farming this to buy, like, a Locket or a 4-staff. It's like, ooh, you know? He's going for the Hex. So you know by the mid game, he's going to really be a key threat. So, I don't know. I love this concept from them. I think teams are going to have to either shove him out of this lane and don't allow him just to farm up the entire time, or pick other heroes to kill off the egg throughout the game so he can't just 100-0 Terrorblade 3 big fights in a row.
yeah, that's an issue when your position 5 can do that. But final thing on Kaori as well, you know, it's not just like, oh, this is a cool build, you know, like we'll see this every time from the Phoenix. It's a cool read on the game. It's a cool idea that Quest had taken into this game. You know, it's PL versus Terrorblade. And they know this kind of turns into a bit of a stalemate. So they're like, all right, we just take it late, we build greedy, and we wait. And that's exactly what they did. So fantastic read from all of Quest Esports. That's ultimately what wins them this game number 1. And I cannot wait for game number 2, but we're going to have to wait for game number 2. We've got a little bit of a break coming up. But afterwards, we will be back with a second match in this best of 3 series here at the Western EU TI Qualifiers. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, my friend, and welcome back to the TI qualifiers for the Western EU region, where we are into our first series of the day, and it is a banger game. Number one, long, drawn-out fight between the two teams of KZ and the formidable Quest Esports. And, you know, we expected Quest to do well. We expected them to have good ideas coming into this series, and we were proven right, as they did just have the better take on the game, especially coming out from their position 5 in game number 1, T.
Yeah, it felt like Quest, as soon as the draft ended, it's like, okay, we know exactly the timings we want to hit. As long as TA2000 says he's confident to make a move, we'll make the move. Other than that, hit our creep. So yeah, I was really impressed by Quest, and for KZ, they just need to step it up with what they want to do. I was very concerned with this draft from them. I think playing this Invoker, where you go Force Vessel, but then having it paired with like 2 supports that are defensive, with a tight end, there's a lot of just awkwardness in that game, and the player comparisons, it honestly looks, it's very even. Like Nande, he did a lot of work for his team. He finished the game with nearly 30,000 net worth, 32,000 damage. He had, you know, a lot of building chip damage. Like, he was equal. It just is the supporting cast, I feel, not just the supports, but the Invoker, the double supports. Like, these are the 3 that I need to kind of step up in this next game, because they were the ones that just felt not up to pace of what, you know, Skylark and Nande were doing for KZ.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see a switch out from Wish in the middle lane. Like, the Invoker just didn't really hit for me. Or maybe it's not the Invoker, but maybe it's more like the supporting duo. You know, if you're going to go for Tide, if you're going to go for a brick wall hero, you need someone who can go over that brick wall with the Invoker. Because if he's alone, he's not the kind of hero that can just run in and kill someone solo. That's never going to happen with a Questwex Invoker. So you need the supports to help him out, and we just didn't really see that coming out from the side. We didn't see that coming out from either side, to be fair. But they just seem to suffer for it way more over on the side of KZ. So yeah, give me, you know, Wish Leshrak. Give me a Wish Tinker, you know, something to play with if it gets through the draft this time, that is. I'm ready to see them shake things up, or, you know, just give me like some Clockwork, some Earth Spirit, something like that on their position 4, and get a bit of initiation coming out and a bit of someone for him to play with, a partner, if you will.
Yeah, it is difficult, to be fair, because KZ, they were first pick, and 4 of the bans from 2 of the bans from Quest is kind of what we're describing. This Earth Spirit that could have gone mid or 4 position. This Primal Beast that we know Desire loves to play in the 4 position was one of the stronger 4 position primals in Division 2 Europe last tour. And then Tinker, Earthshaker, kind of just casual bans to respect the A, Wish, and B, the Earthshaker dominance of Eastern Europe and other regions, right? So it will be interesting if any of these heroes do get to kind of sneak their way into this next game. I believe Quest is going to be first pick this time around, so surely one of them will have to get through, because they don't have that many bans now.
Yep, only the 3 bans. Well, let's see exactly what's going to go down. We've got the draft now available for the second game between KZ and Quest, and we'll see exactly what's going down here. Interesting, the ideas which have been brought forward from the EEU region. I know we're only in the first series, and I'm sure this is going to develop as time goes on, but at the moment, a lot of respect being shown to the Dawnbreaker. This is a hero which was 100% contested over in the Eastern European qualifiers, and the Earthshaker as well, also getting taken out of the mix, so very interesting. And once again, Quest will go for the Desire Rubik.
I think this Dawnbreaker is back on the cards, at least, because of the type of Dota we're seeing, where it's Svens and Gyrocopters, heroes that like to do their damage in an instance, or like maybe 2 or 3 hits, right? And then Dawnbreaker, of course, with Aghanims and that evasion, super powerful. If you're playing for the Desolator build on the offlane with the Blink Dagger, you're still just blowing up these Skywrath mages and supports that want to step up, even the Lions that want to appear. And then the third version, which is great for a hero to have this many options, is the Blade Mail, where you can still go Blade Mail and choose if you want to go for the Ags play or the Deso play and just soak up some of that damage. Blade Mail is kind of the slowly rising item for certain heroes. I'm not going to say it's like item of the patch, of course, there's no way is it that, but it's like heroes are now looking at this item going, wait a second, more spellcasters, more like damage burst heroes are coming back into the play, so let's just go Blade Mail. And of course, Dawnbreaker feels like the most comfortable hero to buy it on right now due to her innate tankiness and speed of farm.
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, good versatility is always a good reason to ban out a hero, because if you get a nice versatile hero in the first phase, then you have no idea what your team's going to be going for, and it's harder for you to answer it and ban against it with your follow-up picks and bans. So I like to see it. Beastmaster, meanwhile, you know, just a good hero, especially for the Alderman Asper team and now the KZ team as well. This hero just unlocks a lot of potential for these guys, and it is a bit more aggressive than a Tide. You know, you can make some moves with this hero which you can't do with the Tide, so hopefully Invoker has a buddy this game.
Yeah, everyone in chat right now who's going, oh, wish Tinker, wish Invoker, lol, no, we just saw him lose last game. No, Nomad just said it. This is a very different game because he's got someone to play with. It's not some Tide Hunter or Meteor Hammer. It's like a Beastmaster who can buy Helm of the Overlord, hopefully, and not the Agnums, and actually catapult this Vessel 4-star high utility Quasworks Invoker into more scraps, more fights, securing the Roshan. Yeah, so I was a little bit worried when I saw Invoker, but then I remembered, yes, the Beastmaster is here. As long as the supports as well from KZ also match that aggression, I think this should be a very different game, at least in regards to how Wish wants to enter it. Because last time, he did finish the game 3-2-7 with not a lot of impact to his name.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
So next pick's going to be the Park from Quest. Okay, that's interesting. Haven't really seen a whole lot of Park, especially not this early on in the draft when there's other options available, but there's going to be the read coming out from Noob. What do you think about this hero? I mean, switched around once again.
10 seconds
I don't mind it. I actually like this hero still. It's very elusive, very annoying. It punishes poor lockdown, and at least with the first two picks, right? How are they going to really kill them off? And now KZ are having to pick up this Tiny. Potentially, is that pushing the Invoker into a 4 position? I don't know if Desire plays it, but Tiny traditionally is good against Puck in the mid lane because of your tree. The fact that throughout the entire game you have that instant jump. I will quickly double check Desire's pups because I know at least, for example, a Mirror from Team Spirit's playing it, but no. Okay, Desire's just playing Tiny, not Invoker. Okay, this is mid Invoker, Tiny position 4, Shaman position 5. Okay. This is the KZ I expected, by the way. Look at these picks. This is the, I want to get out of this game in 25 minutes. I either win it and upset you, or I lose, and it's like, well, I'm just Team KZ. So, yeah, this feels, I'm back in familiar territory. It's been 3 years of this. Don't change, Spartan. Beautiful old man. Well, you're not old, man.
I want to see their faces. I want to see the anger, the killer instinct in their eyes. That's what I want to see on these KZ webcams.
You won't see that. They have the worst webcams in all of the DPC.
Yeah, I did.
Spartan specifically. He's always in the darkest of rooms.
100p.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll look at a good webcam. Well done, Nande. Good framing, nice angle, a little bit edgy, even nice lighting on the face as well. I believe that's called the Hollywood light, where you have it just coming on one side of your face. So often used for bad guys, interestingly. They do look like bad guys. I think KZ look like bad guys, and for a while they were going down that arc as well with the old chat, with the trash talk, and I love it. I love having a bad guy though. I'm always getting behind it. So,
the bad guys are probably going to be in the lower bracket right now because I'm a bit concerned with this draft again. So they got Tiny Shaman for their lockdown on Puck, but now they have this awkward scenario of single target jumps, but they got the SD pickup as well. So let's say you do jump a hero, SD will save you, Rubik can save you. This is now how the support duo feels good. So I think in the previous game when KZ had these supports, they had a different game plan, but also they weren't having to save a single target jump. They were playing a big team fight. And you throw the Medusa as well. Yeah, the combos just aren't going to be killing off this Medusa. So what is the carry available? He banned out the PL and the anti-mage. All the other diffusal buying heroes. That can be annoying here.
Could we see a Slark maybe, just to continue playing this aggression? Or do you want something which hits buildings a bit better? Whoa, PA. Okay, all right. So you get this 4-man stack, which can kind of just run around the map, cause chaos, mess with people, and then you get Nande on the PA just as your insurance policy. Not exactly a diffusal build. I doubt we'll see a diffusal on the PA, but still just does so much damage that it might be enough.
Yeah,
you might not like it, but I kind of like this KZ draft. I'm not going to lie.
I'm on the fence.
You might hate the KZ draft. You might think that they have the worst draft of all time. You might
I
think they're not going to get a single kill this game, but I happen to think.
I know, it's like, I don't mind PA. Like, I think PA does enough damage to obviously not be the diffusal buying hero because she can just crit through this Medusa. Thing is, though, Medusa can go man to Butterfly, and then will there be the window of the game where the Butterfly will beat out that PA potentially while she's still got Battle Fury Deso kind of territory? Of course, it's free food this entire game, right? Like Lycan, SD, and Rubik should all just go down to a PA combo with Tiny or Shaman providing the lockdown. And I think Nande, he demonstrated in that previous game, like he can 1v9 these games. Like in that TB, he was doing everything he could to get his team to a winning position. It just wasn't enough. He also sunned his Rubik at the very end, but let's not talk about that. In this game, this PA, kind of the same argument. He can go Ags, he can bounce around the fight, as long as he's not locked down by some coil plus MKB Medusa killing him, he should be able to decide if he's winning the fight or not based on his own playstyle. And that could be what they need to do to try and actually get themselves into this best of 3.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a very different take on the game from KZ, completely changing the script from game number 1. But, you know, we know that this is the kind of Dota which used to be in their wheelhouse very much, and I wouldn't be surprised if it still was. So let's jump into it. Game number 2 of KZ versus Quest Esports here at the TI Qualifiers, starting right now. Another thing we've got against the TA as well is the Invoker. Now, Invoker hasn't actually put a point in any of his orbs yet. I am interested to see if there is a chance he goes Exalt. You are playing with a Shaman, you're playing with a Beastmaster, so the setups are there for Sunstrike, but then you've also got to consider that you might just want to go Crosswex to mess with the Medusa and be more active, but...
Oh. Multiple scuffles occurring across the map.
Yeah, Scuffle Central right now, as it does look like Omar doesn't know which way to run. Do I go left? Do I go right? I'm just going to take an axe to the back of the head, and that'll put him out. That'll be first blood going the way of KZ, and honestly, not a bad hero to get in on. Skylight can then turn this into a way to kind of put more pressure on the Medusa. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Now, I'm trying to think about the draft a little bit more, and I feel like just because they have so much more stuns in teamfight, like this should be a much more comfortable mid game. They also can dictate some of these moves, right? You can go to Roshan with Shaman, hit towers and stuff like that. So for Quest at least, you miss a coil, your entire team fight could fall out the window, and that's where KZ could reign supreme. No, I'm really hoping this goes to a game 3. I think, especially for Spartan, again, no bias by the way, I just want 3 games. But it's like, Spartan's just been around for so long that you always kind of want him to put up a fight. You never want to just see him, you know, bow out just because of like the history he has in the region, or they just lose 2-0 and Quest are the better team. I could see that being the case.
Quest are very good, to be fair, as they proved last time, and yeah, it's looking to prove again. But KZ, no strangers having their backs against the wall, especially as players as well. Of course, they'd love to not be considered the underdogs for one tournament, but that has been the history of this Greek stack in the Western EU region for a very long time.
Yeah, they are too volatile to be not the underdog. What's the good team? I guess that's the opposite of not the underdog.
The overcats.
the overcats. Oh, God.
So, Puck vs Invoker, how is this mid lane going to go down?
Should be better for the Puck this time around. Like, Noob, when he's playing Pango, he's going to be hit by EMPs. Of course, with Puck, you have same amount of wave clear, but you have some dodge mechanics with that phase shift. So I think it'd be relatively even. I think it really depends on who rotates in first. I think supports can just offset this matchup quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think the roaming potential of KZ is pretty damn good as well. You've got a lot of stuns. It feels like just one of these guys needs to come in, and the kill potential is there, so we'll see if that does come to fruition. And of course, it will be the Crosswex build and Invoker. Absolutely no surprises there. Yeah. Sure, you've got some setups for Exalt, but you just want to play the Crosswex. You want to get out of the map. You want to burn this Medusa's mana.
Oh, Medusa.
Ooh, top. Talking of which, yeah, she's out of mana, which means she's out of health. One comes out, but it won't be enough to keep her alive. Desire and Skylark get it done in the top lane. They turn that first blood into yet another kill up here in the top side.
Yeah. Invoke into Medusa. Gonna remind everyone, EMP, take away some of that mana from Medusa. Her mana is her life pool.
Barton Taking hits.
Good
taking
body block.
damage. He's going to go down as well. Yeah, beautiful micro coming out from Toby. Coming out and laying down a very spicy kill there. And KZ aggressive in this top lane. Chasing Kaori behind the tower, just constantly laying down the spells. No chill at all from these two. Skylark and Desire just looking to mess with this lane as much as possible. You know, if you keep harassing these heroes down in this position as well, it makes it harder for them to try and get off the pulls, which is kind of annoying for them. But Kaori does manage to get the Sentry Ward there, which was blocking the... which was D-Ward in his camp, so was keeping his own alive. Pretty good.
Yeah. Key thing is this game is both carries are going to mirror each other in how they play. They're going to be wanting to push out their lane and then eventually move back to the jungle. Medusa can, of course, do it earlier with her split shot, whilst PA is chasing that 13 to 15 minute Battle Fury, and then you accelerate your game. Of course, that's why the 20 CS early start is going to feel very nice for this PA and Kaori. It's getting pressured a bit. Nice body blocks from Desire.
Yeah, it's doing work. Is it doing enough? He gets under the tower and he will be okay this time around, but it's just a constant harassment. It's down in the bottom side. We also have a bit of action taking place as Nande thrown back into the wolves, thrown to the wolves quite literally. Toby's also taking some hits there. Spartan, he's hungry for it. He's got the Ether Shock. He's got the grab available in 1 second, throws it on down hit. The healing comes out though. Lycan, he's going to live through one of them. Nande can't finish the job onto the second hero either. So it's just going to be a death on the side of KZ, and Nande sitting in this lane in very low HP. Interesting build, by the way, on Nande.
He's going for the band. It's just raw damage to play on the dagger, and he's a PA, right? So yeah, I'm not too opposed to it. It accelerates his time to treads. Like, yeah, he's just basically making sure he's not buying items that won't immediately get him to treads Battle Fury, right? Like, as soon as you start buying these other cheap items, you always wish you didn't do it. So yeah, it shows confidence that he knows exactly what he needs from his hero.
That armor going to help out as well against these wolves. So yeah, I like it. It's cute. But man, is it annoying.
What's that previous fight? Nice Lotus usage as well. God, I got to put my teeth in. It's early in the morning. Toby was very close to dying there, but the Lotus helped turn it around.
Dirty.
Been up since 7:30, all right?
Kaori taking some hits up here in the top side. This goddamn Hawk just constantly laying down the roots onto the guy. Yeah, Kaori cannot get away. And Skylark gives him a voice line at the same time as well. Stage 1000 getting some decent harass at least onto Desire in the meantime, so find something from it, I suppose. But yeah, this is a good lane for KZ up in the top side. They are finding the damage. They are finding the kills.
Yeah, and also finding the levels. Because they're getting the kills, this is a very level-heavy lineup, right? You want a Shaman to have his Serpent Wards, you want your Beastmaster to have Raw, Tiny needs to get to Avalanche and Toss maxed out as soon as possible. And once these four heroes are all ready, they can just break the map whilst this PA farms behind. Yeah, really quite a nice start from KZ. Bullying and Spartan finds Omar in the river.
Yeah, Omar, he's definitely going down here. Spartan's going to be here as well just to make sure. There you go, Shackles come down, and Wish can take the kill.
But Tiny dies top.
Ooh, yeah, Tiny will go down. Skylark getting kind of low in the process as well. Tiny was still kind of low from the last engagement, so yeah.
Either way, he died on the map. That's all that matters.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Puck getting a freebie is a pretty big deal, though. Noob is going to be the tempo controlling hero from the side of Quest, so go try and put him down where you can rather than build him up.
He probably won't go too crazy with his build. I still think he'll be doing this like Witchblade, Blink. I don't know if Axe is really warranted going for. It's like he gives it bonus attack on his ultimate. It's like, doesn't really sound too crazy. So yeah, I think he'll just go for the standard style of Puck, and that could be like a later down the line.
This boar doing so much work. It's not only going to scout him out going for the Wisdom Room, but it's also going to allow Wish to grab a kill here. Well, Desire is actually able to sneak it up despite Wish's best efforts of tornadoing off the toss in order to try and secure the kill. Desire says, no, god damn it, I want my Blink Dagger.
They're both fighting for a better game than the previous one.
Yep.
Every time Medusa shows in the lane, it's just Boar spam, Hawk spam, Avatos, but now Noob rotates in, has the coil.
This is a huge rotation coming out from Noob here. It's a lot of damage coming down. They cannot finish off the Medusa, and now heavy hits being taken. Skylark has to back himself away. He does have the Helm of Fire and Will, which is going to help him out a lot here. Desire, though, he has got no helm. In fact, he's got nothing at all. And will be killed off here. Orb connects. Damage comes in. Kaori grabs it. Probably the best scenario for him that Kaori gets a kill there, but nevertheless, still a death.
Lycan, he completes his Helm of the Dominator. About 200 gold quicker than the Beastmaster. And now this is where, if your quest, you need to look towards taking this safe lane tower. Do not allow this no Battle Fury PA, of course, I mean, it's minute 8, to be at this tower. I think it's a lot of teams fall victim to against PA. They allow her just to farm up too long.
This looks
it's
so
Evoker. Go on. Nande came as well.
Crit charged up. EMP comes down, but Kaori is there with the disruption at the very least. The 80,000 will buy a little bit of time. Snake as well, going to bring it back a bit of mana as well, but Quest, they just can't save their Medusa in this situation, and Nande gets as well. I love these carry rotations. It's just, it feels so bad to die to the enemy carry.
Yeah, rather than defend the safe lane tower, why not go to the other side of the map, get the kill on the enemy carry, and take the tower yourself? So keep that map split being even. Yeah, nice moves from PA there. And Medusa, she was 100 gold away from Midas. She identified that this game, it's not too fun. So she herself is adopting to go for the let's scale to the late game. And I was thinking, like, in this matchup, Medusa should outfarm early on to get man to butterfly before PA's really packing a punch. So going Midas before that, you might miss that slight window where PA is still farming whilst Medusa hits her stride. Things are looking pretty good
that's
for KZ.
The read from TA2000 though, right? Like that's not gonna come. So he's just not gonna
try and
bother.
Yeah. Well, they found Toby.
They certainly have, yeah. This is, well, he's managed to get off the shapeshift. Might still be able to get away from this one. And with the tornado off the mark, he's
going back in.
Back in? All right. Well, I mean, I guess they don't have much to do about it. Now they're just farming next to Zavoku, who's getting attacked by wolves.
What a mad lad.
Yeah, that's a crazy move from Toby, but just recognizing me one up on the top side. Beastmaster, he's taking a step too far forward. Without his team, he will just be food. And TA2000 is going to be able to grab that one, which means, well, Midas finished up, and Power Tread's on the way already.
Yeah, we're going to have the Helm of the Overlord wards between Beastmaster and Lycan. Like, you bring one wolf in, one creep in, and you're going to take it, then you're going to take it again. Who has it available? Who uses it first? Absolute riveting stuff between these two zoo-based offlaners. Really, I'm just faking that until I make it.
Can you take the other Helm of the Overlord creep?
Yeah, you can just send it back and forth. It's just an ancient.
Oh, cool. You'll be trading.
It's gaslight, man.
Do you remember when they used to get like bonus health each time you use it?
That was with Enchantress, right? It was like you'd enchant it and then you'd dominate it
as well.
Yeah,
because the Dominator just gave flat bonus health.
Well, luckily that isn't a thing.
What do you mean luckily? It was so good. You do have to have like a creep with like 10k HP just rocking around the map. There you go. Big Chad creep. Top side, they're moving again onto this Medusa, but this might not be the player they're looking for. Spartan taking some heavy hits despite the snakes coming down. I mean, sure, TA2000 getting kind of low, and now the Evoker comes across as well, trying to get involved with this one. Wish dealing the damage. Mana almost gone. EMP's going to make sure it is gone. Desire coming in. He's got the combo. Can he get it off, though? No, he doesn't quite have enough mana for the toss. Toss back onto this Medusa, but the team have bailed upon him. The Shaman's already dead, and they're just going to have to accept that the Tiny has gone down as well. A bit of a scuffed fight there from the side of KZ.
Yeah, these supports, they fall victim to Puck. Like, yes, they might have good lockdown if they go on the Puck, but if they're not using it for her, then she's going to be hitting just silences and coils and ways to just punish them for their positioning. Shaman has to stand still. Tiny needs to get into melee range, and Noob, he's thriving. Look at him. He's got his Witchblade. All the cores doing pretty well. Beastmaster is the only offlaner now, the only core to be left behind. He's struggling. He's not been able to take his tier 1 tower. We expected after this PA rotation into top to kill off Medusa, maybe for them to take the tier 1 as well, but they've been unable to do that. And when you can compare the two offlanes right now, Toby is pulling ahead. Better CS, better GPM, and yeah, soon to have Vlad's complete. 100 more.
Moving pretty fast. And Skylark, this game as well, he doesn't really have the stacks to come back with the Ancients. You know, sometimes we see Beastmasters being beaten down a bit, but then their position 4s made them like some huge Ancient stacks they can come back in, but that's not going to be the case. There's only one stack on the Ancients, which unfortunately isn't going to be enough to really give him much of a chance of coming back. And now a haste
Skylark's
rotation.
already dead. Don't kill him again, man. Leave him alone. I just said how he's having a hard game.
They're not. They don't want him to be having a bad game. They want him to be having no game. And now they're going to connect with this one. 3 heroes running under the tower for him. The Chaos Meteor coming down as well. Even a coil committed for this kill. Skylark, he will fall. But KZ, they're looking for a response. Disruption comes out onto Omar. Noob, though, he's sticking around this fight. He wants to try and get the D-Ward to try and make it harder for KZ to make this chase. And that's going to work out well for them. Back away on the side of Quest. A nice little kill into getting themselves out. And Skylark, the poor guy, ends up just tanking another death, which results in absolutely nothing. No more coming in for KZ afterwards.
Yeah, and everyone on KZ came up to this fight. Nande, he's about to complete his Battle Fury, I believe, is coming out on the courier. With only 2 Ancient stacks as well. So, minute 13, 5 heroes in the top lane, but PA gets Battle Fury. Slight silver lining to it that she's getting it quickly. But they need to be careful. They are reacting a lot to Quest's move. They're being aggressive and getting punished, and they're TPing to any time their heroes go. And this time, they're the ones smoking up. Wish, Desire, Spartan. Plenty of damage between the 3 of them. They need to just find a big ticket core and get a kill. And yeah, we look at the camp stat here. It was non-existent, really, for the side that has a PA Battle Fury.
Yeah, it's tough. And Kaori's, trying to do it for Quest now on the other side, but yeah.
It always
Toby
hurts
won't
to see
be pulled
this,
out on wave either. Nice empty smoke.
We've been seeing this a lot, though. We've been covering Eastern Europe, and a lot of the teams, even the qualifying teams, would make these smokes diagonally across the map. But because it is such a large map with twin gates and there's different pockets to go, it's not as simple as go to the top jungle, right? Like there's 4 camps there. Now you really need to kind of play battleships and hope you get a hit.
Yeah, and Spartan dangling himself on lane might be in trouble here. Noob trying to close the gap. Doesn't have a blink dagger, so might not be able to close the gap. On to Spartan. Spartan's sticking around the area, though. He has got this Tumbler's toy, the baby blink.
They also have Ward Sentry placed again on this high ground. Noob de-warded it earlier, so might not be aware that they've replaced that ward. So KZ have basically, in the last minute, walked all the way to bot, twin-gated back to top, into the top area of the map. So since that big 5-man TP rotation, they just done a circuit of the map. That's about it.
Pretty much. And, we talked about Invoker having partners to play with this game, and he does. He's got many partners to play with this game, but if you're not able to find anyone, then it doesn't matter. Luckily, he did go for this Midas build this time around, so he recognizes the situation and accepts that he's going to have to be scaling a little bit more this time. Definitely felt like he missed it last game,
Toby's taking the stacks. What? You cheeky menace. Look at you.
Ooh, he wants
joins
that
the team. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make sure that he's not, if they don't qualify.
Radiant's middle
So,
tower is under
my
attack.
GPMs were good in all the games. Don't know about you boys.
Yeah. When that shuffle time comes, that's the card you want to be waving at people. Look at my stats, dude. I'm great. Money
This
wall.
will probably be an AC again. I think armor is going to be critical in this game. Solo Crests, ACs, like a casual Lotus in this game is incredible. A lot of single target spells to be thrown out. Obviously not for the Lycan to purchase, but someone else, maybe the Rubik, could buy that one.
Dire's bottom tower is
Interesting
under
enough, no one's actually going for Pavis or Solar Crest or any of the kind of patch favorites to deal with it, opting to go for raw survivability and damage in other forms.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
now Quest are just kind of taking every single tier 1 tower. They just go mid with the Medusa, with the overwhelming creep,
Dire's
and now they just go
tower
top
is under
with 3 heroes. Again, that's Helm the Overlord coming into play, and yeah, it's looking like they just kind of got a stranglehold right now. And now they're into Roshan. 4-man Rosh.
The pain of
Are they
picking
going to
PA.
read this? I'm not
think-
sure KZ are going to read this.
But can they fight
Dire's
this?
bottom tower
Like
is
you've got
under attack.
Beastmaster without a Helm of Overlord, you've got Tiny without a Blink, Shaman who's only got Tranquils. Just looking at the itemization of all of KZ, they're not fight ready. They're still in their farm mode. After quite an aggressive laning phase, they weren't able to connect the dots to take away some tier 1 towers and at least control the Roshan pits themselves. Like, they easily could do Roshan if Shadow Shaman had his ultimate and a little bit of time with one hero, but they've fallen victim to some bad moves, and they have to now wait. Also, nowadays he's going for a not unconventional, but often with PA, you see Battle Fury into Deso BKB be the big two options. He's going for the Ags. He's opting to continue this kind of like rat style of play, having that additional blur, and if the fight was to break out, to be super explosive in it because he can get a kill, reset, get a kill. I don't know if it will work out. We'll see if it's too intense, but Spartan was underneath an observer ward, so unfortunately his amulet plays aren't to work out today.
Yeah. You want to gank me? Well, you'll have to tank a lot of damage in response as well as the snakes come in, do their job. Try and deny them as well. Very cute. Okay, you got a few of them denied, but yeah, in the end, a kill, a couple of snakes going their way as well. Quest will be happy with that one. Snakes will cool down as well. Yeah, this is another ability we just haven't really seen. Mass Serpent Ward has been used like 2 or 3 times, and I don't think it's really got anything achieved. Shaman just feeling like a bit of an awkward hero this game. And that's what happens when you can't kind of find action.
New treasures.
Like, Shaman position 5 is kind of victim to the pace of the game. If you're ahead, you're getting tower gold, you're stumbling your way into some blink dagger glimmers. Maybe if you get Tormentor, you get a shard, and then you're free farming with your shackles, having serpent wards. But when you're behind, it's just a game of waiting. And now Kaori, he finds the PA all by herself.
Yeah, Nande, it could be in some trouble here. Spartan tries to help out. There's not really much you could do with it. That said, the damage is taking a while to come into play, but now that Kaori's Demonic Purge comes through, they will be able to finish the job. Spartan trying to sit
right
inside
there.
his Shadow Amulet vision. No, they've got a dust. They don't need it, though. They'll just blow him up with spells, and this game is starting to look a little bit not so close, T-Gov.
I mean, Quest's playing like a team, and KZ, it's
Dire's top tower.
everyone for themselves, it feels like. They're waiting for Nande, but how long can you wait? PA is probably... I'm trying to think, like, in regards to greediness of a hero, PA is up there in how many items she needs to be effective.
Yeah.
I think it's like minimum 2, and then 3 is the sweet spot. But most cores nowadays, they can buy a lot of cheaper items and feel good. PA is always the 4K plus gold item hero. She needs the Ags, a Deso, a BKB, a Battle Fury. Of course, Deso being the cheaper of those options, it's a lot of farm, and Quest are just punishing it. They're moving around, and I think the supports on KZ just are afraid. Noob has installed great fear into them, but now they're going for the fight. They found such a big jump!
Again! Oh, that's a big crit. Great catch from Desire as well. And cleaving through both the supports. That is a way back into the game for Nande and then some.
How often do you find that jump, though? Quest, quite a disciplined team. Both supports standing straight on top of each other. Fair play, KZ. Desire, you had a very small window to get into this one, and you get surprised. Yep.
And
Maybe bring more of them, and you're good, yeah.
Not expecting, I think, in that situation to find a bunch of heroes jumping on you. You know, they've been controlling this map pretty damn well. They've been very far in front, but Spartan is just going to get blown up by Noob, and Desire just going to break the coil and TP out immediately. Will be able to escape at the very least, so yeah, a bit of an awkward jump in the middle lane. Snakes again being committed, and again just kind of half-healthing a tier 2. Like, it's all right.
Bounty.
Ooh, okay, we got a game on our hands, boys. If we could please direct our attention to the Phantom Assassin. He has not queued up a BKB. He's queuing up the Desolator, the Shard, and a Rapier. It is 21 minutes into the game, and he is like, I need a Rapier already. What a mindset on this player. I really hope he commits to this. This is like, this is the hype stuff you need. Even, come on.
Why is the Shard straight up? I mean, max health damage, okay, but it's not great versus the Medusa, am I right?
It's not, but for all the others to get that quick explosive kill, extra little bit of damage to help your Ags proc, I'm not opposed to it. I just hope he really stays true to his quick buy. He is quite aggressively wrapped around behind him.
Look at this movement. I mean, you can be so aggressive with this blur because you can just get so close to heroes, but they have engaged and haven't really found the kill. A little awkward to start things off, and Desire just going to get cooked by TA2000. Nande needs to try and get away. Demonic Purge upon him, but he's got a target to blink to, so he should get out to safety. They have actually been able to take out Omar on the sidelines as well. Skylark finally finds himself something to do in this game, but that was Raw committed, and Noob now running at him. Don't forget, Aegis for 3 seconds on this puck. When it runs out, he might just find himself getting blown up by the PA, and yep, there you go, Nande, perfect timing, getting into the puck, and now they're in some trouble. Medusa suddenly finds herself all alone. She's a lonely snake, but does she care? She's just trying to turn around and fight back into them. Toby's here to help out as well, and with the HAL differential, it's going to create a big gap in this fight. Nande's still trying to fight up into the two of them. The crits are there, the damage is there, the kill, they need to find it. A couple more hits will be required, and TA2000 is down. Nande with the refresh jump straight in on Kaori, gets another. I can't believe this is working out for KZ. What an engagement for this team.
Oh, the confidence on Nande.
Tower is under
Just going in, forcing himself into that duel, knowing that, okay, Wish, you got my back a little bit, just a little extra to help me get across the line. And the amount of damage he pumped out, 6,006 damage. Oh, that was exactly what we needed from KZ. Like, just the confidence it gives, right? Beastmaster kills off the Rubik quite early on. PA is instantly jumping. I feel like the positioning of Quest might have been their downfall, right? You get the quick pick on mid, sure, it happens. But then you enter the enemy jungle, you don't have all spells available, you're not really ready, and this PA Ags is just giving just enough information for Tiny to find that initiation, for PA to get that quick kill to then prolong the fight. And yeah, fair play. Please buy the Desert Rapier. Come on, make this game spicy. But if he has a Desert Rapier there at 23 minutes, I mean, that would be busted. He'd literally be hacking. But imagine in 10 minutes time, 15 minutes time,
We need
Puck's not living-
skills. You refresh that blur, and there's nothing really to... Well, without a BKB, the puck is still going to be upon you, but... With this coup of delight, T, Governor, what have you seen?
I'm just giddy.
Oh, I
'Cause
see.
I already put KZ in a position of they probably should be losing this game based on how
Yeah,
they weren't really making moves. They felt quite disjointed, but I think Nande has this. He has the carry mentality of, if you give me time, I might be able to do it, and that alone, it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean... Nane's just one of those players, man. Like, you can never count him out. You know, his ideas... Sometimes they don't work, and sometimes they do work, and it's very hard to tell which is going to be which. You know, last game looked like he was going to have a great performance on the TB, and sure, he did the work for his team, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. But this game, turning it around on the PA, and sure, the team's coming in and helping as Wish almost just gets blasted by the Tormentor, but yeah, like, he's so farmed now, and just great performance in the last fight. I'm so excited to see how this game plays out now and whether he actually commits to this Rapier. I mean, do you really think Rapier before BKB is the call here?
You already know my position. I just want entertainment. The chat wants entertainment. This is Western European TI qualifiers. You think we're going to back down and buy a BKB? If the game gets a little bit better, I think Nande might, but Nande still feels the game slipping away from him. And only Rapier can help him now.
The only thing which I can slay the snake with is a Rapier.
Oh, that's a solo kill.
All right, cool.
Spartan has been trying to do that now for at least 15 minutes. He finally found success. Like,
You finally found a hero by themselves, and
we don't
yeah,
have
there
the
it is.
graphic for that, but successful solo pick off Spartan 1/7. He is it's pretty bad. We do have a Roshan graphic though. That's respawning soon.
Yes, sir. Coming back into the game. This will be what they're fighting over. Now, okay,
Aegis and a Rapier now. That is lit. Get the Aegis on Nande. Get the Rapier. Ooh. To be fair, that is
Rapier, and it's interesting. That's for sure. Always going to be interesting with the Rapier. It kind of becomes then a case of, can your team survive long enough for you to die twice? You know.
He also
Maybe
doesn't
that's
have the
bad
gold
phrasing,
for
but
the.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He also doesn't have the gold for the Rapier part of this story. Quest. They are grouped up. They are looking to go. Supports positioning are key. The last two fights, they have been nearly instantly deleted or put in a position where they can't, free cast their spells.
This is
Look
the
at
part of
Nande.
Blur, like,
It's insane.
but this is it, right? Like, this is the part of Blur which people aren't, like, no one else is really playing the same amount with. He's just using the distance. The break distance with the Aghanims is so tiny that you can just move in and just mess with people.
Yeah,
Sorry, just
mainly
the regular break
it's the-
distance of Blur. Yeah,
It's just a buffer. The additional buffer
Yeah.
gives them time to react. Spartan though.
the vanish, the dispel. It's pretty sick.
Oh, Oh, farewell, Spartan.
Yeah, he's just going to get mauled by the entire zoo.
He has buyback.
Unsurprising.
Oh, they saw Nande for a split second. He re-blurred underneath the ward. They're hunting. They can smell him.
How does he smell?
I think he's Georgian, so some really nice Hinkali or something.
Roshan being scouted out. Of course, everybody knows it's up at this point. That's what they're fighting over. Silence out though onto the puck. This would be a great target, but again, the disruption comes in. Nice moves from Kaori here. That's going to keep the puck alive and keep the fight going. Nice early usage of the Stone Gaze though. Is this abusable from the side of KZ? Where is our PA? She gets into the fight, gets on top of the support, but immediate coil comes down on top of the PA, but she's already gotten 2 kills. A fan of knives catching out Toby just on the edge there. Desire has gone down as Noob finds an entry. TA2000 still plenty healthy, and Nande's in some trouble. Needs to get a kill to get these refreshes coming on through here. Wish, realizing he's got to cancel his TP to give Nande something to jump to, does move across, but immediately looking in to go deeper, and that is going to get him killed off. Nande finally going down, and Wish just trying to get himself the hell out of this one.
Oh, it is so obnoxious, the bouncing around the fight, and the fight was so chaotic. We saw lockdown being thrown, but then the tornado from Wish actually cancelling out a little bit, and the confidence for PA just to get into the middle of it, and buyback from Rubik helping to convert on the tail end of it.
I mean, I have to ask T, like, where is Wish in these fights? What is he doing? Where is the damage? You know, like 900 damage output coming out of your mid laner?
He's...
Why?
But you can see from the spell casting, right? He throws out a Deafening Blast, an EMP, 2 Orchids, a couple Vessels. He's playing on the fringe of the fight. He's not really committing, and that's maybe because of the style Invoker that he's playing. It doesn't feel great for sure.
It's tricky. Everything's on Nande's shoulders, and that just gives one target
Skylark?
for Quest to deal with, and Skylark's just going to throw his body in here. Not
And now
too
Wish
sure
as well.
why.
He's just throwing his body in as well.
Yeah, Kaori. Just
Look
gonna
at Desire,
jump on top
though.
of him here, drop down the ulti. Yeah, Desire.
Doesn't matter,
needs
Desire.
to try and find something, but they know he's in the neighborhood. They've got the vision upon him. He's going to try and jump in, and it's just getting awkward now for the side of KZ. 3 heroes fed in a row. They try to disrupt things. They try to just delay, but Medusa now with the Aegis. Oh my god, it's so scary. This isn't really something which KZ were planning on playing into. And I'm not sure they can play into. It's going to be a very tough game, and that Rapier is definitely going to be on the menu for Nando.
That could have been really cool though if Desire throughout all that was able to sneak his way into like that top corner and then get the Aegis still. That would have probably been a, you know what, we trade 4 lives but we get the Aegis away from that Medusa. Unfortunately it wasn't able to work out, and then it just looked like a 1-by-1 chain feed, which in reality it kind of was. They felt desperate. And of course Nande is kind of leading the charge for KZ to actually take these fights. And off he goes in his little blur. What a great spell. Very, very fun.
What's the break range of Blur?
It's like 400, I think.
400. Very good.
Is it? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
400.
it
But with the Ags, the buffer goes up. So you got, what? Is it 0.75 now with the Ags?
0.75 vanish
Yeah.
buffer, yeah.
Like, you could make a cup of tea in the time that you can appear. It's insane. A very weak one, but still.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's
And now Quest with the Aegis. Of course, MKB on the Medusa. We haven't really mentioned that. It was in the previous fight. I think she's got BKB coming out on the courier as well, I assume. This will give her ability to stand her ground and threaten this PA. Of course, needs a little bit of lockdown to actually kill her off because PA is so fluid throughout the fights, blinking around. It's hard for this Medusa to get multiple clicks off the entire time. But it is on Quest to just walk up to the high ground.
is under attack.
Nice attempt at manta dodging there, and yeah, off he goes.
Yep, the Army of Illusions just doing their job, but they've got Meteor to shove out these waves. They've got the Ice Shaman, the Skylark Zoo, the National Zoo of Greece, doing the best it can to defend the high ground.
We are 800 gold away from entertainment.
Hold your pogs, everyone.
Okay, so now we get to play the game. How many minutes will Nande hold the rapier for? The closest one in chat will win
assuming
absolutely
he'll lose
nothing. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that could just be infinite. You can just put X then. There you go, that's your answer. If he's never going to lose it, type X. Otherwise, type how many minutes in chat, he will hold this rapier. I'm going to go with 4 minutes.
4 minutes. That's not very long.
No, wait, maybe that's too Oh, that's too pessimistic. Oh, the timer's already started. Oh, I can't go back now. Oh, well.
I'm going 0 minutes because I believe he either loses it immediately or he holds it forever. So
Well, he's not lost it
doubling up.
immediately.
Oh, yeah.
So
Shit.
32.25 was when he picked it up, give or take. All right, so now we can check
Yeah.
who was right and who was wrong in Twitch chat. Of course, I said 4 minutes, so 36.25 is roughly when I'm hoping him. Oh, not hoping. I mean, yeah, you know what? I'm hoping he loses it. I want to be right in my prediction. I hope you feed a beautiful death in 4 minutes' time.
Well, the whole team is currently coming over towards Nande's neighborhood where he's been farming up for the last little while. I feel like if he goes for this wave, he might just die. Takes the Ancients, but sees the illusion in the wave, and that should give him what he needs to know that he is currently not alone. But yeah, Noob and Toby now back away themselves back over towards the other side of the map. Nande's already gone. Grouping up with the team. Are we going to see a smoke here, or do you just wait out the Aegis first and then go? It's only a minute.
I think they could maybe time the smoke to hit it, or if they get the jump, like if Nande finds some random Rubik or SD in the wild, he might just go for a dagger and test his luck. Like he sees Amara now, he's like, boys, do I?
Can't improve.
Yeah.
You make mistakes.
I mean, this EMP now with the with the suck is actually pretty insane for Medusa because this hero has no mobility, she has no Hurricane Pike. This is going to mean pretty reliably you're going to be just destroying Medusa's health pool every single fight on this Invoker. This could be a major factor in these fights. Like, yeah, she's got a BKB when that Aegis comes out, but you can't BKB every time there's an EMP about to go off on you, you know?
Has Nande shown the rapier though? I think he's been in Blur the entire time. I think he showed the relic. So the
I'm not even sure he
expectation
showed the relic, I'll be honest. Like, he was farming on this, like, bottom side of the map, on the side of the Dire for such a long time under the cover of Blur. Like, I don't know of this information, but they keep pinging PA missing. They keep pinging, like, they know something's not right.
They have double Ghost Scepter on the side of Quest. Both SD and Rubik have one.
Yeah.
Can they press it before a 3,000 crit dagger slaps him in the face? I don't know. Maybe they saw the relic and assumed it was a nullifier, but either way, we've got smoke on smoke action. The rapier, this is its grand entry into the game.
I mean, only if he finds the entry to the fight, you know, like Nande, he will let his entire team die before he gives up this rapier. I can tell you that much for free. The Zoo, it's coming in. The Austrian Zoo chasing down Skylark as, well, down the low ground. Unfortunately, looks like Spartan's just going to get pecked away at by the walls. And now the coil comes out onto the Beastmaster as well. He's going to have to snap it, but he's going to go down as well. 2 heroes dead. Nande not finding the entry point he's looking for, so will not commit to this fight.
Okay. Bugged Hawk XD. I didn't see what the bug was. I was staring at Nande.
Why so many bugs in this series?
I think Pango jumping off the map.
Probably more impactful, yes.
Yeah, but I didn't see what the Hawk situation was. If he could maybe use his time whilst dead to maybe describe the problem to us.
Yes, that would be appreciated.
Maybe he just didn't
51 uses of Wex in that fight as well, so cool.
I mean, he is trying to get the win, so WWWW.
Yep, slamming it. Nande, gotta be careful.
Oh, 25 seconds into my prediction. Come on.
Shut up, T. Jump forward onto... Oh, nice disruption coming out from Kaori. Always in the right place to save his supports. And again, just one eye on Nande this entire time. Desire goes in, tries to make an opportunity. Opportunity is not good enough. It's like they're trying to impress him enough to invite him into the fight. And he's just like, no, it's not good enough for me. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure he's right. Any of these engagements, I feel like the moment he jumps in, he's going to get a coil on his face. He's going to get a Medusa just smacking him down. Like, they need to get this coil out, and they need nobody, like, at least 4 heroes alive after the coil comes down.
Ooh.
I think that is probably the criteria.
And Medusa has the BKB, oh sorry, not BKB, the DD plus a Silver Edge. So you have multiple forms of eating through that PA, from the MKB True Strike and then the Silver Edge Break. Yeah, this PA really doesn't want to enter the fight, and it feels like Nande in the last, like, both of these games, it's kind of like he holds his team hostage in his playstyle, right? The Terrorblade, skipping waves, never really wanting to fight for the big fight. And then for the PA, it's like he buys Rapier. And it's like, guys, I have Rapier now. I can never fight. And he's basically forced himself to playing the split push, force his team to soak up anything. And Rubik stole the Serpent Wards to tickle this tier 3 just for a little bit.
Yep, send a message. Pretty annoying, but gives a decent amount of gold at least, so.
I think PA is looking towards completing the BKB. You'd like to think that should give Nande enough confidence to actually want to fight,
Dire
because
scanning.
everyone else is just happily scaling. And Aeon Disc now complete on Rubik, so he won't be going down to at least the first dagger. Maybe the second one.
Dire are
Second
scanning.
dagger's what gets you. Nande needs to leave this area. Toby, oh, he sees him, but it doesn't break the blur. And he's just like, yeah, I'm just going to peace out. I'm just going to get out of here. This is such a nerve-wracking game. He's held on to this rapier for such a long time. I don't think he's hit a hero with it yet. They might not even know he has it still.
Corey, he does have the ninja gear, so he's going to be able to deal with the blur with his own fake blur. Spartan.
Here we
dying for a
go.
couple balls.
Brought that onto Kaori. I mean, Spartan does go down pretty much immediately. Buyback comes in. Toby getting slowed down. Nande enters the fight, blows up the Lycan in a matter of seconds. But now, Skylark, he's the one in trouble. TA2000 is upon him, but they so scared to actually commit to this right now. Nande looking for the entry. Once again, doesn't really want to fight up the high ground into this right now. They've got the snake vision, but it's not enough to really invite them as the puck just continuing to mess around with them. Coil does come down. Ooh, that's a toss away. I mean, Skylark is actually going to be grateful for that one as it gets him to a modicum of safety as he waits on the sidelines. And with the BKB does now run out. Also, the Stone Gaze being used. Surely, if there's ever a time to enter the fight, this might be it. But at the same time, you don't have your team with you. And once again, Nande will back away. Another day, another non-committed fight from KZ.
This is... Because like at any minute, he could just lose the Rapier and the game ends. Or he crushes them all and it's like, we're back in the game, boys. And for Quest, I think this type of gameplay is slowly getting to them. They're chasing the PA for the Ancients, using a couple TPs, and suddenly Lycans on the other side of the map, killing off a Shaman. They are slowly getting quite split up, but it's not really enough to dent the net worth lead. I think Noob's doing a very good job split pushing, not getting surprised by the PI either, because one quick dagger jump, Puck could easily get deleted from the game. And Nande, of course, is showing
you have
so
to give
much
credit
patience,
towards Puck as well. Like that Noob hasn't put himself in that position, you know? Like even when he jumps into Coil, it's like blink, Coil, orb, phase shift, like he's out, you know, not sticking around to get any extra damage.
Lycan picked up the Trickster's Cloak, so a little bit of evasion plus invisibility. You got the SD with the ninja gear, so he can try and evade the... Not evade, but let's just hide in the shadows. Yeah, so everyone's kind of kitted out to deal with PA in some form. And that is maybe why Nande is afraid to go. But gonna go for the Aegis. This should give TA2000 the confidence to hit high ground. But once he does that, then his team will be in a position where PA can wrap around, and this game could last hours. I do need to go to the toilet, but it is fine. I will hold. Aegis falls 41 minutes.
Top tower is
Yep,
under attack.
tier 2000 gonna take that. Also gobbles up the Aghanims as well. Stone Snake gonna be super annoying in these engagements, honestly. You know, you want to catch out this PA. Well, that might be one way to do it.
It's a matter of, can they get one spell on turn? Does she blink him without a BKB into a lift? Does her BKB expire, but she's now in Stone Gaze? Like, it's a matter of margins. Kill her once, win the game. Oh, Tormentor. I kind of wish Spartan also just got deleted.
One shot.
Well. Quest, they are posturing on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I think they're looking to go up this high ground. At the same time, like TA2000, we talk about the sieging potential, and it's not good. You've still got the EMP to worry about. You've still got rapier daggers coming at you. I just think that there's actually no way for Quest to just siege this game.
It feels kind of like the impossible game to end. One team too afraid to fight with their carry, one team afraid to go high ground because they're too afraid to fight the carry who's too afraid to fight. So we are really in an endless time loop, and Nande, he's going for a refresher. The PA went Battle Fury Ags, Deso Rapier, BKB refresher.
BKB refresher.
That line of itemization really probably is...
Shard in there as well. Yeah, it's
Oh, and a shard, true.
the shard actually post Ags, I think. Yeah, it's yeah, it's the build. It is a build. Has it kept them in the game? Kinda, honestly.
It's indirectly done it for sure. Like the talk on Quest, like their comms now is probably like, guys, respect the PA, position, play on the wards. We want to push out our waves first. If we find PA, we can win the fight. But if we don't find PA, like it is going to be a cluster
Or it's
of
just
noise.
TA 2000. Can we push high ground yet?
No.
No. All right. When we'll be able to push high ground? No. All right.
It's also like they haven't really been
What's he
scaling
doing?
too much in this. Like Invoker only picked up a BKB in this time. Skylark picked up a Halberd. Like it's not as if other heroes are really surprising us with some crazy items to also enter. Like Lycan picked up a BKB. It really is just the show of the carries, and both teams are respecting each other so much. Aegis, 2 minutes left. We got double ninja gear for Beastmaster and Tiny. And Shaman. Oh my. 3 ninja gears plus a PA blur and a ghost walk. We are
The ninjas in
team.
this game.
Yeah, we are team. Don't look at me.
The real battle is fought in the shadows. But here they come. Oh, this might be it. This might be it. Nande, he might be the one tanking this gang. They're right next to each other and they have no idea. How is the blur not popping? There it is. This? BKB pops and immediately they jump in. They've got the demonic purge. Oh, Nande, I don't think he can escape this one. I think he might just be going down. The damage is coming in, and there we go. The Rapier's dead. No buyback either on the Phantom Assassin. Is this how it ends, T-Gov? Is this how it
level 25.
finishes?
He can't blink out the coil.
Oh,
He can't
no.
break it, I meant, sorry. Because of the BKB piercing.
Yeah. And demonic purge and everything else on top of him as well. He just can't get away.
We farmed for this?
Instantly queued up. He held on to it for so long.
So anyone who said 12 minutes for their prediction, congratulations, you won absolutely nothing but pride of rapier knowledge.
This is crazy. All right, now, Medusa. 47k net worth, okay? TA 2000 literally could not ask for any more items. Her basket is full. Okay, she doesn't have a shard. No, she just bought a shard. She has a shard. She's absolutely got everything a little girl could possibly want. This Medusa is fat.
What a sentence.
Yep. And I'm not fat shaming here. I think all
No,
girls are beautiful.
it is beautiful right now. She is voluptuous, and she's going to be winning this game. I'm all for it.
No such thing as a bad curve. As TA 2000 looking to come up the high ground, that EMP always going to be a threat, but if they can take Wish out of the engagement, then it certainly won't be. BKB used very, very early, but Noob comes in. There's the coil to take down the core, and he is gone. Buyback available. They've also managed to find Spartan on the sidelines as well. This fight is not really looking like a fight. It's looking like they're just chasing them down right now. Tips even coming out onto Desire. He's trying to get himself away. He will be able to do exactly that. Invoker with the buyback. PA coming back to life in 2 seconds, but no Rapier available in the PA. Is she going to have damage issues in this fight, Nande? I think so. Middle barracks is gone. Top barracks looking to go. They've finally broken the base, and they're just laying death and destruction in their wake. They need to get the PA out. The toss about 2 centimeters forwards. No, they will be okay, but the barracks will not. 2 lanes taken by the side of Quest. 1 more to go. They've done this all without the need of an Aegis as well. Aegis, Schmaegis. Tier 2000 can look to go for the final land, and they jump onto Zyra again. Zyra's just gone. Too much damage coming out from this Rapier Medusa. The gift of a Rapier. 51k net worth now on the Snake Lady. What do they do, T?
They just slow siege here. Put the SD, give the illusion, send them up the high ground. Click on the PA and understand that she's not a threat anymore. Yes, she can instantly kill supports, but she lost a lot of her damage.
One final barracks remaining, no towers left. Quest. They've got the BKB even. Like, I feel like they don't need to wait, but, you know, they've been taking this game very slowly, very carefully.
You don't want to give a chance for KZ to get back into this. This entire game has been just cat and mouse. Can you find the PA? Eventually, Nande had a slip up in his positioning. He got caught by the level 25 coil and died. No way does Quest want to suddenly give the Rapier back and restart this entire chase, playing for the next Roshan. They're going to be disciplined. They have 46k gold, and it is their game to win now.
Beautiful person with a charming personality.
It's so tense. It probably shouldn't be, because I feel like this is just Quest to like rock up and end, but
100%.
why do I feel like it's like something crazy is going to happen?
Nande does that to you. I feel like he just has this like,
Yeah.
it's his, when he enters a game, it's like it's his game, but I don't think he should be able to do it. This is just Quest win. Like 47,000 gold, one lane of racks away from Megas. It should just be get the kill, win the game. But
Yeah.
there's a 1% chance
coming out onto the PA as well. Like it's super tough. And now Skylark commits to the fight, roar out onto the Medusa, starts to stop himself dying from it. But beautiful coil onto all three cores from the side of the puck. You wanted that end to this game. Well, here it comes. Down
There
goes
it is.
Nande. Skylark gone. Wish as well. All three cores lying in the dirt, and GG is there. Game number 2. It goes to Quest as well. A significantly convincing ending to this long drawn out game. And what a series it was. Even though it was a 2-0, very entertaining from both these teams, T.
yeah. I gotta say, I think we obviously got absorbed into that Rapier gameplay quite heavily, for sure. But my final point to that will be, I think it probably was the downfall for KZ, because it forced their carry to not play any Dota. It was always just hope for the fight, tank the Stone Gaze, tank the coil for me, and then we can fight. As we just quickly hacked the mainframe, we just broke the script. KZ was meant to win, but quickly rewrite it. That's a lie, of course. Quest are the favorites, but yeah, it's weird. Nande just, I feel like he commands the game, and also Wish, we didn't get to see him be the Wish from DPC. He was just like a supporting invoker, it felt like, amped up his team.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, of course, Quest, methodical Dota, they work as a team, and that is the key thing. They are a group of lads that throughout the entire game, they have each other's back. Noob, he's hunting the PA. He's got his team behind him, Lycan pushing out the waves. The support's always next to TA 2000. It's just really fun Dota to watch against difficult games, even in the easy stomps. They've always got levels to their team, and yeah, they're going to have a deep run at this TI qualifiers, and for sure, easily, you know, top 2, top 3 favorites to, of course, qualify to the international.
Yeah, I think top 1 for a lot of people as well, considering how they did at the major, you know, like for recent results. Logically, you know, they're definitely one of the best, and they're showing that here, absolutely. Like a really convincing start to their run. Like, sure, the games were long, but at the same time, it also felt pretty damn comfortable for them as well. It was never like KZ were the team coming into any of these fights. Like, they were always fighting with their backs against the wall as the underdogs, trying really hard. And yeah, like they did have some magical moments, but in the end, moments don't make a game. You know, the strategy does. And Quest had that absolutely down. And they had faith as well. Like, one thing I would say about KZ is that there was a little bit of lack of like faith in the commitments and some of the goes, and like even buying the Rapier kind of feels like a desperation move. And as you say, you know, just get more, if you want more damage, like get like a butterfly or something and run at those fights, and you're like, you know, go in and, well, not butterfly on PA, that'd be a huge grief, but you know, get into the engagements and just come in and yeah, take it normally. I think they have the skills to be able to do that, but yeah, nevertheless, the Rapier didn't work out this time around. And sure, if it had got a couple of kills and made the game close, and we'd be telling a different story. And it was nearly that situation a couple of times, but in the end, Quest, they just played around it too well. They played close. They never let anybody get picked off. They didn't let this Ags go to work in the fights. They saved everyone. Kaori absolutely outstanding on the Shadow Demon as well, but I feel like, I don't know, when we're looking at individual outstanding performances on Quest, there is no one, because it was just this was such a team game.
Yeah, that's true. No, you know what? I'll give them that. I think it's such a team game, but noob.
But noob.
Yeah,
fair
but
enough.
noob.
Fair enough.
I'll give it to him, because I think in the entire series he played really well, and in this game it was his job to play the side lanes where the PA was also playing, to not get picked off, because easily in this type of game the PA with the Deso, the Rapier, could just go for that one quick kill, but he was always respecting that potential, oh, I've died, sorry guys, PA is now hitting our tier 2 style scenario. And then on top of that, he then eventually gets the PA in the decisive smoke play to get off the kill, to win them the game into this threat of the Rapier. So I think Noob just played a really stable game. He also itemized really nicely. He didn't try and do anything quirky due to patch changes. He was just a stable strength, tanky puck. Of course, he's not a strength hero, but look how beefy he becomes with these itemization. So yeah, I just really enjoyed his gameplay. Super aggressive, and yeah, but of course, very much a team game from Quest in this one. Like, if any of them have a slip up, they're going to be feeding off to the PA, and it will get awkward. So they all needed to be on their A game, all need to itemize correctly, which they did with Ghost Scepters, Aeon Discs, Ninja Gears, and Trickster's Cloaks. They had everything to deal with this PA.
Yeah, they did. And the coil at the end as well, just absolutely shutting it down. Like, when it hit puck 25, it felt like there was no longer a chance, honestly. Like, that was such a difference maker. Like, you just can't jump around. And the only way you win these fights at the PA is by jumping on the supports, getting the kills, refreshing your abilities, and playing around that Medusa. The moment you just have to try and stand your ground, you're done. There is no chance. So, yeah, great try from KZ. You know, at least they delivered on entertainment, but unfortunately, they weren't able to pull it out of the bag. And Quest, unsurprisingly, continue through the upper bracket here. And yeah, that's going to put an end to our first series. Any closing thoughts? And of course, predictions for our next one?
Oh, I feel like the next one's level up, right? So in that case,
Level up
I'd
Luna
say,
Galaxy, yeah.
let me double check the Luna Galaxy.
It's the Div 1 Hustlers.
Yeah, no, I think Level Up are just the better team right now. But if there ever was an upset team, I think Luna Galaxy are that upset team. I expect all the other ones to do well, but Luna have some weird stuff going for them. But no, I think Level Up should be the favourites.
Disgusting, T. With a British duo, we have to support our boy Xantic. What are you doing?
No, sorry. Xantic, no. You're going to lose, mate.
All right. Well, the dire words coming into the next series, but I'm sure it's going to be a banger. We're going to peace out, but yeah, plenty more Dota to come. Stay tuned, and we'll see you very soon.
I'm PA, guys. I'm PA. Go kill them, no, guys. Can we jump at them? Can we jump?
Yeah. Look. Not cool. I'm fine. This is that. I'm scouting.
Tanya will for sure jump.
Look, Shaman.
Invoker there. Invoker.
Carry, don't kill Rosh. Fine. Tiny up.
Tiny.
I'm not kissing.
I got avalanche. Nice.
Nice, guys. Go for high ground.
I need to up.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back to the Western Europe qualifiers. We're back with the second series of the day. Should be a fun one. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy against Level Up. We've seen these teams quite a bit as the time has gone by throughout the year. And I'm joined here by someone who's also been seen a lot throughout the year, Lacoste, as we come into this one. Lacoste, it's okay joining you again, but
3 out of 5, yeah.
yeah, 3 out of 5 would join for casting one more time. But how you doing, and how do you think about this matchup we got coming up?
Doing good, always hyped up for some Western European Dota. These are the teams that did not manage to qualify. D1 Hustlers, D2 Hustlers, they're like, yeah, we got to stop changing our names because, again, they dropped down to Division 2. So they finally get themselves an organization to join and level up. I think this is going to be a very interesting one, very close series. Like the previous series that we just watched, Quest against KZ team wasn't as close. Quest's slightly more experienced team when it comes down to execution. But I feel like this one's gonna come down to a draft because both of the teams looked really good when they played throughout the DPC. They also played in the European League, played in this Bedboom tournament as well. So they've not been just chilling, but they've been also practicing. They've been playing in different tournaments, collecting the information about the new patch, and also throwing in some of their fresh ideas into the mix.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I was giving a look to Level Up, how they've been doing recently ever since the new patch. And, it's just considering the fact that they were so dominant in the Division 2 when they were moving on up, it's definitely been a little bit more of a rocky road for them because it's not just win after win. These guys were dominating Division 2, and it felt like, honestly, they could have been, at the time, a Division 1 contender in the middle of the pack, especially with a region that gets 4 slots to a major. I could have seen this team then be one of those teams that maybe grabs a 4th slot. But they've struggled here and there with some matchups, some of them in EPL. I know they just missed out on qualifying to the Bet Boom event after they got 3-0'd by Nigma, who are also in this qualifier. So I'm interested to see because their ideas have been a little bit different when they were in Div 2 as well in terms of their hero picks, what they've got cooking. What's Victor working on over there at the Level Up studio, right?
Pretty much. I mean, this whole team is very skilled. I think you and me, we've been covering most of their games throughout the DPC, the last tour, and they looked really good, especially Lorinov. I think this guy, if he doesn't manage to qualify to TI with the great reshuffle that happens after TI, he's gonna get himself a really good team because he looked the most consistent and looked very good on certain heroes, mostly Queen of Pain, Storm Spirit, and he is also a guy that doesn't tilt. He plays really well from behind, which is kind of a rare thing, and just being consistent. I want to touch upon that slightly more because, as you mentioned, they played in different tournaments and they lost some of the matchups that maybe they should have not lost. They played against Team Storm, they played against Team 6. You're like, who are these teams? Because if you want to qualify to TI, this should be a walk in a park for you.
Yeah, Lorinov is definitely, going against the grain when it comes to mid, I would say, mentality. You say he doesn't tilt, it's almost so much more common for mids to tilt. I mean, some of the poster childs of the mid lane these days are your classic tilters, right? So it's always nice to have a level head, especially in a position like that. I think Milan's one of those guys too. He's very passionate, he's very vocal, but he's also very, not untiltable, but he's definitely very, hard to tilt. He's like a bit of a pinball machine, hard to tilt.
Yeah, the vibe that I got from this team when we did the interviews with them is it's pretty chill. It's always going to be easy to look chill when you are winning most of your series. So, when you're playing from behind, when things are not going well, how do you bounce back? But seems like the chemistry between the team, because these are the players, I remember them talking in one of the interviews, these are the first picks. When they were trying to make the team, these are the players that they reached out to, and the players said yes. So getting the team that you wanted in the first place is really good, and it shows with the gameplay that they showed in the DPC so far.
Yeah, that was Milan saying that, if I recall correctly. He was just like, these are everybody I wanted to play with. I mean, hell, you don't get that in your pub games unless you're 5-stacking, and sometimes I don't 5-stack with all the people I really want to play with, truthfully. It's a friend of a friend who, downloaded the game by accident or something like that, and, now he's in my 5-stack, and I'm just like, all right, I guess I'm playing with this. This is cool. But, let's get into this first game draft. It should be a fun one. You see the guys on Level Up. You see Victor in the background. These guys have been boot camping. There's definitely that chemistry building between this squad. I know we've been talking a lot about them. I know probably mainly because we covered like all their games, and that was a lot of the following that we got. But there's your guy, Lornoff, coming into it.
Yeah, I believe that's the Hawk, but maybe just he changed they swapped the players' names. But yeah, it seems like Lornoff is not with them on the boot camp one more time. The rest of the team was boot camping throughout the DPC. And we'll see how they're going to go into Luna Galaxy. On the other side, they did swap their roster, just swapping position 5 player, removing Hakoda, adding Ducalis into their roster. A team that, they have a lot of potential together, especially with Shad on the team. Unfortunately for them, like Shad did not... he was missing in action for a few tours this and the previous year, but he showed up strong. He's always high on the leaderboards, and to go back into the draft, this has been the hero that I feel like it's going to be contested in most of the games, because Treant Protector looked really, really good in most of the games that I've seen. Every single time Leech Seed is buffed, this hero is being picked. He is the lane dominator, very difficult to just lane against him, very annoying. With the addition of the blood grenade, you have wines, so you throw that, and you also like get all the benefits from the vines now because they act like trees. And also like having that extra slow, having a little bit of a global presence. This hero feels like top tier position 5 right now.
Yeah, there was a time where it was definitely getting picked up a lot, and I like seeing it back in the mix. He hits hard, he really makes the lane pretty difficult, and then we get into the Primal Beast, which is one of those flexible picks that comes out. And we've talked about it a little bit, just the way the draft has kind of changed with the heavy amount of bans in the early part. Just based off this one very small instance of this game, what are you seeing here that maybe we didn't see in China, you think, from this draft?
I think different regions are going to have... Of course, it's going to be a lot of experimenting. Sometimes you don't have like Invoker player, or you can't flex Invoker, something that we've seen in China, where like Invoker has been played across multiple roles. Same goes for Nature's Prophet, Earth Spirit as well. Maybe you don't have that position 2 Earth Spirit. Maybe you can only play from position 4. But yeah, I think there's a decent amount of overlapping with these strong heroes that are on the top that I think pretty much everybody understands which heroes those are, because we're talking about Gyro, Treant Protector, Nature's Prophet, like Dawnbreaker, Batrider. These are all the heroes that are very contested so far in the TI qualifiers for a good reason. Primal Beast, I like this hero a lot from the mid lane because it does allow you to rotate. One of the heroes that doesn't care too much about rotating pre-level 6. Like sometimes you'll see Primal Beast going in, picking up 3-minute bounty rune and ganking the safe lane, because this hero is just insanely well. He ganks so well, one of the better gankers in the game. Scaling as well. When it comes down to itemization, BKB, Blade Mail, if it's a good Blade Mail game for Primal Beast.
10 seconds.
Yeah, definitely always interested to see how the Primal Beast is played, where it's going to be going up, like just how flexible it is. You're not really showing anything with this initial pick. Invoker has been getting picked a lot, by the way. I think just today, it's been picked like 5 times, which is insane. But obviously, you've got SEA going on at the same time as this one. But that's a very flexible hero going into the bans as well. And now we've got this Silencer, something that Level Up liked when they were playing in those Division 2 games. We saw it with Milan, especially with early Glaives. He had played it in a pretty greedy Pos 5.
I think that's how you should play. Yeah, Silencer.
Yeah.
Early point in Glaives does allow you to become more active. These are the heroes that want to fight Primal Beast. He wants to go in, having some kind of a backup against... I think it's a good Clockwork game if they want to flex things slightly more. Maybe Treant Protector, he can be 4, he can be 5. I like Clockwork because he's just too good against Primal Beast. He can also find Silencer in the backline, provide you with some vision, because Beastmaster, he's not the vision hero anymore. Sure, when you buy Helm of the Overlord, you can scout with the summons, scout with the boar, but his Hawk isn't really as... It's a different ability now, so I wouldn't say it's not as good, because still strong ability, might need to see slightly more from it. And now we have the Hawk against the Hawk in the lane, so that's gonna be a good one.
we're 5 minutes into it. We're ready to go. There we go. Yeah, I definitely said that was the Hawk earlier. I should have known by the muscles. You know, he's very, very fit, the Hawk.
Radiant.
Almost as fit as the
I
Beastmaster.
saw him yawning, and he should wash his face, most definitely. And there's the Clockwork pick that we mentioned, because it does make a lot of sense. Primal Beast just struggles going in against the Cogs, and also Clockwork, you jump the Silencer, you find the kill.
Ooh.
Yeah. Io, so a little bit more global presence coming out from level up, and this has been their bread and butter. This has been pretty much every single time when it's available. Lorinov will pick up Storm Spirit, even if he doesn't have any kind of battery, with like before, when Pagna was popular, they were playing with it. Now Io, Keeper of the Light was also the third option, but I've also seen him dominate, even without having any kind of mana regeneration, so now they need to figure out how to deal with this Storm Spirit, whether they want to countering in the lane, maybe they want to pick up something like a Puck, because it feels like a decent Puck game from what I'm seeing. Silencer is the only one who can provide you with some issues during the global, but other than that, seems like a free reign. Quap is also there. I mean, if you want to like dominate, but then again, you're picking Quap into Silencer, so it could be slightly tricky.
Right. I was gonna say Io not the most popular pick throughout these qualifiers. Only 10 picks right now with a 5 and 5, and Death Prophet coming into the mix.
Team ban.
You know, this is something that we were seeing a little bit in Division 2. Death Prophet coming in, pushes well. I think it's a decent pick overall. But again, not one of those heroes that's been showing much favor in any of the regions so far. It's also like Io, only has 10 picks. But this is lining up for it to be a mid-Death Prophet, right?
Definitely looks like it. Unless they want to play it as a carry, which I don't think they will. Maybe if it was level up, because the Hawk plays these intelligence heroes from the safe lane, like Nature's Prophet, Necro. These were his signature heroes, Death Prophet as well. So I think this is just a matchup in the mid lane to have a bit of extra silence hero. Like, in terms of damage that they have on side of level up, there's not that explosive damage. Io doesn't provide you with much in the mid game. Silencer also doesn't do it, so they will need to get some pickoffs before they can teamfight into this overwhelming teamfight from Luna Galaxy. Death Prophet, Beastmaster, Treant Protector, these are all beefy boys, very difficult heroes to kill.
So bans coming through in the final phase are the TA, the Medusa, TB, which was very popular in China. And we'll see what this last ban is for Luna Galaxy, but right now, level up, they do have that very global presence. They're going to ban that Troll Warlord out. And does that last ban signify anything to you that they're looking at in terms of a last pick here for Luna Galaxy?
Luna. Not even kidding. It could be it if they want to like keep the tempo. I think this can be some tempo hero coming out from Luna Galaxy, because they have like Beastmaster, Aura, Dead Prophet, and there's tempo. I don't think level up can pick like can put enough pressure onto this Alchemist, because they lack damage. Silencer, Io, these are not the heroes that like want to rotate early on. Io wants to stack and get some farm going, maybe post level 6, but we're already in the territory. If you are keeping them busy with the 4 other heroes, Alchemist is going to get the farm. So I see a lot of strength heroes, a lot of beef ones, even though like Beastmaster's universal now, but he's still relatively tanky. This is a really good draft from Luna Galaxy. I like it.
It's very fast-paced. You were saying, like, it can be high tempo. You've got, obviously, the pushing power of Exorcism. You've got Beastmaster that's a natural pusher. And you've also got the Treant Protector to defend the towers. Like, we saw it when Treant Protector was very much in the meta last time, that teams that couldn't break through those early towers and that early defense that Treant gives struggled heavily to have any map control. And when you've got a fast pace lineup like this for Luna Galaxy and you're not losing any towers, you kind of take over the map.
You most definitely do. And the question is, do you want to go for something like more late game oriented to match what Alchemist is doing, like a Battle Fury carrier, like a Phantom Assassin, which I think you can get overran with the heroes that Luna Galaxy have? Or if you want to bring out one of these heroes that I mentioned, like Necro, but then you're scaling might not be as good, because what Alchemist wants to do, play on low HP. You also, in terms of control, don't have really much to control this Alchemist, so he's really not afraid of any of these heroes. You have like Primal Beast going in after the global. If Treant Protector gets the ulti, I feel like this is a very difficult draft for Level Up to fix with the last pick. Even though they have the last pick, it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of time thinking about this last pick, and it just feels like everything in the draft. This is, you said it in the pregame. These two teams are close enough where everything's going to happen in the draft, and it does feel as though Level Up, they're between a rock and a hard place with how much they're thinking about this last pick, and they're going to go to a Sven. I don't hate that, especially, the level 6 is kind of strong for them.
I was thinking about it because it's been the Hawks classic throughout the last tour of the DPC. He really farmed well. It's a hero that can match up the farm, because I mentioned like the Battle Fury carrier. Sven has free Battle Fury pretty much. But then again, you're playing into 3 BKB piercing abilities. There's Hookshot, there's Roar, and also Treant Protector ulti. So not an easy Sven game by any means. I said, as you mentioned, that this one's going to come down to the draft. I think Level Up, they got the draft that they wanted. I just don't think the draft that they have is good against what Luna Galaxy have right now. Coming into this one, Level Up, I feel like they've been a team that's like relatively easy to predict what they're going to play, because all of the heroes that we see on the screen have been played by them throughout the DPC. So they're picking the heroes that they're really familiar with. On the side of Luna Galaxy, they're, I would say, experimenting slightly more, bringing out this Alchemist, Dead Prophet for Azantic as well, and Ducalis on Treant Protector. I feel like this is a tough game for Level Up, really tough one.
Yeah, you're right. Like, now that I look at this lineup again from Level Up, patch has changed, but their drafts haven't. And staying very stagnant with your hero picks like that is very dangerous, especially in TI qualifiers like this. I'm wondering if they can match the pace and or stall the pace enough from Luna Galaxy to give them a chance with this Sven. It's going to be tough. Like, the level 6 hits for Luna Galaxy, and they're going to be coming for your buildings and coming for your side of the map.
Yeah, I can understand why they picked up Sven, because this is something that they've done before. Whenever they feel they need to protect teammates, there were like 2-3 maybe even games when they played Sven against Monkey King, where you're like, you know what, we're just going to pop that war cry. He even picks up the shard relatively early on the Hawk to cover his teammates, some of the weaknesses that they have. And this is like lineup that relies so much on heavy physical damage. Dead Prophet, Alchemist with his right clicks, Acid Spray, lower the minus armor. So I wouldn't say this is the worst game for Sven. I'm just thinking about like these mid-late game fights where he's gonna like have to pop a BKB to get out of the Treant Protector ulti, can't protect himself. He's not like a Lincoln's buyer. In terms of saves, there is global, there is relocate, but is that gonna be enough? I think Lorinov, he will need to pop off one more time, and I feel like the name of the game for Level Up is gonna be stacking. How many stacks they can make for Storm Spirit on the big camps, and later on for Sven on the ancient camps, where he can actually get the farm, match up with the farm that Alchemist is gonna do.
Well, speaking of the ancient camp, it's blocked. Ducalis went right over to that area with super speed and went over there, threw down an obs, threw down a sentry, and he kind of reads the game plan right away. They've charged up
my man
stun.
Ducalis, he's listening. He's listening to what I'm saying. Just kidding. And the Hawk?
I don't.
Okay, there's the Hawk on him. He rooted him.
Let's see if they can get this kill. Another Hawk, another root, and this will be first blood for this Clockwork. That's definitely not the game plan there, because Sweden Strong gets aggressed on. He's down to half health. He's got 2 stacks of tangos, but he's going to be forced to go and eat into that regen early. And now your Sven has to be kind of careful in lane. He dies again, he's got no TP.
Also, the way they set up the lanes, like lane partner for Primal Beast, usually you would want to pair him up with some extra damage, because Treant Protector Alchemist, they're not gonna die. They're super tanky. 1 point in Leech Seed can mitigate most of the damage that you deal with the Primal Beast, and I feel like this lane is just gonna be won by Luna Galaxy, and there's the kill again. This is one of those lanes where it starts really bad, especially with Clockwork, because Clockwork can easily punish them, and he's bringing something onto the courier. Let's see what it is. It's going to be a lot of regen. I thought he might pick up the boots, but wants to regen up, get some extra for Dalai Lama. When you start a lane like this, as a silencer Sven, you're really going to struggle, because maybe like level 2, level 3, you want to put some pressure, get a kill, get a return kill, Sven gets the solo XP, silencer dies, but they're going to struggle. So I already see 2 lanes being won by Luna Galaxy, and mid lane, it's been a while since I saw the matchup, Dead Prophet. There's been some like changes. Spirit damage has been increased on Exorcism, extra 5 seconds duration in the previous patch, so should be a good one, but Lorinov is CSing nicely.
And that's one of the big things, right? Like, when we think about Dahak, there's been times where he's had some, like, interesting lanes that haven't exactly gone his way, but a lot of those games have had Lorinov pop off, where he doesn't die, where he gets a lot of kills early, he moves around the map, and he opens up the map for Dahak to have that recovery space and then some. So a lot of the games that Level Up have played do kind of, like, hold in the balance on your mid.
It's going to be a lot on his shoulders this game as well. Him and Odme, they will need to pop off. Silencer, Io, these are not the most aggressive position 4 and 5, so it needs to be someone else starting the fights. Lorinov, he has backup coming up from Io with the battery. Give him that mana, and also
Theo, he's kind of low, but he's able to walk away. But they've got the root from the Hawk. Milan now getting run down here, and there's a nice little rocket to get the kill on a Milan. The Hawk's just not doing well with this Hawk that constantly is rooting him, slamming down on top of him. He throws out a Stormhammer, and it's just very frustrating to run or even go for a Beastmaster. Look at this. It's level 2 of Call the Wild on the Hawk, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, sometimes you are your greatest enemy. Being able to defeat yourself, your own weaknesses. Let's see if the Hawk is going to be able to do so. Running low on regen in this lane, have 1 tango to work with. There's some on Milan, but again, playing very aggressive.
Yeah, but they don't have the Arcane Curse and or the Last Word to follow that up. Otherwise, Double-elimination, I think, is dead to rights. They still might go for it the second the Stormhammer's back up, but it's still got a significant cooldown left. Arcane Curse, Last Word, and a Stormhammer. They're going to need 1 more right click. They'll get the damage from that Arcane Curse.
That was a bit too aggressive.
Their way. Yeah.
Maybe he should have waited until he gets level 3 on Clockwork, pulled the lane back so they have more space to work with, but dies. They use some resources. Silencer relatively low on mana, and now we can see that Sweden Strong's trying to figure out what's happening. He knows that it's blocked, so need to bring the sentry, unblock that ancient camp. Teolikor is going to secure the rune for Xantic.
Yeah, I'll pick up that water rune and get those 2 sips on that bottle. Basically pretty even over here mid, 23 and 4 to the 21 and 4, and Double-elimination now dealing with that Last Word as well as the Arcane Curse. That'll eventually wear out. He's got himself 10 charges in that stick, which he'll pop. He's got another tango to eat as well.
Level Up using this
tango
opportunity. They know Teolikor will try to go and find someone in the river, secure the rune, so they try to play slightly more aggressive onto the Dalai Lama. He's still in a good spot when it comes down to CS. Could have had slightly more, but they're doing a good job harassing them. And top lane, Alchemist, complete free farm. That's the biggest part for Luna Galaxy, because they're not stacking anything at the moment, but they know that this Alchemist cannot die unless Storm Spirit rotates. So 6-minute rune, very important for, again, both of the teams. More important, I would say, for Lorinov to pick it up so he can maybe get the Arcane, maybe get Regen, and try to gank the side lane.
And they are putting damage on mid and in that off lane. Lorinov just getting chased, and they get that Crypt Swarm to get the kill. Sweden Strong tethered in, but Lorinov just chased down, and that's without Exorcism that he gets that solo kill.
still has Catapult to play with.
He might
So
just
with
pop it.
EXO, he might pop it, and I can expect Luna Galaxy to maybe even bring both supports to the mid lane, secure this tower, maybe secure another kill on Storm Spirit pre-level 6.
That's exactly what they're doing. Theocor is going to be coming over. You've got Ducalis coming in over mid, and it's Sweet and Strong. He's in and out of the spot while the Hawk
I
goes
believe
down, and
that
he's
is not his side of the map.
No. That's 2 kills across the board, and it's 6-1 all of a sudden, and this is going to be a lot of damage coming through under your tier 1 over mid.
Radiant structures.
EXO still
Got a fourth
25%
iteration.
left on it. Yeah. So some damage is going to be
catapult.
dealt, but there's still Catapult. Lorinov just hit level
Bottom
6.
lane.
So they're going to try to do
Llama.
something with it.
Oh, he's got that stick, and now the TP's there. Milan actually might be the one in trouble. He's trying to just get a kill here, but the axes are thrown, and, well, we've got ourselves a Brazilian scoreline.
7-1. Yeah, speaking of that, the Olicor doing really good with another battery. They might even try to put some more pressure onto Sven. The Hawk just throwing it there, thinking there's going to be enough damage, but the Vailama has a pretty good understanding how much he can tank.
He's also got some help from the Trine, who took an early level into the living armor. They find him, though, and they've got the Vortex, they have the Trample, and they'll get that kill. Now they're knowing Trine's coming over. We got to make sure that we get this stack. We got to clean it up. Assume they have a ward there. They were pinging it out immediately. I think both sides actually even pinged it, knowing that there's probably a Radiant ward there as well. But only just the Radiant. Wisdom runes. Picked up. So Theocor gets his, and Sweet and Strong gets the other one.
Sweet and Strong took the bottle from Lorinov, picked up that XP rune, and is going to bring the bottle back to the mid lane.
What courier service? That costs extra. Same day redelivery. So the Hawk gets level 6. Now he's got God Strength available. The question is Lorinov going to come down here? Is he going to look to make a move? You're dealing, of course, with Daibai Lama, who's level 6 as well. He's got the Primal Roar. They have that lockdown to go with the Clockwork that can play aggressive. So what does the Hawk do? Does he just use this God Strength strictly to farm? And, well, for right now, that really is the answer.
Supports on side of level up, like they need level 6 on Silencer to be able to get some extra control. Primal Beast on me, he's doing really well. I think they should use him as a tool to fight, because the Hawk, he doesn't want to take a fight. He's popping that ulti, farming the jungle right now. But so is Alchemist. This is the scariest version of Sven. He's being left alone, so Shad completely uncontested, stacking for himself, getting some of the good camps, the golems, so that's going to be a lot of extra gold coming out from him. This is going to be like 11, 12-minute radiance on Alchemist.
Gonna make the lives of level up very rough. You know, some say the golems get you gone, but when the golems split, the golems get you gold. And that's working out for Shad for sure, and they get a bottom tier 1 tower. And this is the pressure that we talked about that Luna Galaxy was going to have here with this Beastmaster. You know, having the boar at level 3, having the ability to push, especially since they dominated the lane. It's no surprise that they get that tower. I think it's a little bit surprising maybe they didn't get the mid-tier 1 tower, but they did use that exorcism, and truthfully, it may not be long for this world anyway.
Level up, they're definitely on the clock. They feel like, no pun intended, they're actually on the clock. They're jumping him. But
yeah, they're going in, get that kill.
It feels like they need to do something. They feel pressure to make rotations, because when it comes down to the mid-late game, their lineup just doesn't scale as good as Luna's Galaxy. Because Sven, sure, he's better if we compare him to 2, 3, 5, 10 years ago, when it comes down to carrying the games on Sven, because you have all of these neutral items, Moonshard, Aghanim Scepter, and you can finally upgrade some of your items. They're thinking about it. Global Silence not available.
They got Pulverize, so they're gonna drop him down. The Nature's Grasp is right there for them to fight in. Going for that Arcane Rune while the fight's going on, and they're turning it around onto Omi. Crypt Swarm, Spirit Siphoning, Seeds of Serenity down for a second. As Xantic uses that pig pole, and they do get themselves that Primal Beast out. But Storm's working with a bottled Arcane Rune. Maybe they look to go back in, but Omi not dealing with a lot of health, and that Rocket Flare is there. They've got 4 heroes for both sides. Even the carries to farm, but I don't really think Level Up have the better fight of this, especially without the Global Silence available.
Middle tower is under attack.
That's going to be another tower. They need to let it go. Maybe they can get the kill on Shad in the top lane. He's being pinged out. Gets the ulti off. There needs to be some kind of a rotation to try to save him. God's Strength.
Hammer, God's Strength, and he's charging up a stun. He'll throw it out with the Ball of Lightning with the Vortex. With that Arcane Rune, Ornoff's ready to go.
They made a 4-man rotation to the mid lane. Shad needed to be slightly more careful. There's the whole jungle for him, so that's going to delay his Radiance by a bit. Still going to be that 11, 12-minute Radiance that we mentioned. Global Silence finally available, but I do love the build on Atlantic. One of the reasons why he survived there is his itemization now has Rod of Aethos, so that's going to keep Aether Primal Beast, mostly going to be used on the Storm Spirit, has Fairy Fire, Magic Wand, Power Tread, so all of this like extra strength, even the neutral item, Big Bolt, 5 attributes, so making him super tanky, almost 2000 HP, 10 minutes into the game.
What I really liked about that move, though, from Level Up is while they were going to get that kill up top on the Alchemist, they were still looking to stack, and using that God Strength with Daha coming up, he's able to clear both the big camp and the Ancient stack. So, you know, that's a good amount of gold going his way, but still, this Alchemist, free farming, despite the fact that he died, he's still going to have himself a pretty quick Radiance.
And there it is. Has the component flying out to him, 12 minute.
And he's still just stacking for himself. He's very efficient with the farm, and he's getting another Golem camp. Gold never looks so good. They continue to find the Alchemist a lot of farm, and he's got about a 1,200 gold lead over the Sven. They see themselves this Tree Protector, and they'll have the control to get the kill. Maybe they could get a tier 1 tower off of this of their own, because they need to start chipping into these buildings and opening up the map for themselves, because like we mentioned in the draft, the more towers they lose the earlier on, their map's going to be squeezed on them, and they need to open up the space for the Hawk, right?
Pretty much. Both teams need to play 4 versus 4, because usually it's 4 versus 5, but both carries want to farm, but seems like Shad has a different
Global
thinking. He wanted to go in, gets the cell stun, Global Silence, Theo's in.
Yeah, he's in. He's level 6. He's got 2 heroes stuck in the cogs. They go to the Rod of Aethos. They get the kill into Sweden Strong. They'll take out Milan, looking for that overgrowth, but it's just out of reach. And they will escape with one more as that TP gets out there for Owned Me. So they almost get a couple more with that overgrowth, but it just misses. They're going to get another tier 1 tower, though. They've got the Exorcism. They've got the Beastmaster right there. So all the tier 1 towers on the side of Level Up are gone.
Nigma Galaxy, they have a really good timing coming out. Next time they hit level 12 on that Prophet, so level 2 Exo, big power spike, BKB on Alchemist, also Helm of the Overlord about to be finished on Davai Lama, so they can keep fighting, but they can also farm. Their late game is much more superior, and they're buying all these small items, like we mentioned, the itemization on Atlantic, but also Teolicor. Drums, like just pump up as most damage as you can, add some extra damage from the Vlads, which makes them even more tanky against the Sven. Woo, shot, barely misses.
Oh, small range onslaught avoids that hook shot, even with the Rod of Aethos coming in. While all this is going on, though, I'm watching as Shad, not only does he pick up the Wisdom Rune, he restacks the Ancient Camp that he's farming, and he's almost got himself BKB ready to go.
I think he's the player who stacked the most on his team. Being a position 1, understands like what the strengths of the heroes are, and then stacks for himself, gets the gold going. He's already 2k gold. Yeah, there it is. 6 stacks, most stacks in the game.
Yeah, it's no surprise. He was farming those 2 camps very efficiently, where Davai Lama's standing right now. So he's been doing a very good job of making gold for himself and basically making it out of thin air. I mean, that's what an alchemist does.
I tend to lie a lot, and I'm really glad when I don't, when it's like backed up by the stats. It's a feel-good moment. Let me just enjoy it for a couple of seconds, B-Cup.
Okay, moment of silence.
Okay, we can go. Thank you.
Okay, cool. No problem. But yeah, I agree with you. It's always nice to see your stats come up and look really good. I'm not as good at that. I'm like, oh yeah, hooks 100%.
And then it's like 11.
6%, yeah. And
As he was farming with it. Same goes for arrows. So BKB done on Alchemist, level 2 ulti on Dead Prophet about to be finished, plus Helm of the Overlord locked for Divine Llama. So this is the big timing. So I feel like Luna Galaxy right now should try to take a fight. Roshan is on the Dire side, so they can try to make a move there, take a fight, maybe even get Roshan afterwards.
So my question to you is, now that he's got Radiant's BKB, obviously he's still looking to farm, but is Shad just willing to fight?
Yeah, most definitely. He showed in the previous fight that he wants to join. Let's see if they can jump him. Storm Spirit with the Sven. He just purchased Blink. It's being delivered by the courier. So maybe they can try to burst him. There is some backup coming out from Ducalis. He's right behind him with the Overgrowth. But if there's a global silence, they might be able to burst him down with Sven ulti from 100 to 0.
By the way, Dahak, we talked about it when they picked that Sven. He's already got that shard queued up, so he's ready to have that upgrade for that war cry. And you can see Ducalis, he's in the trees. He is just breaking the smoke, making their lives miserable on the side of
10
level.
seconds until Chemical Rage. Got the BKB off.
No man's land. So yeah, they go to the pulverized post BKB, but they're going to TP in with this Death Prophet. The Overgrowth comes in as well as the hookshot. They're going to relocate off to the side. He's got the tether on a Warnoff, getting him out of the fight. So right now, split, nobody dead, but Milan's going to fall here, eventually run down by Double-elimination with that boar, and especially that battery assault that was coming in. But if that's all they lose right now, that's really not that bad. They will have to lose Sweet and Strong on the back end of the relocate. But truthfully, it looked like Warnoff was dead to rights. They were in a horrible position. To lose just your supports isn't the worst feeling, but it is really great for Luna Galaxy because they also get Roche.
Yeah, they get it for free. You use Global Silence, you use Sven, God Strength. That means you can't take a fight. Quick fingers coming out from Shad, getting that BKB off, even though there was no Chemical Rage, so he didn't die. And now he's like, okay, Sven's gonna go for the Warcry, get that shard of his own, so I want to build into AC straight away. I like the AC build-up a lot, since you're playing into Sven, making your team much more tanky. This is what the Hawks also thinking. They understand that their timing needs to be right now. With every single fight that they lose, their chances of winning the game are much lower. And yeah, he's getting initiated on, being scouted. Can they kill Dino at least? Yes, they can. 250.
Oof. Just some good gold. Sven doing 95% of that damage. Warnoff comes in, cleans up the Dino, gets 250 gold. Great value for the mana that was used in the time for the Storm Spirit. Deep ward here, Milan's under it. Sweet and Strong's also under it. They're going to place down a sentry, but the hookshot's going to come through. They've got Warnoff coming off to the side. Pushed away via the Cog. Seeds of Serenity are down. It's Zenta coming in with a shield rune. Warnoff, though, he's got to start to run. The silence landed from Exantic. They've got the Primal Roar to follow it up. Theo Core is already dead with the Stormhammer hitting onto 2. They've got the Overgrowth, and will just get him out with that tether and the relocate.
Sweet and Strong, he's been on point with those reloads. Every single time he saves someone, and yeah, seems like they don't want to take the fight. There is Observer Ward behind the tower, which is scouting them out as we speak.
That's
still holding
well
the
done.
Aegis for 3 minutes on Shad. These are like very difficult fights for level up to take. They need to do a lot during the global silence. Primal Beast runs in. Sven, he's not even buying BKB this game. That's a bit of an interesting one. Maybe he thinks, you know, I'll get stunned by Beastmaster, get stunned by Treant Protector even more. So I see Crystallis. The way he's thinking is, I want to deal as much damage as possible. Like, we need to blow up the target that we jump, because if we don't, the same thing is going to happen that happened like 2 minutes ago when they tried to go on Alchemist. Didn't have enough. All they needed was like 2 extra hits pretty much to finish him off. So I can understand what the Hawk is doing there.
They are losing their 2-2 over bottom, and they're not getting the tier 1 over mid. They are going to smoke, so if they can get a couple kills out of that, that's always good for level up. But again, they're getting squeezed on the map. I will say, though, that last fight, if they're able to not take any casualties on the amount of commitment that came in from Luna Galaxy like that, then level up are definitely buying more minutes into the game. No ball lightning. They've got the Vortex. Silence is there, but there's the Rod of Atos. But Sweet and Strong is the Hawk. They've got the Stormhammer. Now the Pulverize to follow it up. They'll get the Global Silence to make sure that they're going to get this kill into Exantic. They'll follow it up with a lot of damage onto Ducalis. As there's the Ball Lightning. Lornoff running out of mana, though. He's got himself a couple of sips left on the bottle. They'll look for the Dust. They'll look at Dive Llama.
They got another stun.
They will. And the Onslaught's there. They've got themselves a fourth. They take out everybody but Shad. And that is certainly buying time. That is buying yourself a lot of gold back into the game. And a lot of damage coming in from the Hawk.
Well, this is supposed to be like few good minutes for Luna Galaxy. Shad is holding on to Aegis for another minute and 40 seconds, but he was nowhere near the fight. Some great initiation. Clockwork gets deleted immediately. They don't follow it up with the Global Silence, so they're waiting. And this Road of Aethos, you see, and then the jump. That was the big one. The Hawk getting in and managing to blow up Dead Prophet plus the Primal Beast. Some good spell use. They didn't overlap anything, and they get another one from Lorinov, having this Mana Sustain from Io, Mech, Soul Ring, and they get one for free.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. They didn't overlap any of the spells. Nothing, like, the timings were just so stretched. That fight was really nice. So they'll get a shard now, which will be put onto Milan. He's happy as he finally puts that 1 point into Glaives. Now he's going to start stealing that that intelligence because he just got that and hasn't gotten any int just yet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not that type of a game, unfortunately, for Milan.
Yeah, you could see the shift that he had to make, though, right? Like, he needed that extra damage with the last word and the Arcane Curse in the lane to try and get anything, and they did end up getting that kill onto the Clockwork. But it's also very important in these fights, too. These heroes do kind of want to use their spells and everything like that. If you can get a silence out, maybe you get another pick off, and that's exactly what they've been able to do. Didn't really need the Glaives.
AC now completed. On Alchemist, Age is gone in a couple of seconds, so this is going to be 5 versus 5. Luna Galaxy, he lost 6,000 gold in like the span of 2 minutes.
This fight might be ill-advised because they don't have this Aegis, but they will find the Sven. They'll go to the Primal Roar. Great Lotus Orb. That's going to reflect back and push them off to the side. They go to the BKB. Shad's trying to go in on this. He still has the Lotus Orb on him. There's the hook shot on Milan. Off to the side, though, is Lornoff as well as Sweet and Strong. They lose just the Silencer. But that was BKB usage. That was hook shot, Primal Roar coming through. And, well, they don't get anything more than a position 5. Level Up have been playing these fights really well. And it is just saving them for what was a great big lead for Luna Galaxy.
Only he's itemizing, not for himself. He's itemizing for the team, picking up this Lotus Orb that he's going to put onto Sven. So you got to decide whether you want to use this Roar. Also great way of dispelling Dead Prophet Silence, Road of Aethos, Overgrowth. So thinking one step ahead. Owned Me, he's been, kind of silent, I would say, when it comes down to what he's been doing in this game, but so far he's been doing the job. It's nothing flashy. He didn't die. He did well in the lane and correct itemization. Now going for the heart, something that we do see on the Primal Beast that like makes them super tanky, so they can reset multiple times.
And the itemization has been really nice. In the last few fights that they've had, Luna Galaxy have lost just their support. It's like the fight that happened over top when they were caught out of position was just Sweet and Strong and Milan. That last fight, just Milan. When they took the fight over mid and they took 4 heroes out, they didn't lose anything. So Level Up, I mean, they have played the last, I would say, 10 minutes or so pretty much perfect to a T, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're like even the heroes that they lost, it wasn't anything too big because Lorinov, he didn't die in a long time. Neither did the Hawk. We just mentioned that Own Me didn't die a single time. And
Lorinov hasn't died since that solo kill.
Yeah, pretty much. And now, next wave of items. I see a lot of Lotus Orbs also being queued up on Luna Galaxy. There's like 3-4 of them. The only one who doesn't have Lotus Orb queued up is Alchemist.
Man, 4 Lotus Orbs. Well, what an item. I mean, you see it do so much work in a fight like that. After it reflects the Primal Roar, you're like, yeah, you know what? That's a great item.
You can't
here
get
for
jumped by Sven, who doesn't have BKB, so he can't reflect that back. Storm Spirit doesn't have Ags yet. Primal Beast as well. Pulverize, very powerful ability. Remove the global silence. So I can see what Luna Galaxy is all about. And it also gives you armor against Sven, so that's a big one.
Top lane, Theocore is looking for somebody to go and use that hook shot on. And there's the Chemical Rage, as well as the right clicks coming through on him along the Force Staff, but it's over to the side of Luna Galaxy. He's not getting out of this. And hook shots off the mark. Do they want to reinitiate? Hawk's thinking about it. He's got this Silver Edge. Maybe they're waiting for this Chemical Rage to run out. And they're not even going to wait for it to run out. They're just going to go in. Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex. Look at the damage on the Shad. They go to the Overgrowth, but now they've got the Lotus Orb on the Hawk. Global Silence was used as well as the buyback from Milan, but they're able to retreat and get back up to the high ground in this triangle.
Oh, that buyback plus Global Silence, if it comes in 1 second early, Sven doesn't get disarmed. Maybe he manages to get the kill on Alchemist, but yeah, now you don't have this big tool that has been used throughout the Dota history. Buyback on Silencer, pop that Global afterwards. Next Roshan's going to be available in 1 minute and 30 seconds, so it's still going to be on the dire side. Luna Galaxy can start prepping for it. They do have good vision near the enemy triangle. At least they might actually devour both of them with 1 sentry. There's another one available.
Yeah. Need to be careful. They're setting up here with this smoke to try and make a move. They don't have buyback on Milan, so he really needs to be sitting far back, and they don't have global for another minute. This is a very ambitious attempt, but knowing that they have to keep the pressure on with the timer on Roche coming to an end and sensing that. So Omi's going to stand forward, but what's the positioning of Luna Galaxy going to be like, and can they get anything out of this? You see already in the trees that Theocore is ready with this Clockwork as well as Xantic.
They also have tier 1 tower to TP to, plus an outpost. I mean, TP to the tower is much faster. They have buybacks available. They have Watcher vision.
Only on the Beast and the Treant, though.
Yeah, plus they also have vision near the Lotus Pool.
Yeah, great word. I mean, this is really prepping for the exact fight that they want.
It is 2 dinosaurs battling it out.
Somebody's going to hit the tar pit. Slow, Lotus Orb reflecting a lot. That reflects the Rod of Atos, and now they're going to continue to reflect all these spells, but they go to the Overgrowth. That's going to hit on Milan as well as Omi. They're going to relocate him out. Milan ends up dead. He's down for 70 seconds. Ball lightning off to the side. Warnoff needs to get out of harm's way, and he is not got a lot of mana remaining, so that's a little bit rough to not have that silencer for 55 and Roche being up, but everything is down except the Primal Roar on the side of Luna Galaxy.
Level up, not going to contest it.
Yeah, they're just going to let it go. That's a little bit of a shocker, but I guess despite the fact that, you know, they don't have hook shot, Chemical Rage is on cooldown, they're still working with the Exorcism. They'll give up that second Roche.
Not a clean execution by any means from Luna Galaxy, getting in, like using most of their abilities onto Primal Beast, who like even got to relocate. I don't think that was necessary, but you know, try to figure out how much damage this guy can tank, and he can tank a lot, as we've seen in the previous one. He also has Ogre Seal Totem, Lotus Orb for himself. This is like effective. They need to deal 10,000 damage to him to be able to get the kill on Primal Beast. With all the healing, with like all the Lotuses, how long the fight's gonna take with regeneration from hard kicking in.
Right.
Lotuses, speaking of that, are coming online for Luna Galaxy. One available on Teolic Core. Xantic has one of his own.
You got to think they're not going to buy all 4, right? Like, I was thinking,
I think
Lotus Orb. I'm thinking though, wouldn't you want the Blink Dagger on the Tree and Protector? Like, that's the Blink.
If there's Global Silence, you still are not going to be able to use it.
Yeah.
And but
with
the support
Lotus Orbs
on Luna Galaxy, they do have Philosopher's Stone. So Big Boy Philly, that extra money kicking in. So eventually they will get it.
Yeah, but
Hawk, he's hunting.
Dire's bottom tower.
There's Big Boy Philly, but then there's Ogre Seal Totem, which is one of my favorites because I always just think of a seal when you use it.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Like if you're not thinking of what a seal noise is when you're using that,
I know you did replicate the seal noises to me multiple times.
Yeah, you just. But it's crazy because I'll do it off camera, and like You'll just be like, oh, you're an ogre seal totem now. Yes, it's my life. Trying to think of like the noises all neutrals would make. Seeds of Serenity? No idea. Ooh. Let's see. Doc? Playing very deep, but TPing out. All right. There we go. I was a little worried for him.
It's a very aggressive move from him. Maybe he gets the kill, Global Silence to try to bail him out of the trouble, but these Lotuses are going to remove the Global Silence. Abilities that can't stop him from TPing out. The Llama saw that Shadow Blade, Silver Edge upgraded, picks up the gem. I mean, Ducalis is the one who grabbed it, but they want to get rid of the vision. They want to see him come in and jump. I love the itemization on Luna Galaxy this game. They understand where the real threat is coming from. Now the Llama picking up. He's going for Heaven's Halberd. I believe that's the full Halberd being delivered to him as we speak.
If Heaven's got Halberd, what does Hell have?
It's a good question.
Lion?
They got Finger.
Yeah,
Radiant's middle tower has
that seems to be...
Hell's Finger.
Yeah, that seems to be all they have. They are putting the pressure on. They're going to even go over to the high ground with this Aegis, so they know what they want. Abyssal Blade, by the way, in the backpack of Shad.
I think that needs to be swapped for a BKB, but maybe he wants to play it safe, wants to have something to dispel things off, and they got the tower, so that's what they came for. They can reset again with another Chemical Rage.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, they get that pretty easily. Just walk the high ground. They're also waiting to make another move. They're waiting up on the high ground. Hawk. Lurking, spinning. These heroes not coming close enough until that rocket flare. Scout them a little bit of vision, knowing where they're going to. Scan comes out from the Dire, and that's going to connect on Omi. So, again, the information is there. We'll see how Luna Galaxy choose to go about it, because they're constantly throwing rocket flares over there. They're looking to see as much as they can, and I think Level Up getting a little bit scared. They're going to TP out of that. Five-man smoke is, you see Luna Galaxy, they kind of cross over, but they're a little bit late to act.
They wanted to find something. This one on the top is going to get devorted. This is the most obvious place that Radiant places an Observer Ward, where they want to hide in the trees, protect Roshan, TP to Outpost with the buyback. So that gets devorted immediately. Nice try from Level Up, but they didn't get anything out of it. Chad, he's in. That's a tanky target,
Pulverize. Both pretty tanky at the moment. They have the Arcane Curse, so Shad just going to keep hitting at these buildings, and eventually the Hawk's going to come back into this and look to maybe fight, but there's still some time on this Aegis, only 3 seconds. So can they time it right? They blink out, and they're going to have that Aegis expire, and the escape is perfect right now from Luna Galaxy. And that is quite nice. 12K net worth lead Luna Galaxy in control with that Aegis, but now if you look at the win probability, by the way, it's still about 50-50. It's 55-45, but it's close considering the lead. Obviously, a touch inflated.
They're really giving them respect. They don't want to risk anything every single time. They might be too timid, maybe respecting the buybacks coming out. There's nothing to pull them into tier 4 towers. It's just Chemical Rage is down, your Aegis is expiring, so they're gonna wait for third Roche potentially. Let's see if Level Up can find any openings. BKB now available on the Hawk. He did disassemble Echo Saber, go back into it. Now chasing, and that level 20 talent on Sven, that's the big one. Plus the shard, so extra 10 Warcry armor, extra 6 coming out from the shard, and also being undispellable. There aren't anything, there's not an ability in this game that can dispel the Warcry armor with, but it's just that extra.
Oh, look at the Hawk's way. Jetpack into the hook shot, and they're gonna push him with the cogs. Now they've got the Abyssal Blade, but relocate out. Well done by Sweet and Strong.
His positioning has been top tier this game.
They're still gonna find him on the relocate back, and nobody's gonna be there to help him, so he's dead.
Managing to bail really good targets from the fight that are supposed to die. And let's see what Luna Galaxy can get out of this one. doesn't seem like they're gonna, the way they're playing,
Dire's middle tower
doesn't seem like they want to risk anything. So probably gonna
Go
wait
with
for
Thor.
Roche, maybe get some poke damage, maybe find an opening. Lorinov has Shield Rune available, makes him super tanky.
is under attack.
Just has to be careful. You don't want to lose anything more than Sweet and Strong at the moment. Dahak, I think, maybe might sit back further on the map after getting ganked like that, especially when he doesn't have Sweet and Strong available to him. So, we'll go for Tormentor. Grab themselves another shard. This one's going to be on the Primal Beast, activating that rock throw, which has a huge range, by the way. Like, you can really toss it. Dinosaur's got strength.
He also picked up the Aghanim Scepter, so we'll have that potential break available.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a lot of rocks running around.
That's going to be a rocky trail. We'll have to see who traverses it better. But it looks like both teams, yeah, of course, waiting for this Roche, and the timer is going to be 1:14, so it does allow Level Up to at least set and know that they want to go for this. But I truthfully don't think they can give up this third Roche for free. They're just down too much, and we saw what they were able to do with the Aegis. Like, Shad's just free to go up to the high ground and take buildings.
You gotta contest this.
So they're smoked up. Looking for a fight.
Again, vision from Dire.
They'll
That's
go
also
in and they've
vision.
got the
Link.
stun charging up
Divas.
on Shad. There's the Abyssal Blade from the Alchemist onto Lornoff. They've got the relocate out. Omi's in. Now they're going to jump and use that onslaught to get some distance between them and the side of Luna Galaxy.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The
attack.
fight disengages. Let's see as they are setting up to go back in, and they will go and throw that breakout with the uproar. They've got the silence on Omi. Exorcism, I mean, the timing is going to be used, and Exantic's only got about a fourth of iteration left. Everybody's still up on the side on Level Up.
Radiant's
Roche is up in
bottom
5.
tower under attack.
Exo's gonna be down, so let's
Yeah.
see. Only he feels pretty confident being the front line, understanding that when it comes down to damage, they don't have this explosive damage other than Alchemist blinking in, but it's still like not enough to bring Primal Beast with 4.5k HP
They're
from 100 to
full
0.
resetting.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rocket Flare, Silver Edge. Hesitant to go straight for Roche from Level Up.
Radiant are scanning.
There's the Beastmaster. His smoke's broken, but they immediately throw the Lotus Orb on him.
Radiant's middle tower.
He'll
is
back
under
away.
attack.
Level Up, they might need to start doing Roche to force the hand of Luna Galaxy, but they're losing a tier 4 tower. There's a double catapult wave on the tier 4.
It's gonna be a good amount of damage like this.
Oh, for sure.
Tier 4 is gonna die most definitely, so now they're waiting for an opportunity to jump.
Now they're going to jump in. Shad goes forward. They've got the stun charged up. They got to get to Hawk out of this one, but the hook shot comes in. They've got the relocate coming out from Sweet and Strong. Now the global silence is there from Milan. BKB's bot by Lornoff. Aegis on the check. Oh, Shad snatches it. They've got the overgrowth. Refresher Shard's going to be picked up here by the Hawk, though. He's getting quite low. They get the kill into Kalas. He's going to buy back and come back into the fight. They've got the break coming out from the uproar from
Relocated him
Onmi.
out.
But now trying to onslaught away. They get the Aegis into the hands of this Alchemist.
Refresher
They've also
is
got the
available on the
cheese
Hawk
onto
for
the
a
Death
BKB.
Prophet. Yeah, he'll have that Refresher. He'll pop it. Goes to this BKB. They get the kill on a Sweet and Strong. He'll throw that stun over on a Shad. But now they've got this throw over on a Dahak, and they'll get that kill onto the Sven. And it is Lunar Galaxy that come out ahead.
So they picked up the Aegis. Shad snatches it. That Prophet gets the cheese. Refresher has already been used. Like, this fight was very awkward because Sven, he dealt like a lot of damage in that fight, but he also got relocated out of the fight, which saved him. But also without Sven, you don't have enough damage.
So now with this Aegis, like I said, they're able to just walk Shad up. With no Dahak either, I mean, they want to force his buyback, though. Go to the Pulverize. Ball lightning in. Lotus Orbs reflecting. Do they have the damage? Dahak still not buying back. The bashes are coming through into Omi. He may not make it out of this. He's forced to buy back. Dahak still not buying back, but this tier 3 tower up top is gone.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
He might need to use this buyback because 30 seconds, it's a long time. They jump
Blink,
him again.
Abyssal, Milan, Ogre Seal, Totem, but not going to be enough. And Xantix's right clicks are in. They'll lose the top set of racks.
Radiant's top barracks.
So now just one set remaining, one tier 3. But 10 seconds is enough time. If they really wanted to force the issue, they could, but Luna Galaxy deciding to retreat.
The Hawk saving his buyback, but he knows that if he uses buyback there and they lose a fight, the game is just over. So saving the buyback for maybe another fight, but it's gonna be difficult. Like finally, you can see Luna Galaxy coming onto the high ground, like going 5-man strong, like the damage of their lineup tying up together. Everything's like these Lotuses, 3 Lotus Orbs on their side to dispel all of these things. If Sven decides to jump post BKB, he will get stunned of his own. Extra armor, AC on the Alchemist, and even overwhelming blink, which makes things much more difficult for Sven to get the jump going. Because right now it deals, this has been the newest addition to the item.
Right.
It deals damage over time for 6 seconds, so you can't blink. You need to pop a BKB and then maybe blink, but this is not what you want to do, you know, waste a couple of seconds of a BKB just to get the jump. And it's a massive AoE on this overwhelming blink.
Yeah, you said it's 6 seconds of damage. His BKB is only 7 seconds at the moment, so I mean, if it's popped already, like, he's in trouble. That's going to be a big issue. 27,000 net worth lead. Also, MKB is going to be picked up here for Dahak, but, you know, he didn't use the buyback. Now he's not going to have buyback.
That's the correct choice, I would say. Because if he goes in, doesn't have BKB, doesn't have God Strength, his buyback is not really worth that much. So invest all of his gold, finds a tier 4 item. Let's see what he's going to be able to get from it. Maybe some Penta. Oof, ascetic cap. He probably had some, like, really bad choices.
Yeah. It's a rough one to get. By the way, I've been loving through Liqueur. He's been constantly throwing out these rocket flares to push the waves. And that's what allowed them to get that double catapult bottom. Ball Lightning looking for the backlines, goes to the Vortex. It's going to be out of the Clockwork.
Where's the follow-up?
They use that Exo. Own Me. Locked down for a bit. They go to the Rod of Atos. It's going to be on to Milan. Milan hasn't used the Global Silence yet. They've got their relocate back towards Xantic, but they're going to lose the set of racks. It's looking like it's going to be Mega Creeps. Pulverize on a Shab, but they're just not breaking through, and he is not getting hit up at all. Stun's going to be reflected. Sweden Strong off to the side as he goes back on the relocate. They've got themselves the hook shot that's going to lock down this IO. They've looked over at Omi. They use the Global Silence. He uses that uproar, but the damage coming in. They've also got the Hex. They'll get the kill on Omi. The old course finally get a fall, though. He'll buy back. Omi doesn't have it. He died defending top, and he had to use the buyback when Dahaki refused to. So he's there for 90 seconds, and now they're going to overwhelming blink, make that jump. They've got the silence. They've got the control. Ooh, it's Xantic, maybe a little bit too far.
Aggressive force
but not far enough for them to get that kill inside of the well. They've got all 5 heroes here. They've got the throne exposed. They use that Abyssal Blade. They'll look for the overgrowth. They've got the control. They should be able to get the kill on Lornoff. They'll take out Milan. Milan doesn't have buyback. Down goes the Hawk. He doesn't have buyback either. And it will be Luna Galaxy taking game number 1 over Level Up.
Yeah, their lineup came together with the first, like, item timing, this Rod of Atos, BKB on Alchemist, Helm of the Overlord on Beastmaster, and then they lost the fight with the first Aegis. Not a clean execution from Luna Galaxy in this first game, but their draft has been on point. Like, the way they played the lanes was really good. Like, they won pretty much all 3 lanes this first move. That did manage to, you know, get them a lot of kills. It got them the tower as well. Supports moved really quickly from one side of the map to the other, understanding that they can leave the Alchemist alone. They can go for, like, this move on a mid lane, play with the Dead Prophet, because Xantic got the solo kill, which means that Storm will not get his level 6 fast enough, and then they could try to abuse that.
Yeah, so we talked about it in the pregame, in the draft, that the draft was going to be the most important thing, and the draft seemed better for Luna Galaxy. We talked about the pressure that it was able to put on, but something that you talked about in the early game, too, was how it was able to sustain and also kind of, not even kind of, they had the better late game, right? And it just kind of proved itself here with the way that they were itemizing, the way that they were playing. Like, there were times where Level Up were even, but there was never really a time where I felt like Level Up was winning.
Yeah, to support, like, this was the fight which kind of gained them 5-6k gold. It was pretty nicely executed from level up, but that was the best fight that they had throughout the whole game. Other than that, I think, again, it's very easy to say, but not the biggest fan of Silencer plus Io as a support duo, because these two heroes are very passive. They want to sit behind. You don't, like, sure, you had good front line, especially with the itemization that Omi went for. This Lotus Orb into Heart make them unkillable for good 40 minutes. He died like 2 times in 3 minutes, but overall, if Luna Galaxy keeps playing like this, like look at the cores on their side. Every single core has only one death to his name. It comes down to both of the supports on level up being very passive. So for the next game, what I want to see is, you know, get that Earth Spirit going, get something stronger from position 5, something that can like win you the lane, because Silencer is definitely not that hero, and also be more active. I feel like when they play as 4, Lorinov also didn't have that hero to play with. I think that's the big downside. Usually it is Sweden Strong who's like very active on some of these heroes that he does play. Io, sure, you can like be tethered to him, but other than that, you know, you don't provide them with much.
So who would you give the MVP if you had to on Luna Galaxy?
On Luna Galaxy, I think Advantic. I think Advantic had a really good game. He managed to get that solo kill. On Lorinov, his itemization, which made him super tanky. Also, his ultis were on point. That Prophet, not the easiest hero to play. Like, when you decide to pop that ulti, rest of the team like better be ready to back you up, and you also need to know like the timing. I think there was like one ulti that they didn't get anything out of it, but there was always something, you know, a kill, a tower, maybe both. The first one, the Roche, also there was always like half duration, maybe 25% left on it, that they still managed to get an objective in the game, just because he understood what the assignment was. He was listening, you know, during the class. And at Xantic, every single time I see this guy play, there's always like some slight improvement coming up from his gameplay.
Yeah, you know, he is the face and heart of UK Dota. And, you know, he had that one death in that 4-man loss of a fight over mid. That was the only time he died. He had that solo kill over mid. Like, really did make a lot of the pace for this game, for the side of Luna Galaxy. And they looked really good in game number 1. So I'm really proud of Luna Galaxy taking that first game. And we'll see who could take game number 2, because Luna Galaxy, if they draft like that again, I could see them taking the 2-0, but we'll have to find out, right? And that's going to be coming up at game number 2 after this break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back, and we'll see you soon.
Who's like the reload? I'm finishing Roche.
Yeah. I ulti, Sven.
I got the
I'm gonna roar.
Aegis.
I'm roaring Sven, Sven roar. I can help in the map, He's halberd. Oh, he's really
I'm
low.
buybacking. He's out.
Kill the
here.
primal?
Oh, he's behind Roche.
Kill this Io.
Oh,
Sven.
Sven. He will bring some
He
guys.
has a blink.
I have Aegis, remember.
Yeah.
Don't die to him.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
We can high ground probably.
Yeah.
They took the cheese, yeah? And they used the refresher.
He used refresher.
Hello and welcome back here to the Western Europe TI qualifiers. It's been a fun one so far. Luna Galaxy taking game number 1 over Level Up, but game 2, we'll see if it ends up being any different, if Level Up can even up the series. But right now, based off game number 1, this feels like Luna Galaxy series to drop if they mess it up. But right now, game 1 looked pretty pristine from them. I think the draft was right. I think the itemization was really proper, and if Level Up are stuck in their old ways, I find it maybe a little bit difficult for them to kind of dig out of this deficit.
And they did manage to make a comeback in some of the series that they played throughout the DPC, but mostly they did well when they played from ahead. So Level Up, they are banning out the Earth Spirit Dawnbreaker. Like, looking at some of the games that Level Up did play in the last 10 days or so, because they played European Pro League, they tend to play very active. So this is something that I want to see. You know, the Silencer plus IO duo didn't really work out for them. So I want to see something more active coming up from that position for. Give Sweden Strong his Tusk, give him the Earth Spirit to... You know, he's banned in this game, but these type of the heroes, he's also really main Marcy player. There was a game that they played for like 1 hour and 40 minutes against KZ team in the European Pro League. Yeah, that's right, 1 hour and 40-minute game of Dota, which they did win, and he played amazingly. So Level Up, they will get the Keeper of the Light as their opener. So want to see again if this is going to be paired up with some Storm Spirit or if it's going to get banned out by Luna Galaxy in the second phase.
So Keeper of the Light was something that you talked about when they picked up the IO in the last game. You were like, they love the IO, they love the Keeper of the Light. We'll see what they want to do, because usually, I mean, not usually, pretty much always, it feels like the Coddle IO is to buff Lornoff.
Pretty much, even though like Lornoff doesn't necessarily need those buffs. I've seen the games where he just like solo carries from the mid lane, but he doesn't die. But they also play really well around him. And it also comes down to Luna Galaxy blocking some of their ancients, like really understanding where the threat is coming from. So blocking some of these camps. Keeper of the Light, one of the better heroes, again, in the game to stack with. One of the better heroes to clear the camps if they feel like they need to give him some farm priority. Hero that can deep push. So Luna Galaxy on the other side, opening up with Gyrocopter. This hero has been amazing. Like his Flak Cannon with the Aghanim Scepter, extra searcher, like extra target, and also extra night vision, made Gyrocopter really viable without IO. This hero just scales so insanely well. Also a hero that wants to join in some of these earlier fights. Right now, throughout the TI qualifiers, he's sitting at 56%, almost 57% win rate, which is pretty nice to think about. He's been picked 58 times.
Whew, that's a lot of times. That is definitely a lot of times. I'm just taking a look here as... Yeah, it's been 49 games as the carry, 4 games as the 5 position, and 3 games as the 4 position. I was just taking a look at maybe Luna Galaxy would try something, but percentage-wise, it's the carry.
For a good reason.
Yeah.
I mean, the hero's still playable from position 4 if you feel like there are too many counters about against Gyro. Especially since this hero has been first phased a lot as well, and Level Up, they will ban IO. They're like, you know what? We know that IO doesn't need the Gyro anymore, or Gyro doesn't need IO, but we'll still ban it. Let's give him the respect ban.
Yeah. Not too surprising just to see the respect ban, just in case. But this, okay, Venge comes out, and we saw in China a bit of Venge mid. But
didn't look too good. This hero is like very difficult to make work from a mid lane. Your rotations, they need to be on point. Like you need to like the rest of the team needs to do well. I feel like Vengeful Spirit, before she gets the Ags, there's a timing where she feels like relatively weak because the components you're buying didn't provide you with anything other than stats, and she's really vulnerable. But once she gets that Aghanim Scepter, and if you're playing from ahead, this is pretty massive. Like having Vengeful Spirit with her aura plus Gyrocopter, having a save as well. So thinking of different ways to increase the damage coming out from Gyro. Maybe like if this is a support Venge, maybe drums, maybe you get the Solar Crest, put that on top of Gyro.
And then the follow-up pick to that, a hero we were talking about before we started our cast, which is Tiny. He's only been picked 19 times, and he has a sub 50% win rate. So it's not been pleasant for the Tiny.
Not the easiest hero to play in this current meta, I would say. Maybe there was a... Like coming at the end of the DPC, we've seen like a lot of Tiny plus Enigma, even at the major. Like Chinese teams did play it, and it looked relatively good. So this is going to be Bit Tiny, who's going to use Chakra Magic, and like you need something for Tiny, because like he doesn't work as well. Again, I feel like Level Up, they have two heroes that are like very defensive. Keeper of the Light slightly more in the offense compared to what they had in the previous game, but it seems like they are trying to secure the lanes, like putting this Warlock. You know that this lane's really hard to push out of the lane, something that Luna Galaxy did in the previous game, putting this Treant Protector, securing the farm for Alchemist, and Milan, and the rest of the team, like the spirit seems to be high, and they're still smiling, you know, even after this loss in the game one.
Yeah, that comes with the chemistry from the team, right? Like, man, playing with people you want to play with. You know how to pick each other up. And that's definitely something that Level Up does well in terms of personality and the, like, you know, the word I already used, chemistry between all of them. So it's no surprise that the spirits are up. It's only one game. You know, it's not pubs at 3 a.m. That one game doesn't turn into a 5-game losing streak or 21. But see what Luna Galaxy want to go to, is they've already got, you know, two ways of locking down heroes with Homing Missile and now Magic Missile. And with this Kunkka pickup, X Torrent, I like it. It really, a lot of control already in this, and a lot of damage too.
It is a cheap control. It's also a way of buffing them up. Like you have damage reduction when you get swapped, damage reduction with the boat, so very difficult to kill. Again, Level Up, they don't have much damage coming up from these three heroes. You have one tiny combo if you don't get anyone killed. So now, like, sure, Fatal Bonds, this is the big one. So I want to see some damage coming up from Level Up.
Yeah.
Tiny... It's all about that one combo. At least Keeper of the Light will be able to replenish his combo. Luna Galaxy, very easy lineup to execute, I would say. You know, X Mark into combo, into arrow, swap from Vengeful Spirit. Gyro's gonna farm, so nothing too fancy. Level Up, more on a difficult side when it comes down to execution with the draft.
So Level Up, they end up going to the Terrorblade, a hero that's got a 55% win rate. Picked a good amount in China. I mean, we saw Low pick this hero a lot, so he really loved it. Do you like the TB into this matchup?
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
I'm slightly concerned about the control that they have, because there's Warlock Golem, Tiny, but that's about it. These heroes are really good at leaping away, you know, have a bunch of stuns. Every single hero inside of Luna Galaxy does have a stun available. Carry to carry matchup, like Gyro, he's an insane hero. Like there are different ways of building Gyro, like your first item. Sometimes it's like, oh, do I need a Falcon Blade? Am I just gonna completely skip it, get a Chrysalis? Maybe I get Mask of Madness if it's gonna be a good game for Butterfly Satanic later on. So we'll see what Luna Galaxy and Chad will decide to go for. Betting out Darkshire, they feel like this is Kunkka mid because this has been a Xantix hero for a really long time. So they need something from the offlane that's going to potentially threaten a kill onto Terrorblade. Removing Darkshire is a good option. Illusion-based does well in the lane against TB. TB, like a lot of the times you'll see TB paired up with something that gives them the kill potential, you know,
right,
like a Clockwork, maybe Undying. Drop that Tombstone, keep them low, Blood Grenade. Warlock is not that hero. Like Warlock, doesn't provide you with much slow upheaval, relatively difficult to use. So I want to see what kind of a offlaner Luna Galaxy will pick up.
Would they go to the Tidehunter, needing team fight, needing control?
remaining.
It's a good Tide game, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, lore-wise, it fits. But
Kunkka and Tide, they love to be on the opposite sides.
yeah, so it'd fit. Level up, go to Tide. Why not?
Oh, I meant Tide for Luna Galaxy, because it seems like they've been prepping for, you know, maybe some... how do they want to lane this? Because I see Razor, which is flexed across different roles. Viper as well. There's been like some decent amount of Vipers from the mid lane, some from the off lane.
Dire team
I think this is just tiny mid, and they're gonna ban out Slark. They were too afraid. It's a relatively free Slark game, so this Gyro could have been flexed, but I feel like they're just gonna go with the Gyro carry anyways.
Would they ever go Kunkka offlane, Venge mid, and then just pick up another 5 here for Luna?
Luna Galaxy does have overall last pick, so they could choose.
5 seconds remaining.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab. I've always wanted
Hey,
to be a giant space
it's it's always good when you have that many options, right? Luna Galaxy, every hero in this lineup, I would say, except for maybe the Mirana, is very flexible. And even the Mirana could be flexed a little bit.
So that's going to be Mars for level up. I do like Tidehunter for Luna Galaxy. Hero that is not afraid of any of these heroes. Like later on, you might see TB building a Silver Edge, but other than that, the hero can just survive. Like if you get pipe on a Tidehunter this game, I feel like a lot of damage is mitigated. You're super strong. Everyone is extremely tanky. With your swap with Kunkka's boat, these heroes are going to be almost unkillable. So level up, they needed to fix their draft, have some kind of a catch on top of Tiny. Looking at other options.
What about Puck? You throw Kunkka offlane and just go Puck.
That's also a good one.
All right,
Like,
it's Brewmaster.
not enough control. Like they don't have a single silence. Brewmaster, like this hero is insane. In his void stance, you get, if you're brewed up, you get 80% status resistance. You
It's
can't
so
be stunned.
ridiculous.
Like you can be, has everything pretty much. This is the pipe buyer that can fit in the role that when we were talking about the Tidehunter. But again, I do prefer what Luna Galaxy drafted for themselves. They have good scaling. The only one that I don't like is Kunkka. Like, I've seen Kunkka struggle because the thing about Kunkka is, okay, what do I build as my second item? Like, my third item might be Aghanim Scepter, and then I'm going to be, much more impactful. The thing is, how do I get to that point? And in the end, they swap things around a bit. Lorinov will be playing Keeper of the Light, so I've seen this matchup go really well for Keeper of the Light, but it also forces Keeper of the Light against Kunkka to buy BKB, not the item that you want to buy. In terms of protection, there is like a tossback, maybe Warlock with the Golem, Arena to keep them away from Kunkka, but he does struggle. If he gets caught by one X mark, most likely he's going to die.
So, I'm still just thinking about this Brew. Like, he can soak up so much, especially in that Void stance, where it's like, if you want to go in him, he's almost guaranteed to have Primal Split get off in a game.
Yeah, you don't stun him. Like, if he gets his Drunken Haze, like, if he gets brewed up, there's no way you kill him. From 100 to 0, it is impossible.
Yeah, and that, it's going to be a struggle. When you know you've got that for free, that means you've got Cyclone. That means you've got, Earth Panda doing the getting some lockdown as well. Like, I think this Brew, as much as I was trying to be smart and think about something else, is the perfect pick. Like, I think this Brew just has a free game overall.
It's also a pick that does give them AoE Dispel. Great against, like, everything is pretty much dispellable in this game. You have Fatal Bonds, Keeper of the Light. He builds into Urn, Spirit Vessel, Terrorblade's Reflection. You deal 1,000 damage to the illusions. So a lot of good things coming out from the Brewmaster. You build into Urn of Shadow, Spirit Vessel later on. So you'll have that counter healing. Not that they have like the most, but still Brewmaster right now, I think it's the most difficult hero to play because it's a lot of clicking. It might sound stupid, but with the Drunken Brawler changing the stances, it's very important, especially where you're playing against other professional e-gamers. So you'll need to click a lot. And it's, your micro needs to be on point. So let's see how Dalai Lama is going to be able to use all of these things that we just mentioned.
By the way, it's Sweet and Strong of the Tiny. Kotl is going to be over mid. How's that matchup against Exantic on the Kunkka?
Lorinov should keep the distance. I don't think you get hit by Tidebringer. You can push the wave, get the stacks going. And again, they're blocking the camp for Keeper of the Light. The call is doing a good job. So Keeper of the Light can't get the stacks going for himself. So shutting him down already.
So knowing the
free
game
bounty.
plan. And then a creep. Nice. So free bounty makes it 2 for 2. We'll see how it goes over mid. Not a matchup that has been too common all so much recently. Kunkka not exactly the top pick when it was coming to mids throughout the DPC season. So will be interesting to see. Milan, by the way, he's gone to that level 1 in the Fatal Bonds. Of course, now having those imps.
Big upgrade to the hero. This hero has been consistently buff over the last few patches. I feel like he still has the same issues where you are just team fighter. You can't really gank. It's not like you're gonna charge upheaval, make something happen on the mid lane compared to some position 5 clockwork or anything that is relatively active. But right now, I feel like he's in a good spot. The best he's been in years. Back in my days, B-Cup, you could use Diffusal Blade on Warlock's Golem and instantly kill it.
So why was the hero ever picked?
Because other heroes were not as good as Warlock. You had this AoE counter initiation and you had heal in the lane. So that's what the hero was all about. You drop down Golem, it gets instantly killed, but you got the stun, all good.
Now, when you say back in my day...
This is back in the days, the 1 days we're talking about, when Diffusal Blade had 8 charges and you could upgrade it to Diffusal 2 and buy 8 more charges.
Back in my day when we flew to LAN events via pterodactyl. The stadium seating was made out of mud. But, 12-5 here for Exantic, 8-1 for Lorinov. So Kunkka already kind of having his way at the moment, I would say, getting a good amount of denies.
Yeah, Kunkka CSing nicely, dodging some of these blasts that he's been using. Got to be much easier now that Exantic picked up Boots of Speed. Starting to put some pressure on the top lane. Brewmaster, he should not die. He gets 1 point in Drunken Brawler, and something that we did mention, Warlock, not the usual pairing with the Terrorblade, because he doesn't provide you with much. Doesn't even put a point in Shadow Word. Feels like they have enough. Might get 1. 1 is more than enough. You want to max out your other abilities, because they're scaled so much better. And now Urn of Shadows completed.
Arrow. But nothing doing. Okay. He went 2 levels into the Fatal Bonds, by the way, so not picking up that Shadow Word. He's also got himself that Blood Grenade. But bottom lane, I've been taking a look, and maybe they can get a kill here. They've got Magic Missile as that lockdown. They've also got a level in the Homing Missile. A lot of missiles. It's Armada down here. But no kills for either side just yet, and the pace of the game definitely favoring the side of Luna Galaxy at the moment with the way Gyro's getting CS as well as the Kunkka.
All 3 lanes going really well for them. Brewmaster,
Theokor,
15 CS.
Upheaval, and a couple of imps coming his way, but they don't have meta for 17 seconds. That could have been pretty perfect for them to get both those kills.
They're harassing them a lot. 2nd point in Fatal Bonds, plus Reflection. So every single time it is available, it's 30-second cooldown on Fatal Bonds, 25-second on level 1 Reflection. I've even seen TBs put a second point in reflection to have that extra lane pressure. So
There's the Fatal Bonds once again. By the way, Brewmaster, just thinking back at what we were covering before, was the hero of the grand finals for China.
They won't profit from us.
for a good reason. Like, we've seen this hero in Chinese grand finals being like 0-5 and still winning a game, getting that recovery Midas and making a huge comeback. Lane is going well for Divine Llama, so it doesn't need to go for any Midases or whatever. Sitting at 21 CS, level 4, going into Spirit Vessel straight away.
This is already a 1K net worth lead strictly on farming. Divine Llama, though, in some trouble.
Has Healing Lotus.
He is not looking
Need a
safe.
miss chance. And there it is.
Okay. Oh, Imps. Still there. So first blood for Milan. He got the miss chance. Imp still came in for the kill.
You have to call it. Like, when you are playing the way I did right now, just shout it. It does happen. I actually believe in it.
What, just yelling miss
Yeah, but you
chance?
need like, oh, I need a region rune. You have to say it out loud.
Okay. So 6 minutes. What do you think? Say it out loud.
Shield rune for Kunkka.
All right, let's find out in a second. 3 seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion. Tough. Toss X, Magic Missile, and they've got the Ghost Ship coming in, but the Avalanche still pulls him back. Ornoff, though, he goes into that Spirit form, having that Solar Bind. They're still going to chase onto the Sweden Strong. Theolacor coming over. The arrow's off the mark. It doesn't matter, though. They've got the Magic Missile. They'll get the kill onto the Tiny. So, and Xanta gets that one, and back to the 1K net worth lead.
A bit of a different build on Tiny. I don't remember seeing this build because he didn't like even start with any kind of extra movement speed, no windlace, no boots, just like double gauntlet, which makes him super tanky. But as a position 4, now that your lane is done, like, you need to find a way how to make this work.
Oh, Omi might be in trouble. This Homie Missile hits, and then there's an arrow to follow it up.
For an angle. Got it.
He's got it. And they have a Magic Missile. They'll get another kill. Already a solid start. Sweden Strong, meanwhile, he's trying to get a stack here. He's also going to get himself that Wisdom Rune.
Double Wisdom,
and
that's
Milan.
the big.
Yeah, he'll steal the other one.
That's massive. Warlock really level dependent. Milan is about to be level 6, 8 minutes into the game as a position 5 Warlock. How is supports doing? Level 4.5 on Vengeful Spirit. Marana, level 4. Not the most dependent on levels, but Warlock definitely needs it. So he's really enjoying himself on this pause 5 Warlock.
Chaotic Offering could be huge here. But maybe if Divine Llama gets himself into the Void Brawler stance, comes down, and he could survive. But right now he's in that Storm Brawler. He's looking for that evasion to try and run away from this one, but slowed up this upheaval. You know, the circle may be small, but it seems like it'll last forever. And with that Ghost Ship dropping down onto the Hawk and the Torrent lifting him up, they get a kill onto the Terrorblade, who, by the way, just popped Metamorphosis and ends up dying right after.
The power of Brewmaster has everything. Oh, you want some magic resistance, some armor? There's your Earth Brawler. You want some fire? You want to get some extra damage? You want some slow? Status resistant? There's your Void Spirit. Has everything, pretty much. Very difficult hero overall to execute. There's the Primal Split. Got the Urn of Shadows off.
Doc is back here. Milan's getting chased down. They are bringing everybody over, and now they've got the Avalanche on all 4 pandas, but Milan will navigate the trees, and they've got Divine Llama back to form. He'll go back into the Storm Brawler. Now he's got to run from everybody. Arrow hits the illusion. He's still surviving. I mean, they brought Lornoff up here. They've got Milan still. He still has Chaotic Offering. But his
Perfectly
heroes
balanced.
just escaped.
Look at him. Brewmaster finally in a good spot. I mean, he was in a good spot when there was like Refresher, Hand of Midas, Octarine Core, like 4 ultis plus A on disc. That was his big timing, but now he's also very popular, and I'm glad that the hero is back.
You know, you're just naming all the things that it does, and you're like, this baby's got everything. Slap it on the hood of the car, and I mean, this brew's got it all.
Yeah, definitely increases his stongs.
For 4 easy payments and 1 difficult payment, you too could have a Brewmaster of your own. But for right now, the only one who's got a Brewmaster is the side of Luna Galaxy. X, Ghost Ship coming through. You gotta remember, Chaotic Offering's available. Arrow, ooh, it hits on a Sweet and Strong, which means he's not able to get that early Avalanche as well as the toss, but it's not looking like it's gonna matter because he'll still get the kill onto the Venge.
That's the power of Warlock. Like, you don't expect him to be level 6 this early into the game. Has Medallion available. So, Keeper of the Light does survive. Has Boots of Travel, so can be anywhere on the map. When it comes down to the amount of farm that he has, he's up there, top 3. But Kunkka, the most farm hero in the game. But Xanthic having a blast of the game. That first rotation that he made to the top lane, securing the kill on Terrorblade, and also has Blade Mail. Relatively, like, not a bad idea in terms of uncontrollable damage. There is, like, Keeper of the Light, some Fatal Bonds. Terrorblade does not want to focus you.
Sorbine. Avalanche and a Illuminate. Easy kill there, evening it up at 3. Sorry, go on.
Radiant's middle tower is
I don't know what I was saying. Like, Hand of Midas, I see that queued up on Terrorblade. It's been more common these days, even when you're playing from ahead. Yeah, one on Brewmaster wants to get some extra XP. If he feels like the game's going to slow down and that there's not going to be much happening, so wants to pick that up.
Guy doesn't even have boots yet on Brewmaster. He's just gone to straight Spirit Vessel. No boots. But I don't terribly dislike that. He's not exactly having the best lane at the moment, though. After being pushed away a couple times and having that one death, but he's above the Mars, so he's happy with that.
The big one that stands out is Milan on Warlock. Like, he
so much gold.
3.1k on him, about to crack level 7. We talked about his silencer when it was picked up in the previous game, where he had, like, there was a DPC game where he had like 40-50 intelligence stolen on silencer, scaling really well. These are the type of games where he really shines the most. When things are going well, he's the one, you know, controlling the team, saying where to go.
dire structures are fortified.
It has that early medallion too, and he's going into the Solar Crest, so, you know, working with this to have that Solar Crest to boost up his Terrorblade or potentially, you know, make these kills a little bit easier. They've smoked up his 4, and they're not going to find anybody as Venge using that Twin Gate to go top. So are they going to go through the gate? It doesn't look like it. They're hoping somebody traverses over here, but look at where Shad's farming. Like, he's nowhere near that tier 1 tower. Oh, Twin Gate.
Tower is under attack.
Faking it. They keep faking the Twin Gate to the point where Milan put down Upheaval.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Just in
top
case.
tower has fallen.
Yeah.
If they decide to go through, have something prepped for him.
But now they're okay. Now they're all jumping through, and they'll take that obs immediately. And unfortunately, Level Up have just kind of evacuated the area. All this is going on, like, they're not getting anything out of that. There was a lot of the side of Level Up just kind of standing there and waiting. And it's more of a lead now for the side of Luna Galaxy, and it's given time for Llama to get closer and closer to this Midas. You've got a Xanthic who's heading towards a BKB. And Shad's just been farming pretty much for free.
Both of the cores doing really well. Brewmaster, as soon as he finishes with Midas, that's going to be his way of catching up. So they're not afraid to play the farm game. They feel like they're going to scale much better compared to this, like, Keeper of the Light from mid. Mars still yet to do something, find his Blink Dagger. And now at Xanthic farming this big Ancient stack. Going into BKB next. Like, BKB very crucial on Kunkka because he, like, needs to get his spells off in a team fight.
So it does feel like this game's kind of just slipping out of Level Up's hands without them doing anything really too wrong. And I think the timing comes from when Omi gets this blink, right? Like, they just have to start making moves with that.
Yeah, you gotta have that blink online as soon as possible, since Sweden Strong is not having a good time. Like, this position for Tiny really struggling at the moment. Blink Dagger, this might be like 25-30 minute Blink Dagger if they lose 2 fights.
Dire's middle
If the game even goes that long
Yeah,
at that
'cause-
point.
Game slowed down. Tiny, he wants to fight. This hero is really not good at farming.
Especially, well, he's not going to be getting much out of the farming, especially when you've got Illusions of Terrorblade taking up a lot of it. You've got the Illuminates of Lornoff. Like, they're just trying to get anything they can out of the map themselves, but they're already so far behind. Like, there's not much space here left for Tiny to get farm.
Remember what I was talking about? You have to call it Big Boy Philly. That's one way to come back into the game for Sweden Strong. At least now you have options to choose from.
So, Double-Llama about to have this Midas. Stack, by the way, being taken here by Lornoff. He's getting himself a lot of gold. He's going into the Spirit Vessel, which, you know, was something that Brewmaster had finished off much earlier. But he hasn't gotten a charge in that Spirit Vessel since he built it. There's been no fighting since he built it. There's just been a lot of farming.
Game has been very slow. Everyone just stacking, getting those stacks going. Terrorblade farming with Hand of Midas. Gyro, I feel like when he gets Aghanim Scepter, he will gladly join one of those fights, keep farming, get the BKB going. In terms of like damage that they have for taking Roshan, I could also see them do it after a successful fight. Maybe lacking in region department. None of their heroes have like any kind of heal, so this is where Spirit Vessel is gonna come in clutch. So you can heal up after taking a team fight. Mars, Blink available finally on Own Me. Let's see if they can find any kind of opening.
If they want to go for Xantic, it's going to be a little bit rough. He's just picked up that BKB. Like, he's kind of ready for this. And there's that Midas getting picked up. By the way, there is more stacks being made in the triangle here for the side of Luna Galaxy. Like, they are constantly stacking, and Shad is just farming so fast. He's gonna have this Ags in just a second. Like, look at the net worth lead. There's been no fighting. It's a 5K net worth lead. The game plan's got to come on the back of Mars, but I don't know if Level Up, with the way that they're positioning themselves right now, feel even comfortable fighting. I think they know that they just don't have enough even with the Blink Dagger.
They know the heroes on their side are like not that really good at farming, because Vorlog, he can't really farm. It's might like better now with the addition of the Imps on Fatal Bonds and Upheaval, but still, Terrorblade, he's farming. Sure, Mars, he doesn't want to farm. Like, this hero wants to fight. Can we check the number of stacks that they did in this game? I feel like they've just been stacking more on side of Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, I would agree with that. By the way, now
slightly more.
10-7. I was gonna say Milan, for somebody who had a 1,500 gold lead over to the Mirana, is now behind the Mirana in gold.
Mirana, she shows up in the lane. She continues to farm up. She's been farming in the outer rings as well.
Arrows.
It's like, well, you want to take a fight? Well, sure, I'll go in, maybe die, tank up some of the abilities. Sweden Strong.
Swap is not that long of a range, level 1.
The rest of the team is coming.
Yeah, they're coming over, and they've got themselves that primal split. They're actually focusing their attention onto the Terrorblade while all this is going on. Cyclone lining up the arrow, bringing him straight down. He's got Sunder. Will he have a chance to use it? They go to the arena. They've got themselves a swap, and now they use that spear. Fatal Bonds is there, but it's not looking good. Ghost Ship comes in. They get the kill on Naomi as well as Sweden Strong. Shad's got himself a double kill. Milan's going to be in trouble next. And Xantic just running forward. Has that blade mail activated. There's the Sunder. Spirit Vessel. The turnaround. The blinding light. And Xantic on the run. He'll end up dead to Dahak. So they at least get something out of it. They get themselves one. But they do lose that Mars. It looked very worrisome for this TB, but he ends up surviving.
If they have another round of spells to throw at Terrorblade, like this is pre-BKB we're talking about, he's going into Butterfly immediately. He definitely dies there, doesn't get the Sunder off, and you can feel that Kunkka's been popping off in the this fight, and he's been farming real nicely, has Shard available. Want to see what the next item's going to be, whether that's going to be, the Aghanim Scepter to have more control, and then go into Refresher, maybe some or he wants to go for a more damage-oriented build, get the Shadow Blade, upgrade that to have a little bit more sustain. But overall, a good fight for Luna Galaxy. You can feel the power of them. This damage reduction that they have, that we mentioned during the draft, swap, plus Ghost Ship, you're not taking the damage. And it was perfectly time swap from the Callis.
And now they're going into Roche. So they'll get this first Aegis. It's gonna potentially buy them more time to just continue to farm, especially the Brewmaster. Double-Llama, he's going into the Radiance, and then the Ags, potentially, you know, one before the other. The Primal Companion is a very nice upgrade.
It really is. Also, I think picking up Shard on Brewmaster is the big one. Every single time I see this hero being played, just so that you can cancel your own ulti and also have this increased duration. It's a big upgrade. Like level 2 we're talking about right now, it's on 18 seconds. With Shard, you have extra 12 seconds on it.
Yeah. Basically just giving you that extra 12 at all levels with the Shard. Maybe should think about taking this Tormentor early. Obviously, they just spawned. It's 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I should have taken it
Aegis
immediately.
Ago, yeah.
Smoked 5 heroes, take the Tormentor.
You know, I kind of agree with that. Fatal Bonds, but...
I was just being sarcastic. Double-Llama, knowing him, he's relatively greedy, so he just might get that Radiance on a Brewmaster.
Yeah. I wouldn't be too shocked at that. Definitely feels like a pretty solid game plan when you're this far ahead on this brew, right?
We've seen this in China, Radiance being queued up like multiple times.
And then not built.
And never, like you actually never go for it. Because there's a better option. You're like, okay, I'll get the Shard, I'll pick up Refresher, maybe get A on disc. AC always feels tempting.
Well, he's got enough for the Sacred Relic now.
He bought it. Committing.
He's actually going Divine. X. Arrow. The combo's there. The Cinder Brew is down. They land the Torrent. They'll get the kill. Easy, easy. And a tier 1 tower. They're TPing bottom, or, well, Shad's TPing bottom. The rest of the team will walk there as the tower got lost as he was starting that TP. And they're going to invade the triangle. Eventually put some vision down, find somebody out, but the side of level up, they're well split.
The Hawk also not having BKB on Turbo. Okay, he changed his mind. I saw Scotty and I was like, yeah, the BKB, there's a lot of stuns. You need to protect yourself. Can't just solely rely on a Warlock using that chaotic offering to bail you out of the trouble. Shad is getting too big. He's also building into MKB, so a lot of damage items. He's pretty much slotted,
This
you know.
is a nice little move.
The only core gets it.
Yeah, potentially giving you access to now yours next and getting 2 shards just like that is a big upgrade. $7,000 net worth lead. I mean, yeah, like you said, Shad's getting pretty huge, pretty fat. I mean, the airship's getting closer to the ground. Leap away, toss up into the air. And you've got the Solar Bind, a couple more leaps, but Solar Bind slowing him up. Illuminates there. Lornoff gets the kill on the core. While the rest of the team is still moving their way through the jungle.
That was Blink's reveal from Sweet and Strong. Managed to get it in decent timing considering how everything went for him. 23-minute Blink Dagger on Tiny.
To be fair, he did have the boots queued before the Blink, the upgraded boots, and just stayed brown boots to get that Blink a little bit quicker. So knowing that he needs that Blink, that's the right idea, I would say. But the progress just isn't being made on Shad, right? Like, Dahak desperately needs this BKB. He's not going to have it for a while. You see Shard queued up by the Brewmaster. He finally finishes off that Radiance, and they're going to smoke up.
Double damage gets denied. Nicely done by the Hawk. Knows that they could use that to great advantage. Shad, 30 seconds left on Aegis. Let's see how the execution is going to be this time, because Shad pumps out so much damage. With the flak cannon, that one extra target. They want to take a tier 2 tower top. That's what's being pinged out at the moment.
Dire's middle tower.
Ooh, the TP, the torrent, not in time. I think might have been a little bit off the mark anyway. That smoke doesn't really get them much, which is always good for level up who are trying to buy some time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
This
attack.
just is not the last few minutes that maybe Luna Galaxy would have liked.
Radiant structures.
Warlock going Midas.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Things are slowing down. Get yourself to that level 20. It's been a thing always throughout the Dota history with Warlock. Maybe if you find enough farm, get Hand of Midas. Because everyone's just farming. I mean, this is 11 kills in 25 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're gonna come through towards mid. See if they buy that shard. I'm a little surprised they didn't take their own Tormentor.
Stacking it. Imagine there's
That
like 2
would be
Tormentors
really cool.
Radiant's bottom
if you don't kill it.
fallen.
That would be pretty cool. You have to drag it out somehow. Lasso it. Gyro. Just continuing on. Satanic's next in his eyes.
First MKB, very close to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say as well as the MKB.
That's a lot of damage. If this Gyro doesn't get focused in a team fight, he's gonna rip them apart.
TB's catching up. Midas as well as the illusions that are farming the waves. He's going into the triangle. He was down like 3,000 compared to the Gyro, and now he's catching up.
Ducalis gets it, so bounce from Magic Missile.
So prioritizing heroes, of course. Sweet and Strong, he's invis. He sees Shad as well. Now the Venge coming over and realizing maybe he just doesn't have enough by himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Hoping that there could be somebody coming over, but unfortunately nobody's going to be coming here for the side of level up. And they're still continuing to farm on both sides, where TB's got that BKB now.
Good timing for them, because they can actually contest Roshan with TB. It's a newly purchased BKB. Mars also has his 9-second BKB. He did not use it. Same goes for Keeper of the Light, because there was no fights happening whatsoever. Bottom lane being constantly shoved.
Yeah, but
The
these
Hawk
illusions
is there
Hawk
with the
himself.
illusions, has Manta style if he wants to pop it. Put some extra
This tier 3's
pressure on
gonna
it.
drop if they don't go back. I got Kunkka coming over, but still a lot of damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We were talking about whether or not Xantic was going to go for that like damage route. He's going into the Silver Edge. He picked up the Shadow Blade. He's got the Blade Mail, and he wants that Silver Edge. So he also picks up that tier 3 token. So what's he going to choose?
Tower is under attack.
Book of Flames. So Roshan 45. They have a tier 1 tower in the top lane to TP2 for Xantic, but he's got to continue to watch this wave as the illusion continue to push it in. So you don't want to give up this high ground tower too easily. And can they take this fight? Potentially 4v5. They don't have the TB nearby, but he's got a TP as well, and they've also got themselves that outpost.
Again, he's constantly pressuring this bottom lane with the illusions, forcing Luna Galaxy to do something about it, because this is going to open up the map. Right now, Keeper of the Light doesn't have Shard available, but later on, he might get it from a Tormentor.
Radiant are scanning.
Ocean 7, Avalanche, toss up into the air. They go to the Moonlight Shadow. They've got the Torrent. They'll get the kill on a Sweet and Strong. He's got buyback.
Are fortified.
Illuminate, not going to kill Theodore. Tier 3 tower still getting pressured. Shad's going to TP down here. And then it's going to be Dahak going to top. So now you don't have your biggest damage dealer at the Roche pit.
They just whiffed Arena and Meta, so not too bad. Like, this could have been a play
Devastating.
where it really doesn't pay off. But right now, knowing that there's meta down, they can keep because they have vision. They have Watcher, they have Observer in the lane, seeing some of the heroes. And now this Roshan, it does belong to Luna Galaxy. As soon as Shad decides to join,
I think they're just going to deter them from taking it, and they've got
yeah, they want to
Shad
take
over
it
bottom,
on
they're gonna
Radiant's side.
Yeah. So that play is actually fine. And Shad TPing, I mean, the idea is there. It's not, that wasn't bad at all.
When it comes down to scaling, again, Luna Galaxy's lineup scales so much better. I see a Vengeful Spirit sitting on 1600 gold, having Philosopher's Stone. Eventually, you will have Aghanim Scepter. These are like 2 components already. Maybe pick up some bounty runes, get extra gold from Roche if you survive long enough in a team fight. And level up, they're gonna smoke. Try to get the fight going. Arena will reset in 10. Meta available in 20 seconds, because you have Keeper of the Light, so that's the big one. You know, it definitely would not be available, because, you know, when you think about Terrorblade, meta is pretty much his ulti, and it
It's gonna be close.
Yeah, so it gets replenished by Chakra Magic. They need to get this jump going. It might be too late.
Yeah,
Definitely
it's
is.
too late. Aegis Cheese picked up, and now the question is, do they want to fully pull the ejection cord on this and get out of here? And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to TP towards top. They're going to have Lornoff push the top wave. And now they've got to be protecting against the potential of an Aegis push here from the side of Luna Galaxy. And that starts with Lornoff going top. Which I don't dislike. They've got a double wave in on that. That catapult's going to die, unfortunately. So, a lot of time left with this Aegis. Still, the carries are neck and neck in terms of farm. They're going into that MKB for the Terrorblade. And Brewmaster shifting away from having that axe. He's got the shard. It's going into the pipe.
It never happens. There are always like better choices. So after finishing off Radiance, you're like Primal Split. Let's upgrade that with the shard. And then pipe. We did mention during the draft that they might need a pipe carrier. But since there's been no fighting, he opted to go for more farm-oriented build, picking up Hand of Midas Radiance. There's a lot of things you can reflect with reflection in this game. There's Vengeful, Aura, Radiance. I see Kunkka going for AC, so they could get all these buffs if there's reflection on top of them.
So we'll see if level up can kind of hold out. They've been doing a good job. There's only been 1 kill since it was 11 at 12 minutes or so. And they still have, look at where Dahak is. I love this. Just constantly, Illusion's in.
Someone will need to pick up Boots of Travel on their side to deal with this. It's been very annoying.
At least getting him the axe. Brewmaster has Boots of Travel. He picked it up.
Okay, that's one way to deal with it.
But still,
Dire's middle tower
this tier 3
Ours
is
gonna
done.
die eventually.
Yeah, it's dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Yeah. And then
Now the
Dahak's
pain
like,
starts.
all right, you guys rotated. I'm top. Wow. I mean, with the deficit that they're playing against, the Hawks playing this perfectly. And Xantic has the break, has the X, spots this Tiny, gets tossed away for the rest of his team. Now he's going to be forced to pop that BKB. They've got Dahak nearby, but look at the right clicks coming in from Double-elimination to get the kill on a Sweden Strong. That did cost them a BKB. But no meta was used during that, and Dahak just runs back towards top. Illusion's pushing in.
It was a level up that during the DPC, they were the team that like pushed all 3 lanes at once. They were very toxic when it comes down to the gameplay with Naga Siren and Nature's Prophet, and there was something else, a Broodmother. Yeah, this is the hero that they had, where you're just like constantly pressuring Manta style, chip damage onto towers, onto buildings. Gyrocopter He's pretty massive. Even though TB overtook him, Gyrocopter's still in a good spot. Going for Fueled Mjolnir after that. Has a BKB available. He can still eat the Ags. And they want to take Tormentor again. There are... How many shards available? Only one.
Yes.
That's his own shard, so...
By the way, Brew Item Watch 2023. Ags back on the menu.
One thing I'm really disappointed right now, like with the changes to Hand of Midas, we can't call it Massive Pitus anymore because it's you have charges. So even if you like use it, even if you die, you don't use it, you're still gonna get the charges off. So
Yeah, but if you ever have 2 charges on there...
yeah, that rarely happens.
Yeah, but if it does, what's the plural of Pitus? Pidai? Pidoxin?
Arrow?
Oh. Avalanche on a Shad. Now they've got the X. Torrent was already used. BKB gets popped by Lornoff. Damage coming in from Shad. Call down used. That'll push level up back, but they don't get anything out of this in terms of heroes. They're still trying to get a tier 2 tower. Maybe even thinking about jumping in is the side of level up.
They're not going to
with
commit.
the Aegis, but
needs to
3
be
seconds
careful.
left
Aegis
on it.
timing.
Aegis timing might be there. Shad's gonna pop the BKB. They've got the swap coming out from the Venge. They pop down the arena. That's gonna be Omi going for it. They've got the spear that lands out of the Venge. Sweet and strong, taking some damage. The arena's not gonna protect him enough. BKB metamorphosis from Dahak is gonna try and stand his ground and fight. They've got themselves another arena. They've got Omi getting the spear on a Shad. Oh, can they get the kill? The BKB's not gonna last long enough here on Dahak for him to feel comfortable going in.
They got the buyback from Sweet and Strong. That was nicely timed. This Aegis tossed back into the enemy team. Shad popped the BKB. They need to synergize that well. Talk about it, whether that's going to be a swap or if he's going to tank some of the damage with the BKB. A little bit of a panic there, but I can understand why. You see TB with meta. You see arena around you. Refresher available now on Owned Me. It's been steady increase of the gold on side of Luna Galaxy. But we haven't seen a full team fight. Like Roshan, potentially in 2 minutes. But I feel like teams want to pick that up on Radiant side. Like you might want to give Kanka his Aghanim Scepter upgrade, the Torrent Storm. TB would definitely love to pick it up and get that Terror Wave upgrade.
Terror Wave always nice. Ags picked up here for the Keeper of the Light. So now has that Will-Wisp, and as the BKB durations get lower, that'll get more effective, but BKB for the Kunka's at 6, Gyros is at 8. And then potentially placing it at a spot where even if you swap, you're in a bad spot. It zones out fights well. Spell Prism for the Tiny. And there's a tier 4 token for Brewmaster. He's hoping to maybe get himself something like that, but he goes into the Stormcrafter.
It's a lot of damage. If he's like surviving in the middle of a fight with Radiance Burn, with Stormcrafter, that's a lot of zaps. We might see Primal Companion finally getting very close to it.
It stays queued. Because there was a point where he was looking for AC, but that got picked up by the Kunkka. The tier 2 is now dead.
And then I'll strike.
Over mid for Luna Galaxy.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Just got to be on item watch here for Brewmaster. And then if he buys another item, we'll
there
have
it
to
is.
go to
He
breaking
changed it.
news. Like, BKB.
Hey, on this
Special
back to
report.
Scepter.
Back to Ags. We're back.
You know what it's gonna be in the end? Refresher. Let's see what he's doing with the courier. No. I think he's committing. His courier is.
I mean, it could just be Lotus
shop.
Orb, maybe. Who knows? Like, he can go anything.
Look at the name of his courier, Kawai Lama.
And it's Llama spelled without the double L. It's spelled the way he spells Llama.
It's his name.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, you know, because that is that courier is a llama or an alpaca. I don't know. I thought it was funnier when it was a llama. I didn't think too much about what animal it was. Llama, alpaca. What can you do? Arrow thrown over. That's not gonna hit a Roche because it's not there for another minute 45. But he's got the gold for Ags. Will he commit?
Nah, buyback. Buyback for now.
Yeah.
Might need to pick that Ags later on. Arrow. Again, scouting things out. Level up already. Set up the vision near the gates. Having the Watcher. It's going to be on Radiant side, so they're going to be the first one there.
Is there any other ability that fake hypes as much as Arrow?
Hook.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Arrow? It's always with an upward inflection. Arrow? Oh. It's Xantic. They know where Dahak is. Oh, meta starting it off. Arena and Xantic, he's caught with a spear. They've got the Wooist down as well as the chaotic offering coming up from Milan, but there's the swap coming from Dukas. And they're going to refresh on Omi. BKB, lower duration on him, but they've got the Torrent. They'll look for the Arena. That's going to be placed. They go to the Sunder, but it gets him nothing. Uh-oh, he needs to TP out now, but he's almost not going to make it. Arrow on Omi. And they'll at least get the Mars and the Warlock.
The Hockey's not afraid to pop meta straight away because he does have Keeper of the Light available, so Chakra Magic will reduce it. And like Gyro's damage, like he's just going ham. If he's not contested, they did, again, go for a Xantic. Radiant side Roche, going to be available in 5 seconds. The Holy Core will be in there. Scout things out. Win probability, 71% this time. Last game was, when it looked almost relatively over, was like 55-45. And now Aghanim Scepter. Maybe Brewmaster gets it for free, but I feel like you give it to Kunkka to deal with all these illusions, create chaos, and then you can build into Refresher. You don't necessarily need to, build and save the 4,000 gold for Ags. So Kunkka, he's going to be the one causing a lot of problems with this Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, now he's got Torrent Storm. We're full water park mode.
I hope you're ready to get wet with Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave, just a casual Torrent.
As long as we don't go in the wave pool. I'm more of a lazy river kind of guy at the water park. By the way, Brewmaster Item Watch 2023. 7,500 gold, and he has switched to Shivas.
He's mad. He's mad that he did not get that Aghanim Scepter from Roche. It's like, I'll wait for the next one.
We've got an update. Oh my gosh.
They have big items coming up. Now they just picked up that Torrent Storm that we mentioned. Ducalis, about to finish off Aghanim Scepter on Vengeful Spirit. Then you don't need to have buyback available. This is where you can aggressively swap people. Mostly he wants to swap people out of the arena, give them that damage reduction with the boat, get some fleet going with level 25 talent on Kunkka, which he's getting close to. Gyrocopter, he doesn't know what to buy anymore. He just has way too much gold. That's going to be Swift Blink for now. He can still swap out his power treads. Wait until Aegis is gone as well.
So we've got a special report on the Brewmaster Item Watch. Now Octarine Core is queued up after picking up the Shivas, as well as the fact that he's almost got level 25. I know that's not an item, but that's big.
Yeah, they have 25s coming up really soon. Gyrocopter, he wants that Flat Cannon cooldown. Kunkka, Ghost Ship Fleet. And Brewmasters, mostly, from what I've seen, is Brawling's gain Drunken Blower passive, so.
All I can give us.
Huge lead here. Oh. Whose was that?
They thought it was a real Terrorblade. Back through the gates. Shad playing like a real Chad in this game. 0 deaths, not afraid of anything. Note that he has backup of the ghost ship, or swap if necessary. They're getting outscaled.
TB popped his BKB, so that's down for 55. They won't be fighting on that. He's going into the refresher.
6-second BKB, all good.
Can't lose at the bottom of that time barrel. So he wants Refresher. Obviously, if there is a next row, she could potentially get that Terror Wave like you've been talking about. But I don't know if they're going to get there. Courier going to be back up for Double-elimination. We'll see if he buys out on that Octarine core. He's now hit that level 25, so he's got Cinder Brew applies Fear when ignited. Homing Missile. Will-O-Wisp, that's going to be a zoning Will-O-Wisp, but they're not afraid to just walk on up. Avalanche keeps him towards the center, and they'll rip apart the Will-O-Wisp and kill that off very quickly.
I got a Scepter on Keeper of the Light, really good pickup, but like against heroes like Medusa, Gyrocopter, not the best one, because they can still like focus it down, deal the damage, and we can see the duration. I was wondering what the duration on that is, because we barely see Brewmaster hitting level 25. It's a 1.5 second duration.
Eesh. And he has Courier at the secret shop again. He has bought the recipe. He will be committing to this Octarine core.
Yeah, massive text. We couldn't fit it in, so we had to add like extra info on top of it to what it does. Arrow.
Alt key.
It did hit.
Oh, call down. Sweet and strong. Hex. And they've got the Will-O-Wisp again. Now this time in a pretty solid position. Spear landing on a Shad. He's taking a lot of damage. He's got this Aegis for another 45 seconds. The timing's not exactly perfect on that, but they don't lose anybody on the side of level up.
Pop Satanic, immediately back to full HP. Force Staff, not really on point. Gets stuck for a second. Gyrocopter, again, with Aegis timing, they were unable to close out, like go for the high ground with it. Now they have like good 20 seconds. Tiny, no buyback available, doesn't have enough gold.
Yeah, but look at this. They've got the control. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of this Gyrocopter very quickly. He's going to be coming back to life. He'll have Satanic ready to go, as well as the BKB. Sleep's doing a lot of work, and Ghost Ship's going to come through, so Shad's going to stand his ground. It's Ghost Ship Fleet that's going to be right over the top of him, and they've got at least the melee racks. The Primal Split was used by Double-elimination. Doc has the meta, and I mean, that's pretty much it. Double-elimination even
getting tipped.
Tipping the TB.
Yeah, tipping TB. They can keep repeating this. You have swap, you have all these auras to amplify damage. Use Brewmaster Split, get the damage going, Vengeful Spirit with her Vengeance aura. Then you have Solar Crest, Vlad's on Mirana, AC. They have all the auras available in the world. Get Raid Pact from the previous patch. Get it online. Do you miss Raid Pact?
No.
I think like only 5-6 people that miss Raid Pact are Tundra members.
And the coach.
They really love that. Yeah, that's 5 players plus AUI. They really love that item.
Nope. Fake hype. He had X. Toss up in the air. He's fine. That's how it's done. So Shad again, up out of the high ground, has that Swift Blink, rips apart Milan. Now they've got this Lotus, toss up into the arena. Shad's going to be in a little bit of trouble, but they've got the swap coming out from Nucleus as they'll get the call down. The damage is going to be through onto the Venge, but you got to remember he's got that X, so it doesn't matter if he dies. Wisp is there. They've got the kill onto the Hawk. He's got buyback. They're looking over the rest. They'll get Milan. They'll take out Omi. Now they're going to find themselves Sweet and Strong. He is, tossing Shad into the well. He's dead.
Yeah, Chad was like, guys, I want to end the game right now. So he blinks in aggressively. I don't know if the rest of the team was ready to back him up.
Still going in. Avalanche as well as the toss that's going to keep him now into the Will-O-Wisp, but he goes into the Primal Split. Omi, he bought back. He pops the BKB. Double-elimination and as well as it, Xantic are going to be stuck here in the Will-O-Wisp, but they've done themselves the X. It's going to be on Omi who throws a spear, but it's not going to matter. Now, Torrent, Illuminate. There's another kill. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. The Hawk has to be very careful, but they've got that Tidal Wave as well as that Void Brewing that's doing a lot of work to controlling him. Hex onto the Hawk. Now it's Xantic getting a little bit low. He's got the Lotus Orb, and now they're going to need the Thunder, but it's not going to be any health left.
He's dead.
Blade Mail die for 2 minutes. Blade Mail is there. They get that kill on a Sweet and Strong. This is looking like the end. They've got the swap on a Lornoff who will pop the BKB and try and TP out, but the damage is there from Double-elimination. A full team wipe. and it will be a buyback from Shad. They should be able to close up the series and the game. And they will call GG on level up. It's a 2-0 for Luna Galaxy.
Man, Shad, he was so quick with the buyback, waiting until like Terrorblade dies, until they find an opportunity. He's like, guys, if you manage to kill Terrorblade, I'll buy back and we end the game. And look at the Vi Llama smacks the table, all hyped up about this series. And there was some, you know, some beef probably coming out from the pubs because there's been a lot of tipping in the late game. Luna Galaxy managed to close it out 2-0. 2 games where they waited a really long time to go for the high ground push. Shad had enough of these shenanigans, just blinks in aggressively, has Vengeful Spirit behind him to swap out. And I think both of these games, they got outdrafted on level up. And also, I don't mind an outdraft if you can like slow the game down, scale much better. But their late game in both of these games was much worse. There was Vengeful Spirit with Philosopher's Stone farming, getting the Aghanim Scepter, the Vi Llama. He wanted to get his levels, get some extra farm, goes for Hand of Midas. And just overall, like, I think Luna Galaxy, they're a team that are gonna be facing Quest in the next one. So not the easiest opponent for them. That's gonna be the true test if they can keep riding this momentum that they just got in this series. Could be a good one, but yeah, never really felt that Level Up managed to get anything done in this game other than farm, try to keep up with the farm that Luna Galaxy has on their side.
Now, I know it's only one series victory, but I have a question for you. If Luna Galaxy end up qualifying, and they get through the qualifiers, 2 slots,
okay,
do they then change their name to TI Hustlers brought by Luna Galaxy?
Yeah, that could be a way to do it.
Just the brought to you by is very important, of course, because they are Luna Galaxy right now. But it will be interesting to see as you know they get the first victory, and that's exactly what you need to get the right foot forward. With them now facing Quest, that's going to be a very exciting little bit of a series, especially with the way that Luna Galaxy played today. I think they drafted really well. Their itemization understanding and the matchups were perfect too.
It seems like they were very prepared for this series, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they had only one death on all 3 cores in the game 1. Same thing happened in game 2, because Double-Llama died once, like 2 supports only died 2 times, and all the cores died once. So I don't know if we consider Tioli Core a core, because he also farmed a lot and also has core in his name.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's a core.
Yeah, but Luna Galaxy, just overall a team that loves to slow the game down if they feel like they have a better late game, and they're also not too afraid to take it to the late game. This was, what, 49-minute game, waiting for third Roche, always building it up. It's a sign of, I would say, just being very stable and also not wanting to do anything flashy, except that last jump that Shad did.
Yeah. I was going to give him MVP, then he jumped in. No, I'm going to go with Double-Llama for my MVP. I don't know if you agree with that. I just, you know, Ags Watch 2023 was there, and every time we just went a different way, and I appreciate it.
He played the game as he should. He died for the first blood, if I'm not mistaken, and didn't die since. So he was alive for good 45 minutes. On Brewmaster.
That's when you put the quick chat sorry, and then you make up for it by never dying again.
Some good micro itemization wise, some standard stuff, but also going for Radiance, trying to scale the mischance against Terrorblade. Why also reason why the Hawk decided to pick up MKB in the end. But yeah, not gonna be easy run for level up going through this lower bracket, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see Level Up go through the lower bracket. It's not going to be that easy of a run for them. Luckily, you know, they are the one slot that does get a bye to the lower bracket second round. But, you know, that's only saving them to a potential matchup against KZ Team or Into the Breach. Both of those teams, you know, all 3 of those teams have gone back and forth between the 3 of them constantly throughout the year, right?
Pretty much, but yeah. The way they drafted in this one, I feel like things need to change because Sweden Strong in the first game was playing IO. In the second game, he got shut down completely. Since the game slows down, Tiny can't find anything. I want to see him, just having a good game, and the rest of the team, like, just give someone that Loranov can play with in this one. Because Own Me, like, he wants to farm one item, then maybe join. Milan had a great start, but yeah, team looked really good throughout the DPC. But when it comes down to TI qualifiers, that some of the teams that maybe shouldn't, win the games, they're going to be doing so. And level up, they need to sharpen up for the next series, that's for sure.
Yeah, and so that's going to be it with this series. It's a 2-0 for Luna Galaxy over Level Up. There's still 2 series on the way, but we're going to take a short break and then be back with series number 3 coming up next. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. We'll be right back.
Oh, they met
Meta metals. I'm running to swap. Okay. Swapping you anyway.
I'm pushing the thing.
You're fish,
I stunned TB.
It's changed. He's dying.
TB is dying. Not really. Okay, nice.
He missed under. Kill them all.
Kill them all.
TV?
How many stuns?
Azar. Can you kill Azar?
Warlocks.
Jam on team.
What's Warlock?
Nice.
Sure,
I will take Jam.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Hello and welcome back, all you beautiful people out there getting ready for your continued extensive days of Dota. Trent, we have been through so much so far. We've got through 4 other regions. We got to take our first look here today as well at Southeast Asia and Western Europe. And lots in the bank. A lot of teams have been playing. We got some pretty good ones coming up here now in a 2-game series after our first 2 games, which went rather quickly, 2-0. Yeah. You know, it's how it happens. But we'll see how this ends up going. Entity versus Nigma Galaxy, the next one up. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was worried you weren't going to be up in time. I was like, oh man, we're zooming here. That second game, I was like, I was getting ready to give you the phone call, but you know, you're always ready. So much appreciated. Thanks, bud.
Aww. Of course, I try my best. But I think that these teams, this next 2 series, I feel like they're going to be more hotly contested. These are ones that people are debating, like, all right, are they going to get a shot? Are they going to get a hope to make it all the way in this group stage? We can see our schedule so far. Quest 2-0 versus KZ, and then, of course, LGX taking it up against Level Up, that Luna Gaming squad. But yeah, Entity, Nigma Galaxy, and then ending the day off with Secret OG. What more could you want? All these teams have a lot to prove.
Seeing that Divine Llama pop off right into Entity versus Nigma Galaxy, yeah, that is what I'm looking forward to. Crazy schedule for the rest of today. I don't even know. Like at first, obviously Secret OG jumps out. You're like, oh snap, it's go time. You know, Seb's back. He's back on the horn, and we got Puppy trying to make it to TI again. You know, according to the law, you know, if you were to put his results on a spreadsheet and then just fill, highlight to the next slot and fill, it would say first for this year, all right? So if that's what the spreadsheet says, Puppy, he's supposed to win TI this year.
Well, there is a math thing, though, that goes on, which is that you can't necessarily guarantee the next thing in a sequence is what you anticipate it is. Because I think it's something like...
That can't be right.
What is... do you know factorial? Do you know what factorials
with the
are?
Exclamation mark.
Yes. And so it's something where it's like, if you take the factorial, it's like of like 0, 1, 2, 3. It looks like it's like 0, 1, 2. You think the next one's going to be this Bex number, and it's like 720 factorial.
Right.
So that's a nerdy way of saying we don't know what's going to happen. But we do know one thing that's going to happen, which is going to be a draft, which we have right here for you guys. Thank you for saving my life. Because it's been a while since math class. Trent,
I didn't know where you were going to
go. Anything you want to watch for out of these early picks in particular? It feels like this first pick is where you build out the rest of your draft from, and already some of the key ones taken out.
Yeah, I wanted to see exactly where we have grown from since we started. The first regions was North America and was China, right? That was our first 2 regions that we did. And our most contested heroes overall, like we had the heroes that were just banned constantly. That was like Nature's Prophet, Invoker, Legion Commander. They were just always banned. And we had the heroes that were picked a ton. And for us, it was Ember. We had so much Ember just all the time. Like he'd sometimes get banned, he'd sometimes get picked, but he was featured in virtually every draft. Just like Nature's Prophet and Invoker, just more so on the actual pick side than just the bans. And then the supports, we had a lot of Witch Doctor. We had some Warlock a little bit earlier today, but that's not something that we actually got to see. We saw a lot of Grimstroke. I would like to see more Grimstroke. That was a hero I'm kind of excited about.
And if we're doing Grimstroke, why not go Warlock? Make some cool things happen. Double bonds, so many golems. I've been infested with Sir Action Slack's screaming mudmen in my ears for a while now. But I actually think it's kind of good, which is another horrifying proposition. But yeah, taking out those couple of carry heroes on the side of Entity that are super annoying. And it looks like the Gyrocopter banned out right there.
Picked up right there. You mean?
Oh yeah, excuse me. Take it right there.
That's a pick right there. Yeah, and so what I want to know is, are they going to be closer to Eastern Europe? Just because they're buds and they're pubbing together? Is that what we're going to see? Because the actual stats from North America to Eastern Europe as that patch evolved through those 2 qualifiers was a little bit different. They still had some Ember. He was still one of the most popular. But we saw the big rise of Earthshaker. not just counterpicking Ember in the mid lane. We're still just getting this Earthshaker thrown in. Dendi tried it a few times in NA. Didn't work out so well for him, but there was some more success in the other regions, forcing the Shaker into the game. So kind of wondering if Western Europe's going to take up that mantle. And they also picked a ton of Skywrath Mage. Basically as much Skywrath Mage as we saw Ember Spirit. He had 19 picks in the Eastern European qualifiers. So we'll see if that also is brought up. And other than that, though, the picks were largely the same, and they didn't really feature this guy all too much across any of the regions, really. The Doom. He had a little bit of love in Eastern Europe, but he's more like middle of the pack as opposed to like at the top of the table.
I agree, but I will say that I like it a lot here against the Gyrocopter. I feel like so many of these Gyro games we've seen, it's just been like playing around that Satanic, right? And obviously the big change up with Gyro, or rather with Doom, no more healing on the ulti instead of the muting. Fine, pop your Satanic. See if I care. I'm Doom, baby. You're
so
done.
strange. I can't get over that though. Just like
it's
pressing
weird.
Items while doomed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right.
That's a debuff on old players right there, because they're just gonna get doomed and just not do anything. You know,
Nigma, they can't handle it. Oh, and they're gonna get the Grimstroke with it too. All right, there it is. You said you wanted it. That is the combo. I mean, so there was a period of time where this was like first two picked all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if that still holds the same power because we moved away from that a lot with Grimstroke. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think that it's not as good as it used to be simply because of the way the Doom functions. Because it's just like not the healing thing. Being doomed as a support isn't necessarily the worst thing anymore. You might still have your Glimmer or your Force Staff, right? So like if you got doomed alongside someone else as a support before because of Soulbind, that felt really bad. Now I feel like it's a bit whatever. But the most important thing is that now the Inkswell combo is better than it ever was before. So if you get that Blink Dagger on Doom, you have the explosion whenever you want on the Inkswell. That's pretty cool. So they have a little bit more functionality throughout the rest of the game outside of simple Soulbind Doom we win fight.
Right. No, that makes sense. I like that. So we get now also the Venge and the Earth Spirit. My gut is telling me that this Earth Spirit is going to be a core. Just paired together with like this Venge Gyro thing, it feels like that hero inhabits a really interesting place as like strong initiator, giving you a lot of potential to make moves around the map and make that space for Gyrocopter. And also like Venge Earth Spirit as a support combo, it's kind of funky, but they go Razor IO on Entity. Interesting.
Yeah. The Razor. It's still a frightening hero. Has a little bit of flexibility, kind of like the Earth Spirit, which was something I was going to bring up here. And I'm kind of wondering, are we going to get some of this more mid-Earth Spirit? Is this just going to be the position 4? It's obviously really beneficial to have that flex. Whether your first pick or second pick, it still helps a lot. Because now you're going to have that double pick here from Nigma, and it kind of gives them just like one more little bit of wiggle room here based on what Entity brought out. But IO was a hero that didn't take off as much as I thought it would necessarily. I guess it feels almost like it's more back to being a slightly more team-specific thing, where if you don't have an IO player, maybe it's not as like brainless to just play the hero. I guess maybe basically it's not quite as strong as it may have been in the previous patches where it was viable. It was actually only featured in 7 matches of Eastern Europe, which is way less than I would have expected. And that was only 2 picks and 5 bans. So we had 2 IO games completely across the entire qualifier.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that seems
strange.
That seems silly. Okay, so Nigma's Galaxy's draft still very capable of going a lot of different places, but Mikey obviously looked really freaking good on the Coddle. And of course, well, I mentioned that it was sort of, I like the idea of the Earth Spirit mid more. Of course, it's still GH. So now looking more likely to be him and Mikey taking that Coddle himself. Of course, you could swap that around too. I mean, GH obviously, won them a TI off of Coddle. No slouch himself. But they're
it can be tough with that guy, He turns out he's pretty good.
Yeah, true enough.
I'm kind of wondering if they might try the off-lane Vengeful Spirit as well, maybe. That could be something, because if you have the 4 GH Earth Spirit, you kind of want like a decent ranged offlaner, and the ranged offlaners aren't that incredible right now. Plus, they've now banned out the Darkseer and the Bat. Kind of surprised the Darkseer even made it that far, because that was one thing that they were playing quite a bit at the Bat Boom tournament. Right. But they won't grab it there. So we'll see what MC's thinking. It will unfortunately be his turn now to have to reveal and open up the counterpick options here for Entity, which they've some pretty solid ones since they can throw this Razor into quite a few different spots.
Yeah, I'm curious if they do end up wanting to. I feel like it's probably safe lane at this point, but obviously that flexibility with that hero can go a lot of different places. Don't know if I love it against the Coddle in that matchup.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably what maybe helped bring out the Coddle in the first place if it ends up going mid simply because of that. Trying to avoid any sort of a sticky situation where you're being bogged down by a Razor.
All right, Kuro March. What are we going to see here now? MC's talking, letting him know what he wants. Looking glorious with that beard. My goodness. What a guy. Also, he's got like the shadows cast over him. This is Dark MC. He's in his villain era.
I didn't have their cameras open. I forgot that March was chilling there now. That's hype.
Yeah?
The GOAT.
Look at this guy. He's like, yeah, give me that hero. That's my hero. What a guy. Gotta love MC. Oh! Ooh, baby, we're in the villain arc for real. Well, no, I mean, Doom into Doom.
You know, I'm here looking through the stats of Eastern Europe, and I can tell you that there were 27 uncontested heroes, and this guy was one of them. He didn't even get banned in Eastern Europe. That's crazy. Have we fallen so far for poor Enigma? Is that actually possible? I mean, TI's coming around, so obviously he has to be good again, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I don't know. I feel like this is... So I would say this is a bold move, and I want to see bold things coming out from Nigma, because they picked it into Doom and IO, right? So relocate potential too out of Black Hole. Oh, man.
This is only a spooky one. The fourth Enigma of the entire qualifiers, all regions.
Wow.
Yeah. Compare that
MC
to, 71 Ember Spirits, to give you a reference of how many, the most popular heroes are being seen.
Oh, God. All right. And they take the Tiny. Okay. Last pick coming out for Entity. They put their hopes onto the Tiny. I will say with Grimstroke IO as your support combos, Entity don't really have supports that can do much on their own. They kind of have to play with Storm, I feel like. And, once Gabby gets the Blink Dagger, him too. But it's very much a support kind of chilling and enhancing lineup from Entity versus Nigma. You've got GH or Spirit. They can follow up with some early movements maybe out of Mikey on this Coddle. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's the kind of support duo that if I saw that they had like PA safe lane and Tide off lane, I'd just call the loss. I'd be like, there's no way. Because I feel like that's happening a lot lately, where you just have these do-nothing cores with supports that desperately want to do things with you. But I feel good about Doom, Razor, Tiny. All three of these heroes can be active in the earlier parts, but they can also take advantage of space to farm. Pretty good on the stacks as well. That is something we'll probably have to keep an eye on as well for Nigma, right? They have Gyrocopter, Coddle. And so we're going to be looking to stack it all up there, as well as MC's Enigma. So, and this comes back to the idea of like ranged offlaners aren't that great right now. That's why I even brought up the Venge, the fact that they're even busting out the Enigma. So it could be partially just because they really want to make sure that GH is going to have a solid time, and they're trying to find a hero that fits that. And he's got the clutch factor. You hit the black holes, you might be able to win this game.
That's right. I mean, we talk about all these counters, the IO pulling people out, the Doom breaking it, all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, if you just black hole all of them, you win the game. Easy peasy. Make it happen. We'll see what ends up going on as we get into this game number one. Entity facing off against Nigma. Should be a fabulous one indeed. And it does look like they're having a little bit of issues. Pause the game right at the start, so don't worry. It's going to be perfectly fine. We're going to get into this in just a second. You're not missing anything. The other thing that I just kind of have a bit of a bone to pick about is that they changed it from demonic conversion to demonic summoning.
Yes, that was important.
But here's the problem, right? Demonic conversion had a very nice sound to it, right? You've got demonic with that hard sound, and then the conversion afterwards, right? The words flow into each other very nicely. And now it's demonic summoning. It's so
the lyrical gangster's upset. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
I am.
Yeah.
I wanted demonic evocation. That is the demonic evocation, like evoking, you know, like to evoke something out of the ground. It sounds so much better than summoning.
You've gone too far.
Val.
All right.
Let's get it.
Listen, I'm down for Entomb should have replaced Grab Ally, but this, you're going too far now.
Demonic evocation. Think about it.
When just summoning some demons, man. Leave them alone.
In a hype team fight, I need to be able to scream demonic evocation because that's the spell that is hype around Enigma.
Well, here's the thing. It also costs him health, so they could have just kept conversion because instead
That's
of converting a unit, he's just converting his own life force.
That's right. No, you're right.
Maybe that should be your complaint.
Bring it back. It's right. Don't fix what's broken, not broken. Bring it back, Valve. I want to see it. And now that we've had enough time to fill while the players were getting their games ready, we're into this one. Trent, let's see if we get any cool First Blood stuff.
I did see there was a line drawn from Yuma. He wanted a invasion down to essentially where Enemy is right now, and they would have walked immediately up high ground. So maybe he was saying, whatever you do, don't do that. Because if so, he was right.
Okay.
Because they are lying there in wait.
Yeah, don't run right there. That's where they kill us. Wards, at least at the early going here, it does appear that nobody is going to get there as easily taken down, but a lot of emphasis placed by Nigma onto the mid lane, it looks like. Both wards on the on both of those runes. And I guess, are there any real like rotations early that could be made? It doesn't really look like it. So this is strictly just to make sure that they can see if there's, you know, what's going on and in case one of them got taken away.
Though there might be rotations just for runes, you know. We've moved into the point of rotating for kills to the rotating just to cover runes.
True.
So it is important just to have the eyes on that.
Until you make mistakes.
Wow, they're really spamming the Gabe lines, I gotta say.
I mean, this is the region that's going to be able to do it, right? They'll have played enough games to got all the chests. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Other people are probably doing scrims and stuff.
That's right. They had their time. Playing their pubs while they just kept an eye on the other qualifiers. No surprise in the lane setups right now. I think Kuro is probably the most vulnerable person on this map, right? Playing Venge into Grim Io. That could be a bit hazardous. He does have a Blood Grenade, 6 Tangos, and a Fairy Fire, so he's going to do his best to harass early, but could hurt.
Yeah.
Making mistakes.
No, I mean, and I will also say that with the low armor on Gabby, this is going to be really annoying to play against. This, like, I don't know how you feel about it, but Gyrocopter with the flak has never hurt as bad as it hurts nowadays. Particularly when you pair it together with Avenge. It's so annoying to play against in lane. It's just eating through Gabby's HP pool here.
Yeah, that's true. Like constantly in the -9 because I mean Doom obviously he used to be like one of those 0 armor style heroes. Now he's get 5, but now he's feeling the pain. He's being brought back down with that level 1 -3 from Kuro. So big help there.
Oh yeah.
You know, even that could be one of the reasons why we're also not seeing Enigma too much, right? It's just a pretty unplayable matchup.
Oh. Ooh, one more hit. It's enough. MC gets the courier to boot. Hey, this guy, he's universal now. People sleeping on him.
That's right. You know, Io Gyro, yeah, you're getting owned as Enigma. Io Razor, no cares. All right.
Absolutely. Although, is going to get linked up now and GH there to kick him away. Always helpful hand to play out. Did get some of that HP drained out. And Gabby up there on the top side. Is it going to be enough? Needs one more hit, but they can't quite get him. Ooh, had the stick charges ready too. So playing very up close and personal. Things getting a little bit spicy here.
Yeah, Crow's still holding that Fairy Fire as well, so maybe hoping to bait them in a little bit. They also have one on the Gyro too, so you know, don't want to get into a trading battle that could end poorly for you.
But that's big. Gabby gets the mana burn creep. See how much that helps out their laning stage here, but is already going to start to take it away from Yuma, making that flak harder to spam out.
So it's now 20 and then 2x the target's int. Okay. All right, that's pretty good. Versus
I mean, he's out of mana. Yuma doesn't have flak anymore. I mean, that's huge. Oh, jeez.
Bit of a nuisance. Get rid of the flak, then start working on the Venge.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, you know, we have, 25 mana Wave of Terror. It's a bit of a harder one.
No, absolutely. Well, at least the lane down bottom, and actually all of them going pretty well, it feels like so far for Nigma, have gotten off to a good start. Watson's going to try and do what he can, while up top they're throwing out a couple of stuns here and there. Yuma getting another round of flak out, but they're going to dodge away from it for the moment on Katomi and Gabby. Playing this one about as well as you can.
Yeah, and mid lane, obviously, Stormstormer doing quite well as it is a tiny at the earlier levels, so you have the advantage of the tree grab. Mikey able to keep up somewhat with the Illuminate. And overall, though, going to be looking more towards those stacks. And Stormstormer's been getting quite a bit of harass on him, too. Already got a toss out on him, too, as he's setting up for that 4-minute rune.
Oh, yeah.
You can't improve.
Trying to make sure he can get at least one of them. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. While down bottom, they go into Fishman again. And also a bit of an exchange up top. They take down Gabby. So managing to eventually whittle him down to death. That is what you want to see if you're an Enigma fan. I mean, and I'll say Gyrocopter at so many points this qualifier has just completely taken over all of these games. This hero just looks like one of the best carries in the patch right now.
He's also so versatile in the laning stage, you know? Sometimes you have more points in the rocket barrage that are happening. Sometimes you can skip the missile or you can use it to your benefit in situations like this, just like pressure the kill. So you're not locked into a single way to play the lane, which means your opponents can't always anticipate exactly how you're going to play it. So you know, it's not as like blueprint as some other carries that you're facing.
Right. Oh, for sure. Trying to itemize to deal with it and even just survive the laning stage can be vastly different depending upon who the partner is too. But you can see Gabby, again, going to be pushed back. Does have his Ring of Health now, so should be fine in this lane at this point, I would imagine. And in fact, Katomi is going to go back to the jungle and try and stack a little bit for him at the same time. Or maybe for the Tiny, depending upon who wants that extra little injection of gold.
He gets one. He doesn't go for the bounty rune, though. Actually, that's where he's going to go next, but it's because the wave's pushing in, so he's trying to come over and help.
Ooh. On bottom, Fishman, he survives through that little jump from GH. Did manage to get the Lotus, too, which is always huge to take that away from Io when you get the chance. And MC just sending those Eidolons forward, being a real bully with them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Stormstormer getting a little unlucky with some of these last hits mid, unfortunately. I'm just he's got like the free wave. Mikey's overhanging the stacks, and the timing of his Blink Dagger is just going to be so pivotal for this game. He's got the treads up already, so he's up to 1,500 HP with the strength treads out. Kind of gnarly. He's also going to be picking up a wand too, so he is going to be moving and shaking, and he wants this first power rune some bad. What do we got? DD.
Oh.
All right. Gets the lucky roll. Not the best rune necessarily, but you'll take it.
Right. Should definitely. I mean, if there's an opportunity where he can find a go, but in the meantime, it's Mikey that's making the first move. Roll in, finds Watson immediately there, pushes him back. They miss on the blast, but it won't matter. They have more than enough damage to take down Watson there. And I mean, Mikey, he had like a 70% win rate or something crazy on this hero. He's just been a menace on it.
Yeah, something that's fallen off a little bit overall compared to how it was in its heyday, but still really strong. And a nice combo there, too. Able to get that Solar Bind up to the 35% magic loss resistance and 99% reduced movement speed just from that kick.
All right.
Just like send that Razor back and you are hurting. And again,
Can't improve until you make mistakes.
35% is such a big number, man.
Oh, yeah. Spamming the Gaben lines, and Yuma, Stormstormer maybe reading his movement here, understanding where that gyrocopter was going to be. He's going to run forward, smoke breaks. He's a little ways away. Yuma, do they find him and get in range in time? Stun is there. This DD, a couple more hits is all he needs, and he's going to get it. But can they punish this? Stormstormer is just going to walk it off. As you said, so much HP on this big Tiny at this point, and Kuro, with nowhere left to go, he's just going to get right on the tree. Oh, man. And, well, not going to give him any of that. Stormstormer even just qualified.
Wait.
You got to finish the kill, Yao. Come on now. And he throws the tree to get it.
Radiant's middle tower.
I like how Stormstormer kind of started running away after the initial kill. Then he's like, wait, why am I running from these guys? Like, you know, got the backup coming in. I got tons of HP left. So they pick up one extra. he will not be back in time for the 8-minute rune, though. That is going to go the way of Nigma. So a little bit off there on that rotation. Oh, and it's an arcane rune for a coddle. Of course it is.
Wow. Yeah, that is really nice for them. And we'll see. I mean, if they make another move like this is what we're talking about. The supports from Nigma are so capable of making these moves, and they're going to take down Gabby. Just a very early aggression coming out from Nigma Galaxy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It just makes it look so easy with the Earth Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize that the distance was so short now just to get the slow on Solar Bind. It's actually ridiculous. And of course, you have a maxed out Ancient Seal as well, just by whenever you have your ulti up.
Oh, yeah.
But now already back down bottom, looking to pressure this in a little bit here. Plenty of vision in the area from Entity, so they know what's going on.
All right. Good.
Are they just like fully committing to pushing this?
I think that they were trying to get that kill onto Razor again, and they just, having missed it now, are going to back away. That's what it feels like, at least.
Yeah.
So good read by Entity to recognize that gank coming. They might make a move now. It looks like Stormstormer and Cat Omi are instead going to make the move down bottom, which MC does have Black Hole, but he's kind of low on HP at the moment.
Yeah, it's a nice use of the Twin Gate there from Nigma. Just like put that cross map pressure. And yeah, he is
MC.
really vulnerable.
Yeah, moves in, and the silence, it won't matter. Rolls away, but they get the kill onto MC, and that was only a couple hundred gold away from his Hand of Midas. That's a nice timing to take down that Enigma.
Meanwhile, Missiles just driving back Gabby up top here as he works towards his Midas, but no real threat of killing. Speaking of killing mid lane, Stormer.
Oh my god, he's caught. He's in trouble, falling down low. The silence is there. And Kuro takes the kill, getting him level 6. So yeah, off to a great start at this point.
It feels like Solar Bind is just a kill on all 3 of these cores right now for the first couple levels. Until they just get a little bit tankier. That 35% there can just cut through someone, even like a Tiny, with the help of the Earth Spirit and the Vengeful Spirit. And that's going to really help with something like Magnetize, too, where it's this spell that obviously it's really nice in giant AoEs, but it just applies this like massive damage. It can be a little bit tougher on the solo kills since it's balanced around the fact that it can kind of hit everybody. But if he's going to be picking up this Veil and then combining it with the Solar Bind, even a Tiny is going to have to worry about that.
Interesting. I mean, I am feeling like right now Nigma are really well set up to just keep this momentum going. And of course, while the other cores are a little bit behind, Yuma is absolutely starting to pop off in the farm, and he's going to even further accelerate. But you can see Gabby starting to play catch up, headed on in, cleaned out those stacks for himself, and now is finishing off the Midas and bringing it out. So both offlaners going for that. Gabby hitting it just that little bit, well, about the same time, actually. MC's bringing his out, too.
And of course, the big game changer for them, the Blink Dagger, coming out very soon here. Just 20 more gold for Stormstormer. They're going to immediately be looking for some smokes, some counter kills there. But perhaps the other golden gloved one of the Enigma would be a great target as the 2 offlaners pick up their Midases at the same time.
Yep. And getting towards the Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter, Enigma maybe going to make some of these moves down bottom to try and secure the tier 1 tower. It's kind of just been sitting there open and ready. Obviously scary to make a concerted effort into, you know, an IO draft. Particularly now
getting right down. So they use the scan to check on the other side of the Twin Gate, come through with a gyro as they were smoking up with this Blink Dagger to try and kill him. So what do you want to do as Stormstormer? Do you dare go through the gate? Kuro is just camped on it.
Yeah, that's really
They're thinking
annoying.
about it.
Oh, and they see now. Wait, Kuro's going through. Oh, Kuro's dead. All right. He went through instead, so we'll get punished for that one. But
Tanked one for the team.
Of course. Yeah, they get the tower, and now it looks like they're going to trade out both safe lanes. But at the same time, Nigma take mid. And now they're going to move up with Mikey and GH. Have that Veil ready on GH. This timing, again, before BKBs come out, is pretty devastating if they can find these heroes. But not wanting to run in without the rest of the help nearby.
That is kind of one thing to watch for, too, is the actual lane shove here from Entity. Because like you're gonna have this Io and Razor sort of doing their thing. You know, they're gonna be chilling together. Grimstroke kind of okay at it, I guess, but only has 1 point in the Stroke of Fate, so not necessarily that amazing. I don't know, it might be hard to sort of control these waves for them with this Caudle. Such a frustrating hero to try and control the map versus.
No, it's true. Yeah, they don't have a great hero for it. We did just have GH rolling onto Gabby, but missed on the roll, and so weren't able to connect in. I mean, the other thing, like you're talking about, is that like you look at Katomi's build, for instance, is Gabby just farming this up. He only has 1 point in that Stroke of Fate. So
yeah,
him sitting here mid trying to push out this wave, it's just not really happening that easily at all. Run in.
Oh, that's a big stack. That's a big stack. They found what they wanted. Oh, he's failing. He's magnetizing it.
That is huge. They're gonna get it. This should go down very easily.
Oh, he's so rich. Look at him just dropping stones on it.
Yeah, I mean, they're going. Why not? So with that, the entire stack gets taken away. Nice little injection of gold.
9 stacked camps for Grim, but for who? For who, Kataomi? Not for your friends, bud.
At the same time, we did see Fishman head on over and relocate for a Wisdom Rune. So they're getting something out of it for the cost of that, at the very least.
That's true. That is a nice one. But Gyro, Mr. Yuma here, he's going to hit his timing pretty soon. Blank Dagger done for MC. Okay, I saw him doing a stack too, but what?
Yeah, he's farmed. He just
got his minus like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
He got his minus the same time that Gabby did.
Oh, Gabby is, he's getting where he needs to. He's got Ogre Axe right now, but no, I mean, MC's just been farming. He's been hitting this like double ancient stack. Or rather, double ancients camps, which are now stacked up. And I mean, if he hits into this, BKB with the blink timing, it's going to be really good. Obviously, eventually, it's going to need to get in towards the Lincolns to deal with the Doom, but there's going to be a long window here before Gabby gets into an Aghanim Scepter where MC is going to be like the hero in this game to watch.
We can't improve until
Oh, well, there's Yuma, though. The big damage Ags now up and operational. In case Entity try and go for a play. And that is sort of the question. Like, what do you want to do right now with Watson and Fishman as a combo? Like, is Gabby ready to go on the hunt to provide a relocate option? Doesn't really feel like he wants to. And then it's just kind of on Stormstormer at that point. But he's just, like, trying to farm their Ancients a bit with the Observer Ward that they have. I feel like this Tiny is not doing what I was hoping this Tiny would do.
Yeah. I mean, he wanted to find MC over here. And to be honest, he might still be able to get him.
So close!
Yeah, this actually could be a huge pickoff here if they stick around a little bit longer and they see him there. Stormstormer jumps in, finds him, and gets that kill immediately. One of the downsides of that conversion, but the roll forward, trying to find Stormstormer. They get him, relocate, in for the chase. They get magnetized down, connects now. Watson right there, but the roll away happens, and they find him blowing up that Razor. Complete destruction. They take down 3 in a second. Yuma is huge.
What a response. The immediate TPs to try and punish that attempt. Just like, you think you can get somebody killing our neighbor? This guy's got Midas. It's fine. That thing, dead with Midas ready, doesn't matter anymore. As long as it's not 2 charges, who cares? I'll be back.
It's true.
I'm going to use that charge. It's going to be okay.
Dude, and Mikey is just staying spamming these freaking lines. It is not stopping. Okay. I mean, Gyro is very well online. It still is going to need to be in a moment here where they've got to be careful about the eventual Doom being able to cancel things. But I don't know, man. It's looking really good for Nigma at this point.
Yeah, I think that GH's Earth Spirit is synergizing very well with what they're doing on this map. The ability to TP in there first and make sure that he's the one that's helping secure that everyone else can get in there and he's going to control them up there. So useful. Now he's setting up this kill onto Gabby.
Easy peasy. The roll through is there. Our Spirit's back, baby. It's happening. An Entity get anything? Yuma says, fine. You want to fight? We'll go in. MC with the black hole on to 3. Mikey's still dropping lines on him as they take everybody down. Dude, how much does it hurt to lose a fight while you're getting all chatted? What the hell?
You just can't stop. They're too powerful. Mikey improves now to James Bond levels, Secret Agent 007, as he just drops the lines full support mode here.
Oh my God.
What a
MC
black
was
hole.
just there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the what was it? The 5th Enigma of the entire qualifiers.
I love this too because there's so many times where people are like, oh, Enigma into Doom, lol, you know, Io's got relocate, LOL, is dies, he can't do anything. And MC's like, I know what I need to do. Give me the hero. Oh, man.
Oh, so
That was
disgusting,
good.
actually. Well, they're in a tough spot now here for Enly. It just feels like they haven't been able to get any of their cores online. Gabby has just been farming pretty much the whole game or being targeted. You know, he wasn't able to join that fight down bottom. They tried to get their quick in and out play with their Tiny, not involving their Doom. And obviously they got mega punished for that.
Right.
So like you can relocate in the Razor, obviously, but unless Doom's going to go early bots, which he might be, but he needs a blink first. And then, you know, disassemble for Octarine, then maybe bots after. That's a long time before that's going to be available. There's a lot of empty gold, it feels like, on Gabby right now.
Oh, for sure. No, definitely. And I mean, the other thing is that, like, sure, you can't heal the gyrocopter, but where's the damage to throw into them? They really don't have it at this point. They need so much more farm on their heroes, and they're down a gold lead, and Aegis on this gyrocopter. I will say I want to see Nigma play active. Oh, yeah, let's hear it.
Fucked up. Tiny.
Go in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in. Nice.
Kill the Razor after.
Go.
Bail.
Razor.
Yeah, I got Tiny. Finish Tiny.
Razor's dead. Going for Tiny. Go, let's go rush since we're all here. Let's go rush.
Go.
Let's go. We need everyone though.
Alan, I am sure it was beautiful words. You love to see those replays come back at you again as well. Back into this world, Katomi is going to get found and killed off the back of another smoke move. Yeah, man, disgusting stuff. The Nigma are owning. They're getting through them.
And they're going to take the Tormentor. This has got to be one of the most painful snowbally things that I've felt in Dota. Yeah, ever since Tormentor got introduced, 20 minutes, the enemy team takes yours. That's not a good feeling.
Nigma, do your math. It's 21 minutes. Where are you going? No, they left. No,
do your math.
It's not there. They're gonna see the Wisdom Rune spawn, and Entity are gonna be able to pick it up. Well, it's fine, surely.
Fishman, though, he did the same thing.
Wow. Okay. So they end up getting both Wisdom Runes for Entity.
So that's both 14 and 21. They got all of them. So, I mean, it is a nice way to try and keep yourselves in the game. But you are certainly just trying to stay in the game currently. There's no hope of wrestling the control back for, well, let's see, about 2 minutes on this Gyrocopter's Aegis. So until then, I would be laying low if I was on the side of Entity.
Yeah. 5 to 14, 10K gold lead at this point. Just a really good draft and a freaking BKB on Earth Spirit. Dude, I don't think they have a BK. They have one on Gabby, I guess. But like, it has been rough, man.
That stack did a lot of work for GH. As he also just picked up a Pupil's Gift. I saw him holding the neutral for a little bit there, but he decided on it. So obviously it doesn't make him any tankier, but, well, I mean, I guess it does somewhat with his armor, but he doesn't necessarily need the strength, you know?
No, true. I mean, this guy already has so much strength. Wait, are they chasing? Gabby, BKB, TP out. Swap?
Oh,
Got him! Oh, no! Gabby going to get caught, drops the starry line and gonna all chat himself, knowing he got caught there. Big plays coming out from Nigma.
Yeah, the ward up there. It's making sure the second he got in there, he was going to get that swap off. That is very painful. Gabby having a horrendous first game here in the qualifiers. I'm sure, I hope he isn't too demotivated here, but that's got to feel terrible.
Stormstormer turns, wants to do something, but he also is going to get caught. Oh, relocate out, keeping him alive. So Fishman is going to be the one left behind, but at the very least, they're not going to lose their tiny there. Furrow waiting to drop a high five. Oh, just a little bit off on the timing there for GH. Still, they get the kill. Man, Nigma
I can make a personal guarantee here pretty much about this patch. I would
What's
say
that?
that there's about a 0.0001% chance that Earth Spirit's going to get to keep 4-second rolling boulder now.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no way. I mean, it's always been amazing. It's always been really fun, but the hero hasn't been quite like strong enough for everyone's just like, he's so broken for like obviously a long time. Since a lot of the earlier reworks of the hero. But now with his other abilities being stronger and the shard being amazing now, much better than it was before. Yeah. We're losing the 4-second rolling boulder. So rest in peace, Earth Spirit players.
It's going to be sad. Enjoy it while you can for all you folks out there.
I think just remove Magnetize and keep the 4-second boulder. We don't even give him an ultimate. Just keep the 4-second boulder, please. It's like the funnest part.
Okay, jump in, wanting to get something going, and they will. They find and kill off MC. Now Nigma, they need to be careful. If they can get the rundown here, they drop the Will-O-Wisp back behind him, jump forward, stun, Kuro caught, in trouble. The Force Staff keep him alive. Yuma throws out the ulti. Are they thinking about going in? Stormstormer, another Avatos, the jump in from everybody. The damage is there. They're leached together. They're silenced. They're doomed. But it's actually you that's doomed. Oh, Entity did not stand a chance. Oh, man, Mikey is strong. Yuma right there for the big damage from the gyrocopter.
I mean, they're just standing there. He's just like waiting for the perfect moment to join that fight. Just like hold, and there's 8,000 damage from gyrocopter. Like they're trying all this stuff, trying to make it work, and he just presses flat cannon twice and gives them an extremely bad time.
Radiant's middle tower
Devastating.
is under attack.
Yuma hit so freaking hard in that fight. We'll take a look at that replay here. As again, it looks like it should be good, but this build that he's gone for, it has worked out so well for them.
It's just the inability to actually get on top of the gyro, right? Like they're kind of getting on these other people, but if you go on the gyro, he just gets swapped out. So you go on Kuro, and when they finally come in, he just turns. GH there with the assist again, much like after the first kill that they got earlier onto MC, and then suddenly, GH just shows up to slow them all down after. Similar thing here. Just feels like there's no winning play in these kind of moments. All you can hope for now is that maybe you can get a pick off onto the gyro into a quick Roche, but he is going to have that Satanic, so you better be hoping that you hit that Doom.
Right, and then of course you have to kill him in the duration of the Doom, because if it runs out, I mean, he's gonna be back up to full HP, and I don't know if they have enough to do the damage in the duration. It's feeling really tough right now for them. And the other thing is that they need the Doom to deal with the Enigma, because if they Doom the gyrocopter, MC's just gonna come in afterwards and blow them all up.
That's problematic. You have a fair point there.
Yeah. In chess, they call that an overworked piece. That's Gabby right now. So they catch, push him back in, find him, looking, chasing, gets the blink away.
Yeah, missed on the Wave of Terror there, so good jukes there from Gabby, and maybe that'll escape.
Oh, that was close. They will get Katomi, though. I think. Oh, used all the stuns? No, he gets out too. Okay. So Entity hold on to all their heroes.
Wow, despite the Yules. I thought they'd be able to combo that up and be able to control him for the kill, but not enough there in time for Mikey. Man, Mikey's such a utility piece.
Can't improve until you make a mistake.
Like Force Staff, Yules, Boots of Travel. All he's missing is the Shard, so that he can also just be bringing someone else across the map with him.
Right. Yeah, going into that Wind Waker next as well. If he can get towards that, makes all the difference in the world. But of course, in order for this to work, it feels like the gyrocopter has to be this indomitable monster, which so far he's been able to be. And GH now getting closer and closer to his Aghanim Scepter. He's so farmed at this point in the game. Looks very scary. Smoke up?
Yeah, that's actually nuts. And with the ceremonial robe too, this is probably one of the best items on Earth Spirit.
Oh,
Feels like
they're
he's
running.
one of those 4s that really takes advantage of it.
They're running into a scary place. Stormstormer, if he could get a good jump, Mikey would be a great one to get. Steps forward, finds GH, Ava toss, but if they kill him, there's bigger ones that are coming in after. They take down 3 with the black hole combination. Only the supports survive. They're too strong. They're tipping each other.
I'm literally typing GG if I'm in that black hole. Like the second it popped out, I'm just done. Like it just, you know, you don't have many jumps and many fights left, and I'm sure it was very painful to have to jump that Earth Spirit, but really he's at no choice, right? Like they have to get someone down. They've seen the strength of GH. They just have to hope that they're not quite close enough to immediately punish you, but they were.
And they find Katomi as well. Mikey just gonna chase him down. Will-O-Wisp, and not quite enough. Katomi does get away again. My God. This has been a beatdown, if ever we've seen one. 7-24, and Gyrocopter just hanging on to a DD in the bottle as they're going to go and try and secure themselves Roche.
Yeah, it has been a tough game here for Entity. It feels like they didn't really get anything out of their 3 cores as to like what you were hoping for. Like Watson kind of farmed up, but by the time he had something to do, there just wasn't really a fight for him. He hasn't actually found a fight. The fight just ends. By the time he gets involved, it ends immediately after. Either through Black Hole or by Gyrocopter just pressing Flat Cannon. And he's, like you said, just holding that DD still. Does actually pop it now, simply because he needs space, but he saves it for the end in the hopes that they can smoke into a fight after, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, he is 20, he's 10,000 gold ahead of Watson at this point. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do. Fishman able to again steal a Wisdom Rune, but it's not really enough. There's nothing coming out from him. I mean, we talked about it in the draft, right? Like these supports, if they can't play with Tiny early, if they can't get those kills, it just falls apart kind of, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think they needed to try and link up with Gabby a little bit more. It felt like he was just on an island. It feels like he looked like he was just playing a hero that could really abuse stacks and farm very fast, kind of like the Enigma, which, yeah, Doom has some ways to farm fast and stuff, but I think one of the benefits of him is that you can use those while also still being at least a little bit active when you have such good supporting roles with you.
Right.
But they weren't able to link that up and make that work, and immediately they TP bottom on Nigma, they push that out, so the wave's going to be pushing in there. Now they bring it to the mid as well. So there's a lot to handle from the high ground here. Speaking of the high ground, you know, they have some good options there. We're going to have that Inkswell initiation plus Doom, so they should be able to get the target they want pretty much guaranteed, but then that comes back to the idea of Swap is there, and MC has his Lincoln Sphere, so that's a whole other problem for them.
Good positioning by Stormstormer, trying to find an angle for a toss back, but Yuma understanding the danger is just in the middle of this creep wave, and well, jump forward, Ava, toss back. Yuma pops Satanic, and the fight is almost over at this point. This is also into an Aegis. They kill off one. Katomi already dead, forced to buy back. Watson doing what he can, dying to flat.
Oh, nice.
Is going to get relocated away. Now another toss back. The roll forward, though, and then the kill onto Katomi. Stormstormer wants to get them into the fountain, but it's just not happening. I mean, Gabby is there again. He's almost got his blink broken by Mikey, and now blink broken by Flack. They just don't have the angle. Enigma missing. He has to be there to break the black hole, but he also has to be there to initiate on Yuma. They need 2, but Grimstroke is gone, and Nigma are just going to run down each of these buildings. They don't have 45 seconds to wait for this Grim. Devastating. Will-O-Wisp, these initiations are so hard to find, as they're going to Glyph and just stay high ground. 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Nigma have played this game absolutely stunningly.
Yeah, like pretty much perfect, honestly. They did not really make very many mistakes this game. A couple key moments in terms of like stealing the stacks as well. Just those big objectives that aren't going to happen every game, but when you have an opportunity and you take that advantage, it could just cement your position ahead of the enemy team. And I think that's exactly what taking those stacks did. That was so much gold that could have went towards Watson or maybe Stormstormer and just allowed them to try and get a handle on things for Entity, but it just got stolen away. It got handed to an Earth Spirit who's 6-0 and 19 and got him a really fast BKB. They just can't handle the way that Nigma are playing these fights. I'm going to try one more.
Stormer looks for a toss back. They have the halberd there, but it's on the Lincolns. Gets the static link off, trying to do damage that they can onto Yuma, but then the roll in. Gabby found that backlines. Is it going to be good enough? Trying to bring him down, but the black hole is going to be there.
Nice save.
Gets relocated out. The save comes there. Gabby is already dead, though, and the buildings are being taken. This is going to be mega creeps and likely the game. Double stun, rolls through, tries to find anybody at all. GH Yule Scepter backs away. Yuma's still surviving through this. A minute left on Aegis. Doom is down. Not going to do what they needed to as MC still standing tall. Stormstormer is there. They lost GH, but it is not nearly enough. This is going to be GG most likely as they're getting down to the end of it. Yuma buildings, hitting, thinking, chasing. That's Aegis. Do they want to go in for more? I mean, they're all alive, actually. GH is not back up again, has not decided to buy back. There's going to be the swap away to break the link. Kuro chased away. The turn. MC doesn't have black hole, but drops down that midnight pulse. Good damage out as they hit onto Stormstormer. Looks for a toss, but there's nothing left. GG is called. Nigma take game number 1 in dominant fashion.
Making mistakes is the path.
Man, you just look back and just so many just like good plays based on their heroes. They looked so in sync. This is definitely a stronger Nigma than I was expecting.
Oh yeah, no, they looked good.
Actually ridiculous. Like, I feel like everyone just did exactly what you could hope for. Like, what more can you ask? I feel like GH hit like almost all of his rolls. I feel like he was on the right part of the map nearly every single time. And of course, you know, it was GH Earth Spirit. Am I supposed to expect anything less? No, not really. But you know, on top of that, bringing out the Enigma, something that hasn't been very popular lately, but early picking the gyrocopter to open up the Enigma for yourselves in the first place to make sure that you're not going to get this terrible counterpick in the lane. And I think that idea of like the laning setup and the heroes that were available for Entity, I think really hurt them because they have 3 heroes that I can pretty much pick any hero into. Okay, I guess like the Razor's one where sure, like you're supposed to have a bad time versus Razor with most offlaners, but with the help of GH's ability to just like pull away by using the kick and make sure that the link's gonna snap and the innately like ranged ability Enigma, they found a really nice solution that kind of ruined one of the better options that was here for Entity.
No, absolutely. I think that they really they went into their bag of tricks and played something that we haven't seen in a long time. Was really impressed with it. Generally speaking, I don't know for you at least, like the MVP. I kind of want to give it to MC. I'm cool with literally anybody though because they all played well. I mean, even Kuro, you know, he had to draft at some point.
I'll let you choose. You can choose, buddy.
Let's go MC. As much as Yuma went 19-1-8 and absolutely dominated, surely it was the black holes that pulled it all together there. He did hit some freaking good ones. I was impressed.
He hit some sick ones. Yeah, no, he hit some nasty black holes. Like, you can see at the end when they're actually getting the saves and stuff, too, how there are options. There are ways that they maybe can play around this, but MC was having none of it in those middle parts of the game. And that's where it's the most important ones. Those are the ones that make sure that there's zero chance of a comeback. And for sure, honorable mentions to honestly everyone.
Oh, no. I just looked at the hero damage dealt, though, and Gyro did 68,000. He did more than the entire team of Entity combined.
Dude, he wasn't even looking at his screen. He just pressed flat cannon and attacks. Don't give any credit to a 60k damage Gyro.
All right, fair enough.
It's
decent. Yeah, it was MC. He was the guy. Man, really, really impressive showing. And, you know, going into game number 2 now, I think if you ban that gyrocopter, you end up with a completely different type of game. But I don't know, it's a weird situation. I think that's probably my go-to, at least. I think that hero is so freaking good. It does leave open some other scary stuff. Thoughts for you going into game 2?
Early pick on the TB, maybe. I mean, I know they banned it pretty early, but when I think Watson, I think TB. I think that locking Watson and Fishman down, like, what was the difference between what Watson usually does on his hero versus what Watson and Fishman were doing anyway? But like, and having to like lock this IO into him the entire time. It felt like the IO pick wasn't as potent as you could hope for. Maybe they took it in a sense that they were worried that like Nigma were gonna do some sort of a weird flip thing, and they were gonna bring it out, and then they were gonna get IO gyroed with like an off lane. Avenge, maybe that's what was happening. I don't know. But I felt a little forced, and I don't think they got the most out of it. So, kind of expecting that either they're going to pick something that's a bit more potent as an IO combo, a little bit more like in your face, and then snowballing into other objectives, or easier to at least execute, or we're just going to ignore the IO altogether. I'm leaning more towards ignore the IO and make it so that you have two supports that can smoke with your mid.
All right, well, we'll see. I like the idea of a switch up, but it's also scary. You do all this prep, you get ready for TI qualifiers, your first game, you get smashed like that. It's like, well, our ideas really did not work. We'll see what Entity can do, if they're going to be able to pull things back together, but we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have game number 2 of Entity versus Nigma Galaxy. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back again, you wonderful people out there getting ready for some more Dota 2 action. And Trent, I'm so excited. Western Europe qualifiers, it's all happening. It's all coming to fruition. And we've already had a great game. It was pretty one-sided, but also I think there is always just that little nice feeling in your heart when you see Nigma doing well. It is a team that's definitely struggled for a while and have put together some solid results. And they're playing against Entity that... I mean, they've sort of been that weird team in a way because you get top 6 first major, then there's a lot of struggling to sort of find that identity for a very long time. They've been swapping out players. Gabby felt like it was going to be a pretty good, nice little fit for them, but so far hasn't come fully into fruition. How are you feeling about game 2 going into this? Do you think that Entity are going to change things up, or do you think they're going to stick to their guns with the drafts?
I think it's largely going to depend on what they leave open from Nigma. I think Endy maybe will swap it up. If I had to guess, maybe we'll try and get a Stormstormer Invoker. I feel like that would be my first go-to right now. I don't know if he's like really into the hero right now. I kind of assume he would be. I'd like to see a little bit more versatility out of his role, not to be locked down into something like a Tiny who's kind of like, oh, I need a snowball early or we're going to have a bad time.
Right. Well, we do already have a draft now and a couple of early changes that we're seeing. The Coddle banned out by Entity. They don't want to run into that one again. And Nigma are actually going to be the ones to ban out the Gyrocopter themselves. Interesting. So with the first pick going the way of Entity, they don't want to give that one up.
All right, guys. I mean, look carefully at Mikey in this camera, okay? Because from what I can tell from the rest of Nigma, that pretty soon, as he's hitting up this Nigma world-class gym, as the qualifiers progress, I think every day he's going to be looking more and more buff.
Okay.
Because there's clearly some sort of like strong workout regime happening here.
Oh yeah.
I've seen the posts and stuff from GH and MC. They're on the grind. Mikey, he's gonna. He's going to be huge. Come next year, he'll be a beast.
To be honest, MC and GH have been working out together for a really long time. They both have been doing solid stuff. They do decide to go for it. You talked about it. The Invoker for Stormstormer first phase. They were doing this when this hero wasn't even that good. Now he feels like one of the best heroes of the patch. So hoping to see some good stuff coming out from Stormstormer. I already like the opening from them way more.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm actually shocked that they banned Tree instead of Invoker.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, that just seems like a bit much to me. I mean, I know, like, some people find the hero to be pretty good, and it can be really annoying for some lanes and stuff, but, like, when they have first pick on any, I feel like Invoker is one of the few cores you can comfortably first pick. I think it's, like, Invoker and Darkseer, to me, feel like some of the best ones you can actually go for. And when it's this Invoker, this almost feels like they're testing this out for a second. Just being like, let's see what we can do. Like, if you're not up a game, I don't know if you do that.
Well, that's fair. And I mean, in the last series, Invoker was first phase banned out, but it was banned out by Entity. They didn't want to give that hero up. So sort of getting the Gyrocopter treatment in terms of how they're viewing these two different heroes. So Nigma, I feel like the draft does sort of drastically change now that Invoker's in the pool and going to be played. And particularly now that Gyrocopter's not there.
It's funny because the last game, all I was thinking was like, man, I wish Watson was on Faceless Void. I feel like this game would be a lot better if Watson was on Faceless Void. And now they have Invoker, which means he's probably not going to get Faceless Void. But you only get one ban, right, as Nigma?
Yeah.
So that means that they would either have to, like, let's say they ban the Faceless Void, then they can't ban the Terrorblade. So then Watson gets his Terrorblade. That's pretty hype. Or you have to ban one and pick one.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, it's interesting. We'll see what they decide to go for, but that does throw another little wrench there into the plans. Entity are going to take out the Pango now, and then of course in that next phase we're going to see Nigma draft first. So they could steal one if they wanted to. Also, they could take away the Terrorblade themselves, or take the Terrorblade themselves, and then get rid of the Faceless. Although they also have the Venge as an answer for Faceless Void too.
Yeah, that part's like kind of nice at least, but I don't know. Invoker Faceless is spooky.
Yeah.
Radiant team back.
Just give him the GH treatment. Let Watson chrono everybody. Gyro. want to give that one up.
It's kind of interesting too that it's their 1 and 2 who are their most like unknown. Like we've seen quite a bit of Mikey and Yuma over the past couple of years, but they're not as established, I guess, as a lot of the other players in the qualifiers. Like maybe you don't have such a good read on them, especially considering the time frame in which Nigma like played the most. Or sorry, like entities like necessarily been like playing their games and playing with them. I don't know how much they've actually seen of Mikey and Yuma. So when I'm thinking about like big heroes for them, I don't know. Like the big carries don't necessarily jump into my mind. I don't know about you.
Fair. No, I would kind of agree with that. I mean, there's definitely certain heroes that they've stood out on. You know, we've seen, I think Mikey's best hero to me is either looked to be like the Coddle or the Ember.
Or the Puck. Yeah, that's the one that always jumps out to me too. I think of Mikey.
Yeah.
You must like, I play Meepo, you know?
Right.
Don't make me do it.
All right. Another one of those heroes that's been quite strong. Paired together with Gyrocopter, it's been good, but I think, I think this is GH. I'm almost sure it is.
Pretty likely.
Aggro.
Could also be MC, but yeah, it definitely feels like a GH hero. But I could see it with a perhaps like an off-lane duo as well, if we wanted to try and do something cool with like Ag's build. But Marcy, she hasn't popped off as much as I necessarily thought she was going to either. I feel like this hero still has some potential. It's a little untapped. Ho!
They take it.
Big wombo combo. Invoker, Warlock, those are some huge spellcasters.
Yeah. And then the question is, do they want to run that Faceless Void right now? I think if you want to take it, this is the time. But again, you're running it into Venge.
10 seconds remaining.
And we'll see. But I mean, even if they don't run Faceless Void, they've now got the combo of like Golem with Cataclysm, and it's sort of a similar situation. And Earthshaker, okay, Entity's like, we want to be able to fight. We're taking a lot of team fight. My God.
Jeez. Yeah, these are some big spells. This is like screaming for a silencer or something, but obviously kind of hard to squeeze in unless you're going to do the 3 Venge, 4 Marcy, 5 silencer maybe. It's definitely a hero that jumps into mind. The Darkseer as well kind of looks okay, I would say.
Yeah.
For Nigma, you know, some like sort of like pipe Greaves Buyer. You have a melee hero that you can go with as well with the Marcy. Downside, Iron Shell's getting dispelled by Invoker. Can also be hard if you're trying to initiate and you don't catch the Warlock, you're like guaranteed getting counter-initiated on.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, there's so much lockdown already there that if they do end up catching him, like he's going to die to the Invoker combos more often than not. But we'll see if they want to go for it.
We also almost exclusively saw our Marcies with Gyro. But there's 2 heroes left. There's Ember, which is pretty strong.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what else. I always thought like the Sniper could be kind of cute too, with like the way Sniper functions, and this new Marcy with like the permanent could be kind of interesting. But I guess what's the range? 2,400? That's pretty big.
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh, is this? What is this?
That's a good question. I think it might be 4 Rubik, 5 Marcy, 3. Yeah, maybe it's 3 Marcy, 4 Rubik, 5 Venge. That's probably what it is.
Turn to pick.
Interesting.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it could be mid Underlord. It could be mid Marcy. Could be safe lane Marcy. Could be mid Rubik. We got options here, people. Many, many options. And I love this when you are last pick. When you have the second pick at the start of the draft, you have that final closing one. You have a lot of flexibility here and no sweet clue on Entity's side of, like, they're not locked into anything necessarily on the side of Nigma. I was thinking this in the end of last draft. I was thinking, like, it's less about predicting the last hero pick these days and thinking about that. It's more just like, who the hell is playing what? Like, when the final 10th hero comes out in most of these drafts, I don't even, like, look at the hero. I just start looking for player names to try and figure out who the hell is picking what on some of these teams.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the one thing that you can latch onto if you're Entity right now is that it is going to be an MC Underlord. Now, obviously, that's not necessarily true. We've seen mid Underlord before, but it feels likely. It fits his playstyle, the rest of it. Now with this TA getting taken, I was thinking they go something like a Monkey King, but safe lane TA most likely.
It's kind of similar.
10 seconds remaining.
Like similar idea. to the Monkey King, but a little bit more
5
like
seconds
she's got some other benefits, like with the traps all around. She helps you take Roche, I would say, like a little bit earlier. She's better at the stacks in the early part. She doesn't have to build as greedy of items either to get the same scaling potential. But, I mean, you definitely don't have as much team fight compared to Wukong's command, but you certainly don't need it with the current heroes. I'm also wondering if Gabby might play this Shaker. I kind of feel like that's something Gabby would try and bust out.
Okay.
But
I like that.
I'm hoping he doesn't.
Oh, okay. Got it.
You know?
All right. Fair enough.
Because it would be kind of blind.
Right now, oh, God, I'm not entirely sure which way I feel about this. Do we want like position 1 Marcy? Is that the play here?
I can tell you that Gabby will pick Wind Ranger if it's left in. That's my prediction.
Okay, all right.
That's the Gabby brain.
They banned the Monkey King. Interesting. Which would signal Earthshaker 3.
In a sense, yes. Plus, you don't really want to play... Because like I don't necessarily want to play a ranged offlaner because it's just like last time where they brought up the Enigma and it worked really well. But I think in most situations in this patch, ranged offlaners feel pretty weak. Like you can get good Visage games, sure, and obviously we just saw a pretty good Enigma game. But you start looking towards like those Vipers. I think the hero might be okay, but he's pretty unexplored. Teams aren't necessarily playing it a lot. Venomancer, kind of similar. It's a little eh. So if you can try and get a solid melee offlaner, that would be great. But it has to be someone that is able to do a lot with only a Shaker. And those kind of heroes are like Darkseer and Tidehunter, you know?
Right.
And now they've obviously just taken care of the Darkseer. Maybe it's Tide they're prepping for with the Monkey ban.
Could be.
I'd probably ban Tide.
We'll see if they don't want to face that one, if there's something else they're more concerned with. The push down, that's interesting. So they're more concerned about the tower taking potential after the fact than the team fight.
Also like a little bit faster than Tide too.
Right.
10 seconds remaining.
It looked like it was Yuma talking a lot with March. So most likely we're going to be seeing a carry here at the end for Nigma Galaxy, and then it's not going to be Marcy 1.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, it's probably mid Rubik, which would be so sick. I really hope that's what happens here.
I was looking it up, and I don't believe Mikey has played it in professional games at the very least. But
oh yeah,
I mean, if there's a game to do it, that's true. If there's a day to do it, though, they have some really good spells to steal in this game already.
Let's see. Oh, okay, we got a profile here. Ooh, I got no Rubiks in his recent pubs.
Okay.
So if he is busting it out, it's a real surprise here. But he also hasn't played any of these other heroes. So
right. I mean, it could,
that's good.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't even realize she was still in. One of the most contested heroes of the North American region when we were casting was Legion. She was everywhere. And they have all this team fight. You get some solo. She definitely fits the bill of that like Tide Darkseer. Like I can be an individual. I don't necessarily need a super strong four with me. I can work with an Earthshaker. That's pretty solid. And not a lot of time on the clock here for Nigma. So hopefully they have something prepped.
Yeah, just getting down to the wire. Kuro likes it. They're making their choice, and it's going to be the Razor. So Yuma Razor, a classic.
Mikey Marcy.
Got this. Interesting. All right. Well, I think that there's... I like the GH Rubik a lot. I do like Entity's draft a good deal. And they have so many different types of teamfight ultis. I'm worried what's going to happen is Entity aren't going to make moves when Rock is on cooldown, and that's going to slow them down too much. So I want to see Entity remaining active even when they don't have Warlock ulti. But we'll see if that ends up happening or not.
Yeah. So as far as I can tell, this is only the second core Marcy of the entire qualifiers. The other one was an off lane. Wow. And other than that, it has only been supporting in the safe lane or the off lane there. So we saw a lot of 5 for us, like maxing of the buff of the sidekick.
Right.
But we also saw a little bit of 4. And I mean, the build's been very interesting too, because like typically the sidekick has been paired with these heroes like Gyrocopter to try and maximize it, and their Ember Spirit because you're trying to like buff up their damage. They have these big AoE attacks. Pretty cool. But in this case, you're probably avoiding a lot of sidekick, I would be guessing, to try and use more of the rebound on the earlier parts. But I'd be curious to see how do you balance the dispos with the sidekick levels right now? Because like, I feel like you want to use your ulti by using sidekick, right?
Yeah. It makes sense there. I also think that just giving not just the damage, but that lifesteal to Razor is something that he really does love. So he's like doubling down on getting buffed up damage by stealing it and then also getting the buff from Marcy. But we'll see what they decide to do with that. If they want to play fast tempo again, I'd like to see that coming out from Nigma. But we're getting into this game number 2. Entity backs up against the wall, do not want to drop down to that lower bracket, as again, I believe they're coming in as like the top seed in this one, or one of the top seeds at least, just based off of points. It looks like it was Quest that actually had the most DPC points, but Entity was third. Do not want to drop down to the lower bracket so early on in these qualifiers.
So I'm looking through the toppest of pubs right now. And I've only found 3 games of mid Marcy that have been played. And it was mid 1, Cuckoo, and Eki. And that is it. And we're talking like that's a lot of Marcy games. In 8 days, only 3 people even tried at mid. And most of them have done max sidekick, a little bit of like 2 points rebound. So I assume he'll probably just try and max sidekick as much as he can reliably with rebound. And then try and use your ulti. I don't know. This is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Obviously a hero that can get out there and make a bunch of moves around the map. 100-second cooldown on that Unleash. We've also seen the supports run in and take towers with it. But stepping forward, Stormstormer in kind of no man's land. They have him there. The Wave of Terror to open, disposed to start, and trying to find this kill. That's big. GH going to draw first blood against Stormstormer. We'll see if that ends up coming back to haunt Mikey at all, taking that early point dispose. But
I think the kill on is totally fine because I think you use it in the lane too for like the range creeps and stuff. So it doesn't even matter. It's like value.
Big.
The biggest of value.
Mikey definitely has been very much the one just stepping forward as he just walks up, disposes Stormstormer, and starts punching him. Man, that's pretty gnarly. Just has a bunch of freaking branches and punching the Invoker in the face.
Well, we'll see if they take a quick one here. Oh, what a beautiful first Fatal Bonds up top here from Fishman. This spell has been so incredible ever since they made it enemies 6 level 1. It used to be horrendous. It used to be like 3 level 1 or something. I think it went 3, 4, 5, 6, and you had to like wait till the max level. It's just so much damage. Like we have this cleaving damage as well in the wave, so if you're trying to get the kill, you can really try and speed it up a little bit.
Down bottom. Yuma, though, he's in really far, and they managed to take him down. Gabby just punching away there.
That's rough.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a good start up top, though, like you're talking about, and then also finding that kill down bottom. This is what you want to see. And GH, he might also be dead up top. The Fatal Bonds, a couple more punches. Fishman takes him down. Dude, right, Warlock is so strong.
I figured it out. I know what's happening. Because he's not able to just illuminate at the start of the game on Mikey, he doesn't have the focus to just use his chat wheels anymore. He's been silent this whole time because he's so busy with these micro movements in the wave trying to last at everything versus Invoker.
That's fair. Well, he's still doing a good job of it, definitely. 8 and 1 apiece. Although it does get one denied right in his face.
Yeah, you had to say that. He just lost that range creep right in his face.
Oh, it happens. I allowed him to use some of those chat wheels. But yeah, I'm with you. That sounds about right. Gabby, in spite of the kill onto Yuma, has had a little bit of trouble with the CSing, it looks like. Always tough to play against the Razor. Damn. Stormstormer doing a good job of getting a couple of those denies in there where he can. 11 and 4 already.
I mean, this is his guy, right? Like, lose game 1, all I could see was Stormstormer Invoker in the future.
Right.
And Nigma gave it to them. You know, they are better at this than I am, so they were willing to fight into this, which also means that this Marcy got picked up pretty early, so Mikey presumably wanted this as a matchup into Invoker. It's kind of interesting.
I guess, I mean, he is going to be able to get on top of him likely in that sort of mid-game scenario and just start punching, which feels interesting to me. And actually, even starting right now, a little dispose, a couple more hits. Mikey with the water rune in tow is going to be fine. But Stormstormer taking a lot of harassment.
Yeah, of course, ever since the nerf of BKB, there's not that many mids, I would say, that want to rush it and feel super happy about it. I feel like Primal Beast is the one that really sticks out.
Improve until you make
And
mistakes.
Marcy should be another one, theoretically, that is pretty happy with an earlier BKB. So that could be part of it.
My God, damage down bottom though. Yuma gonna get pushed back. They almost were able to get that link off and good damage onto Gabby, but the fissure from Katomi doing enough to keep him alive. So doing a good job right now on this Earthshaker of ensuring Gabby gets off to a good start. But as I say that, no more fissure now. Doesn't quite have enough for the kill. Yeah, I'm just cursing everybody today.
Can't be stopped right now. Stormstorm has used the cold snap here just to get out of the body blocks and turn it back onto Mikey as they hit the 4-minute mark. Rubik's coming in from the top, so Mikey goes bottom. Stormstormer won't be able to grab himself a little water rune. I mean, he's an evoker, so you're not really counting on runes anyway, of course. But to give up both feels kind of bad versus anybody.
Yeah, no points up in Exort for the Spirit to go over and try and make the deny play. So yeah, Mikey getting both of those, that's what you want to see if you're an Nigma fan.
Now he's back, yeah.
Yeah, spamming. Well, laning stage so far looking fairly even-ish across the board. Definitely a slight lead up on the top side where it's a TA Watson that's gotten pretty much everything that she wants. Mid pretty even though.
I think the other nice thing is his scaling throughout this game on Watson looks great. He might as well be TB. I feel like he scales pretty hard compared to the heroes on the side of Nigma. We've seen the state of the game that TA gets to. Like, she gets into like later Aghanim Scepter and stuff. If the game goes really late, she's really hard to contest. I love the shard timing. I feel like it's this whole thing with Templar Assassin that I always have to watch for, because you'll have games where the TA will just straight up buy it at 15 because it's so valuable, and especially if they're snowballing, it can just ruin a team's team fight. And you look at like Underlord, Razor, Marcy, they're going to be pretty clumped in the middle of these engagements, so they're going to be kind of cautious about their dispels.
Absolutely. No, they need to have them at the ready. Another really good Fatal Bonds here is starting to lay in damage to MC, and actually with these imps coming at him, they're going to do significant damage. Man, even the Ring of Health not really keeping him topped up on the HP pool, while Mikey is starting to bully a little bit on Storm Spirit. Getting that double rune made a big difference, and level 6, or rather minute 6 coming up pretty soon. Depending on what this is, he might just get dove. Yeah, he has level 6 now on Marcy and Stormstormer.
The Ghost Walk is prepped from Stormstormer, so.
Going to Ghost Walk and start heading bottom? Is he ganking right now?
I mean, you're regenning, right? So.
Okay.
You know, gotta do something.
That doesn't look like it's going to work out for them.
It's okay. Wave's going to push to his tower anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Right. Oh, in the meantime, up top, Watson still gain everything that he wants, although MC isn't being completely denied everything. Getting semblances of this wave heading his direction. No stacks yet being built off in the jungle for the TA. But she's already
that is
winning the
one
life.
downside. The Kataomi's on it now. He's getting the Ancients on the other side of the map. But down, certainly, you know, you have Shadow Demon in the off lane. This guy's got like 4 stacks already as a position 4. Earthshaker, a little bit harder to make it work.
True enough. Trying to go onto MC a bit there, but drops down the Firestorm and then backs away. And again, Stormstormer just ghost walking around mid, trying to regen back up and get himself into a decent position here. The scan does connect Radiant, realizing that Katomi was heading around, and that should keep Mikey alive here. But another rotation.
I think this off-sentry combo mid is so sick too, as Watson, like you said, rotated right through. Beautiful play there.
Nice connection, and actually bringing in Katomi, he's also, I think, gonna hurt Fishman. Will throw down the upheaval, but nothing really doing afterwards. A good fissure. This Fatal Bonds is hitting them quite hard. If they can get any extra damage, would be a huge amplification, but no, they are just going to head through the gate, regen back up, and then come to lane again. That's a nice play.
Oh, they're going to try and catch them on the way back in? It looks like Invoker's TPing to the outpost here. He's going to come through with the Ghostwalk and the DD, saying, we want to punish them when they get back in here, guys. Yuma? Oh, maybe this is it?
Starting. They have a good bit of damage. The right clicks are there. Another Fatal Bonds onto 2. Slow down with the upheaval. And yeah, Yuma is just going to drop. So a nice rotation. And the big thing there is getting the Urn Charge onto Stormstormer.
Jeez, that was a huge Fissure. Like, I think he gets away if it wasn't the Fissure blocking him into the tree, because he has no Quelling Blade on the Razor, and he connected it right to that tree. I think the Fissure stun would not have been enough. I think he absolutely needed to make sure there was a full-on block there. So really well done from Kataomi.
Well, I definitely want those kills to try and set up the beginnings. And again, as we mentioned, the potential. Oh, wait, after using Tornado, they just decide to go. Stormstormer in trouble. Dust already used. Another round to hit. Stormstormer slowed up on Mikey and nowhere left to go. Mikey is going to get taken down. And GH also might go down here too. They have anything? Doesn't look like it.
No, nothing else bonded.
The Warlock gank. Rarely seen, but much appreciated.
Of course, has the ulti ready too. Once he gets the mana back up, so have to be a little bit cautious if you want diving more of these heroes. They're at Yuma again, forced to use the link just to drive them back a bit here. It does open up another possibility though, because he's not going to fight with that links down. And now Stormstormer moving through. Can he get here in time?
Mikey moves in for the kill, and no, isn't going to be able to make it happen. Stormstormer seeing Kuro. It's a bold play to go for this. They're thinking about it. They see Mikey now, and maybe a chance to go onto Kuro if he steps too far out, but he's not doing it.
I think they knew. I think that that's why Mikey comes down here. He's just he's fully aware of how this Invoker wants to play this. I love, again, this op-centric combo mid that they put down from Nigma. I feel like that is so valuable versus Invoker. I think every team should be ready to de-ward that, because they're constantly knowing if he's sitting there ghost walking or he's moving ghost walking.
MC drops the portal so friends can come and join him. They bring in a bunch. The Tornado hits now onto 4, but that means there's 4 heroes nearby. Oh. Big stun. Is it going to be enough? Fishman drops the ulti. Stolen swap, turning, gone, and Fishman lives. 3 dead for 1.
Oh, I thought they were going to have the turn there for a minute, but Mikey, he's just forced to bail out of that situation, and Fisherman somehow gets away. One happy Invoker, Warlock player here even gets the stack off after to keep propelling Watson into the stratosphere. He's about, what, 1,400 gold ahead of Yuma right now. We have a very large Templar Assassin in this game. And Entity, they're trying to do the same thing for Gabby, right? He's pretty high. Like, he's tied up there with Yuma on that Razor. But I want to see Gabby getting into some fights, right? He's trying to avoid the Doom game. He wants to battle.
No, totally.
Dude, I mean, that's die. Is he going to get swapped back? They need to get rid of this ob-centric combo. And it's just done way too much for Nigma.
It's been really good for them. Absolutely. And I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that if they see a moment there to make a jump, they're definitely going to go for it. But instead, it's going to be Mikey stepping forward. Could pop Unleash here, but is just going to right click down the tower, it looks like. Oh, a little bit of a misclick there. Like, he doesn't get the last hit. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, a very similar situation to what we saw in game number 1 with Watson taking over the role of what Yuma was last game on his gyrocopter. We'll see if the story ends the same as they're setting up onto MC top. Another Tornado combination with the Cold Snap. MC is very tanky with the Vanguard, but the slows eventually might do their work. Stolen Fissure from GH, and now Mikey shows up. The jump forward, the catch onto both with the dispose and the kill. Kuro takes him down, finds Fishman. Gabby shows up. I don't know if you want to brawl right now, although with Watson nearby, that might be enough. Kuro in trouble, ends up going down. Another jump forward, but it's not going to make the difference. Watson, can he take down Mikey? Meld Strike 1, slowing down. GH Fissure still a little ways away. in the end, it's a 2 for 2.
And I mean, you can see what's really interesting about Mikey's build too. So talk about how like some people have tried the Marcy mid, but they're still going sidekick. But he's essentially playing puck. Like he's jumping in and doing a double nuke and then kind of jumping back out with this max level rebound. Because like currently Marcy is pretty committal on the rebound because you tend to have lower levels at the earlier parts of the game because you're maxing sidekick. Most Marcys only ever go to 2 points, if anything, not 4. Gabby, oh, that ulti hurts. Oh, saved!
Get out of there. He's away. And the gate down on the low ground. Not quite going to connect the way they wanted that one to. But yeah, would have been big. Now Mikey in mid. Stormer tried to get the dispose, but couldn't quite make it happen. GH having this fissure stolen is a problem. He is already starting to do some good things around the map with this. Kuro finds Gabby. Gabby sticking around too long, but didn't get the swap off, got fogged. Oh, that would have been huge. GH wants to chase this, but isn't going to quite be able to catch up, it looks like. Instead, they're going to run through and try and steal a Wisdom Rune. They're going to find the stack that is being built. Mikey doesn't quite get high ground, but they will find him. Pull him back in. Mikey's stuck.
Ancient's help.
And Ancient's helping. The Echo Slam turn on a Kuro, and then the deny. Oh my God, it's gone terribly. I got to get out of here. Mikey's slowed. This was not the way it was supposed to go. Will he get denied too? The Ancients, they get involved, and they take them both down. These guys are a menace. He's Ancient stack. My God.
Listen, I've been saying, since Ancients got levels and they can level up, you know, they should level up if they kill someone.
Yeah.
Then it's more valuable if you helm the Dominator them. You like sacrifice your position 5 to power up a neutral creep.
It's like back in, when this was an RTS game, you would get creeps or, Marines in StarCraft with a kill number on them. I want to see the kill number on those neutrals. All right, well, 6 to 10, 2K gold lead.
Yeah, a bit tough there to lose the enemy mid to a neutral, but at least your Shaker also denied himself. Obviously, Mikey very happy that he managed to get away with that and didn't give up too much there to the enemy team. As he bottles up a shield rune. It is funny when he uses Unleash, though, and he's just like tickling the enemies right now. It is not very threatening.
No, he does not have the damage that he needs. But all in good time, I'm sure. GH still farming away in the mid lane. He runs out of the fissure, so that great initiation potential that he had before not going to be there as much anymore.
He's
trying to set up
on Kataomi right now. He's like, he's just like, do you think he'll fissure this wave? How badly does he want gold?
Yeah, but doing a good job of covering that one for now. While down bottom, Entity start to take down that tier 1 tower. MC trying to do the same on the other side of the map. Is not quite pushing it as quickly, though, it looks like. So will they get back in time to defend tier 1 top? Does not look like Entity are interested in taking that fight. So yeah, just a trade, and right now it's Nigma that have found themselves in game number 2 with a 1 tower advantage, but down a significant amount of gold. That main difference just being Watson's very farm TA, who now has Blink Dagger done.
Do you think that Yuma will achieve more kills as Razor than Watson did? Because Watson ended last game with 1 kill, and that's where Yuma is right now.
I mean, I think so.
You're a believer?
Oh, yeah. 1,000.
I don't know, man. This game, like, this is prime for a snowball and get a control if they get Aegis and 1 good fight at a Watson, you know?
That's true. They might end the same. And Razor's just sad.
Yeah, it's definitely a real possibility right now. The other problem is Yuma getting into the fights, obviously. You know, we talked about the issues with Fishman and the IO with the Razor the entire time. That's true. But of course, at least they had the ability to bring him in when they could. They're going to have to try and use the portal, I guess, if they want to do the same. From the Underlord.
Kuro backs away.
Oh, we got Grove Bump.
That's big. That's really nice for TA. I mean, yeah, Dragonlance, Deso, she's very scary.
And she's going for the early shard, too. Oh, Watson after my heart here.
I know. Jump forward, Echo onto Mikey, the blink reveal. Mikey in trouble, slowed, the stun, the Sunstrike Tornado. It's going to be enough. They take down 2 and get the duel victory. They baited that out perfectly.
Snowball, snowball, snowball. Speaking of blink reveal, Kataomi also has a blink flying out right now. Gabby looking for a little bit more here. Sends Kuro running away there, but they're just looking for Aegis. It's going to be 20 minutes here pretty soon, so they can start making their way down towards bottom. You farm your way there as TA, take these camps, take the Ancients, go for Roche for 20 minutes as it rotates down bot. The answers, MC, he has the pipe, he also has the mech. So they have some counter to this overwhelming team fight, but they didn't really have to use all too much, right? Like Echo, kind of whatever, but they're still holding the golems. And it's going to be very hard to contest Roche while those are up.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a really scary situation, too, because Watson is just going to take any objective so fast. Like, there's no way that you can get there in time for Nigma to come and contest, because it's not just TA with Deso with a couple charges on him. It's also Invoker with now 7 points in Wex for Alacrity with a TA. So maximum attack speed coming out, being given over by the Invoker.
Yeah, plus, Stormstormer, he currently has Boost of Travel. He has his Urn with a couple charges, and now he has these traps that are still around the map. Like, there's some up top, there's some in mid, and of course, they're silencing now. So it kind of opens up these little gank opportunities for Stormstormer that weren't necessarily there before. It's not just an individual shard on the TA.
Oh, Entity, they're trying to get active and fight, and in the meantime, they almost caught Gabby up top.
Under ward 2.
Still chasing, hunting. They want to get him, but the TPs are coming in from the rest of the team, and now the decision to turn and fight. Again, you got to be careful. Fighting into Golem here is really scary. But instead, they're going to go back through the gate. And then are they going to try and set up for a Roche themselves? 20 minutes, it's switching over.
He has the blink. Don't get caught.
Looking. Hunting. Drop down
Razor's
some vision.
TPing. He's going to try and cancel it again. Oh, dude, he's a bold guy. He's bold.
They're moving through. Fishman, Gabby, Kataomi, all heading together.
Oh, Kataomi's looking
MC.
for the dunk.
They scan behind. They know everybody else is right over there. And starting off, MC getting hit. The wraparound is here, though. It could be devastating. Fisher out. The Golem onto 2. The duel. Will it be enough? Swapping him back and away. They've already used a lot of their spells.
Dude, they're just holding dunk.
It's going to be enough to get him caught.
He's not even worried.
Yeah, they are just going to catch them all. So 3 down and Entity into Roche if they feel so inclined.
Kataomi didn't even give the respect of dunking on the GH there to cancel his TP. He was like, maybe a little worried that split second he went for it, he could miss it between the travel time of his fingers, and he's just like, nah, let him go.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Or maybe he just wasn't quite close enough for Aftershock. That's probably what it was.
Regardless, I mean, they are going now into Roche and taking it, and they still are holding on to that Echo like you're talking about. It's going to be 110 seconds with no Warlock ulti. I still want to see Entity play pretty aggressive on the map at this point, even without that Golem, but we'll see what they decide to do.
What do you think about those Razor kills, bud?
I know, I'm looking at it now. Yuma, I mean, it's the problem with this hero, right? Like, if things go wrong, you really don't feel good.
He got hit by a shard at the start of that fight. I was like, oh, it's over. Like, you're on the trap. They only put a sentry as well, if I'm not mistaken, onto that pillar. So they dewarded what Enemy had there, but Enemy just like quickly came down and chucked another one directly on top. Gave him the vision of the Razor, trapped him, and gave him a really bad time. Well, and soon we're going to have level 12 on Fishman. Let's go.
True. Yeah, he's already a monster, and just making those golems that much more annoying to play against. They did get the shard onto Kuro. That's a pretty big one for them, I feel like.
Yeah.
Getting a random magic missile stun is going to be nice, but I mean, this definitely, like you talked about it feels like it's snowball TA territory.
All right, so how do you not let that happen? How do you, all right, first off, do you want to even try and fight this Aegis? I feel like that's probably not the way to go about it. Except Mikey, needs to fight. That's kind of one of his problems.
Yeah.
He is lowest on the cores right now. He's almost fallen to the value of Fishman's Warlock.
Yikes.
He's only 1,200 gold ahead of him, which is more impressive for Fishman, honestly. But that's Warlock these days.
Just get gold, it seems like crazy. And I mean, he has Solar Crest and Drums done. I mean, if they're not fighting right now with Mikey having a DD rune and BKB up, then I don't think that they're fighting just in general. And that's now Golem back up too. It's just delay as much as possible time, it feels like. And MC taking the most dangerous farm on the map right now, has Greaves done along with Pipe, and is just going to try and shove out these waves if at all possible. Backs away again, and he is actually fissure blocked. They got him. Dual Cataclysm done. Oh my god, they find another. GH in trouble, doesn't have anywhere left to go. Stolen Refraction, but it's only going to last him a moment. An easy double kill.
Snowball, snowball. No kills Razor. He's almost got Manta, and by almost I mean it's still pretty far away because he wants the BKB first, so never mind.
Okay. Unfortunate. It felt like that BKB is more important, and well, I mean, he needed something, but this is going to be buildings dropping soon if they can't stop this push.
Man, I can't wait to see who picks Razor in game 3. It's gonna be sick.
Yeah. Freaking Razor, man.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Well,
it is strange to have basically the exact same game, it feels like.
Right.
Like, it's just like Razor's done the same thing at both of these games, but I mean, we can't really hate on the hero too much. I feel like there's many carries that could have been in this situation. But they're not. It kind of is a combination of all three cores again. So very similar problems is what Envy had last game. And again, Mikey is literally just playing puck. That is all that this Mercy build is. Like, he's just rebounding and disposing. He jumps and he does 2 nukes, and if it doesn't kill them, you lose the fight.
Right.
You know? And instead of having a coil to at least try and guarantee it, you have this Unleash, which will scale a little bit better later, but for now, it's not doing a whole lot.
No, it feels quite bad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And I mean, again, they haven't really been able to take a consistent fight since you know, a couple of those ones lost early on. But it feels like the window for Nigma to try and hold out in this game is going to be much, much later. And I don't think Entity are going to give him that opportunity. And in fact, they're going to head now down bottom and try and catch MC. He's right under a ward.
Yeah.
This should be easy.
We're talking about how like Stormstorm used to play this hero all the time anyway. This is how he always played Invoker. I feel like the new version of Invoker is great for him. He's always been a very stocky Invoker. He's less of a like, oh, I'm going for the Omega teamfight refresher build. He can do all that stuff, but he's someone who's really good at pushing the hero individually around the map. So new Invoker should be pretty cool for him.
Interesting. They didn't want to reveal. They find MC again, but a little bit afraid of the backup that could come from Nigma with the swap coming from Kuro. So they bring everybody bottom, but don't go in for a fight. And then actually,
Top's hitting though.
Instead, it's Mikey that's down here all alone. I don't know. He just thought that they could wrap around maybe, but that did not work at all.
They were trying to set up, yeah. They were going for like a smoke play as well. He was hoping he would jump in behind, but it's because Entity, like much like last game where they were forced to jump on the Earth Spirit because they were so far behind and it went poorly for them. There's a reason they're only showing MC, and they know that on Entity. They're like, we're not going to hard commit. The last time they hard commit was because they knew they could get a Fissure block and guaranteed Sunstrike, and he got annihilated by that. But this time, they're just like, it's chill. We'll just wait. Catapults are hitting the top tower while all that was going on, and now they just immediately go back bottom.
Looking for a swap play to start, but then the blink out, BKB after, Kuro dead. So the hits come through. Yuma forced to pop that BKB, but it's overwhelming physical damage coming from Watson. It's a BKB to run away.
He tried to deny off a trap and hit him on the way out of the Razor. I love how TAs have that now.
Oh, yeah. That's a full Daedalus done on Watson. And, I mean, right now, they've got to be feeling good. They've made some adjustments. The Gyrocopter no longer in the game has set Entity up for success. And off the back of this Stormer Invoker, they're getting everything that they need.
Get it, Golem. Use your flaming fists.
Yeah. Well, a minute and a half until Roche is capable of respawning, and Entity, they've remained active in this game, having taken that full set of racks now. What did Nigma need to do? I mean, it feels like, again, they're getting close to like a couple of item timings, but Mikey in particular has just not been able to get what he needed out of this Marcy. Oh, God, they got him again.
Nice grab. Hey, he got it at least.
Yeah, that's true.
They sent him through the portal.
It's just like last game in reverse, like you said.
Yeah, it really is. Yuma here. It really looks like there's a corrosive haze on him. Every time I look at Razor, I think the enemy can see him.
Right. Well, they can underneath that ward. I mean, they've had
that is a good
vision. Tommy walking along, looking, hunting, has the blink ready, but not going to go. And yeah, now they realize there's vision right there.
All right, so they got one thing in their favor, and that's that they're currently holding Fatal Bonds on GH. So the ideal way that this fight happens is that he sees the Warlock cast his ulti, he blinks in, Fatal Bonds the enemy, steals Golem, and then drops Golem.
Okay. All right.
Or even better, he somehow Fatal Bonds and then... Actually, no, it's not better. It's literally just that. Yeah, just get the Golem.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a better spell to steal.
He almost has Blink Dagger done, but that also means that they have to fight under Nigma Vision, which, to be honest, you're likely... Oh, Cataclysm to scout? Don't find anybody, but now they realize where they're at. Likely it's going to need to be around that Roche fight. That feels like the most likely place where this game is going to be decided. And we're 2.5 minutes away on it.
Oh, we're already going to be extending the schedule here today since we got started a little bit early. I thought maybe it'd be a fast one, but 2.5 more minutes and a guaranteed game 3. Sorry, almost guaranteed game 3.
Yeah.
My bad. Wait, might get our first game 3 of the day. Who knows? Perhaps GH can pull off the miracle here, even though he's not here.
He doesn't have the spell stolen anymore, sadly, so...
you know, it's still on the... It's always the Rubik player we have to look for, right?
It's true. I mean, I think for Entity, you know, it's going to come down to Watson needing to play not necessarily defensively, but just not crazily, I guess. As he hits level 20 and has meld the spells now.
Just don't play like it's a 25k lead, and he'll be fine. You know what I mean? Just play like the game is still somewhat tight, and you're gonna win these fights. But if you do the YOLO plays, there have been some crazy comebacks these qualifiers.
Oh yeah,
there have been some insane throws. I saw like one game where they were up 25k and it got fully reversed, and then they were down 3k, and then they came back and won. I was like, oh my god,
right?
Like the hearts. Everyone's just losing it. I love TI Dota. TI is when you get the worst Dota of the year, and it's the best.
It's true.
There's nothing better than bad Dota.
It's great. You love to see it. Well, and I guess
stalking.
The caveat there is that great players play in nervous, scared, spooky Dota. As they find GH, he TPs away. Oh my god, dude. And then, well, they find another one. Curl also going to get hunted and killed. I was like, is he going to get out? And then the Cataclysm dropped.
It actually does more than his health. It does 1,330 if he gets hit by both, and he only has 1,226 HP.
Time to buy a bracer. Get some more blood grenades in there.
Yeah, there you go. Guys, I need the blood grenades.
Well, a very long Roche respawn time like we talked about. Stormer finds MC now on the bottom side of the map. Gonna get hit by the wall and now completely out of mana. Just waddling away, trying to waddle away. Getting bullied here. Jump, finding the Warlock. Okay, dispose, pulls him in deeper. They get the Golem down. Gabby manages to find one. Duel back off cooldown now. Thinking about turning. Now Kuro shows up. Kuro in no man's land is just gonna get dueled.
I'm over
Nobody
here.
there to help him out at all. And now they get the lift up. Razor found. Yuma in trouble, dies in his BKB, and they find another. GH just gets obliterated by Watson. Time to head on up high ground. Who needs a Roche? Took too long. They're taking buildings.
Now, Watson did end 1-5-2, so he had one more assist, but he also had one more death on the Razor last game.
It is
so,
funny
you know,
how it's like
I'm not sure how you can. How do you win this one as Yuma? Is 1-4, and if he gets 1-4 and 2, then he just straight up did better. So he needs at least an assist.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Ideally.
Cool.
I mean, we are seeing the snowballing carry completely take over this game. The big switch up here, too, is that Invoker is not just the utility that we saw from Coddle last game. He is also a damage dealer in his own right. But
yeah,
they don't manage to take the other lane. And actually now, with no Warlock Golem, do they want to try and take this fight? I feel like Nigma have to run in.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's Nigma having to. Yeah, they pretty much have to. It's their last hope. You do not want them coming high ground with an Aegis. I don't think you have a hope or a dream. You have all your spells up, so I think you smoke close and then you Fiend's Gate in behind, and only the Underlord goes through and the rest of you run. That's the play.
They're trying. It looks like that might be the call, though. They smoke up MC also. Roche down to half HP. If they want to get there, they got to be quick. They're already sitting in position on Katomi to break it. He doesn't have Echo for another 15 seconds, but Aegis claimed, and it's too late now.
Oh, they saw Mikey on the
Mikey.
ward.
Oh, GH has to blink away. Cataclysm, Mikey trying to escape. The duel's going to be there, though. Disarm on you to BKB. The swap back, trying to keep him alive. Mikey lives through it. And now Gabby caught, doing what damage they can. Watson's at an awkward angle, but they find him. The jump forward, trying to blow him up. Does he have enough? Mikey disposed the hits. Watson is low. Watson actually going to die one time. They burn through the Aegis. That's about the best that you could hope for. Katomi's looking for his moment, but his blink gets canceled. Echoes the ground. 2 still dead for 2. MC is in trouble and likely going to fall here. But that is about the best you could hope for on Nigma to try and hold on to this game. GH, no, gets away too.
He had nothing left. Didn't realize. Okay. Oh, nice escape there. And yeah, you're right. It really is the best you could hope for. And picked up a double kill there on Yuma. So get owned, Watson. The superior Razor player has arrived. He's so powerful.
A lot of Zeus house.
Yeah, it's a giant hole. They have to claw their way out of. But you saw some potential there from the Razor. You got a big link, a nice steal, and he's eyeing up a butterfly with his bonus gold. He's like, if I can get to a butterfly, TA, she's gonna have to work pretty hard with some side blades to catch me.
Oh, true enough. I mean, that's really just putting as much on the line as you can, trying to just hope to get lucky with it, which is what it feels like they need. Although, a jump, a lift, they find a fishman, they blow him up in time. No! He gets the golem off, he gets the fatal bonds off, Cataclysm, but now stolen golem. And will end up making the difference. Yuma in trouble, disarm, dead. Gabby got him. It is not enough at the end of the day, as 37,000 gold lead is too hard to fight through, and Watson just going to walk up high ground, taking down these buildings.
Alacrity Watson, a bit too powerful here with 94 attack speed and damage.
Yeah, he is a monstrosity. Still #1 MMR on the leaderboards, still taking over these games, and this is going to send us right on into a game #3. GG is called. Ooh, we are treated on the 3rd series of the day with a game #3.
Yeah, I got some hype, big team fights as well there. The Shaker, the Warlock, some TI Dota coming back to you. Some losing Razors, a little bit dull, I'd say. Not quite sharp and on the edges there. Not sure if we'll get a 3rd straight game of Razor. I think that hero might need to take a backseat for a series or 2.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, at the very least, it feels like this answer of like, okay, there's one big super carry, we're just going to link them up and then make them irrelevant, is not working at all. The damage comes out too quickly from TA and Gyro.
Yeah, a little bit. And the stacks, too. I think like being able to accelerate easily with stacks is also a really nice benefit that you're getting from these guys. That Razor kind of can do stacks, but it's not as easy. Like, it's just low cooldown for TA and Gyro. It's like the stack is there, I just take it. Razor, you have to like kind of plan it out and get there and use your ulti and stuff, and not quite as simple. And boy, this game sure looks simple for Entity, though.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. They took it down. They did what they wanted to accomplish. For MVP for you, who are you feeling? I'm not exactly sure in this one. Stormstormer had a really good mid lane. I feel like he got active early and was able to make some good punishes happen. But likewise, I also feel like Fishman played a really good game on this Warlock. Who are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of down for Fishman too. I thought he played quite well. Like, he was so insanely farmed. He got more than you would have expected. To have the Solar Crest and the drums that early on the Warlock, I thought was pretty impressive. So, yeah, I mean, obviously Watson played out of his mind, but Fishman taking advantage of this like XP and gold you get from the stacked camps. He stacked 11 camps in that game. He's the one who helped propel Watson to that position. So we'll give him some love.
You know, I love this. The carry players out there are just going to be screaming, did you see this TA and what she had to do? The gyrocopter did more damage to the whole enemy team. We don't care. We give it to our little support friends. That's what you want to see. 75 kills participation. 25 wards placed, 6 wards
That's
destroyed.
one more than Watson, by the way. So
that's big.
Take that.
Man, impressive. Well, a really good showing overall from the side of Entity. And yeah, oh my God, 11 camp stacked. That's a good stat right there. I like that one. The camp stacked is always a good metric of how nicely things are going to turn out.
Yeah, he stacked one more than the entirety of Nigma combined.
Oh my God.
So, yeah,
that's pretty
team's
awesome.
welcome right there.
Well, a good way to start our third series here is going to be going to a game number 3. I'm very stoked about it. We'll see what ends up happening. It feels like a lot's going to come down to the draft. Who is going to be cursed with the Razor? Who is going to get the Ultra Mega Carry? We'll find out in just a few as we head to a quick break. We'll see you guys for game number 3.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
And just like that, we're back, all you wonderful people out there, ready for game number 3 of our 3rd series of the first day of the 6th qualifier for TI. I got there in the end. Nigma Galaxy facing off against Entity. Trent, we have had 2 games that have looked similar, with both teams pulling out kind of unique. All right, we have one big hard carry guy going to carry the whole game, win us the series. In game number 3, do you think we get either of those heroes? Do we get both of them? Do we got none? What's sort of your read on the way that these teams want to take this draft? Maybe even Stormstorm or Invoker gets banned out first phase?
I think no gyro.
Okay.
I think we'll stick with that. And I think we're going to see more standard carries, I guess. Maybe we'll see like a Sven on one team and like a Faceless Void on the other. I feel like that kind of style. Or we'll go both illusions, you know. Someone's going to get like Naga Siren, or someone's going to grab TB. We're going to go that way. I don't think it'll be Razor. I think it's just going to be a little bit more chill. A little bit more normal thingies. I don't know what's up with the Razor. Maybe I missed something, but I feel like we didn't see this hero very much. It looks like overall he has been one of the most picked heroes through the qualifier. So I guess that was mostly an NA thing. It must have been banned, to be fair, but he has been picked a fair amount, more so than that Naga Siren, just a few less than TB. So his success has not been great, though. He's a 32% win rate, despite having 31 games. He's actually one of the worst performing heroes in the entire qualifier. So thank you for that display here, Nigma and Entity, to reassure us that stats don't in fact lie. That being said, Templar Assassin, 23 picks, 26% win rate. This hero's been getting smashed across the qualifiers, so stats are pointless. It's true.
Well, it's good to know that, indeed, as we are just about ready to hop into our first draft, where stats do not hold any weight at all or merit. But yeah, I think the thing to watch for this time, it's going to be Nigma getting first pick again. Entity are playing on the Radiant side of the map, and starting off with some Treant bans, Gyrocopter, Invoker taken out of the pool still, Dawn. So last time, this is following the same formula as that first draft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Pretty much to a T. I guess Willow is still in.
You got to respect the Mikey Invoker too, you know?
Yeah.
Stormstormer knows. He knows the hero's busted.
Okay. So Gyro's still in.
No, he got
sorry. Gyro first banned. Excuse me.
Yeah. No, we're good. It's the Willow, as you said, that was the one that's still in. The big one that's left is Nature's Prophet. He is the large and in charge hero. I would think that you would leave that in as Nigma.
Dire team pick.
Yeah. So and then grab it, presumably.
Okay. This does leave open the Dark Willow if Entity want to run it. That is what was first phase banned, I think, consistently by them. Does Katomi want to play it for himself? The Nature's Prophet's annoying, though. That's the thing that's sort of tough about it, right? Is that Willow, I think, sometimes can struggle a bit in the laning stage, and NP is the hero to punish a sort of weak position for. Instead, they decide to go back for the Doom.
And there's a lot changing with Nature's Prophet too. He's probably the most. He is the most contested hero in the qualifier. There's no question about that. He has been involved in 92% of the drafts. The next closest is Gyrocopter at 83%. And it's mostly been bans for Nature's Prophet. He's actually only been picked 26 times. He's been banned 152. He barely ever makes it through the first phase. And when he does, he generally gets picked up. Although we've seen a couple in the later stages as he's gonna maybe ignored for a couple series in a row or something. But he started as basically only 5. I would say, was like the most common one, especially in pubs. You were just seeing the constant maxing of the Sprout. But now we've moved on. People are tending to max the TP maybe a little bit earlier than they were before, something that was largely being avoided. And at first, no one was taking trance, like at all. And then when you and I were casting North America, we started to see it a little bit more, where people started to pick up the trance earlier. Maybe they deny some runes. And then we saw some games in Eastern Europe where we even had max trance at the beginning, proving that they're not necessarily totally dead. So one of the big hallmark powers of Nature's Prophet was always the flexibility and this idea of like you can buy any item, you can go several builds, and you can play in any role. That's when he's at his most broken. As the question is, Is he there? Or should we keep him locked in the support role for now? That's what we're going to try and find out.
Do Nigma feel confident putting him into one of those other roles? And I feel like at some point in time, I remember seeing Yuma play Nature's Prophet on one of his older teams, if I'm not mistaken. If not, I'm sure everybody at some point has been playing this guy, but not too many pro game matches as I just look it up right now. An Entity, they're going to say, Kuro, you got to play something else, old man. It's time to do something different this time around as they take the bench for themselves.
He just like scrolls his next hero. I guess I got to play Witch Doctor, guys. I got nothing else left.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, and of course they have MC. So as we're talking about the Nature's Prophet, like it's very likely the off lane has been the second most popular. We had some safe lane when we were watching something in this patch. I forget what it was. We did have a little bit of safe lane, Nature's Prophet, but she's left in. She's brought out. The Willow is here for Nigma Galaxy.
Does this mean it's? I mean, this feels like then it's Kuro on the NP.
Not necessarily. But yeah, I mean,
so?
I know what you're saying, because if it's MC, you probably want like more of a melee for.
Or yeah, exactly. If it's MC, Nature's Prophet. I guess you could still do it with the Dark Willow paired together, because Nature's Prophet's such a strong laner.
Yeah, I think you probably could get away with it if you want to.
And honestly, Legion, Faceless Void, the change now to Bedlam enables some pretty scary stuff. I like the idea of pairing it together with some team fight oriented hero or pick off guy in the Legion Commander sense.
I'm looking through to see if they ever gave it to Kuro, but I mean, I'm not expecting to see them having given it to Kuro. Doesn't look like it. Mostly they've just been handing it over to GH and being like, yo, go nuts. In fact, every time I check one, it's just GH. So, and obviously we have this new ability, being able to throw it over. So, kind of cool.
And that's a good one to throw it onto. Primal gets taken for Nigma. Could be mid. I think could be off lane too. Doesn't really fit with my normal conception of MC as a player, but I'm sure that he could do it.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's mid. I think it's probably the most likely place you're going to see it. I'm a much bigger fan of it in the mid lane than any other role. I feel like it just suits it really well. I think that the early levels are very important, and you really just got to get into that first couple items. Doesn't have to be BKB. We've seen other builds. We've actually seen Nigma do the Blade Mail into Heart before, which is kind of cool, but we'll see if they stick with that or if they just go with something that's like a little bit more standard with the BKB into the Ags or something.
Well, obviously, a great hero to pair together with NP and Dark Willow.
Yeah.
You throw that Bedlam onto him, it's going to be pretty devastating. And then, of course, the normal stuff. But then they take for Entity the Shadow Demon.
He hates that. Do you know why he hates that, Lyrical?
Well, you just take him away.
Well, what do we know about Onslaught? What happens when you're dispelled, guys? You're onslaughting?
You're stuck.
You just don't move.
Oh, yeah, you can't move.
You can't move. If Shadow Demon ults you and you try an Onslaught, the Onslaught gets dispelled while you're running, so you just stop. And of course, also, you're a single target initiator versus Disruption. It is a devastating counter pick. It's probably the hero that Primal Beast spammers least want to see, because with no items, they can still just ruin you.
Interesting. That's going to be tough. That's going to be really, really tough. They do decide now to take the Lesh as well.
I think we've seen this quite a bit versus the Primal Beast in the mid lane as well. Just a hero who you can try and abuse him a little bit with your spells, your lightning and your stomp. And if he tries to leave the lane, because that's what Primal Beasts like to do, you can threaten towers as well if you have some points in Edict. Plus, they already have like a good save of the Shadow Demon. You have a swap there too, and you have this relatively tanky hero in the Doom. So conditions are ripe for a solid Leshrac game. And they're going to bring out the Beastmaster. So putting away any doubts of where this Prophet was going, it is almost certainly, of course, yes, it could still be Yuma, but let's be real, it's definitely going to be Kuro. And then we're going to be having MC on this Beastmaster paired with a Dark Willow. That's a scary lane. But at least entities still have their carry to figure out who's going to go there.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the thing to watch for is what's this Watson hero going to be? Paired together with the Shadow Demon, I like the idea of some of these illusion heroes. It's a little bit scary into all the magical damage that's going to be coming out, but then you're just putting a lot of pressure on this Shadow Demon for the save. They have double save on Entity, so it feels like there's avenues to keep some Ultra carry alive. Do you like Terrorblade in this one? Is it too scary, you think, into the Primal?
I think it's probably the best out of, if you wanted like a hero that can also control the map, which they kind of need, I'd say. I think Terrorblade's the best one. Obviously we don't really want those Naga Sirens anymore because the Ags build it's given Beastmaster from going from a pretty bad matchup to a good matchup for Beastmaster these days. It is banned out. Yes, that's also a good reason for it not to be picked. So unfortunately, that means they're also probably just gonna ban it, I would guess. I mean, what other carry would? Gyro's already gone. They could theoretically Faceless Void. Kind of looks like an okay Void game overall.
There's like Morphling too, which is interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like this is a time where a lot of teams would just take Luna and lose as Entity. But they do have that last pick.
That is a true combo. Pick Luna and lose.
Yeah.
Those go hand in hand. It's like Venge Drow, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Same thing happening there.
Seconds remaining.
Well, and of course, yeah, I mean, you're talking about Morphling. That's a Yuma hero, too. Because we also have to figure out what Yuma wants to do in this game, and the carry pool is starting to shrink. They even get rid of the Troll Warlord, and they bring out the TB themselves.
Do Entity just take the Morphling now? Is it enough of a counter? Watson,
I mean,
you know this hero well.
As we saw earlier, I think it was the first series of the day, we had the PL versus TB, God tier matchup, obviously, for PL, but the Beastmaster, that's his favorite matchup these days because of the eggs. So, yeah, it's a bit of a toughie.
It comes down to this for Entity. Watson, number one carry player, number one player on the leaderboards right now. What are you going to take? They give him the punch.
Ow!
Oh, baby.
Oh, that's so nasty. Ooh, game 3, they're busting out the punch? Okay. Man, they are combative. They are just in your face.
I think this is super interesting as a dynamic. All right, March is given some words of inspiration before they get ready to hop into this game.
Have you ever seen an MVP Phoenix replay? All right, that's what they're going to do. They're going to run at you. You need to be strong. And what happened to MVP Phoenix? Did we win, TI? Were we winners? No. So you can beat them.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a pretty cool decision, I think, by Entity. It's like, I mean, we've been talking about boldness, right? It's in your face as it can get. And they might be able to ruin Mikey's game a little bit, like you talk about with this Katomi Shadow Demon, particularly if he gets like a bunch of stacks up, taking those stacks with the Lesh. Stormstormer playing out of mid. There's some cool stuff going on here. It's a game-winning move from Entity, busting out the pudge, or really badly losing the game. One or the other.
It feels like it is. It's definitely going to be pretty snowbally one way or the other. I'm looking towards GH. If I had to pick someone on Nigma who can really run this game, it would be a little bit Kuro because he's Nature's Prophet, and obviously you can make these tiny little moves that can do so much. You steal a Wisdom rune, you secure one Water rune early on in the game with a tree, and like we've seen people just doing randomly now, or helping to get those power runes to slow down the enemy mid. Those are all very important. But GH, there is certainly potential to pop off hard on a Dark Willow in this game, as they obviously know because they were banning it so often in the first phase before.
True enough. We'll see if he can make that happen, if GH can get the ball rolling, or if they're going to be struggling against this devastating lineup. The Pudge last pick for Entity. And gotta keep in mind, like, all of the damage that's kind of coming in from Nigma. You've got Bedlam, magical damage, DOT. You've got Beastmaster, a bunch of little summons biting into him. I think Flesh Heap is going to have a lot of value this game. Why tip me? Okay. Interesting.
It's a good question.
Why answer me? Okay.
Even better question. Are you smoking? You're not typing. That's what I'm saying.
All right, now here's the thing. If they run in here and then kill off Yuma, they should tip Stormer. All right, they tipped him.
There's his tip.
They got him. Now finding Yuma, stunned, in trouble. What a way to start it. Will it be enough? Yes. Fishman draws first blood. Watson a little off the mark with that hook.
Calibrating.
Now trying to find Kuro. They can't do anything extra to him.
That's just the first hook, you know. He's just getting a feel for it. Seeing how it is.
Absolutely. Wait, are they going to be able to block Mikey out? Mikey, he's going to be slow to get to lane here. Disruption in the midst of it. They're keeping him here for a while. That is super annoying for Mikey. He's going to miss a lot of that first wave. And down bottom, likewise, trying to punish Watson on his way to lane. The Hawks diving in, the Boars beating his butt, and Watson eventually going to have to stumble on out with not a whole heck of a lot of regen his way.
And Kuro being harassed back here, but the reflection comes in to deal a little bit more damage back. Kuro, though, has to check his health. Oh, Katomi. Oh, he clutched it out.
God, he got him. Dude, Katomi getting off to this really good start is huge for them.
That's crazy he lived. I thought he was at least going to have to trade for that. At the same time, though, GH suffering down bottom.
Nice combination. Able to bring down that that Willow. A great start for Entity. 3-0 already. Really gain everything that they want. And like we talked about too, that first wave advantage going the way of Leshrac is going to start him out feeling pretty good. I think he has the bottle already coming out to him on Stormer, while Mikey's still a little ways away. Needs a creep or two.
Well, taking a look here at his last couple matches, it looks like it's been a while since he's gotten to play the Pudge on Watson. There's a bugged match, in case anyone else is looking at the stats, that didn't actually occur where he played Pudge, so please ignore that one. But it hasn't been since the Lima Major, since he's busted it out, around that time of the patch, when things were kind of good for Pudge. Oh, what a hook!
Oh, man.
Yo, Watson!
Finds him, pulls him back in.
He was just sitting by the small camp.
Give him this one more often, my God. And also doing a good job of taking out this Hawk. Man,
Yo,
mid lane,
is his PC
by the way.
okay? Is he is GH fine?
I'm not sure. I will also, we need to draw attention to mid lane. That early casualty and pressure that they put on Mikey has really come back to hurt him. He got denied his bottle. He was like 10 gold away for a really long time. And now Stormer is completely taken over. 13-4 versus 5-0. Mikey has finally gained his bottle delivered now, but yeah, that early move from Katomi really set him up for success.
Yeah, that is really bad. I mean, Stormer has even got like more creeps coming into him right now. Like he's 15-5 with 2 more creeps under his tower.
Yeah, no, that was huge. Those little things matter so much. The early laning stage, just creating a little bit of instability in the lane.
Yo, Mikey's out of there. He's like, I gotta go up to the bounty rune here, guys. I'm having a hard time.
Katomi is going to take some pressure from Kuro, but likewise starting to build up those stacks. Calling Blades his way through and is going to be fine. Interesting. Well, there is also another person that's having some issues in the laning stage, and that's going to be Watson, in spite of the 3 assists. Never mind. The hook under the tower. Oh, buddy. MC starting to fall, gets the kill. It is going to be Watson dead after.
He accepted his fate there. He had 6 charges, but I think he just wanted to die. Didn't quite have the goal for the Ring of Health yet either, so just decided to sacrifice himself there. His courier is even waiting at their own secret shop up top there to pick it up, so Shagbark's on the long walk back down bottom. And, he did lose a game at Dream League when he last played this for Watson. Or sorry, it was for Dream League. He won, but his last win, Spring DPC versus Nigma. So there you go. And he lost both games of the Lima Major. That's what I was going to bring up. So this is his vengeance tour, is what I'm saying here.
Okay.
He wants to prove his Pudge skills here today.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
so far so good.
We talked about the assists. He's also gotten 3 of the Flesh Heap stacks and
got him again.
The stun into the hook. Easy as pie. Tries to run down GH. Not going to be able to do it with that Cursed Crown creating the separation. But still, a nice way to make that little initiation work. And it's going to be hard to deal with that.
Yeah, obviously, Dark Willow, pretty survivable with the help of the Shadow Realm. That doesn't work so well when they can just hook you into a tower despite it. And Onslaught and the damage here mid, though. Oh, that would be so huge if they could make that play happen there. And Mike Cospero was
turn
live.
around. Oh no. Oh, your support comes to help you out. You just end up dying, feeding over more golden experience to Stormstormer. And
his courier wasn't being microed either up top. His courier was just sitting there and Gabby went and killed it.
Oh man. Yeah, that hurts. That's a tough one. Well, 6-1 start. Attempt down bottom again for a hook from Watson, not quite connecting onto them. I mean, they need to play around MC. They need to play around Terrorblade, it feels like, because Mikey is just not getting a game early here.
Yeah.
If he gets level 6, though, he can still make solid moves.
And that's the real question, is how much are you going to give away before he's rotating down to that bottom lane? I feel like you want Roar, you want Primal Beast to come down, charge through, get a kill, potentially hit the Twin Gate up after using your low cooldowns. Those are the kind of plays you want to try and make on this Primal Beast, all backed up by a Nature's Prophet. So those kind of plays aren't quite online. But the problem is you don't want your enemies to be so far ahead that it feels like, you know, this overwhelming advantage these heroes are supposed to bring in the early game is either nullified or even just like a negative, where it feels like you're just running into really strong heroes. As Fishman runs in from behind here, gives the wave to Yuma. I was going to go back to the Twin Gate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't do that again. I promise.
Mid lane. They try and go now. Mikey with the DD, the trample, bringing in heroes. Stormstormer trying to survive. Does he have enough to do it? No. Mikey getting that kill. Huge pickup. But Watson there to claim a return. So no TPs were really available, it looks like, on these other supports when that move happened. And that set them up for a nice gank in. Meanwhile, Fishman showing himself, does have stick charges, maybe can steal this one away from Kuro. Spots him there for the moment. Just a little juke. Oh no, he's got his ankles broken. Oh, it was just a tree there. Oh my God. 20 stick charges, Fishman. Pop stick, TP out, doesn't have TP, never mind. But turret wants to punch, wants to kill Fishman. Oh, the Fishman. Fishman. Does the juke back around? GH, he's not going to get fooled that easily. Wow. He handled him, man.
He took him down. That's one of the best ones I've seen in a long time. Just, I mean, I don't even know. He looked like Monkey King there. He just turned into the tree. MC getting run down here. Watson. Oh!
Not quite enough for the kill. So Nigma get a little bit of reclaimed glory as they needed that one.
Oh, did he ever, man. He has a salve too and the Ring of Health. By the time Pudge gets back here, MC's gonna be almost back up. That was pretty pointless in the end. Great save for the teammates, but Mikey.
Mid lane manages to get a little bit of separation, and 8-minute rune, it's gonna spawn top. So Katomi helps to secure that one if they want to for Stormstormer. And yeah, Arcane on Lesh. You love to see it.
Fishman coming back down bottom here as Watson returns. Again, these setups are so easy that GH has to be really careful with his positioning. 66.7% accuracy. Very nice. Rounded up, of course.
Yeah, good. Should mention that, picking up those double wisdom runes have really set Entity up to get levels in their advantage. GH is getting the levels. It's really just Kuro that's the one that's stuck behind. Level 3 still on this Nature's Prophet with just 1 point in Sprout and 2 in Teleport. It's going to struggle to find some relevancy, I feel like, in this game. This is the point where we'd love to have Wrath of Nature.
Oh, careful. They've realized there was a ward up on that high ground. That's why they backed away here from Entity. Not able to get rid of it yet, though.
Making the move. Arcane Rune still willing to go, but backs out as there wasn't a chance for a chase. And a hook not going to connect. So Entity bring numbers, can't connect.
They will get the D ward afterwards, though, and catch the sentry on the ground here from Nigma. So, but Gabby, he's just doing it again. Again, game 1, played on the Doom, Did not get involved early. Wasn't really able to do it. Teammates also just didn't rotate to him, so it's not completely his fault. Could just be that, they're happy with the space he's getting right now, because he's certainly getting space. There's no doubt about that. Yuma is as well, though, and that is a Grandmaster Terrorblade. I know every carry player is pretty much a Grandmaster Terrorblade at this point, because they like the free wins in their pubs. But just keep in mind that this guy is going to be splitting up that map pretty soon, and you have a, pretty balled up lineup, I would say, from Entity.
Yeah.
If this game stays even for too long, it will be hard to keep up with the push potential.
Well, and Stormstormer will probably be able to do a good job of, like, cutting those waves, and probably going to go bots after finishing off the Bloodstone, I would imagine, to keep the side lanes pushed out if necessary. But I agree, there are definitely some pretty substantial, wave pushing problems with Shadow Demon and Venge. Granted, you can kill a creep wave with Katomi, but it takes a while just to sit there and spamming out Shadow Poison. Support's not having push always hurts a little bit. So 8-4, and they are making this move down bottom. GH in some trouble. They pull him back in with that hook. More than enough to get another kill. Watson up to 5 stacks of Flesh Heap now, and trying to get into that Aghanims.
Yeah, him as well as MC. Also going for the Aghanims this game on the Beastmaster. You talk about all the issues in terms of a bunch of units and summons, and it is true. Like, they would not last all too long versus all these entity heroes. I mean, there's a Doom even. If you want to add that, he's going to have a Midas. He'll be devouring, so plenty of reasons to kind of avoid it. And so he's going to try the Ags build. Not as beneficial, of course, versus the Illusion heroes, but really it's just kind of nutty versus those heroes, and it's still just kind of fine, I'd say, versus in most games.
Watson trying to make a move there is going to get roared. A lot of heroes nearby there for the save. Fishman throws out the stun. Now Kuro turned upon. Watson backing out, doesn't have hook ready. Walks in, finds Mikey, finds Kuro, catches him there for a moment with the bite. The slowdown, and Yuma shows up. That's more than enough to kill off the Pudge. So a 2-for-0 can't even get Kuro on that Nature's Prophet. As Katomi going to back away with Gabby. They brought more numbers on Nigma.
Oh, Gabby.
And
wait, what?
Gets through. No way to break it.
Oh, okay. I missaw something.
So 12 minutes, 9-6, but the tower going to be taken, and Yuma able to play with his team a little bit here.
It's actually insane how much the Wisdom Rune impacted. I can't believe GH isn't 6 yet.
Yeah.
I thought for sure he had terrorized it. Like, after, like, there was even kills there. Like, he just got some XP in that fight.
Yeah.
That's very painful in a hero like Dark Willow, and Nature's Prophet for that matter, of course. Like, a little bit of earlier damage there from the Wrath of Nature could really help.
Absolutely. I mean, it can make all the difference in the world. And I mean, he's out just sort of farming with Sprout right now. But at the same time, the move from Entity is to head up top and try and take down this tower. Already Yuma grabbing the wave and just pulling it off to the side. They can't really do much. I mean, they've kind of gotten what they wanted so far. Fishman's going to stack up more camps, try and accelerate the farm as much as he can of Entity. But yeah, I want to see the plays, what they want to do to try and shut this down, because Nigma feel like they've, well, the supports aren't getting levels. The Terrorblade is definitely coming online.
Yeah, they're both teams kind of weathering a bit of a situation right now. They're looking to get the Aghanim Scepter up on the Beastmaster before they do all too much, but really it's not so much about what Nigma want to do. They need to be ready for what they know is coming from Entity. They know the Ags on the Pudge and the Bloodstone on the Leshrac are going to be the next two big things, and that Bloodstone is nearly done. It's 160 gold away. And then just disassemble and be good to go. So have to be cautious about that. I'd love to see more supporty stuff onto Kataomi. He does already have the Fated Brooch, which is great. A little bit extra movement speed there. Keep you close. Make sure that you can get those big saves. But most importantly, he wants that Aether Lens.
Right. Entity are doing a similar thing to before. They are stacking up every single camp right now. Fishman gets another round of Ancients. So does Katomi as they pick up that Wisdom Rune. And now Stormstormer, he's going to head in with that Bloodstone and try and take it all. This is a ton of gold. He's at 6,400 at the start of this. and about to get a big injection. Also, the levels for Fishman just in general is going to be really nice.
Yeah, I mean, this is where he got his good Warlock game. This is what happened last time. Like, I'm looking at this Warlock, I'm like, why is he so farmed? And it was just stacks. He had so much XP early, too. He got that Solar Crest and drums up early.
Down bottom. Watson's going to get found, though. So they make a really strong move. Mikey, this Blade Mail is going to start paying off.
Yeah, he's doing the Blade Mail Heart build because of what they wound up with at the end of this draft. Really good, right? Like, Blade Mail and Heart versus Pudge and Leshrac? That is sick.
Yeah. So Watson not really getting the start that he needs to, but they move in. Fishman down to very low HP, comes out, gets the stun, but the Blade Mail's there. Gabby trying to take down Mikey. They have enough. Kuro is going to fall too, and now Yuma walking forward. They try and take down Stormstormer. Do they have enough to kill him off? They will. Yuma silent, pulled back in. Watson on him, tries to get the finish, and gets it. Perfectly played. No disruption there for Katomi to catch on that last Beastmaster. But 3 for 2. Stormstormer goes down, but Watson, a huge injection for him.
Was he turning to Sunder?
I think so.
That was so close. Because I was trying to figure out what was disabling him, but I think he was about to get it there in just a moment. So yeah, absolutely massive. Oh, that was a big injection of XP and gold to the side of Entity. And of course, you know, Gabby now 1-0 and 4 so far in this game. Much better than game number 1 on the Doom. He's finding his involvement. He already has Octarine Core. He is absolutely huge this time. By far the most farmed person in the game because he's just been up top. His heat map, very northern. He's not flying down south for the winter. He's just chilling. And they are way back here with this ward looking for the free hook onto MC.
This would be big.
Or just the walk up and ulti. Yeah. Why bother hooking? Okay, fair enough.
That works too.
Unless he does this with his boar after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gabby moves in also. Disruption to keep him alive. They kill Fishman.
Yeah, he's still alive.
MC is just fine. Yeah, that one worked for them quite well. They just take down the Venge. Should mention they did manage to get the Doom off onto TB in the last fight. So that is the other thing we're going to need to watch for is if Gabby can get in position to connect those ones onto him and mitigate his survivability.
Oh, maybe it was still going. I thought it was off already. That makes way more sense.
But Stormstormer bots travels. He and Doom are very large and in charge in terms of that net worth.
Kind of maybe this is you look over at MC's HP and you go, oh, that's why that didn't work out, huh? Because this Ags build, now finished and complete, he's up to 2138 HP plus this Vanguard, so hard guy to bring down. And now you definitely don't want to be close to him, of course, with the drums now beating.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is definitely much more survivable at this point. I wonder if it's worth it to Doom MC instead of the Terrorblade in these fights. Like, obviously, dooming Terrorblade is great, like, shutting down the Sunder, but, like, if you can mitigate the healing that MC gets from the drums, that might make the difference, too.
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like the damage is so much, too, though.
Yeah.
I like dooming Mikey and just ignoring him. I think that's also pretty solid.
You just want to doom everybody.
Yeah, that's a good solution, actually. Let's go with that. But then, dooming Mikey, obviously, pretty cool having Blade Mail versus the hero now, because it's an item that's pretty impactful for a lot of core heroes and doesn't get shut out now by the new version of Doom, so just buffs it a little bit more.
They are now starting to send out Treants by Kuro to see if he can block a couple of these stacks that are being made, but he's sending them early, and they're just more gold into the coffers of Watson. As now with an Aghanim Scepter for himself, he can come on in and take these Ancients.
And he can also, of course, take away that healing. We're talking about reducing healing and stuff. Now we have the regen reduction there from the Rot. So MC really no happy builds here in that regard. There's always going to be some answers, whatever he bought, but Mikey,
he can't get away, buddy. He's stuck there. And now Terrorize, good connection, actually. Hook lands, finds one. It's on Mikey, in fact. trying to take down this Pudge, but he's really hard to kill. Sprout there. Kuro gonna get chased down. They kill off the NP. Still, not many other people have died, but, well, Lesh going down, and now the Doom onto MC. They decide to do it. Gabby trying to take him down. Watson controlling Yuma for the moment. Do they have enough? Sunder not in time. Was on cooldown for 4 more seconds. Oh, man. Well played.
I'm stunned that Watson lasts that long. That he must have been holding the damage block until the perfect moment there. That was absolutely ridiculous. When they came in and doomed MC, that looked like we're just escaping situation there. And Watson manages to turn that fight around there. Poor Yuma having two of the toughest fights there, not able to get that big standing impact that he's looking for. And he's so close to the Scotty too. You win that fight, you get the Scotty gold. These fights all look so hard for Entity, but there's the start of it again here.
Right. Used the banishment early, but did manage to have it back up again for that second
watch this
round.
Bloodstone activation. Right in between the Fear and the Roar, he gets Bloodstone off. That was huge.
Oh, man.
They had to spend way more on Stormer. So Watson comes out. Oh, he still hadn't used the damage block, and then he pops it. Damn.
Yeah, gets alive there at the end. And then the turnaround here is the big one. Making that Terrorblade illusion, which just laid into the entire team of Nigma. You make Terrorblade strong, you make Shadow Demon strong. It's deadly.
Just those tiny little moments that they really needed. At the very least, for Nigma, they weren't able to go and snag that Aegis on the side of Entity, and that is something that Nigma can do very, very quickly. Just by taking over. I mean, obviously it's now down to that Radiant side, so they could push this out, and I imagine try and get this now. That seems like the best possible play for them. I mean, they have Solar Crest, they have drums, they can take it in a heartbeat. But Doom is back online. Everything is up for Entity. I am definitely just staring at this rush right now if I'm Nigma. I do not want to lose another fight.
They got to get something. They really need to, because you're seeing the answers, right? I mean, Shadow Demon's not always going to be able to get a great disruption like that onto the Terrorblade, but in moments where it could happen, it gets very scary. And I mean, the other thing is now he's got Demonic Cleanse that's going to allow Pudge to just run unhampered towards them. Watson now has the Blink Dagger coming out, and yeah, they're going right in. This is big. I mean, if they get this one, this is what you want to see from the side of Nigma. And Entity not in position to come and contest. 7,000 gold lead for Entity. But an Aegis to try and exert their will. Want to see what Nigma decide to do with this. But with Scotty done now, this is a timing they have to make some stuff happen.
Yeah, that could certainly. I mean, Watson's gonna know it was coming, but you. I mean, you're not gonna feel it until you're actually in a fight versus it. And obviously, it's a lot harder to play around.
The Scotty
Pudge. He's just holding this haste rune and finally picks it up.
Yeah. Well, what are Nigma going to decide to do with this Aegis? Still a lot of towers to take around the map. Obviously, it's also good to just keep that farm going. Hard to play into it.
I'm just farming out this Aegis if I'm Nigma. I don't even think this helps them that much necessarily. It's literally Aegis. I don't want this on Entity's Leshrac. Like if Stormstormer has Aegis, these fights are just going to be so bad, but we take Aegis really fast, so let's go take it while we're they were getting some map pressure at the same time. They grabbed their Wisdom Rune right before, checking off a couple of these 20-minute boxes for themselves, and they are going to move in under smoke. Beastmaster pushing up through top as well to try and give them an opening by providing some vision on an enemy hero. And if Stormstormer pops up this tower to farm it, but no, he smells something. The Spidey goat, whatever he is, sense is tingling, and he's out of there.
Yeah, does not want to be around there anymore. So yeah, they're going to take this tower. Yuma already in position, and Entity kind of being herded into the bottom side of the map. Watson's still farming at mid. And down here is just Kuro. While the rest of the team of Nigma is going to try and make another move, it looks like. Can pressure this top tower a bit if they want, while still farming up on Kuro, as he's trying to keep up a little bit with that Shadow Demon. But they're getting some pressure on.
Stone, that gives him his shard, actually. I believe Kuro just bought.
Okay.
The Curse of the Old Growth. Great name. Big fan of that one.
I wonder if he's just wanting to ensure that he gets the shard to other people.
There is some value in that. You're not wrong. I think the vision is huge, especially like around Roche fights and stuff. It is pretty cool.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, after taking the tier 2 tower on the top side of the map, Nigma back away. Entity going to start to push this out. Still 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. What indeed are they going to be going in for? Mikey wants to get into an Aghanim Scepter after having already finished the Heart. GH had the full Yules completed after the Veil. An Entity, they're going to get together and smoke into the Aegis. 2 whole minutes on this, and they're grouped together on Nigma. This is Aghanim Scepter delivered for the Lesh, so Nihilism makes them feel comfortable taking this fight.
It's a good read on how strong they are. They can definitely win this fight. One thing that's missing for Enigma as well is the fact that GH is still level 10, doesn't have that 12 in Bedlam, almost doubles the damage, and that's where you really start popping off. But his control of Terrorize is the most important thing.
They see him, jump forward, tries to get it. Gabby, BKB out, Roar's there with a jump onto Yuma right at the start, down to half HP. He's in trouble. Stun, disarm. Can they take down Yuma time? The Sunder is there. The turnaround happens. Nigma, they might be doing it. They take down one, now looking for Watson. That ward dropped down on high ground right before the fight. Kuro knew what to do.
Hey man, curse the old growth, baby. You know, I actually don't even know if he used it. He might have. More importantly, GH did get a control of the Terrorize, which was very important.
They kill off all those illusions.
Oh, he did use curse the old growth, guys. Clearly, that's what did it. The vision.
And they went all in on that Aegis too. I mean, if they kill him and terrorize, it's obviously great, but suddenly this lead evaporating. Yuma.
It's kind of a not where they wanted that fight to take place. Like you think about how like Leshrac and Pudge want to output their damage. It's not that great in these individualized tree line situations. They much prefer like Roche pits or high ground sieges like this. But they just felt like they were really strong. And I agree. I definitely think they could have won that fight. Oh, Watson gets one. All right.
Another one. That's 11 stacks now of Flesh Heap. But, I mean, that last fight, that one hurt. A huge window for Nigma opened up now as, you know, they've taken 2 rounds of tier 2 towers. They've gotten some pressure onto that tier 3 bottom. You're in a situation where I feel like if there's one more fight that gets lost in a bad way from Entity without buybacks, their base could just evaporate.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt in terms of the scaling of which team feels a little bit more frightening right now. Just like TB as well as this Beastmaster can become quite the monster once he has a little bit more of defensive capabilities. He's still kind of weak, especially if they're able to reduce the healing, obviously, but maybe if he can do a BKB, that would be a nice find for him. Speaking of BKBs, is that what he's going to buy next on Stormstormer? Because he has the Shivas and the BKB queued up.
Dire's top tower is under
I feel like BKB would do quite a bit for him because I think GH in the back line, the control there from the Terrorize came out in a big way in that last fight.
Right. Oh, Gabby. He's found. Has BKB TP. Roar use. Is he going to be able to survive this? Doesn't look like it. Terrorize is there. Mega dead. So they take down the top net worth hero in the game. Gabby really has not been able to do that much. It feels like in this whole series almost. It's been tough for him.
Struggling a little bit there. Ooh. And smoked up Stormstormer will escape from this situation. GH's courier is desperately trying to catch him. He had the blink queued up and he bought out a full Kaya instead on GH. So obviously now level 13. He's done a great job of catching back up. He was just level 10 a second ago. But now the Kaya, 2 points into Bedlam. He's feeling a lot stronger in these engagements. And it is something that entities struggle with a lot right now. Their only jump, really, is either a hook, or more realistically, it's just Gabby. He just has like BKB going to the back line. And of course, GH, not a target that's easy to doom unless you plan on getting your Aghanims anytime soon.
Right. Oh, and also, I'm just noticing, this is going to be double Shiva's guard picked up. Gabby almost has one completed, and Lesh Stormstormer just feels like he has to get it for the armor. So not like the worst item in the world to double up on, but sort of some overlapping needs that these heroes have.
Yeah, I would like it if he just went BKB, I think, and kept the plate mail. I think casual plate mail is fine, at least for now.
He just swapped it over, Lesh did, so he's getting Assange now instead.
Okay. It's not too bad.
Maybe realizing the Shiva's done now for the Doom. Another chance at a fight here. They do not have Mikey nearby. But
he just missed that scan.
Yeah, that was really close.
Oh, Roche is going to spawn in 41 seconds.
Let's see.
Here we go.
Timing.
Oh, no. Not even close.
Got a longer one there. GH going to be gifted the shard from the Tormentor.
Thank you, Kuro, for buying yours.
Yeah, well done, well done.
Just helping out.
But yeah, a very even game in terms of net worth, but in terms of the state of it, I still like what Entity have going for them right now. It feels like they're capable of fighting with no more Aegis. We'll see if they decide to take this engagement here. Both teams obviously don't know the timing on Roche. It could be up right now. Spotting one. GH, he's right behind those trees. They ping it.
Oh, he got the Shadow Realm off.
Gabby, he wants to go. Oh, he wants to go really bad. Jump forward, find the ball. Yuma caught. Doom right away, but the immediate Yule Scepter up. And Yuma, he's in trouble. Pops the BKB, tries to run, nowhere to go. Dead and gone. That is the fight Entity needed.
What a chase down, dude. The Shiva's Guard, I mean, if you've ever seen a good Shiva's Guard usage, that's the best. That tree line where people love to hide in these Roche fights and just see them all. Got a perfect target that he wanted, and they have no answer to that right now.
What a big answer. I mean, that's
we questioned
everything.
Gabby, Lyrical. We questioned him. He said, I don't know if he's done a lot of this series.
He hadn't. That was the big play.
And he hurt you.
That's right.
And he played a sick riff on his guitar, on his Doom. And absolutely ended that fight for Nigma.
You can see the jump as soon as they find him. It's pretty rough. And now leaving open the possibility. It's still a long respawn on Roche. Katomi's going to be a little bit upset about this as he's still hanging around the area. It finally is going to come back to life now. We'll see if Entity try and make the move over. Of course, no, Doom's going to be back up in 15 seconds too, so I'll have it for the next fight.
Well, he wants to have more than one Doom as well. Thinking about a refresher next year for Gabby. As he races towards that level 25 to restore himself to former glory.
Well, do we see it again? Watson getting together with the rest of the crew to smoke up. Mikey there. Ward. It's a good ward for Nigma. They see Stormstormer right away. Gabby looking. Yuma's over to the side. Yuma's trying to run away. Yuma's trying to escape, but it's going to happen again. Get over here. Pulls him back in. Didn't get anything off.
Watson stunned?
In more trouble, though. Can they keep him alive? Trying to chase Gabby. Do they have the damage? They will. Yuma is going to drop again. That is exactly the way they need to take this fight. And the rest of the team from Nigma just trying to TP out. They will escape. But Gabby getting everything done. He literally did hear me when I said he hasn't been doing much.
Yeah, no, he's in there right now. They cannot fight. I mean, Doom may be different, but some things are still the same. And if your carry gets hit by that, there's just no chance. They did so much to try and bail him out, too.
Yeah.
He pops his BKB, he tries to run. They're chucking out all their spells. They're disabling the Pudge. I thought maybe they had a chance. They're like breaking some of that disables on him, but no, it doesn't matter. There's just more and more chase down from Entity. Their initial jump is relatively weak. They depend on either a hook or Doom getting in there and doing it. But if he does do it, they can't just run at you after.
Oh my God. And they just got two really big items. Aghanim Scepter done on Katomi. And I think was there one other one?
That was on Mikey. Mikey's eggs on the Primal Beast.
All right.
Ooh, Katomi's egg though. Yeah, that's huge.
That's a good one for him. Obviously already has the shard also. So the multiple charges of Demonic Cleanse. And still stacking 33 minutes into the game.
So now he just ruins Beastmaster, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now he completely ruins Primal Beast and Beastmaster. Both single target ultimate disables. And then, Primal Beast hates being dispelled and Beastmaster being broken. That is insane how good this counter pick is right now.
It's really hard to deal with. Yeah, I mean, they're coming together. MC bought a Lincoln Sphere. They're going to need more.
For him or for Yuma, dude?
No, it's got to be for Yuma.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think that this is a really big issue.
All right.
And honestly, what it comes down to is vision. That Shiva's being completed for Doom. They need to take fights under wards. That's how Nigma won the fights before. And even that last fight, they had a ward
curse
down.
of the old growth lyrical, please.
Of course.
Do not disrespect the shard.
Excuse me. My apologies.
Thank you. All right, so when Kuro curses the old growth, curse of the old growth, he is the old growth. He's cursing you.
Right.
What is the jump here? We got to get Kataomi. I mean, that's the number one. What is their jump that's there, though? It's really like Mikey getting in there. Now, he doesn't have a BKB, so that could be a bit tough with the disables. But if he can give the vision, should be chucking the Bedlam on him. Is that the play? Send him in there onto that Shadow Demon, but then Kataomi's got his own disruptions. And if he is jumped on, then you've got swaps from Fishman. We don't have the shard yet on Watson, but we could add another layer if he picks that up.
Right. I think, honestly, Mikey just needs to give the vision. Because if you get the vision with Mikey, Kuro can break Doom's Blink Dagger with Wrath of Nature then, right? And that might make the difference. He's also got an Aghanim Scepter on NP, so it's going to force out the BKBs. But you need to find a way to stop Gabby's initiation. That's been the issue.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this Nature's Prophet Ags as well, because the support Prophet's able to farm pretty well on the hero these days, thanks to the change to Sprout. And it's been very impactful. And we got ourselves a Leshrac who still doesn't have a Dispel. So, and he is just stuck.
Mikey TPing away, sees people nearby, and
yeah,
it doesn't mute anymore.
We gotta get to 25. Life is not fair,
Ready, but okay, Doom down, go fight. They know about the refresher though, I'm sure, so they can have another one if they need it in the fight.
Yeah, this is just Gabby's big brain. He's trying to bait them into the fight. They're coming. Kuro gets smoked by his teammates, immediately breaks it. He's like, excuse me, I'm farming. I'll TP in, thank you.
They want to take this engagement.
They have a ward on where Stormstormer was moving, but he's already out of there.
Yeah. No chance that they come back over this way.
Look how scared he was, dude. He TPs from there to the fountain. He's like, I am not opening up a risk here.
Right. I mean, they still have that minute and a half left on Aegis for Stormstormer, and I don't know if this is going to mean that Entity... I think Entity... It feels like they have to make some type of a move with this. Maybe not. Maybe they still do well going later.
It is dependent on them constantly hitting that Doom. Like, the fights have looked amazing, but it's those perfect fights that are happening every single time.
Right. Well, and there is the eventual, like we're seeing already queued up from Gabby, the answer of just getting the Aghanim Scepter, and then you can just walk at him and stay on Yuma the entire time. But likewise, I kind of wonder what happens if Yuma just pops Metamorphosis and turns to battle, like if that's going to end up mattering or not. He has really been hurting for levels too. So high level on Entity for all the cores.
Yeah, they are so over leveled in comparison. And Gabby with the bots too is only going to get greedier and greedier. He's trying to max out his XP gain right now and ensure that he's going to be in the fight no matter what. So it's like he will get 25 before the next Roche, honestly. It's very possible with a single fight.
Yuma's still been bouncing between item choices. He had queued up for a second the Rapier with the Lincoln Sphere, and now is going back instead for Swift Blink into Aghanims.
I love the egg.
Trying to figure out what he wants to do.
I think the only downside is that you might get it from a Roche, and so you might feel kind of bad if you opt for it, but I think Ags is a great way to try and play these team fights, because we got Leshrac, Pudge, and Doom. All three of them are pretty susceptible to that if you catch them at the right moment.
Right.
And again, like Pudge, BKB, only at 8 seconds, but Leshrac, still no BKB.
Well, we'll see what they end up going for. What else is there? The Blink Dagger for Willow after the Kaya. And it looks like just playing now for the next Aegis. Entity don't want to get too aggressive. These Entity games do have a tendency to go later and later. And while they have avenues of winning these fights, I always feel a little bit scared against Terrorblade lineups because it only takes one mess up and suddenly your entire game can start falling apart. Buildings are just going to drop.
Fishman, though, he enters in the God mode hack, has the Agnums. One of the best feeling support Ags. I mean, stunning and then throwing out wave and then getting killed and stunning and waving again is just so incredible, especially when you have the shard. You actually just need to ignore the Venge. Killing the Venge is just a problem a lot of the times.
Stormstormer runs right into Yuma. They find him right away. Caught in trouble, starts to fall dead. All it took was a second. Oh, man. That was also meta used. What can they get out of this? It's still a minute and a bit till Roche is even capable of respawning, but they're running through the gate.
They need that so bad, though. That was 1,500 XP each from that kill. Like, that is huge. It's like 3/4 of a level right now that they just got. As well as almost 1,000. He actually got 800 gold in MC for that kill. So he is really quite wealthy. He has a 1,500, 1,600 gold surplus now over his buyback. He can start looking to another defensive option.
That was gem reveal of Yuma, who had gone in for that Silver Edge and thought about going on the Pudge with the last remnants of that Metamorphosis that was going. But now back and forth we go. It's still a 12K gold lead, but I mean, I feel like it could go either way. It's still very close to 50-50.
He does the 25 on Doom, though, so we're back. The mute is there.
Okay. Old Doom, better Doom, strong Doom.
Big Doom. Yeah, that's true. Does want to grab his eggs next, but obviously needs to save for buyback when you have Refresher and Boots of Travel. Please keep your buyback. And there it is, the Agnes for Yuma. So they want a quick Roche, and they want to fight right now, and it's going to spawn in 27 seconds. I'm going down.
Let's see. What is it? Oh my God, it's almost as long as it can possibly be on that Roche. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to call that bad for Nigma. I feel like they're ready to fight. I feel like they want to like go in right now with his Zags.
Now, the plus side is that by the time the Roche is going to respawn, it's going to be on Dire side just about. So that's something to watch for here. But
that is true.
Oh God, are they going to get caught again? Stormstormer ready to run in. Watson up front and
there's no Gabby though.
GA should have good vision. They find him right away, but Yuma, Terror Wave out, starts to punch, but Gabby's there, starting to hit into him. Does he have enough damage to take him down? They didn't pop Metamorphosis yet. It was just the Terror Wave, and, well, he's going to die regardless. Yuma dead. Kuro now going to fall. Even if he did survive, I don't know if he would have been able to get out of there. Mikey caught again, and Beastmaster just trying to escape. But Gabby is too strong. He keeps finding these Dooms, and Entity get themselves another couple of kills.
It's a very loud team fight. I feel like my ears are ringing from that one. We have spells flying everywhere there, but yeah, the Boots of Travel 2 coming in huge. No way to counter that unless they're going to blow up the hero he's jumping on really fast. You know, there's no waves to just immediately try and take care of. So he's very comfortable just playing on the other side of the map. And he's not humongous terribly to the point that even through that single meta of the Terror Wave that he can do enough. He was like 5 or 6 seconds away from having meta again when he died, but I'm not sure it would have mattered, especially because there was just a second Doom ready to go there with the Refresher, and he just held it.
No, true. I mean, it wouldn't have made a huge difference. It's tough. It's such a hard fight for them now. And, I mean, again, if there's a silver lining, it's that Nigma will be back up by the time Roche does respawn. But still, there's just so much that's been done. Structural damage and everything else.
Yeah, would be nice to have something a little more long-lasting to try and scout out this Roche for Entity. Of course, Nigma don't have the advantage anymore either. They could send a Treant theoretically, but obviously the Hawks are dead. We got new Beastmaster.
MC did finish off the Refresher, though.
is under attack.
I wonder if they're just going to give it up. Like they're still waiting, and yeah, they're instead going to get set up on the top side of the map. So it's going to be 20 seconds till the respawn, and Entity realizing that they're going to need to fight it over there. Wait a minute, if they leave right now, dude, do we see it? Dude, Kuro's going in.
This would be the craziest thing ever if this happened.
Oh my god, dude!
If they killed Roche in the 30-second window before it went top, the illusion's going to be there.
Oh my god, it's going to be
dude,
here.
This could actually happen.
They're coming back through. Fishman realizes it. They jump in. MC looking for a roar, not able to find it. GH catching. Katomi, they're out of position. BKB has already been used, but there is a hook. And they'll find GH, bring him down. Now chasing, hunting, blink away. They're fine.
Katomi threw his ulti onto the Lincoln Sphere, trying to catch Beast.
Oh, wait, but they're going top. Wait, NP up there? Yuma shows up. MC, they're on him. Do they have enough? They're coming out too late. The Terror Wave, it catches and pushes Punch away. Finding Doom now. Gabby's in trouble. Yuma, he gets eaten by Watson. Where's the stand? They don't have it. Mikey jumps in, taking him low. The Doom is out. It's enough. They take him down. Gabby with round 2 is too strong. They do have buybacks, but it is not going to come quickly enough. Oh my god, that was really close to being what they needed, but in the end, it was not enough. Blink away by MC. Gabby's still chasing. Wanting to hunt down this Beastmaster. Yeah, Gabby is a monster. He's going to chase down and kill MC. This was his game. Oh my, I should have never doubted. As Nigma will lose MC and now down 31,000 gold. Entity on the verge of moving on in these qualifiers.
Yeah, he is truly the alchemist. He's actually just converting everything in this game into gold. He infused himself with the Aghanims. He has just become completely unstoppable. And it almost looked like for a second he was going to go down, and then he just immediately gets back out, refreshes, dooms himself for the AoE, and no hope was left there for Nigma. They went all in knowing that this was their last real chance, like trying to fight around this. But now, the first time coming high ground might be the only time that's required here for Entity if they want to hard commit. But it is game 3 of TI qualifiers. And of course, you're going to play it out as Nigma, but it's obviously looking pretty dire right now.
It's looking incredibly tough. I mean, 35,000 gold lead is it would be quite the comeback. It does take not that long with the lineup that Nigma have to push buildings if they can get that fight win, but it's gonna take some serious mess ups by Entity.
I forgot they did Roche.
Yeah. Getting it now hurts, definitely, and Nigma are just gonna have to give that one up. There's no way they can contest it at this point.
Yeah, that stinks. You're like all respawn and then they wait to grab it. That's so nice. They have like way more time out on the map.
I'll let them sit in it a little bit longer. So Aegis in hand and going to get that refresher shard. They give it over to Watson, who now has the E-Blade 2. 44 bonus strength given to him by Flesh Heap.
Yeah, he's got 173 strength to use for the nuke.
That's scary.
It's kind of nice. A little bit of a nuke there to add on with your E-Blade.
Well, I guess it's still based upon the other targets, but it's still good to have.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. Your targets. Sorry guys, I'm caught in the past.
The old days.
Just booming around
Maybe
here.
Maybe he is too. Who knows? Gabby finding Mikey, but not really finding him. And maybe an opportunity. Okay, they get him now. Gonna be able to collapse in. Find this man for the finish. Mikey, nowhere left to go. And another kill going the way of Gabby. 9-1 and 18. My God. GH found. GH stomped. GH dead. Entity cleaning up every little bit of this.
It's just being chased around the map right now. Just a little bit of the old cat and mouse situation happening here. Definitely the mice on the side of Nigma.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, moving up towards high ground now. And for Nigma, The only thing they can really try to do is just cut as many waves as they can, try and buy time for Yuma. He's got one component. He's got the rapier ready. He hasn't assembled it yet, so not revealing that. Although, obviously, the hold here not going to be easy, even with that mass damage that's coming out. Gabby did get forced to use a BKB, it looks like. Still has Doom at the ready.
Well, Nigma are pretty close to getting themselves a date with an old friend here.
Oh,
they
yeah?
lose this match. They're heading down to match up versus Alliance and S4.
Oh my God.
So some similar energy down there, you know?
What year is it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they can hold out. Rapier is online for Terrorblade. So they do have pretty insane damage coming from the Terrorblade.
It's a 2-second fear and a 10-second meta that he gets out of it. So it's a good time to kind of assess and see if you can win the fight out of it. Sometimes you might see the old blink Terrorwave retreat. It does occur. But I think he needs the blink before they really want to go nuts here.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised he's even keeping buyback. I feel like you just buy the egg synth and blink and YOLO.
I mean, it kind of feels like it's needed at this point.
But if he can buy this time, though, because they're not pushing anyway, then that's also fine.
Right.
Oh, that's a 48K lead at 50 minutes. Whew.
I know. They're so in charge of this one. Yuma's getting
they're
closer
a Gabby
to
ahead of net worth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Oh, my God.
They can lose Gabby and the game's even. Actually, they're still up like 2.5K.
I mean, I think if they manage to kill Gabby in these fights, then they're in a really good position, to be honest, because he has carried them through these team fights. The overwhelming blink is really hard to deal with.
I can't believe we might see a level 30 Doom before like 55 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, he has farmed his heart out in this one.
That's a super Doom right now.
A level 30 Doom before Terrorblade gets 25 also. That's the other thing. All right, they're hurling boulders. Putting Stormstormer up front and center. 55 seconds left on this. Roar to start. Hook pulls him back in. Mikey calls off the charge. An AC completed for Nature's Prophet. So Kuro's been farming, trying to get what he can. Buyback status available. A lot of the Dire don't have it for just a little bit of gold, but with one last racks up, Mikey is going to grab a hold, pull him on in. Watson jumping, finding, Terrorwave out. Watson's starting to get burned into him, but the jump forward, Gabby is there. It's going to take down one. Can he take down more? Yuma catching. Oh, he doesn't quite get him, though. The fear is there, and then the swap away, and they don't have it. They don't have what they need. They can't run these heroes down.
They want to back up because there's only a couple seconds left on the Aegis now. 10 seconds there. They also don't want to force the buyback onto Watson. So, I mean, that wasn't the worst for Nigma, right? They're going to try and run it. Yuma,
they held meta.
Does have a lot of gold still.
Yeah.
He's buying the egg synth.
Buying that, bringing it out, and ready to complete the Swift Blink. But will it be enough? He's how much away now? 700 gold away from getting the full Swift Blink. But yeah, 50,000 gold lead now. I mean, what's crazy is that they're still giving him about 10% chance to come back in this game.
That is insane.
Which is insane to me.
Yeah. I mean, it is true they have Beastmaster, Terrorblade, and even a Nature's Prophet. Like, even if it is support, we're at the point now it's 52 minutes. He can do a little bit of ratting. He's got the +5 Treant summoned. Anything is possible if you get the waves there.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, the levels are kind of insane. The entire team of Entity, with the exception of Fishman, is above all of Nigma.
Wow.
And honestly, Fishman is catching up pretty quickly to the Terrorblade and the Beastmaster. He's getting closer to that level 25.
Wait, at level 25, Shadow Demon has a 15-second Demonic Purge cooldown. Is that real?
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting.
I did not know it went that low. That seems insane.
I know, it's kind of crazy.
Do you even need that? It's already like 45. I feel like I'd rather have the 2 charges of disruption. That also sounds kind of fun.
I mean, yeah, especially if you have a refresher shard, why not? And you have 4 charges of disruption.
We're just isolating a hero by disrupting all of their teammates.
Yeah. Who needs it for a save, honestly?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Point.
I mean, so Nigma very much completely in a rough spot right now, to put it lightly. But they do have ways to try and at least take the fight. It just does not feel like they're going to have either the control or the damage unless it's all working together perfectly, and Entity are really messing up. 10,000 gold on the Lesh, though. 9,000 gold on the Doom, 4,000 on Katomi, 4,000 on Watson, and Fishman's even holding on to 3,600. So to be fair, that gold lead is a little bit smaller.
That's true.
Because of just all the gold that's being held, but I don't know if that's going to make Nigma feel that much better.
So how much would we have to sell the block of cheese for?
That's a good question. Are they getting it? Where's the block of cheese?
But like if you
Surely.
could buy it, you know.
Oh, yeah.
What would the value of it be? Like 15K? Because we're getting there.
I mean, maybe there's a chance. I mean, Lesh is out of items at this point. Start buying some moon shards, y'all. Let's see it. I will also say that I think at this point, if Nigma are able to make a comeback happen, it would probably go down in history as one of the greatest comebacks of all time ever. It feels like it's at that level.
It's actually, I don't know, for some reason it feels kind of possible still. I think because like overall, it's very committal when they want to go high ground, and so it's frightening because despite having these big HP pools right now, you can't, you know, it is a TB with Inner Beast and a Rapier. There's a lot of control that might lock you down.
I mean, so look at the graph real quickly and the percentage chance that Dota Plus is still giving them at this point. It's actually grown a little bit. It's like started to get back towards something. You know, Kuro's out there farming. There's some things going on here. Going back to his days of carry.
Well, like 50 minutes ago, we talked about how they could have some problems dealing with the waves later in the game because they're so clumped.
Right.
I guess that's slightly coming to fruition. Again, the inability to scout Roche is also part of it too, because they feel like they have to sort of be up here while they wait for the potential spawn, which is still a minute and 20 away.
Right. The long Roche spawns too are putting us closer to the tier 5 neutral items. And that's
yeah,
where
we
stuff
might actually get there.
Like that might, I mean, all right, here's the thing. I think Entity with this next Aegis, I want to see them try and go. I feel like they're not going to go hard on high ground. I think that they're probably going to be content with mega creeps, and that doesn't end Nigma. Particularly with this Nature's Prophet now, like they're going to be able to keep farming on the map a bit.
Megas is pretty bad though. I don't know. Megas is a big deal. Because I think it's a lot of passive pushing that's helping them right now.
Right.
Like just like getting one wave down or like one illusion is enough to counter the balance of the super creeps, but mega creeps, that's a spooky one.
No, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Well, they are chilling, big chilling, waiting for Roche.
Does he have a Wind Waker?
I think so.
He has a Wind Waker on Doom.
I don't know what he swaps that out for. His inventory is very full right now.
That is insane that he only has a 2,700 surplus at 8,400 gold.
Yeah. And I mean, level 30 now too. So Doom breaks and applies moot.
Look at his buyback cost.
Yeah.
His buyback is 4,349 gold.
Yeah, that's crazy. We also did get Metamorphosis Duration on Yuma. As he hit 25, and Beastmaster went for the Primal Roar cooldown. So 30-second cooldown on that one now for MC, as Aegis is going to be claimed, and it is the Refresher Shard again. So we're 2 minutes until Tier 5 neutrals. I think you're in an interesting spot here for Entity. Do they decide to go before the Tier 5 neutrals? It looks like the call is yes, which is a little bit of a bold play.
I think you just force megas. I think I would much rather fight with my 50k lead and neither side having neutrals, right?
Dude, they I mean, the percentage chance keeps going into the favor of Nigma off of this.
It's because of the neutrals. Oh, Stormtrooper just goes in.
Catching him right at the start. Broken. Terror wave. The backline. Yuma, he's in trouble. He's doomed. Yuma is going to go down here. No way out of that one. Rapier on the deck. The buyback is there, but they see the Rapier down on the ground. Nobody's taking it. Yuma, meta, wants to turn, wants to battle. A little bit scary. Mass buybacks, Rapier on the deck, but they're not picking it up. Yuma gets it and gets out. All right. I mean, it's 61,000 gold lead now, but they hold on. Jump in, Stormer. They try and take it. Another round. Catching Yuma. Metamorphosis is there, but Gabby right on top of him. Do they have any way to save this man? This would be a dieback. They do have the Wind Waker Doom as they take down Nigma. Entity are so far in the lead and are going to stay there. 70,000. How much more can you get to? No buybacks are available. 72,000 gold is what the lead is at in the end as they call GG. A very, very solid performance coming out from Entity as they're going to move on in the upper bracket.
Nice and slow and steady for the W there, taking their time before the eventual win. And
it's a little pat on the bat there on Gabby too.
Oh my God. All right. Well, so it was it one-sided? It was a long time ago. It was a little one-sided throughout this game, but mostly the only really big turn was when Gabby showed up. You know, when Gabby got into this game. It was a nice late pick there on Watson's Pudge. I feel like MC didn't have a good choice this game as to what to do. It felt like Helm was going to be kind of weak, and even the Ags wasn't necessarily that great. It was pretty hard to stand tall versus heal reduction Doom and heal reduction Pudge, so you're not getting all the benefits that you're expecting. And truly, they just did a great job of controlling Yuma. That was a really hard game for him because of how well they played it. And I don't necessarily think that he played that poorly. I think they just did a great job of focusing him down, and there wasn't great ways to save him. Like, I can understand not wanting to get the Force Staffs because of the Shadow Demon, but I feel like in the late game, the lack of Force Staffs meant that even when the Doom jumped him, then he couldn't be saved because they had no Force Staffs to get him out of there. And even though he was so close to being on the cusp to get out of that AoE, they couldn't get him.
Right. No, I think so. I mean, it was really, really rough there. I think we got to give MVP to Gabby in this one.
100%. No question.
He had to make those plays, and he did it, and it won them the game. I feel like Yuma, at a certain point in that game, he just stopped doing damage. He couldn't attack into him anymore. It was like there's no way with everything that Gabby was doing.
Yeah, and they did a good job of delaying it in typical ways with like Nature's Prophet and Terrorblade doing the best they could, but there was no answer in the end. How did Crow end with 0 belly damage? All right, that's kind of funny. Just new Nature's Prophet, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you just let the treants do the work, surely.
That's really strange. I mean, GH had 88. Crow had 0.
Well, nonetheless,
hidden creeps.
Absolutely. It was a stellar performance from Gabby. 11, 1, and 26. He almost had 1,000 GPM in that insanely long game. Only ended up switching it up, I'm sure, because it got rid of his Midas. And they end the game 2 seconds before the tier 5 neutrals come out. That's their timing, right before it happens. But yeah, massive kill participation. And the biggest thing, of course, was just shutting down Yuma on that Terrorblade.
Just had no game. Yeah, 100%. And I think the draft was really solid from Entity too. It's kind of risky going for the Pudge because if you don't get a good start, then it's a little bit harder to play the earlier parts of this game. But they hit their perfect timing there. Kataomi also went 8, 0, and 20. If we can throw some more love to his support. Insane game from him. Probably one of the best Shadow Demon games you're ever going to see in terms of the counter picks. They really had no good options. He reduced their itemization by making sure they couldn't go for these Force Staffs. That really helped out the Doom in a lot of situations. Because we talked about now how the Doom doesn't mute. So like Force Staffs are even just like sort of good against Doom before he has eggs. And then you also want them when he has the eggs later. So Force Staff kind of owns Doom. But now with the way the Force Staff works, ever since what's probably like 3 years ago now, if you're being actively dispelled, people can't Force Staff you out. So Shadow Demon means no Force Staffs. And they work really well together because of that.
Yeah, it was really an expertly put together draft, and Entity ended out with, I mean, the Pudge he did a good amount in that one, but it felt like it was definitely the Gabby show there towards the end with the little Cthulhu set, which is spooky to look at as I just look at it in my window. Well, Trent, we have 3 teams that are moving on into this upper bracket. We've got Quest, we've got Luna Galaxy, and most recently Entity. We still have to figure out one more between the next 2 teams that are up, and it's going to be OG versus Secret. I'm ready for that. How are you feeling about it?
What? OG, you mean like Poppy?
That's right.
Oh, wow. Poppers. Yeah, let's go. That sounds exciting. Oh, it's Seb? Oh, and my favorite, Kit Rack? Yeah, no, obviously very excited for OG Secret. I know the orgs are pretty hyped up. You know, I'm sure they've got all their posts ready. So, well, I'm sure we'll have to keep an eye on that. They're burning the midnight oil, getting those memes ready for us and our pleasure. So we better get them into the game soon.
Absolutely. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have that OG Secret matchup ready for y'all. See you then.
They cannot fight. No mana, please.
I ulti Primo.
Item.
I'm trying to save you. I'm very low. I ulti TB.
TB guys, kill TB please. I'm going Primal next.
Vision.
Matrix circle.
I don't have. I'm D1.
Oh, I can do.
Yeah, we're getting. I'm hiding him.
Yeah, maybe no need dome.
No, go.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, maybe don't. Fuck, I'm stuck running.
Fix the waste, look at rush.
Go rush.
And welcome back, everybody. You're here for the final match of the day for Western Europe and the final qualifier for TI amongst all the regions. It is Western Europe indeed. And we've got Team Secret versus OG Trent. They tried to get away, but we pulled them back in. Seb, Puppy, the old school players there, and then a whole new cast of characters are also playing this one out. How are you feeling about this matchup here that we got in the upper bracket?
I'm feeling great, man. I mean, this is the one that I know everyone's looking forward to, waiting on. Hard to believe that we finally got here after our first 3 games of the day, as you can see there, from Entity versus Nigma that we were treated to. We finally have the big matchup that everyone wants to see. And who's going to that lower bracket? And the loser of this will have to face up against Ancient Tribe, coming out of Division 2. So that's LeBron and the Stack. No slouches themselves there. And it's a long run through the lower bracket. If you lose here, you then have to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 series to get that second slot here in Western Europe. Or you win here, you only got to win 2 more. That's it. True. So I'd much rather take the win early.
No, absolutely. I think that it makes a much easier path. But likewise, you know, if you start out lower right away, you face some easier competition. Maybe you start building momentum, and it ends up in that scenario where like every person that you play that's falling down from the lower bracket, they'll have just lost a game while you just keep winning. So that's, you know, maybe something to consider as a way to build some momentum. Don't think it's the path you want to take, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're out when you just get dropped down to the lower bracket right away.
You should be a sports psychologist. They need you after they lose. Be like, guys, now that you've lost, it's actually better.
Telling them. I think that's the key, right? Is that like it make no sense, but just like always frame stuff positively. That's my
life
bread
coach.
and butter.
I think is the occupation there that you're looking at.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, I think that's right.
You can hire me if you want. Give me a quarter of the TI prize pool, and I'll take it.
We don't actually know what that is yet, do we?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a fair point to make.
Careful. Yeah.
So starting into this, I think the big things that I want to watch for are these big, like juicy, crazy carries. The gyrocopter that we saw in that last one. TA, is she going to be taken out of the pool? That type of thing that can just farm up stacks like crazy. But we can wait and see what these first picks are going to be, as we already are into the draft for game number 1. Team Secret with Chrysalis, actually, the one that's hitting the drafting buttons right at the moment. But yeah, it's versus OG.
Or whose chair Heen is in, that's more accurately. Yeah.
That's a fair point.
Poppy just doesn't want to get up anymore. That's what's going on here. He needs to be sitting down there and make sure he's keeping an eye on everything that's happening.
Right.
Chrysalis just overdoing push-ups.
True. Yeah, just getting ready to carry as they want to. We are going to get that draft up in front of you in just a moment here. But should be up in a second. You're not missing anything. Still on the first rounds of bans. And I don't think I've seen anybody drop out yet.
I mean, you're saying they're not missing anything. Did you see that first ban? I mean, I know that they play it, but like really? First phase Veno ban? That's where we're at?
First phase Veno, first phase Razor. Definitely feels like there's some higher priority heroes to deal with. But yeah, they're taking a couple of those out of there. Also, the Invoker banned out now. As we do have the draft up for you now. Getting them all right and ready. And it is Team Secret that banned out that Veno first.
I mean, they also were playing it at Riyadh, so both teams into the hero. The question is, will we see the Chen? Is that something they want to bring out? They did take it when it was offered a couple times at Riyadh, and it looked pretty good. I remember they won a game versus Shopify. I think we definitely cast at least one of their Chen games, and I was thinking that this is pretty solid. So I'm assuming coming to this qualifiers that is one of the paths that they will be looking towards for Team Secret, that is.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, OG are the ones with the first pick out of that first phase. They take away the gyrocopter for now, Earth Spirit Razor. And Team Secret, one more ban, and then they'll have one more after this for that second phase too. I will say that there's elements of this like second pick that feel a lot worse now in that first phase. Only having one ban after the first pick is really rough.
I actually thought they were going to remove Darkseer, not Coddle. I feel like Darkseer is a really strong opener for OG in particular.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're just solid with the combos. it's Seb, you know.
He's one of the best Darkseers in the world, but they
coming.
go for the Doom.
He's going to be explaining. He's going to be like, listen here, DM. You just do this. You know, it's like, it's one thing to be like the really good Darkseer player, but if you're playing the 4, because, you know, he's obviously going to be 4 and up there. Kitrack, very solid 5. I don't think they're going to swap it around too much. He's going to really know how to abuse Ion Shell. He just gets to play another hero and be Darkseer.
Well, I'm just saying that they're going to give Seb the Darkseer 4, clearly.
You know what? Also possible. But
I've been talking about it forever.
Rumored. The big one, though, the DM Doom. Bit of a classic there. Probably one of his best looking heroes alongside that Venomancer, so they'll pick it up early. And Venge looked great in our first series. And we were doing some complaining about some heroes. I got to say, the Venge, the swaps, they were on point versus for Entity as well as Nigma. So I'm down to see this hero again.
And OG in the sepia filter at the moment, it looks like. Not sure what exactly is going on.
Seb's just that old. So they're going for it. They just
the old timey magazine. Okay, so Medusa taken out of the pool now. So there doesn't really feel like there's any of these huge combos. I'm kind of out on the Grimstroke Doom. It did not look great to me in that last series. OG gonna take out the Monkey King too. Obviously, Chrysalis Classic.
It's funny when he first showed up and it was just banned first phase every game. Back when we didn't have 5 bans right away, or whatever we're at now. No, it is 7. Oh my god, that's insane. Yeah, it's still very strong for him.
5 seconds remaining.
And this pivotal ban. What are you gonna do, Secret? You're one ban.
Already some good feelings going on in the training camp, it looks like, amongst OG, keeping energy a little loose and goosey. But the pick now, I mean, again, they're going to have that first pick out of it for Secret. TA still in that pool. Doom does not reveal that much.
Yeah, and it feels kind of bad to ban a support. Yeah, so you got to get one of these like more impactful potential carry heroes. Because I could even see the argument for the Grimstroke, honestly. I mean, I know like it's not so much about the Soulbind, but I really do think that combo's very nice with the Inkswell and just lets you play really tight together. But Kitrack, he had a great time when he was last playing at a couple different tournaments and everything. So, I mean, big heroes for him. He's willing to play those things like the Sky and the Rubik in the 5, which is nice for them. It's a pretty big opening for OG, so they have lots of options. And, he's going to get to see this guy, the big, beefy ET. TI time rolls around. He's definitely one of those heroes. He's in the category of the Enigmas, the Earth Shakers. They always show back up around TI.
I mean, it is a hell of a lot of team fight. It helps to cut out some of those more annoying Agi cores. So you're not having to worry as much about something like a Terrorblade if you get that ET right at the start. Then Lion gets taken. I don't know if we've actually seen that much other ET played by other people, to be honest. It's not springing to mind, at least. How many memories of it? Lion has been around a lot.
All the qualifiers? Yeah. No, not so much.
10 seconds remaining.
I think, let me see here. I'll have a little look-see here. Yeah, we have seen quite a bit of Lion. ET, he's been in about 4, he's at 10 picks. So this will be the 11th ET. Fairly popular. And they'll just lock in their supports. We'll have the Kitrack Ench, very most likely, and then the Seb Lion. So I wonder if Seb has ever played a pro game on Lion. What do you think? Do you think he has? I'm going to check. What's your bet here?
I feel like probably not. I mean, he's been playing for so long. Surely he has to have.
Let's see.
At least one. At least one. It's going to be.
I mean, honestly. Oh yeah, I'm thinking it's so long. I actually kind of forgot how much of a support a core phase he had. Yeah, right. Or support phase. What am I talking about? He's played everything. He has played. He actually played it, obviously, when they were just at Riyadh. He played 2 games of it. And then before that, he was playing it back in 2016, of course, when he was on Kaipi. You know, and then when he was on Alliance. And then, God, I was more so thinking modern Seb, the guy who wins stuff. He has played 2 games of Lion. Yeah. Ever since he did that body swap thing, like what is it called? Face swap? What's that?
When he made the deal with the devil?
No, he just had a face swap with I'm not sure who it was, but some much better player. When he became the man he is today.
Unbelievable.
Face Off. That's the movie I was looking for.
John
Sorry, took me a
Travolta?
second.
Or is that
Yeah.
Nick Cage?
It's both.
Oh, it is? Oh my God.
That's why it's so good.
How can you have so much in one? Did you see that post, by the way, on Reddit of freaking Nick Cage being Quinn? The modern iteration of him? That was awesome. I love that. Look at Secret coming out with the weird funky picks, though. We got triple melee here, which is a little spooky into Doom Core if he ever gets that Aghanim Scepter. But the Brew, the hero we've been talking about a lot. What do you think of his picks here?
Yeah, I think he's definitely a high tier offlaner. Maybe it's somewhat situational, but I think overall he's still a little bit underpicked. He's been buffed and buffed and buffed. The real problem with the hero is that people still can't make the eggs work. So he is missing a pretty key function that a lot of heroes like. His eggs is like okay, but I feel like most heroes, there's the games where you'll be like, oh, eggs rush here is really good. But as an offlaner, he does still miss out on that. But he's just been buffed so much over time that he's just solid. I mean, you can see that he's being picked right now, and he doesn't even know what the carry matchup is. That is a bit different than how Brew used to feel. Downside, of course, getting doomed or hexed feels really bad. So he's really going to be counting on the swap as well as the stomp to ensure that his ulti gets off.
I will say the Void stance is really nice against the Lion. Giving you, if you take the talent up to like 80% status resistance against the Doom, doesn't quite feel as good because immediately your brewed up stuff gets dispelled and then you're not getting that 80% status resistance anymore. You're just sitting with the 20, which
I saw you test that.
Hurt.
Good thing you tested
thank
it.
you.
Yeah.
Got to do it. But yeah, they're going to take the Terrorblade. So they're picking TB into the Elder Titan. I mean, we knew that it was a possibility at the very least.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this used to be considered like the hardest matchup for Terrorblade and absolutely ruined him, but that was largely before ET got separated.
Yeah.
I'd say these days it's not as big of a deal because you have to actually get the physical form on. Then again, that's also been improved now with the shard and the fact that you actually just get shards now as support kind of randomly. So if he does make the play where he toggles the stomp, he swaps into the TB, reduces the armor to 0, and a PA jumps at the same moment, you'll be a little upset. There's no doubt about that.
I wonder if there's any way that they could. Is there any way they run this ET core? Just put it.
Not unless there's
Amiibo. You don't think
the way.
so?
No.
But then you got the freaking Terrorblade. You just run at him and you can actually survive.
Sir, please.
Oh, it's not going to happen. I know. I'm sad, but I want it to so badly.
Team secrets turn to ban.
Well, nonetheless, it is going to be a couple of these more annoying initiating E type heroes that looks like banned out, taking away the Earthshaker as well as that Storm Spirit. Darkseer's still in the pool. I don't think you can afford to do that for Team Secret though, unless you're putting Brew mid.
5 seconds.
Yeah, no, I think it's most likely just mid that they're opting for here. I mean, OG are kind of looking like they're angling for an Ember. I mean, that is definitely I see an Earthshaker ban, I immediately just think, oh, do they want Ember? Is that what they want this game? Looks like a pretty solid Ember game. Downside, there's like Dispel from Brew or whatever, but it's not really something you can be that concerned about. It would give solid initiation and vision for like the Lion and the Doom. Would cover a lot of what they're missing. Same idea with the Primal Beast and the Storm. Just someone who kind of gets into the fight, does a little bit, slightly maneuverable.
I mean, you pick that though with last pick on Secret. You're definitely looking down the barrel of a Huskar.
Yep. No, there's no doubt about that. That is a major concern. I think there's a very real chance they just do ban into pick Ember, like Huskar ban Ember.
Is that what they want, or are they looking for another route? They take away one. It's the Ember and then Pango. Okay. Armel, what are you playing, buddy? Has a lot of time to figure it out. 48-second reserve plus the regular pick.
It's funny because I've actually been looking at this for a while because we talk about this a lot with the Huskar and Ember, and statistically, Huskar is almost as good versus Pango.
Really?
Yeah, it's one of his worst matchups all time in terms of just like raw stats numbers. Same thing with Ember, obviously, because it's just you just can't lane. You have a bad time, game is bad. It is worse for the Ember by a couple percentage points, but it's still like top 3 worst for Pango. But you can see how there is some counterplay for Pango, especially as the game goes on. And it's a pro setting. It's not just pubs. So there's a good reason why it's not as bad. But it feels like the meta of Huskar counter picks could perhaps be pushed a bit further. But not today. Today we'll just get someone who is known for her counter picks forever. And that'll be the Queen of Pain. And yeah, it looks pretty solid for RML in this one.
Okay. Obviously still scary to run Huskar into Doom. One of the toughest matchups that one runs into also. But
true.
I think
no healing.
Yeah, exactly. The Quap is an interesting solution. I think there's definitely some early aggro potential onto Yuragi where he might run into some problems there. But time will tell what ends up happening in this one. Game number 1, Secret versus OG. I'm ready, Trent.
I don't think I've ever seen someone use the PA persona. Have you?
No. I don't know. I mean, not in a
I think like the week it came out, I saw it. And that was it. Chrysalis here. That's crazy. I can't believe we're about to see it.
All right. Well, we'll see how it ends up going. Armel, of course, having the upgraded Queen of Pain skin as well, the new one that they've got. He's played a lot of games with this one. But yeah, we'll see how it ends up going as game number 1 soon to be underway. Do you like the draft that Secret's pulled together here? I mean, I feel like I'm looking at Terrorblade, Doom, a lot of the same heroes that had success in the last one.
Yeah.
With the exception, I guess, of the Terrorblade. But what do you think?
My gut is that Queen of Pain is I don't know. She feels like a pretty volatile hero sometimes. She either kind of still stomps out of like based on like a really good lane, or it feels like she struggles to get kills and has a rough time. But it is one of RML's most played heroes. He thoroughly enjoys the Queen of Pain. He's already spamming his Grandmaster voice lines in the game, so he's ready to go. And I feel pretty good because of that. But I think OG's looks a little bit more balanced. Like I see Queen of Pain Brewmaster, and I think, oh, if you misplay one fight, your hero can have a bad time. Whereas Pango, I feel like, you just keep getting your ultis off. Feels kind of good. TB, I can delay the game with my illusions. They seem to have a little bit more of like these bigger grace periods on the side of OG. Whereas Secret, some of their moments feel like they're a little under pressure.
Okay. Well, we'll see if, they are going to respond well to that pressure, if they're going to be able to contend with it. And of course, you've sort of got that other change that's happened with PA, right? Which is the ability to see when crits are happening.
So look, I guarantee someone's watching this right and they're like, what hero is that? They're just confused.
That's fair.
Surely there's like half you guys have never even seen this cosmetic.
It does look very strange, but it is what it is. You got yourself a nice little PA.
Dude, the weapon's so sick though.
It does look really cool.
That's some good stuff. Okay, sorry. You were talking about actual important Dota things. I apologize.
Well, a little bit.
I can't get over it.
Not really. Well, Seb, is he going to get caught? Nah, he's fine. He's out of there. They're going to get the runes padded off. And a little sorry to disappoint you coming from the chat, too. I guess the big thing that I'm thinking about is like the ability to sort of span daggers from range on the PA and then know that your next hit's going to be a crit is kind of awesome for like how these fights have turned out sometimes, I feel like. But likewise, if you're sort of spamming daggers from range, that kind of gives an opportunity for Doom to know where you're at. And maybe then he makes the jump and then you're just dead.
Yeah, but in the lane, it's going to be tough. And we already saw this earlier with the Venge versus the Doom, where with the Gyrocopter, he was able to try and abuse him a little bit, lower down that armor, make them upset. Now you're going to have daggers. Like, Seb is starting with just 2 armor here on this line. As they lose the courier immediately, DM, wake up, buddy. What time is it over? It's like 7 o'clock, man. You can't... You saw the Venge.
That hurt. That one does not feel great. The plus side, at least for them, is that they do have the double... wand or magic stick rather, so they're going to get a ton of stick charges, which should give them pretty good trading throughout this, and if they can set up for it.
Jeez, well, I was going to get another courier, guys. All right,
dude,
he barely
almost
didn't
got
get it. He didn't want to get Earth Spike, so he backed up.
Well played.
He's vicious down here. It's like, I am the only animal. I am the puppy. And he's going to go for the old half pull. Yeah, it's a 3/4 pull. He snags. He lets one creep through. And does he get the range creep deny? Oh, he's so good. Oh, he's good.
They nailed it, man. That's big. So a good start to the laning stage over there, keeping that pressure on. We'll see how it ends up going as up top, they're probably going to run into a lot of issues. Kitrak is going to be super annoying, already playing underneath the tower, and then, of course, can take off that Astral Spirit buff, too. So even if Yamich tries to get into a position where he can try and trade effectively with that extra damage and armor, Kitrek's there to remove it.
Yeah, what a nuisance, honestly.
Oh, he does get the Courier snipe, though. Courier's just going away left and right here. My God.
Important to note that although Brewmaster is now a pretty powerful hero, FBZ is one of those players who would play it even when it wasn't like busted. Like he was like kind of like a Monkeys guy, where he's willing to bring it out in the pro matches because he sees that it's a good Brewmaster game. So you're hoping that for Secret, this is going to be a big advantage in this patch, because I think the hero is like just averagely pretty good right now and can be played in more situations. So he should be having a better time because of that. Then again, those old school Brew players, I think, also liked that Ags that just gave you 2 charges, because I don't know. I know it was kind of boring, but I feel like anyone who played Brew before that Ags and then Ags got introduced was just like, this is insane. I just get my ulti twice. Like,
yeah, it's
I used to have to buy a refresher for this.
No, it's super good. And I mean, you do have like sort of definitely some nice gets here. I feel like the Drunken Brawler getting it this early on is pretty nifty. You just get into a little disco show, but getting that early value in it. I'm curious if he takes the 3rd point in Cinder Brew or not. Because it is easy to ignite it, obviously, with the Astral Spirit in this lane against Yuragi. But the other thing is just getting those bonus damage, or rather bonus effects from all of the brewed up thing is really good for them as well. Armel mid, 18-3 versus the 17-4, but is somewhat low on the HP as BZM's been going for the swashes through him.
Yeah, BZM just doing great right now. I mean, considering that he has the 2 points in the dagger as well. Like, it's not like he's just doing a screen build for rotations or something. This is a more punishing build of ensuring that he's still investing into the Shadow Strike, and to still be keeping up like that is great for BZM. Of course, that can change, especially with the 3rd point, because like dagger is kind of weird. Level 1, you don't even throw the dagger. Level 2, it doubles up, so you start chucking them. And then level 3, it starts to kind of get over that hump where they really need the runes. So it's a combination of controlling runes. Oh, you're dead. Thank you for controlling my runes, good friend.
My God.
That's like literally the worst thing that can happen to Queen of Pain. Because she's about to hit level 5, she's about to get dagger, and then he gets a rune and you die.
They are going to get at least a return kill here. So something salvaged as DM goes down. But yeah, that kill onto Quap, like you said, is huge. So really nice stuff there.
Oh man, that's what we talk about these runes, right? Like in some of our earlier matches today, this idea of like the rotations aren't huge to like kill people anymore. It's just to secure these runes.
Where are you going?
And you know, you don't want a sad mid player because we all know they're a little whiny, you know?
Well, they're gonna get another kill up top too. Kitrak pairing together with his little centaur and making the kills happen. I mean, they're looking good. That's what you want to see.
I also think that Ench is underpicked right now. I think this hero is still pretty strong. It just hurts to pick these heroes after they get nerfed pretty hard. But, you know, you watch someone like Celery or now Kitrak here too. Puppy's in the same vein of just, they're so good on these heroes and the ability to rotate early with the creeps that there's just, it's still something that no other hero can really accomplish.
Right. No, it can be really oppressive the way that you play this. And Kitrak now is like gotten so much gold off of that kill too. He's brought out, I believe, boots and a full magic wand. So he can start to keep that pressure on. Now, of course, FBZ trying to move in, find Yuragi. As soon as Kitrak shows up with the seed shot, they got to run away.
Yeah, that's a lot of free damage there. And he also did get a half pull off that
dead again. The rotation in. Level 6 hit it beforehand. He had blink, but just couldn't get it off. And like the other problem is that, like you talked about, dagger build for Armel, he took a 3rd point in it. He only has 1 point in Scream of Pain.
Losing your lane with 3 points dagger is that's some like, you know, top left, go next. That's some bad energy right there.
That's tough. Gonna need to make the most of this if possible, but I mean they're putting the pressure on. FBZ is getting dove back behind his tower right now. OG just on one, chasing down Secret. The stomp is there, looking for a turn. It's not turning into anything, but Kitrak does get big swiped by Image. Seb now in far. He's going to throw out the Earth Spike, trying to back away. But FBZ there for the rundown, gets the brood up, and Puppy comes in to clean up the kill.
That looked like so much damage from Yamich when they got in there. Ooh, that's a nice run. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, he did the most damage in that fight, mostly just through raw punches. Had a huge buff. He did almost 1,000 damage just running them down there. And of course, helping to secure that wisdom room, partially why I'm sure they were opting for such an early dive.
Yeah.
And now Armel hitting level 6. I don't even know if he takes Sonic Wave. I feel like he'll probably invest it into something else because I don't think he's going to make a big rotation or an attempt with it. I think he'd rather just have the points and scream.
Potentially. I mean, it's tough, right? Like, you're sort of in this really awkward spot at this point, and BZM is starting to accelerate. If he gets into this Diffusal Blade before too long, he is denying creeps with that illusion. Dude, give the man a break. My God. This is straight up bully stuff.
He's like thinking about it right now. It's like, if I had a Lance of Pursuit right now, I would be in there.
Chrysalis, Kitrak, they're onto him, trying to take him down. And the stomp is there, connects Kitrak low, very survivable with all that heals, and Chrysalis has gone in too far. Now he tries to get away. Oh no, my God. Misclicked onto the little portal there. And instead, it's going to be Yemich that's in trouble. They chase him down, find him with the Earth Spike, and
I think he's okay. He's stomped
Puppy nearby. Yeah, they'll get him out. So a little bit too scary to dive that one.
BZM is also rotating down here too, so if anyone decides to stick around or they try and make a second go, could be in trouble.
Weird game. Very strange, but OG definitely coming out the better for it.
All right, let me see a Lance of Pursuit for this Pangolier. Let's really get BZM out of control here. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Does he get it?
Oh, yeah. God.
That's what you want to see.
I hate this item, dude.
It's really annoying.
It's so dumb.
Oh, the stomp into the tower take for Seb. He's already got his Blink Dagger eyed up. All right, yeah, BZM is going to deal a ridiculous amount of damage with this Diffusal Blade Lance of Pursuit. He got off to a really good start in his lane, and I think this Pango might start taking over the game very shortly. Meanwhile, Kitrak just keeps running into the jungle and just face-checking these moves from the other two supports, and they can't do anything about it.
FPZ is going to have to be really careful with his magic wand charges, because I definitely see a world where he doesn't get off ulti purely off of mana.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to basically save wand just to use split, I feel like.
Right. Is queuing up the Hand of Midas, though, so has ideas about the way that this game is going to go. And obviously done on the Urn of Shadows, which is a nice little combination with the Cinder Brew.
I think for Brew, every single game you just should buy Midas. I think every other item is just so bad on the hero, and the levels in gold is just so much more important. Particularly the levels. You're just buying experience on this hero. You know?
Kitrak and takes the Invis.
Okay.
Oh my God. Right in their face.
Because like when you play Brew, you don't get to use items during your ulti, whereas Midas is at least used for your ulti.
And Puppy just going to die as they drop the roll in there. I mean, they're going to need something from him, right? And I mean, while I agree with you that, like, obviously you're at least getting something out of the, you know, the split and everything because you can keep spamming, getting the levels up to higher and do more. Maybe that's a problem also with the hero that they have, that he's not able to really move around and make some stuff happen because OG are already firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. And that comes back to those small windows that I was talking about with their heroes. Like, that's the problem with Brewmaster and Queen of Pain, that I feel like if you make those little mistakes, they're really hard to recover from. Like, you need a big fight win with this split, or it feels like you're not doing a whole lot. And they're trying to set it up by bringing Chrysalis through the portal early. So they're hoping that OG are going to mass TP to defend this, while they're also protecting Chrysalis by removing him away from the bottom tower where it's actually kind of dangerous. But I don't think they're going to find a defense up here, so he'll just be farming his way through while he waits.
And meanwhile, setting up on the mid lane. This is the bigger thing. If OG can manage to, you know, come on down and take this mid tower while simultaneously, you know, I mean, they lose their tower up top, but if they get this one for free, it's pretty huge. And yeah, the scan comes out. They know what's going on. Secret can't come to defend. Not with all those heroes there mid.
And now the hardest part of the game for Secret begins, where they've lost this mid tower and they have a PA that needs to farm Battle Fury. And so you need to try and keep these farming areas safe while having limited fighting resources because you have to play around Brewmaster Split. So this is the toughest time for them. It's not going to be easy.
Good track. BZM move into the triangle. Chrysalis down bottom is going to reveal himself. DM is right there. Hard to get close enough to drop a Doom down. But
Or
Seb
to
is nearby.
unblur him.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what they need.
I hate Blur.
I mean,
I have real hater energy in this matchup for some reason. I don't know.
A little bit.
It's just Blur's so dumb right now. I think we can all agree. It's 400 range, guys. That's too
very
low.
small. Well, I mean, yeah, if that's almost any other hero at that point, Seb gets a kill with Doom, right? And they just can't do it because they can't walk into the PA. But it's also really mitigating the places where PA can feel safe farming. And after Blur's down, has to walk away. While the rest of Secret is sort of trying to farm. Chrysalis doesn't have anywhere to farm. There's nowhere he feels safe. He's walking between these towers right now. Well, Secret push out the other lanes. Chrysalis is just hoping for a wave.
Oof. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But getting there, I guess, right?
I mean,
the Midas
the
now
4K
done.
gold lead.
Getting there.
Minutes.
Yeah. Obswart sees where Seb is.
The turn. They get the sleep. Chrysalis wants this kill. Can he get it? Yes. This is the best case scenario for them right now.
Killing the lion. Yeah.
Honestly.
You're not wrong. Keep in mind, there is a TB in this game. I know we haven't seen him in a while, but he's actually just the third most farmed core because his own Doom and Pango are both ahead of him. So, yeah, they are finding a little bit of space. They're getting something, but up top, Sonic Wave?
Yeah, he just used that to try and get him away, but it's not going to matter. Blinked to escape, but they were already there. Yeah, man, it is looking rough out here for Secret. FBZ hasn't been able to get an ulti off. He's going in for Radiance. I mean, it's going to be there eventually, but it's going to take a while.
Clearly, there's something wrong with Magnums, guys.
Apparently.
This can't be the way. This can't be okay.
I mean, it has been just sort of about holding their area. Now, I'm curious what OG want to do at this point, right? Because you have such a long window until Secret want to do anything. You know, Chrysalis, Battle Fury, Radiance, Brewmaster. You have a Quap that's kind of just chilling. How do OG want to play this? Because they have a strong point with Pango, but likewise, not sure if they want to make a move with Terrorblade and then also having the Doom that wants to scale. It's a bit of a farm fest.
Yeah, it is. They just want to get key items up. They're going to get Seb his Blink Dagger, and then they're going to move in. They're going to get better wards down. They're going to try and ward up all the spots that PA wants to farm. Because once PA has a Battle Fury, there's still more farming to be done. It's a Phantom Assassin. Then they'll just hunt.
DM?
You don't want this smoke.
Okay. They got him here. This is dangerous. The Doom dropped onto Quap, tries to run. DM getting controlled by FBZ. It should be enough for the finish. And in fact, BZM, with his ulti out now, can they find any more of these kills? Looks like, oh, yeah, man.
That's why Duracchio's my carry. You know? Duracchio sunders you. He saves you there. He sunders you, fair. And then maybe he dies. But you know what? You live. So that's my goat, you know? I actually saw Yuragi. He did look like he might have been turning to do it. He thought about it. There was some consideration.
Oh, no such luck. It does end up being the Doom for 2 supports, which I think is Secret. You got to be pretty happy about. Now, if FBZ ends up stepping too far out and gets killed, then it'd be quite bad. But he's got an earn charge now. Getting a kill out of the ulti is what you want to see.
Yeah, at least it's something to work with. But it's a strong lead still remaining here for OG. As get some stuns happening down there. most importantly, they just want to, again, keep moving, right? Go through again with Seb. He doesn't need his ulti to be active. They're going to go right for the Aegis. They already have the drums. They're working on the medallion and the solar crest right now for kit rack, but not going to be required. Secret just cannot move on the map without split, so you're just free.
Yeah. No, it's true. Easy Aegis for OG, and what they decide to do this will be pretty interesting to watch. Terrorblade obviously wanting to get towards that Scotty, but you can probably start taking down some more of the map, putting pressure on objectives slowly but steadily. But we're going to get closer and closer to Radiance. FBZ definitely is starting to come online, and we saw that Battle Fury done. Chrysalis is going to get into Farmtown. So it's not looking like a complete blowout at this point. I
love these Pango builds too, where you just have this diffusal into the Manta or diffusal into the Lincolns, depending on whichever one's better for you. Like you just have a bit of offense with the diffusal and then some defensive capabilities to keep you up in the fight. Make sure that you're consistently draining the opponent's mana. Just such a frustrating hero when he hits that power spike.
Right.
And right now, Armel is very vulnerable. Yup.
Quick jump. No way to get out of that one. Seb does go down to Chrysalis. So they blow up one. FBZ showing up, trying to take down Kit Track. They kill him too.
Okay.
So that is one issue. If Seb jumps in, he's in. It does not have a save right now, although he is a good chunk of the way towards a Ghost Scepter. But getting those kills on core is important, even though they lose Armel.
That's just a transfer of wealth right there, right?
True.
You kill your Queen of Pain, but your PA gets 544 XP and 644 gold, and you will take that because you desperately need that second and then that third item. Trying to get a BKB and trying to get a Deso. In which order? Well, that might depend based on what happens with this Aegis. If they could perhaps take care of this Aegis somehow, there's a world where maybe he gets Deso first, but more than likely he'll probably just play it safe and get the BKB.
Yeah. No, that feels likely. I mean, again, it's still into Doom, which is a little bit scary, but BKB so good against all the rest of the heroes of OG.
Precious bounty.
He's top net worth. I was not expecting that at this point in the game. I thought for sure he was going to struggle a little bit more, but they did a good job of protecting some of those key areas where he's looking to farm. They're also, sacking their mid, essentially. Like, you saw what happened to Armel.
Yeah.
The reason that happened to Armel is that Armel's being given absolute trash to farm, and they're giving anything with a semblance of being safe to Chrysalis, which is what you have to do with the PA in this game, but your Queen's going to suffer for it. And your Brew's just like, this is why I bought Midas.
Exactly. Get some Midas, getting towards that Radiance. BZM wanting to chase. I mean, yeah, you laid out what it was that Secret needed to do. Protect these areas where Chrysalis his farm, and they've been able to do that. Now, are they trying to get set up on BZM here? If he sticks around a bit too long, might think about this. Heading in, but no, BZM backing away wisely. And they're not going to go on any of those other heroes either, it looks like. It's so annoying getting hit by that diffusal blade for Armel.
And the BKB's actually done. Man, he is farming up a storm right now. He's just getting everything on this map. They're moving as a unit down to the bottom half on the OG, and it was read really quickly from Secret. It's not like, oh, they're suddenly here, and then Chrysalis started moving. Like, he's been moving up this way for a while, farming every single camp, and continuing to get past them.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed right now.
Dodging those as much as possible. I mean, again, it, like you said, it's coming at the cost of the farm for the rest of his cores, but that's kind of PA in a nutshell in a way. Smoke up now, OG. They want to find somebody. And Yamich looks like he's going to be the first point of contact. Maybe not. No, they wrap around and are able to hide away.
Oh, he's going for the Wisdom Rune Puppy.
Are they
going to go in time?
They're going. Puppy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're coming with the rest of the team, though. So Puppy's going to go down, get the Wisdom Rune. And it doesn't look like the rest of Secret are going to come and contest that area.
OG still putting some respect here. Like, they go and catch the wave. Are they going to push this? It doesn't really look like it. It feels like they're happy to sort of take their ancient stack that Puppy gave them and move on. I mean, their own tower pressure is relatively weak. What do they think? Are they bringing over the meta? Okay, he's sticking it around. Force the glyph. Counter glyph.
They are sticking around. Yuragi shows, and with that Scotty, they're going to feel comfortable taking it. Still waiting for these timings.
The defensive glyph alongside the Seas of Serenity was nice because it made so you didn't really have to pop meta.
And they don't have glyph now for high ground because the tier 2 was already taken bottom. That actually hurts a lot.
Yeah, quick read on that there from OG to pop meta instantly. Oh, look at this tower go.
It's gone. That's a tier 3 down. The glyph pop and usage
your base
really hurting them. I don't think they can come back and defend this easily.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oof. Well, they'll use that fresh glyph that they got very quickly. Now they go to the Tormentor, and they're not moving fast enough here from Secret to contest this. They do see it with the illusion that's stuck in the defender's gate. But yeah, that is just immediately gone. And of course, no longer the little friends. Now the Sprink.
Yeah.
As Valve just wanted casters to say it a bit more, so they put it on the shard instead since we never got the Ags. So Sprink away, Ench, as Armel gets a nice steal on the Wisdom Rune while they were busy inside of Secret's territory.
It's interesting. I mean, it's very clear that Secret are giving up a lot of the map right now because they don't feel like they can fight. And the question will become, is the Radiance enough for FBZ? Do they feel like they need another item past that? It's going to be an interesting timing, like, you know, Scotty done trying to get in towards the Shadowblade next, but you're also going to get double shards now for OG, which is further going to extend that lead a bit.
Just need one crazy fight.
Yeah.
That's what Phantom Assassin is good for. And, I mean, yeah, you're saying FBZ, that is such a long time coming. It's a long build-up to get this Radiance, where you've been gaining nothing item-wise the entire time, and now you finally get there. That feels very good. And it's not as impactful versus TB as it is versus other illusion carries, of course, because he doesn't rely on the illusion's damage quite as much in fights, but it will help in terms of helping to control the map and continuing to grow FBZ's health, as well as maybe saving him just enough to get off an ulti.
Right. I mean, the mischance, it can be nice, particularly paired together with the PA, right? You're sort of doubling down on the evasion mischance dynamic. And as Terrorblade, you don't want to buy it, but you can see that he is already on Yuragi queuing up the MKB.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair point. There is some loss value.
Oh, wait a minute. Jump in. Doom? Armel dead. God, I mean, look, I know they're holding back, and you can see that they will blow up Kitrak right afterwards, but it's got to be pretty demoralizing for Secret to just keep losing hero after hero. Like, it's all part of the game plan for them, but it's not a feel-good game plan. Still, 50-50 on the Dota Plus, though.
Dota Plus has always been a pretty big PA believer. It's kind of like the Spectre effect. It's just seen enough games with it. That is insane to be 50-50 with an 11k lead, though.
Yeah.
But that's largely because it's gold related and not necessarily XP related. It is not a large XP lead for OG. It's actually pretty even. In fact, it's actually a secret. Is it actually a secret XP lead? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Just because of the Midas and the fact that PA is just clearing through all this. And obviously TV has some XP issues using illusions to farm. So you lose out on some of that.
I mean, the Tormentor too, giving that one over. BKB for Terrorblade is nice. I'm in a weird position right now with what's going on for Secret, where it feels like on the one hand they really want to take a fight probably soonish now that they're hitting their item timings, but OG is like a whole item ahead of them now, particularly on this Terrorblade. Like the lift on TB, you know, feels good from Brew, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Roche capable of respawning in a little bit over a minute. Now they do kill off that creep, which might signal to OG that they're going to be in at Roche, which is capable of being up right now. Running at them.
Seb is doing some sneaky maneuvers here.
Sees Radiance is on him, immediately runs away, and now they spot him. Seb in trouble. Seb going to go down. Sonic Wave even dropped. And now, still 45 seconds. This would have been a great time for Roche to be up for him.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, it will at least stay on nighttime right now. And I don't think that made it into the pit.
No.
It looked like it didn't quite, so I don't think OG know that it's not necessarily up right this second. And again, they're still holding this area, using the split. That's a big deal. Armel is going to TP back home, and he has no way of returning, and they know that. But it is to get his BKB, which he now puts in his backpack. So that's going to send OG in.
Oh. Cinder activated. Slow down Doom. Out. Swapped. Getting away. Trying to disengage from this fight. If they can wait out this Doom, but it's too much damage. They take down and kill off the Brew. And now BKB pop from Chrysalis blows up DM. Okay. Earth Splitter used. The buyback on the Brew.
This is
FBZ
heavy
running
commit.
back in.
There's no Doom. He wants to fight. He just tanked it with his buyback. This is what I Midased for.
No BKB, though, on Chrysalis is a little bit scary as they reveal themselves there. But this should open up the Roche pit.
Yeah.
You would imagine.
They just have to wait out meta, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and Rock
he's gone. They are going to get this Aegis, and they're going to get Kit Rack too, probably.
Trying to escape from there, but no such luck. As FBZ nearby, they take down the Enchantress and gonna head right on into the pit. So a big win for Secret.
Oh, they are taking control of this game. They are doing PA things. I cannot believe this Radiance is paying off. It might have been a bit too much space that OG took up on the map. Like, it's crazy to have such a gold lead and to be assaulting the high ground, and Secret managed to pull this off. Just fantastic map movement from them. You really just have to give them so much credit considering what they're playing up against. And then, like, RML is just dying up top to tier 2s. He's TPing back to a tier 3 to deal with the wave to get his BKB with no boots of travel, and they still don't end up getting punished by it because FBZ tanks the Doom and then buys back. It's a lot of little things that are all adding up for them to actually get this Aegis and keep it out of the hands of OG. Because if they have Aegis and they put it on TB and he's able to just walk high ground and hit buildings without using meta and then respawn meta, you're going to have a bad time. Oh, I hate PA Ags. It's so good.
I mean, this is a really interesting dynamic here because, again, it's a 12,000 gold lead for OG, but they are hitting some really strong timings. Like you talk about, PA Ags done now, and I'm a little bit, I mean, again, if TB gets this MKB unhit and he just like turns and starts beating into her, PA is going to die. But we'll see how it goes. Level 19 coming up soon for that level 20 talent as Puppy walks high ground, takes away the ward. They both are gone. Swap down, low ground there. Puppy in trouble, doesn't have a way out of there. FBZ with the split. Not going to opt to use it. So a lot used, but they kill off the Venge.
Did he get the finger debuff? I don't think he did. Or what is that finger there? Because I don't think he got a stack, right? I think he already had 2.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I feel like the finger.
He used finger and he didn't get any damage cast. All right, that's a big Doom.
That's huge. Okay, so still finding kills around the map, OG. Yeah, they're still very much not stopping off the back of this Aegis. Can they find a pick off here? BZM? No, he immediately blinks away. And now the jump in. Sep is there, reveals Chrysalis. Blur run. Yuragi trying to blanket. Jump away. Escaping. Armel also leaps to get away from all of them. Dude, it's so scary. What the hell?
This is like the one thing that can't happen for this all to work out, though, is to just randomly lose FBZ. They did not pick up his gem, though. So someone needs to send a secret agent courier up there. Because Secret should know it's still there.
Yeah?
Wait, come on, guys. Get that courier going. What's your courier doing, FBZ? Why is it just sitting in base? Why is your shitty wizard being so shitty?
It's unfortunate. He's
what are we doing?
Over soon. Wow.
It's like they're focused on an incredibly important game, and sometimes players make mistakes too. That can't be right.
Jump in. Chrysalis thought about going. Throwing daggers, backing away. The blur is going to be an issue.
I hate it.
Because they don't have a great hero just to jump in at the start. Like, DM kind of can, but he also wants to be able to find that Doom right away.
Yeah, and it has an instant cast time.
Right.
So if you blink in with the eggs, he can just blur.
Right.
And then, you know, that's all it takes, right?
Setting up mid. That gem's still on the ground.
wasn't
like he
looking.
talks about. He's going. Yeah, they ping it. So
He
they
just
see that
walked
the
right
gem is
past
there. They're
it.
going to go get it.
Wait.
I think he pinged it, and now BZM jumps, no crits. Where is it? They're not going to get it. DM out. Doom immediately again onto FBZ. All right, Doom is still very good, apparently. That is a problem. Chrysalis is gone. That's one life. Does he manage to get out of there again? I don't think so. The chase down comes out. And yeah, I think this is just going to be another quick kill. BKB does have it ready. Turns, wants to fight, but the Ghost Scepter was there. Oh my God. Devastation. OG is just taking him out here.
Oh, that brief window where maybe there's a chance, maybe you can do it, and then suddenly they just slam the door in your face. Catch a couple fingers in there too, I'd say. And now onto the high ground, back what they started. Now into the mid lane. Still have those racks, very vulnerable up top. He's wailing away on them with an illusion. He's looking for 2 lanes.
There's no PA for 40 seconds. There is so much damage done. And Armel getting chased on the bottom side. They find him there. Connects. And the leap away. Do they have a way out to break this? Yes, they do. Armel is still in trouble. And the BKB from DM wants to chase him. Armel, where are you going, buddy? Oh, the blink down south, though. Not bad, not bad. That gets Armel out. Still, it's 2 lanes of racks.
Yeah, we had a nice distraction fight to watch. Yeah, while they took 2 lanes of racks. So thank you for keeping it exciting there, OG.
My God.
All right, so some setbacks now for Secret. There's no doubt about that. But the potential is still here. The Nullifier, that would be a great choice for Chrysalis. No, it's still a PA game. We have to keep that in mind, all right? We can't let the hope die.
I'm with you. I feel like you're taking up the life coach mechanic right now. Just hold out, guys. It's gonna be
All
fine.
I'm saying is Dota Plus is a fake friend. You know, they lose one fight and it's like 87%. You know, can't do it. Can't be done. Impossible.
Radiant are scanning.
And they're gonna grab themselves their Tormentor.
I mean, that's something. Puppy going to be gifted it, so has the double stun at the ready.
Just wait. Just you wait till Kitrak sproinks that. It's me flying out and be like, ha!
That's true. It's scary stuff. I mean, Kitrak almost, I think he has an Orchid coming out right now. That is disgusting.
Yeah, that's a good point. The splits. Am I crazy? How many splits have we seen in this game?
I think 1.
That's what I was going to say. And then I was trying to remember where, was it just the Roche fight?
I am.
No, he didn't split for the Roche fight.
No, it was the other one that they used to kill the Doom. He got one kill on the Doom, and he has been doomed every time since.
Yeah, that was wrong target. Just like,
I mean, it's really hard. And I mean, you talked about it. The pick of the Brewmaster into both Lion and Doom. I mean, we saw last series there was an Enigma picked into a Doom as well, and he was able to make it work, but it shows why this hero still can be such a big problem to face off against.
yeah, you're not wrong. He's like panic switching to Void Brawler whenever he stops.
Yeah.
It's like, just in case.
Well, trying to build into a few more of these Aghanim Scepters, it looks like also. They have completed Shiva's on Quap. ET trying to get towards his. But, I mean, you're getting to some really scary items for OG. DM already has the Octarine and the Shiva's done, trying to get into Refresher for himself. We already talked about the Orchid for Kitrak. It's a long Roche respawn, which is like a little bit of benefit for Secret, but with Terrorblade already having MKB and a Silver Edge, I mean, it's a hard fight to take.
Okay, but we got 4 points natural order. We have the ET. Doesn't have the shard, but that's our window. That's always a possibility, right?
Yeah.
PA versus TB 0 armor. It can happen.
True.
He still has no plus armor. Doesn't have MKB, of course. So yeah, that's kind of scary. But Yamich, get in there. All right, here comes TB.
Yuragi. They spot one. Armel. Jump in. Fine. Kitrak. FBZ.
So
he gets
risky.
it off. The split's there. Can they find any more? Armel gonna get rolled on. A couple getting hit. Now the chase, the control. Yamich is there. Gets the sleep. They're onto him. Low armor, but they woke up. Oh, the Radiance. It woke up Yuragi. That was gonna be their moment. And then they get the Doom onto Armel. Oh, the Radiance. That is not what they wanted.
It's not there.
Oh my God, FBZ. He is going to get chased. Now, they do have the 0 armor strat. If they can get there on top of him, they blow up one. DM in trouble. Can they find more? Crystal's looking, hunting, chasing. FBZ chase gets away, and then the control comes from Lion. Seb is there. BZM is going to chase down and kill them off.
This ward, dude.
Yeah, that did work. Oh, if they would have been able to get the Earth Splitter off in time, it would have been huge. DM just runs into everybody. Oh my God. He is ready to battle, and Secret can just look on in dismay. They buy back on FBZ, manage just barely get out of danger onto Yimich, but yeah, OG in control of this one fully. God, imagine how different that looks if they get the stomp into Earth Splitter with ET on top and then PA just setting up for a crit.
Yeah, it looked possible. It was there. I actually cannot believe FEZ jumped in and clapped there. That was insane.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea how he didn't get hexed or spiked. Maybe Hex is on CD and that's why he did it, but it was still nuts. I can't believe he went for that. It did help set up for some kills. Obviously, you have to play a little bit risky when you're in these situations, but unfortunately, still not enough to win that fight. AC now picked up to help against that TV or that ET by Yuragi, and they are going to be in the pit when this spawns either him or the Satyr Banisher. So they know it has to spawn in the next 20. What was it? It was only 15 seconds missing. So
right. I mean, yeah,
there's
he's
no
just
point
waiting.
leaving.
They know what's going on here. Man, what a build from Yuragi, honestly. Like, the Silver Edge MKB AC build on Terrorblade is kind of hype.
Yeah, I like the ACs on TV. I feel like we see it quite a bit now, especially versus the ET games. It's really nice for helping your team, and it's whenever you feel like the push should come relatively soon.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, dude, what am I telling you? There's always a chance.
All right.
Where's Nico Baby? Someone get Nico Baby on the horn. We'll call him up. Give Chrysalis some tips. All right.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Listen, all I'm saying is Nico Baby wins this game.
All right, we'll see.
That's my PA player right there.
Is he going to be able to get what he needs? A tier 4 token. What does he get for PA? Show us what you got.
Oh, he took the cloak and sent it home.
Oh God, that's so annoying. Dude, when they just give it to one of your other teammates. Oh, wait a minute. DM.
It was 5 out of 5. It's okay.
Reveals. BZM, he gets the split off. Okay, wait a minute now. Chase down, looking for DM. Refresher, turn. Wants this one badly. Jump forward, kid track, bid, splash damage. They just need to find one. Oh, that would have been so good, but they can't do it.
And that's BKB. 75 seconds now of no BKB available in this PA.
Yeah.
Does not want to mess with the enemy team without that when you're risking the rapier.
I mean, again, you're looking at a very interesting dynamic now, right? Which is that PA can set up for a guaranteed crit with rapier. I mean, that's interesting to watch. If she gets that deadly strike ability, or deadly
it only
focus,
works
rather.
for 6 seconds, right? That is the one thing.
Right, but just find Seb.
Okay,
I actually
fair.
don't know if it's enough to kill him. It might not be. It
Seb?
probably is.
I think it kills him.
Yeah.
I mean, how much armor does he have? Like, if he's at 7 armor, I think he does.
Scanning.
even with Aeon, right? It just blows them up fully from 0. We'll see.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Just think about it like ABBA, but I'm not sure if it is the same.
Yeah, I
jump in, finding one, dagger out. I mean, they still have the AC that they have to work through. It's really tough not getting the deadly focus. Focus instead coming from OG onto these buildings. Chrysalis looking for his moment. You can also try and go on to the creeps and then get a crit there for the cleave. It's not great, but it's something. Venge still dead for a bit as Yuragi on there. Slept. Earth Splitter. Thinking about it. Not going. Okay. They're backing out. Giving so much respect by OG to this Team Secret lineup.
All right, I think it's different. I think you're guaranteed to survive. So never mind. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I know you knew with the Abba thing. I thought it worked the same way too, but I'm pretty sure, according to what I'm reading, that it doesn't.
Puppy not quite able to get there to break the blink, and Sam dropping voice lines even at this late stage, the 29,000 gold lead. All right, do we need a second rapier? What do you think?
I'd say it's in the cards. No. I think the control is better. I would rather see the Abyssal.
Okay.
Just ditch the treads, get Abyssal maybe.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Or, infuse the eggs, obviously, but that's a little bit more expensive.
And a Lincoln Sphere done for Brew. I mean, he's been keeping up his farm somewhat at the very least. I mean, Kitrak is still a monster. But he is at least going to likely get the split off now into the Doom. Doesn't have anything easy to break the Lincolns with as of yet.
Radiant are scanning.
It just feels so hard for them to take these fights.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. Like, they need the magic. ET Shard would be huge. That would be a big one that could just kind of cheese them a fight, honestly.
Right.
Because if they just happen to get that good stomp and they get the AoE aura, and like he can even hit like numerous heroes, that would be insane.
Yeah.
It's only 35 seconds left on this Aegis, so there is a chance now for Secret to get back out on the map. They can go for their little hunt. I mean, they have nothing to lose, right? Like, this game's really hard. You're actually able to leave your base, which is crazy. So if they can get good wards down right now, like this one that Puppy's got up on the pillar next to him is amazing. Those are just the tiny little advantages you need to make these wild comebacks work.
Waiting, now, hoping.
Do you think we will hit 1 hour? Do you think this goes another 15 minutes? Or do you think they can close it on OG with one more Aegis after this?
I think they should be able to close it out. I mean, it feels likely you just send out illusions one after another. I can't imagine. I mean, the only way that it really ends up working is if like Secret can find some pickoffs, which granted, there are some interesting things that they've got going, right? Puppy has that ninja gear ready to go so he can play together with Chrysalis, and then they've got some lockdown to pair together with this.
That is kind of cool, actually. Yeah, like he's blurred and you're just constantly smoking.
Yeah.
That is a neat way to do it. And you also have Yamich with the sneaky Mindbreaker. Sometimes that catches people off guard when the supports just suddenly silence you with a punch.
Right.
So, almost tanking this gank. He's under a ward that might save him if the smoke pops at the right moment. Oh my
Instead, they go for BZM. That's the bigger catch and an easy kill.
Wow. Chrysalis, he just guarantees it with the BKB. He was not messing around.
Yeah. He knew
like he
exactly
had a Minotaur horn there or something. Just willing to pop it that easy. Rest in peace.
No more Minotaur horn. Which is probably for the best.
I think so.
Okay. I mean, every journey that's 100 miles starts with one footstep, Trent.
That's right.
That's the pin that on my refrigerator.
Inspirational quote of the day.
Yeah. Well, he might not end up getting there, though. We'll have to see. I mean,
Chrysalis, how come when I struggled, I only saw one set of footsteps? Then that I carried you, team. That's
right.
that's what he's here for.
Let's go, Chrysalis.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Can he do it? Puppy. Spotting. Jumping. Throwing body into all of them. But won't be able to do anything with it. And another Lincoln Sphere gathered for the Quap.
Tower is under attack.
So now 2 of them on the team. Can't stack them together anymore.
No, just refreshes now, right?
Yep. Although I guess you could stack one on top of, like, she could put that onto FBZ if she wanted. I think that's how that works.
Yeah. You can still do that.
Bottom. Chrysalis! Oh! They were on him! But he had to take the purge so that way he can break the Lincolns. And Seb maybe didn't realize right where he was. Oh my god, that would have been game. Like, legitimately, you find Chrysalis right there, it's over.
Yeah, that puts him in a pretty tough spot, no doubt. We got 25 seconds till Roche can possibly spawn, which it's almost guaranteed to be Dire side then. This Aegis.
Yeah.
Unless it's very late. And we have another Ags TB game. Hard one to fight around. And oh, here we go. This is it. This is the shard. Oh, they got it.
That's
Yamish is in.
Okay.
Before the Roche fight, 14 seconds. 43 seconds. Ah, not even close.
Interesting. Doesn't have the boots of bearing. But this is one of those that will be a pretty interesting one to watch. The lane shove is going to come back to haunt Secret for sure. Because I think OG can kind of just like hold their ground. And then eventually, if you're Secret, you have to back out. That's the part that's tough about this defense. They don't have somebody like that TB to push out the waves.
Yeah, that makes it really hard to defend Roche, obviously, as well.
Okay, underneath a ward, Kitrak spots him. Armel jumps in, finds him, breaks the Lincolns, gets caught. Do they have more? Has a refresher ready to go on Doom, but that's just Doom down. It was BKB used by the Queen of Pain, so she survives that first salvo, and they're ready to go again.
Yeah,
bottom
not
lane
the hero
still
you're
pushing.
hoping for. Everyone has buyback, by the way, in this entire game, except for Yamich, who's 25 gold away. He just got it. He has buyback. And then Seb is missing it for like 140. So he'll probably have it in the next fight. Means we could have... Seb, really? Bro, you don't have eggs.
Oh.
I can't believe he just figured Roche. That is so funny. He's like, we need this bad.
The ET stomp to slow it down. They're buying time. Are they going to be able to get there? FBZ wants to blink in, but they break it. No blink available for him.
What are they going to do? Chrysalis, level 24.5. Does he want to fight this before 25?
It's scary. It looks like they're going to let this one go for now. I mean, Puppy's still looking. They don't find the real Terrorblade. And yeah, they're just going to have to let this one go.
And the worst part is he's moving across the map as a unit, so like trying to get all this XP on the PA is not really going to happen. Everyone's leeching a little bit away. Please back off, everyone. One
the
hit
wisdom
25.
ring's there, so he should be able to get at that.
That would be nice.
Although they're not going for it.
Math is hard.
Oh, man.
Oh, guys, come on.
It's so close to a bunch of levels for them, too. And they just got 25 on Doom. Doom applies break. They want to kill Chrysalis.
Oh, Puppy went for it. He knew.
All right, Puppy gets it. That's still not it for PA, though. Blink back. No. Seb couldn't get the jump. Fear there. Glyph used. Now the jump. The split immediately onto him. Seb in trouble. Get him caught there for the moment, but he blinks it aggressively. Mana drains everybody. Sonic Wave dead. Do they have more? Doom onto Puppy of all heroes, and he has Ags. The stomp now connection, blowing them up. The lift there onto Terrorblade. Can they cake them all down? Buybacks are coming galore. They want to take these ones down. The catch there, BZM starting to fall. Chrysalis doing the damage. He's still alive, staying outside of the fight, throwing the daggers. Seb can't quite get him, but he gets the blink down to the low ground. They managed to escape. I can't believe he got out of that.
Oh, man. He sneaks his way back into the base. They chase after Puppy's illusion, so he will actually fall this time. All right, so buybacks used there. One on the Ench, one on the Lion, and one on the Pango. That's a big win for Seeker. That's a see you guys later. We're going back to farming for a while.
I mean, that's so much. And the other thing is triple stifling dagger. They are losing racks right now on Secret. They're so afraid to step up. But a refresher picked up for Terrorblade now. Still 2.5 minutes left on Aegis. Are they going to walk back in again? I don't know. I mean, again, you want to keep taking advantage of this, but Secret just got this huge injection of gold, and now they have a refresher on FBZ.
Man, he did so much work in that fight. Again, he jumps in with the split, feeling confident there with his Lincoln Sphere, so he's able to help focus down Seb and then toss up the TB, giving a lot of room to work for in that last fight from Chrysalis, jumping into the middle and then to the back lines too. Lots of great control. The buyback from Seb wasn't able to get the kill either thanks to that, despite having a tier 1 mid that he TP'd to, I believe, which is insane at 50 minutes.
Oh, man. Finding PA with this blur, this Aghanims has been the perfect choice for Chrysalis. I'm feeling like he is getting everything that he needs and a bit more. 3,000 just under is the crits that he's hitting.
Yeah, of course, did have the 25 in that fight, as well as Armel has the blink cooldown there too. And now we're closing on 25 for the Brewmaster.
Yeah. I mean, Doom applies break is great if you can find that PA. It just gives you a way to end her, but do they actually find her in these fights? And DM is still incredibly farmed. He's going to have the Ags coming out. So the whole thing's synth together.
How much impact do you think the fear will have? Oh, it's 1.5 seconds that it lasts when you fear them when it's ignited. Ooh. That's pretty good, honestly.
Yeah?
I don't know. That can mess up some of those supports.
It's
such a big AoE.
Absolutely. Well, and the nullifier from Seb's, or rather not the nullifier, the Aeon disc from Seb being dispelled by the Brew 2.
Yeah.
Could make all the difference in the world. But buyback status, the big thing to watch for. Radiant have it on everybody except for Puppey and our Brewmaster here, FBZ. Meanwhile, for OG, they don't have buyback on almost anybody. Only the Terrorblade.
I mean, I can see it when you have a tier 1 and tier 2 in 2 of your lanes.
Right?
They have a lot of glyphs. 2 glyphs to work with just from the tier 2 and the tier 3.
One more Rax remaining here, and they keep sending in Terrorblade illusions to try and whittle it down. The melee Rax still standing, walking forward. Swap out. Puppey gets him dead. Kitrak gone in a moment. That's all it takes.
So 1 hour. We are chilling. I think they're seeing what's happening. It's 4 minutes until BZM has buyback, and I don't think they're gonna do a whole lot until then. Oh, but Seb, the new talent, the Earth Spike Cone. Have you tried this out? It is insane.
Yeah. It is weird, definitely.
It feels more like 40 degrees because of how wide the Earth Spike hits on both sides. I feel like the 30 degrees is like the line at which the Earth Spike is fired, not the actual AoE. Because when you demo it, it's kind of nuts how far you can hit it left and right.
All right, geometry. Wait, Yuragi? DD? Found, jump, tries to blow him up. Down to half HP. Terror Wave, looking for more. Chrysalis not going, though. Not willing to go. That was a lot used. DM even used Doom. And Puppey gets out. The fact that they got out with everything is crazy there.
Okay, close one.
DM still has refresher, so not really that much lost. God, I don't know what is going to happen when these 60-minute items come around.
When your DDTB has to run.
Yeah.
Not a great sign, I gotta say.
It's really scary. And where does he go from here in terms of items? It feels like kind of all of them Yuragi needs. Dude, Puppey. The fact that Puppey got a ninja gear has given them so much life in this game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who really knows how to abuse it. He's already very good, like using his creeps and stuff in the past for vision, but having his actual hero there, like planting wards, has been pretty pivotal here. He's gonna find the real Yuragi.
Yeah, and they're going to kill him here.
And he's going immediately back in.
But swap, DM, Hex, caught. Where's the jump? Where's the Chrysalis? Seb waiting at the moment's notice. They completely whiffed the Sonic Wave. These fights have not gone the way that they wanted. Puppey's gonna die with his illusion. Everybody else needs to run out. Gotta get out of here. OG retake a pretty good fight for themselves.
Yeah, that was all Kit Rack. That
was
Orchid
really well
onto
played.
the Venge Illusion was huge because he was ready to just double up onto the Doom, control him right through, make sure he doesn't get off the BKB. Big plays.
And they have to come back to defend these buildings. They're there and got it. Okay. I mean, you see there, if the fight doesn't go the way that Secret want it to go, OG can definitely still just dole out the damage really quickly.
All right. Instant Roche. What do we got?
How long will it be? Is it coming quick or is it going to take a while? 41 seconds.
All right. Pretty short. Bit of a quick one.
And
We'll see
already
if
moving
OG
down.
prep the vision as well. See if they send out a summon or something. But BZM, remember, still a minute and 17 till he is buyback. He is on a timer issue as well as a gold issue. He's nowhere close to buyback right now, BZM. Going high ground is very dangerous when you can be blown up in a single second.
Passing over the Lincolns to Armel too makes these initiations a little bit harder, but they do have the Doom Aghanim's. He just might die.
The ninja gear again through the illusions. Oh, checks it.
Looking, Armel. Jump is there. They find him. Doom on himself. The cone. He got the BKB off, though. Walking away from this. They don't have what they need. He took the break, not the mute. Namini got the BKB off. Puppey is going to die. Comes back as an illusion, but is going to drop very rapidly. Armel looking, hunting, chasing, thinking about the jump, not going yet. The bounce away, but FPZ in onto both of them. Doing what damage he can. Yamich chases in, finds the connection. They take down everybody. 4 dead in a moment. That is Rapier PA gameplay.
He's just sitting on the high ground, chucking out daggers. He's not even hard committing. Like, him and the ET, just doing so much work. He threw 4 rounds of daggers that are just slapping onto everybody with this aura, helping out from Yamich. The positioning in that fight, OG just got stuck on a bog. They couldn't move at all.
God. Dude, the comeback, it's real. It's
I gotta
happening.
see this replay. Because,
man.
first off, what you said too as well, the fact he gets off his BKB after is crazy. Like, I understand wanting the break, but the fact that that's just so weird. That he can just still get that off to help survive the swap out. And then you can see Crystals is just chilling by the tormentor, daggers, holding up on the high ground. And chucking a few more rounds of just daggers.
Yeah.
Like, you got to wait and play this for so long. He's still, I can't believe he wasn't in then. That's the part that blew my mind.
And finally goes in afterwards, gets the Abyssal, and just explodes Yuragi.
Like,
I
that's
mean,
the only
they
time
got
he
what they
commits.
needed.
Yeah, the whole fight.
He didn't have to. I mean, that's the power of this. And they eventually just wait till everybody gets whittled down and killed. You can't stand with PA Rapier hitting you.
That's so insanely well played. Like, I can't believe he didn't jump in when the 3 of them were there so low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's still just like, nah, we're good. Everyone's chill. Everyone's so fine.
Waves being shoved out up towards high ground, and no buybacks used, obviously. Would love to be able to keep those. It's a scary situation now. The gold lead is down to 3K. And more
this game has
importantly,
been handed back.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Everything that they would have wanted. ET now has the refresher shard from that Aegis that they claimed. So Aegis on PA. They're in charge of this one. Secret. 60-minute items coming up next.
Now, let me do some quick math for you here, Lyrical. All right. So we got max HPS damage 50%. What's 50% times 2?
It's a lot.
That's 100%. So we're just going to have Yamich solo the entire enemy team with this refresher shard.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, that's the plan here. And, you know, Armel, he was feeling a little small this game, so he decided to get a bit giant. It's not an FBZ. We have 2 giant rings.
Oh, my
Hand
God.
off. Oh, we got Stygian Desolator.
Oh, my God. All right. It's happening.
Take
you can't
cover.
battle them no more.
Dude, the daggers are going to be insane.
They're going to do so much. Oh, Arcanist armor is interesting, though. Okay, interesting. 40% damage reflection. She might just kill herself. I don't know what the rules are with that in terms of how it reflects it. Is it like blade mail?
I mean, did you see what was happening from the Tormentor? Because, like, Crystals also took a lot of damage from Tormentor in that fight.
Yeah.
because the daggers kept hitting it. I think from like the fan of knives and maybe even some of the stiflings.
Dude, they have gained so much, but they could still lose it all in just a second, depending upon how these fight works. Kid Track's going to be the first one they find. Explode one. Can they find more? Doom, jump in. Wants to be onto both of them. The fear. They see Chrysalis. No, he's walking away. They're not focusing him. That Aegis still in hand. It's too scary. They take down one. Terrorblade buys back. Can they get any more? Trying to turn, doing what damage they can. DM, very large and in charge, but eventually he too is gonna go down. But the turn, they take him down. That's one life. Do they have more? Cone, AoE, stealing it. Ultra kill, Chrysalis, Rampage. Oh, Chrysalis, have mercy. He killed them all off, down so much and just winning the game. And the mass tip on the Seb. Get your ass back to retirement.
What is the message they're trying to send here?
Oh, man. The swing. 20,000 damage done in that fight by PA.
He's going to out-damage most of the heroes in this game from that one fight. And so many moments where he looks weak, like they may be able to get him, potentially bring him down. Just didn't matter. Even the Arcanist armor can't save you. As a giant Brewmaster comes wailing into your base.
Taking it, getting straight on in for those tier 4 towers. Lion buys back, Pango buys back, but it is not going to be enough. As the buildings are hit, they run on in with the Pango. Want to do something at all, anything. Well, the control is there. Chrysalis gets hit there for a moment. The Hex is out, but eyes on the prize. They jump on in, blow up BZM. He's gone. GG is called. One last tip for what he's worth. As we are going to game 2 with Secret up 1-0. They were up at one point. I don't even know how
Look
much.
at him.
It was an insane amount.
Look at him. Yeah. Yeah, which is wrong on the fist pumps. Yeah. Let's go. Puppy, I feel like he looks 10 years younger right now. Look at this guy. He's so psyched.
That is awesome. Oh my God.
Unbelievable. What a comeback. I mean, what a PA game. That's just a PA game. That's what you get, you know? It's not just you guys. It happens to the best of them. All right? We've all been there.
It was up 30,000 gold at around that, 50-minute mark? 50 minutes up, 30,000 gold, and then all it takes is just, you get in there on the low ground, you push it down. They needed one more racks for Mega Creeps, and it would have closed it out. Unbelievable. I mean, who else can we give the MVP to?
I know.
Chrysalis?
I know. It's we try our best to prop up the supports, but let's be real. He had to do some mad work this game. And I really go back to the decision-making in these fights of the daggers. I thought was so good. What a great way to play the later stages of this game.
This was it. Look at this. 50 minutes, 29,000. They find Seb right at the start there, blow him up.
Yeah.
And then playing around this fight perfectly. They had the Hex. Look at how close Chrysalis was. If they just could get the rest of the heroes on him. BZM was controlling, but they didn't have the damage. Unreal.
Yeah, my honorable mention is definitely FBZ. I feel like he played a fantastic game in a pretty hard situation. Took a long time. Like, the early game was bad, for sure. Like, it was tough. You're playing Brewmaster. You're trying to buy time for this PA. I get it. Not going to be fun. But late game, great toss-ups. And consistently, like, diving in there to make sure you're getting some plays off before you go for the split, even if it's a bit risky. And then this was definitely the hallmark fight for me, though. Like, they were still 19K at this point, and Chrysalis, I think it's literally Tormentor. Watch his HP. This was getting a little bit spicy.
Yeah.
Because he started getting pretty low.
Yeah, the daggers connect, and like on one of the crits for him there, because he's out of the fight.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, at that point, he's like, I can't throw any more daggers. I gotta go in.
It's like, I can die from this?
Man. Jeez. Can you imagine if he dies?
If he dies because of the Tormentor?
Yeah.
This goes from being the sickest comeback to just the saddest game ever.
Oh, and right here, of course, kill off everybody else, leave PA for last because of the Aegis, but if you're leaving her for last, it's just way too much damage. I'm saying her, but it was the Persona, so honestly,
yeah, there you go.
You were mad talking it earlier. The Persona came through.
It's too powerful. This is why we haven't seen it. It turns out it just levels up the hero, I guess. Chrysalis being the only one who knows, as we get to see his rampage once more. And then the mass tipping of Seb.
Oh,
here goes the amateur. We go. Yeah.
Well played, and Chrysalis, the man of the match, taking care of business. The decision to just go for Rapier, understanding what he needed to do to win his team the game, and then getting it done, ended up doing 72,000 damage throughout the course of that one. You can see here XP, GPM, all through the roof. 17 kills, 1 and 8 assists. Just had a fabulous showing. And as you said, it's a PA game. This is what can happen.
Yeah, and shout outs to his teammates to getting him through that early part of the game. Armel majorly sacrificing himself, taking some really bad and dangerous farm, dying a few times because of it, but recognizing in the greater scheme of things that the grand design of Puppey will come through and Chrysalis will emerge victorious. Insane game. So well played. What a way to start this series for Team Secret. That's a huge momentum boost. I would be feeling so bad going into game 2 right now as OG.
And that's the thing I was thinking about. Like, I was debating saying it in the game. I was like, look, to put the silver lining on this, if you win this game as OG, you're going to feel terrible. That's the silver line for Secret. And they actually did it. They're going to have to go and reset mentally. And thankfully, they have a great team there to try and pull everybody back together. And of course, Seb been in darker places before to try and sort of pull this one back. But we'll see how it ends up going. We've still got more to play. Game number 2 right around the corner. Stay tuned, everybody. OG versus Secret after this.
Keep running. Keep running. Keep running.
We can still fight. We can still fight.
10 seconds.
I can next the doom.
I cannot jump in here. He's gonna fuck me. Nice.
Yeah, they're dying.
Everything?
Yeah, I can pay the TP.
Give me that.
Go Ocean.
No, go mid. Just me and PA, Rush. Go.
The road to TI continues on right now. Western Europe regional qualifiers. And we were treated to a classic game number 1. Team Secret able to pull out the victory over OG there in the end. Trent, a little bit of, friendly back and forth going on there towards the end of game number 1. But one of these teams is going to move on and face off against Entity in the upper bracket. And the field's still wide open for who it is that's going to move on. I think almost everybody out there had one of these two teams, or some people, maybe even both of them, as their choice to move on through with the 2 slots. But one of them's going down to the lower bracket, and it could be OG off the back of this next game. What do you think, though?
Yeah, I think after what we've seen today, I think winner of this versus Quest upper bracket would probably be my prediction based on all the other games. But you never know here in Western Europe, of course. And that's going to be a banger upper bracket. Whoever makes it there, I mean, Quest, I think, deservingly looking like one of the favorites here with how well they've played. Right. Looked great this morning as well. So they're a scary beast. But then you watch a game like this, and you're just like, oh, snap, you know? At first, OG kind of dominating, looking like, oh, this is very much in control. They're working the map well. But the innovations of Puppy and his crew, his ragtag of underdogs, managed to pull their way back into a game they had no right winning and taking it.
No, for sure. And like, there were so many things that had to go well. Like, even something we talked about in the game as simple as, that ninja gear for Puppy. If he doesn't have that, think about how much worse that game looks for Secret. Do they actually find those couple of fights that he set up for them with the Aghanim Scepter? It was everything that they needed, it felt like. And then the other thing that I'm kind of thinking about too is, a couple of earlier pushes maybe from OG. If things could have gone a little bit better in several of those moments, they suddenly would be looking up 1-0. It's anybody's game. But also, I don't know how we think about the draft going into that second one, because it felt like, in a way, OG kind of won. They got what they wanted out of it, but it was Secret that actually ended up taking the W. So I don't know. I think it feels weird.
There's no way you can blame draft for OG, I wouldn't say. No. Maybe you could argue that high ground was slightly hard with their heroes, because getting into you have to hit kind of like the perfect doom in a sense, but that's still very doable. I don't really think you can blame the draft at all, honestly, considering how much they were up. I think looking into the next draft, I'm curious to see what the setup's going to be. Because it looks like the, OG had first priority last game. They took first pick, and then Secret took Radiant. And now Secret had first pick, priority, and they chose first pick. So there's a good chance that now we're just going to be flipped. I'm assuming OG will take Radiant. They're currently being asked to make their selection. OG. They're getting close to it. Penalty could be coming here pretty soon. I'm just saying.
Surely.
But I think first pick's better than second pick. I think most teams seem to feel that way. I think it's a pretty nice advantage right now. I think it makes the drafting a little bit easier. And so going to the next game with the emotional advantage, and then is just feeling like, that they've got the better setup into the draft, looks pretty good for Secret.
No, it's true. Absolutely. And I think trying to take as much time as they can right now for OG makes sense. As much time as you can to reset after a game like that. It's important because, some of these players on this team, if not necessarily like young, I mean, some of them are still like, you think about BZM, for instance, and to an extent like DM2, Yuragi. They're all pretty young, actually. It's the type of thing that can really sort of shake you a little bit if you're not on the spot with it. So needing to sort of mentally reset, and I like the idea of taking like a whole new slate of heroes just to try and like completely change up and not have any feelings about what happened last game. I don't know if you ban the PA though. I feel like you definitely don't first phase.
No,
I wouldn't hate banning it second phase though.
I think PA is, I'm not too worried about it, honestly. Like you just got to play it. It's fine. You still should have won
though. But the mental. Come on.
The mental.
Surely. Nah. Oh man, look at that one. Hero damage dealt. There was a bit of a difference as we got there towards the end, which was those crits. My goodness.
I mean, he had that one fight where he did 20K, which was about 3/4 of what BZM did in the entire game, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Bit of sorry, 2/3. I should say 3/4. My bad. Poor math right there.
It was a lot of damage. We are getting ready to just go underway right now and hop into this second draft here again. I hear what you're saying, that like you shouldn't be afraid of PA, but I always wonder about that side of things when like you lost to this hero that's so annoying to find. It's like, I feel like he can get you into a weird space mentally. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. We've seen teams do that in the past for sure. We've seen some bans that are a little bit like, really? You need to ban that? Yeah. Especially like some support heroes. You get like run over by some Phoenix who just pops off at the start and gets some crazy eggs. You see Phoenix ban like first pick, even when the hero's not like super broken at that time. And you're like, okay, well, that's just to save the mental. That could certainly be one of them. Kind of like the Arc Warden effect. Oh, we cursed it. We cursed it.
Oh, no. What is happening here? The lobby is having some issues coming together. That's okay. We can just pontificate more and, talk about the insanity.
You got
Masters are fine. We got in. Perfect. Letting them know.
Yeah.
Should be underway in just a moment here. But I think the other thing to think about, what was the first phase picks that came out again?
Venge and...
Was it Doom?
Doom, yeah. Doom was the first overall pick for OG, which I'd say worked pretty well. And then it was Venge afterwards for Secret, which worked exceptionally well. And again, has been very successful so far today. Now picking up another W here.
Right.
As we're retrying again here on the load.
I believe.
Everyone get whatever your praying emote is in chat. Hurry, there's only 10 more seconds of players connecting ...
It's not happening.
We need your strength.
What do you think about banning the Venge if you're OG? I mean, again, it's a swap up this time because it's Secret that have first pick overall. So that changes stuff a bit.
I'm probably banning it. Oh, here we go. We got one. We got one out. It's okay.
We figured out who it is. They are going to get mercilessly kicked out of the lobby. Take that. The first rounds of bans, again, in the last one was Razor, Veno, and then they had Earth Spirit, Invoker, Gyrocopter, Nature's Prophet, and then the Coddle. Going into the next one with Secret, it feels like it could be they might get one of those other heroes into their pool instead, right?
Yeah.
I can't imagine they get the Gyro through. I feel like you probably still ban that Secret.
I feel like if anything makes it through, it's either the Razor or the Venomancer. That would be the two that I could see those being moved around a bit in the drafting phase. I don't think they necessarily have to be taken out that early.
Right.
Should be
I guess that's true. And then you don't want to give them the Venge, do you think? I feel like Venge did a lot in that game.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving Venge first pick. I think Venge first pick's really nice right now.
Okay. That's fair. That seems like a pretty decent option. The other one that was like kind of unique and interesting to me was the Elder Titan pick, right? Because that was the hero where it wasn't immediately clear what it was for. They ended up taking the Terrorblade, so it kind of felt like they had that as in their heads that they might run into the Terrorblade the whole time. I'm wondering if they let the ET through.
I mean, this is a really good hero for Yamich, so I could see that being banned for sure. It's just a solid one that he likes to rely on. It always gives you team fight. It's one of the best fours for just like raw team fight in a lot of situations. And his scaling's a lot better now than it never used to be. We often see this Aghanims come out. It just feels pretty strong, feels nice, kind of solid. Downside, it doesn't have the best ganking potential compared to other fours, compared to like an Earth Spirit or something, right? It's a little bit harder to just use your body despite being a strength hero. It feels like you don't necessarily always get into the middle of the fight. So depending on what your other cores are, they might want to have a bit of a better buffer zone from your more traditional fours. That could be the downside of them, but
right.
It looked pretty good that game, that's for sure. He had some huge ultis. That was pretty sick.
Oh, totally. No, it was super needed.
We're just reading the lobby chat right now, desperately hoping this. Yuragi, could you get some lights? Yuragi, your camera is turned off now. It's like we have gone backwards. We wanted lights, and now it's off.
All right, they're getting into it. Game is going to start. We're not waiting for these casters anymore. My goodness. And Seb is letting them know that he is going to be fixing the camera. It's all working out. Oh, interesting.
They need some help. They're calling it a full team. We're going to fly in an admin to fix the camera, I think.
How many esports athletes does it take? How many e-athletes does it take to fix a light bulb? That's the question.
Apparently 0. The manager has to do it is the real answer. That seems. That's what we're being told.
Man, these poor guys. Just, it is a bit of an issue. All right, they're ready. They got it fixed. We're going to come underway. I'm ready for this one. This draft that...
When we get into the game, should they mass tip Seb again as Team Secret? Do you think that is the way they should play it out?
I think that you wait and you send 5 heroes to get first blood and then you tip afterwards.
If you get Seb, you do the 5 hero tip?
Okay. If you get anybody, you do the 5 hero tip on Seb. I think that's the play.
Okay.
All right. Well, no more waiting. We're getting into it. The draft is underway and the first phase of bans just about to come on out. Team Secret versus OG. If Secret win, they're through in the upper bracket. And OG are going to get dropped on down. See how it goes, though. Veno's still banned. See you later.
You're a beautiful person with a charming personality. You're a beautiful person.
More Gabe Newell voice lines being spammed out here by OG.
Love it.
Thank you very much.
Secret's turn to ban.
Well, I said Razor maybe. I think I said Veno maybe. Yeah, Razor gone. We're not having it. They don't want to see Chrysalis Rocket, or for that matter, anyone else could be swapped around. Could hand it over to FBZ or something weird.
5 seconds remaining.
You never know. Speaking of which, FBZ, can I get a Mars? That'd be hype.
Turn to ban.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, you know.
If they do that, they've got to run it with the Phoenix. That's the only way I want to see it.
Let's see. He did play it at least once in Riyadh, I see. I don't know. It's a classic, you know? So I feel like you're up a game. You want to give him his swag hero. That's his swag hero now.
I could be down for that. I don't think you first phase it for sure, but that
I really
could be
hope
coming
not.
through in the second. Okay. All right.
That's not where the Mars goes.
What are we looking like in terms of the differences from last time around? I think it's all
Nothing.
the same so far.
It is, yeah. And OG probably just banned Gyro, right? That should be the other ban here because you don't want to give them first Gyro.
But that leaves open a couple more bans for Secret too, right? So I think you have to take out that Gyro, but then what do you want to take out for Secret? They take out the Darkseer instead.
Wow.
Interesting. So they're leaving Gyro for Secret if they want it.
Dude, second pick sucks. I feel like I just ban, I pick Gyro, they pick whatever. They have one ban, and then I get Marcy after. And I have Gyro Marcy, or I have Gyro. Because they probably ban Io. So that I don't get Gyro Io, but then I get Gyro Marcy, and I laugh at them.
Do Secret play Gyro Marcy, though?
I mean, it's not exactly the most difficult these days.
It's true.
I
You're
think
not
Puppy
wrong
can
there.
handle a 5 Marcy. But they would get Venge, I guess. You could argue for OG, but I don't think Venge is worth that trade.
It's interesting. I mean, winning the game when you have, when you had the second pick and now being able to run first pick for Secret, it feels really good.
Yeah, let's just ban Venge, pick Gyro. Let's go. Now they're going to ban the Doom. They said, you guys first picked it last time.
I like
it was
that.
okay.
I also think against Gyro, it's a really good counter.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
You know, you rely so much on that
reliance.
Satanic.
Yeah. Good point. And if you want to do a Marcy combo too with the sidekick, that's the whole point. Or an IO, right? Negating all the healing. So yeah, that's definitely way better. I was thinking of the Venge because like breaking the link in case you went IO, but the Doom's way more important. So yeah, good call to get rid of that.
You probably still have to Venge here, but it doesn't feel great. I wonder if they just try and run something completely different that like the hopes to mess this up, but I don't even know what that would be. Like the simple answer is Venge, but okay, this is cool. You're mitigating the damage like crazy. I don't know if it's enough though.
I like that it's going to open up one of the more important core roles, I would say, for 10th pick. I'm generally not a big fan of 10th pick offlaners. I feel like they don't have enough impact right now to be worth it. I feel like all the best offlaners are often banned out relatively early, and we saw a lot of teams in other qualifiers still last picking offlaners, but like you're never getting a 10th pick Darkseer, for example. You're never getting these big impactful counter pick offlane heroes. You wind up with like a well, a Brew, to be honest. But I mean,
A
Brew
Mars.
worked out last game, but yeah, or a Mars. Yeah, that's true. Something more along those lines.
Team secrets.
Yeah, but you get to ban the Venge. That's sick. And what else do you ban here? Seb, BZM, DM. I would ban maybe a solid BZM hero, someone who like gets on top of the gyro, or maybe if there's any. I don't think there's an answer for gyro yet.
No, the best we've seen has been the Doom, and even that earlier today lost. I mean, Razor had been that answer, but it's banned, and also it looked terrible earlier today. Underlord feels interesting out of this lane. The other thing could be like an AA, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't. But if you do that, you have to do like AA Faceless Void, probably. Which is still okay because then you can save your mid for last. But I think you ban IO here.
I would assume so. I wonder if they actually value the Mercy more, or if they just go a totally different direction and don't even think about the pairings.
I think Marcy ban into giving IO and then taking AA Faceless Void might be kind of hype. I like that as a way to go for this for OG. Oh, they take out the ET instead. That's good.
Okay.
But I guess no matter what, you get one of them.
They could take IO theoretically as well. Because like IO Underlord's a pretty good combo. And I'm sure OG has some IO strats cooked up.
And then you try and like get something like a Sven or something maybe later on.
Like Sven, Flat Cannon counter with the Warcry, and Global Relocate with Fiend's Gate. There's definitely some IO potential that's still untapped, but the hero's been largely ignored in a lot of the qualifiers, like we were talking about earlier.
And it's at least somebody then that can maybe keep up with the farm of Gyro a bit, because you're a stack taker. If they take like Sven and then somebody that out of mid that can contest Ancients, that might work. They get the Treant. This was banned out last time against them, I believe.
And in our first series, right? We had a lot of Treant bans. We had like first phase Treant bans even.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of. It might not have been banned against OG.
Yeah, no, we definitely saw a lot of tree bans today, though, which was kind of surprising, at least for me. I wasn't expecting that. Hasn't been something that's been popping up too much. I mean, I guess that's not fair to say. It has been picked a lot across the other regions. We just didn't get to see it very much in North America, but over time it is growing a bit. It's now actually one of the most picked, if you count C. Oh, so it looks like C must be going kind of nuts on it then.
Okay.
Because it's up to 30 picks overall, which I feel like earlier today it wasn't looking that hot. It's now tied with Invoker in terms of picks. Obviously, Invoker's been banned 127 times, though.
Oh, my God.
We don't get to see that guy very much. But they're going to grab the line for themselves this time.
All right.
And they have not picked this superpower gyro partner just yet. They don't have to pick it now. They could wait if they want. They're not worried about being taken.
Yeah.
They're going to get their offlane duo, very likely, of Beastmaster and Lion snagged up here.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, if there was any hope that OG wanted to take the Lion, they snagged that one away, although it's likely Seb on the Treant, you would imagine. But yeah, getting IO or Gyro, or getting IO or Marcy in that last phase is good. I don't know if, I mean, again, you have like Treant that can kind of be extra control for the AA, but they're going to take the IO themselves.
Got him.
Okay.
Got him. They got him good.
And then
there it is. Versus this is sweet, man. Get the IO Sven. I actually think this worked out really nicely because now I think Marcy doesn't look as good. Like another melee support that's clumped up in here, and then the Unleash doesn't really do that much. It feels like you're just buffing Gyrocopter, but you're just buffing him with lifesteal into big burst damage, which doesn't feel quite as nice.
I mean, I'm just thinking back to all those games that we watched where it was like Gyrocopter versus Sven, and I always felt like the Sven lost. But we'll see. No, instead they're going to go for the TA. So yeah, they're not thinking about that buff up from the Marcy right now. Instead, going for another stack taker, and a lot of very cores that love playing with Beastmaster.
And also just versus Sven, right? You have yourselves, he does big chunking, slow hits, and you have a number of hits that you're able to ignore. They don't have a great way to cut through it right now. They have some skills, sure.
Right.
Like maybe Tree happens to get down Underlord. It can help out a little bit, but Sven is really, it's a small moment So it's hard to impactfully remove the refraction charges to help Sven get some hits in.
10 seconds remaining.
They will ban out that Huskar, not wanting to run that against TA. I feel like for Secret, they need some support that can kind of get in there and battle a little bit, you know? I'm thinking like an Earth Spirit or a Tusk or something. It's probably Lion going to be played position 4, though. That's where we've tended to see him, but I like the idea of somebody that can be more active on the side of Team Secret. Although I wonder if it's gyro support. Is there any chance that they do that and then take a mid last? Or change something up? I don't know.
It's possible. I don't think you need to, though. I think that the core gyro is still fine enough.
Right.
Is there anything better? Maybe Marcy is still just good. Maybe you can just make the good plays and it's fine. Now that you have the TA too. Because now I've seen like double value. But if I had another ranged core, then I could also be doing some like better stacking, possibly.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm wondering if they're going to swap it too. Because, I mean, Gyrocopter versus Underlord is kind of a rough matchup. And now they have 2 different counters to the Gyro. But I don't know if they have a counter really to the TA. And if they just put all the farm on her instead, maybe they let TA carry the game. They take the Ursa last.
They're swapping it up. So probably going to be Puppy. I don't even know which way they'll run it, honestly. I could see Yamish doing Gyro or Lion, and I could see Puppy doing Gyro or Lion too.
What a swap up. That's crazy. And I mean, baiting out sort of this heavy reaction against the Gyrocopter, and then they run what's essentially just an entirely different type of carry. The Ursa and the TA together.
And the Venomancer ban. It all comes full circle.
Right?
The initial ban on the Veno. All right.
Interesting.
Time to go mid Underlord and pull out the Viper.
God,
versus TA and Ursa.
Oh.
Dude, that actually be kind of nasty.
Underlord.
Honestly.
I mean, Ursa does still have some problems with like sustaining in late against Underlord if Underlord can get through the first couple of waves, just because Firestorm like is really annoying to deal with. But Ursa is obviously the bully there for a reason.
Do it. Pick the Viper.
Do they do it?
Become all powerful. No one's bold enough to pick this dead hero.
I thought you said bold enough there. My God.
Or that.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's Viper been doing? I feel like the hero's actually kind of all right, honestly. 5 picks, and it's gone 2 and 3. Not so hot. We're going for a different mean green machine.
Is it the swap up? Is it offlane DP?
I don't know. This is what I mean about the 10th pick. I look more at the player names than even thinking about heroes, because it's such a huge difference depending on what they want to do. They don't know.
Iragi is Sven. Okay, I agree. Now it's BZM Prophet. All right, so they are still running Underlord offlane. Okay.
Oh, dude, the Seb IO too. The Seb IO. Man, this guy was on the IO grind for a while, be it core or support.
Man, poor DM. This is going to be a rough lane for him. My God. I feel like he's going to have a tough time in this one on this Underlord. He doesn't even want to pick his hero. Don't give it to me. Put it back. Oh, no. He's like, all right, fine. He'll do it. Oh, jeez. Well, what a swapperino that they have here.
Dude, Kirak looks so serious right now. He's in the zone.
He's ready. On the verge of getting dropped down to the lower bracket. OG need to come up with answers in secret. Threw him for a loop with that last pick. What do you think?
I think it was a fantastic drafting phase from both teams. I think grabbing the IO Sven was really cool from OG. It basically shut out a lot of these ideas of how you might want to run this Gyrocopter. They didn't want to get caught by some like later pick IO in that slot where Armel took the Templar Assassin instead. But then the immediate answer back there from this TA Ursa was really cool from Secret. Great use of the first pick to still be able to augment everything later on. That's what's so powerful about Gyrocopter. Although we haven't seen a lot of teams throw him to support because the core has just looked so powerful. They feel like that this is really value for them with the answers that OG had. And then they come back for this Death Prophet. So I'm really curious to see it. I feel like the DP games have not looked very hot for us, but we've mostly seen offlane. And that's where they were struggling because that level 1 Siphon was so bad. But hopefully by being in the mid lane, getting those earlier points up, BZM can find a little bit more success and see what he can do with some early exorcisms in this one.
Yeah, can he take down towers, get those objectives? We'll find out as we get ready to hop into this game number 2. Backs up against the wall. We'll see what OG have up their sleeves. Or Secret can just run away with this one. Definitely have a snowball-y type of draft. And tons of Roche taking potential. A lot of objective taking potential. It's all coming down to this. Let's get into it.
Yeah, both teams already smoked up and on the move here. And it's Yuragi leading the charge. Might find FBZ. He's doing a bit of work here. He says, there could be a tree in my lane. I got to do some slicing and dicing. Doesn't have the axes. Doing it the old-fashioned way with the quelling blade.
And vision down. Smoke broken. Run. Good stun from Yamich. That keeps FBZ alive. And we'll see if that signals to them that there was a ward in the area.
I feel like by the way they didn't jump on Yamich immediately, they have no idea they placed a ward. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it was very obvious because I don't think his camera was on Yamich and he didn't notice until it was too late. Because I know he just smoked, but I think it popped kind of early.
Well, they did get down the 1 sentry to block the hard camp over there. And FBZ going to be revealed. They're going to get to the other side of the map in time. Puppey is here with Armel and Chrysalis throwing down that Firestorm, Crypt Swarm. And nonetheless, it's going to be Secret picking up 2 and Puppey heading off to lane with a little bit of extra damage on him.
Yeah, I guess he's fine with it if it secures him a bounty rune so that they can at least go 2 and 2. But it is a lot of regen he'll have to expend on the earlier end of this one. And holding 2 sentries to try and keep things in line at this top lane. So having to augment his support hero by spending a bit extra. Making sure he's going to have lots of opportunities to control these camps. And IO Underlord will be an interesting one to see versus the Ursa. Because obviously Ursa is like the biggest counterpick to this Underlord. But the IO sustaining him can certainly turn this matchup a little bit if you can keep bullying Chrysalis and Puppey down.
Right. And I think the other thing is that there have been some changes to the timing because I think for a long time, you just as Ursa countered the Underlord the entire laning stage. But I think there are some windows where you can make some stuff happen because you're building into cornucopias now, which have sort of that not as good of regen as the old Ring of Health that you would build for the Battle Furies. So it can be tough to say sort of topped off on HP for the Ursa. We'll see how it goes, though. Bottom lane. Getting up close and personal in their grill. Image throws out the 2-hero stun as FBZ just farming underneath the tower with the waves pushed in. Looks like he's going to be able to get some of those creeps, but already a decent start down here for Yuragi and Kitrak.
I was trying to see BZM playing Death Prophet because I was thinking, like, you know what? I can't really picture that many BZM Death Prophet games. He actually has only played 5 pro matches of Death Prophet. That feels crazy to me.
Interesting.
I guess because he didn't really play, like, he didn't come into the pro scene until after she was, we had a long stage of Dota 2 where she was pretty meta.
Yeah.
And she was in a lot of games. It was like her and DK kind of filled a similar role, and we just saw them a lot. But he kind of came in after that, so he's a bit of a younger gun in that regard.
True enough. Well, and so far at least, doing quite well. 12-5 versus the 9-1 on Armel. The thing that I want to watch for here too is how much FBZ and Yamich are going to be able to stack down bottom. You know, obviously set up for it with the Beastmaster boars, but FBZ kind of needs them in the lane to survive too. So it's a weird bit of a situation.
Yeah, and no surprise that he's currently eyeing up the Helm build for FBZ. Can't really see a world where you can make the Ags work here. And we'll have I mean, obviously we had the MC Ags earlier today, which is pretty nice, but who got that? He did grab it on FBZ. Very nice. Good start to your lane.
Also getting it on IO up top. That's the other big one for OG. Yeah. if you can get those healing lotuses, super value to be able to keep a hold of them for IO.
You can see Chrysalis has already picked up the Orb of Venom. Just wants to get it flown out to him as soon as he can. Well, flown, more like walked, I guess, at this part of the game. Only way you're getting it flown is if Puppey wants to suicide somewhere, and he's thinking about doing it bottom. He's going to hop through the Twin Gate. He's got a point in Missile and a point in the Rockets. Can they get a kill onto someone?
They're looking, hunting, Yuragi. Nope, instead they turn their sights over to Kitrak. Missile onto Yuragi. Is the damage going to be there for the tree? It doesn't look like it. The little hawk ended up focusing down onto Yuragi, and so Kitrak gets out and the salve up. They're fine. Armel in towards mid, taking a beating from BZM. 21-6 right now. BZM having a really good laning stage on this DP.
Yeah, and then leaving a 1v1 there. Obviously, Chrysalis will be fine. He's not going to suffer versus the Underlord, but this means that your counter pick of, Ursa into Underlord DM is just farming.
Right.
He's just chilling. And I think Seb even got a window to run off there for a second. I don't see any stacks, though. And oh, my goodness, speaking of a window.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, my goodness. 3 points in the Siphon. Yummy, yummy. Get in my tummy. That hero is nuts when you get to that.
I mean,
it's actually so good.
that is full treads coming out for BZM now. That is a real problem for Armel. Down bottom, trading hits. FBZ going to have that hawk to keep him alive and handy, but Kitrak backing away. So yeah, this mid lane matchup I think is still a pretty big issue. BZM does have level 6 now, waiting to hold and see where he wants to use that point. But everything looking good for OG out of the gate.
It is funny, this matchup, though, because you can see it. Like, BZM has to be so careful right now in terms of moving around, trying to get hit by the side blades, dropping low on the HP. Despite having just gotten the kill and feeling like you've got something going on here, then you just get hit a couple times by side blades as we're closing in on the 6-minute mark, and maybe you get a little concerned. Are there going to be rotations to the mid lane? And you can't really risk it. It's going to be too long. And now we're going to see Armel try and shove this wave in here so he can miss out on some XP.
Oh, it's going to be good for him. It looks like Death Prophet should get back just in time to catch some of these waves here, and is maybe going to miss one creep, if that. Doesn't even miss one.
And Seb gets to the rune first. It's a shield rune, which...
Whoa!
Ensures he'll be fine, too. But that's the biggest play, because you're doing all that pushing, too, to mostly make sure that, like, yeah, you have to stick on the tower. I'm getting this rune. That would feel great. But Seb ruins that for you. And DM is still fine. He's 4 CS behind the Ursa.
Yeah. Yeah, this matchup isn't what it used to be. It doesn't feel like it. BZM now moves on in and starts to put some pressure onto that tier 1. The slow is there from the trap, but Secret do a good job of pulling the creep wave past. Now, they can kind of tank this a little bit. Seb getting some help. Kitrak in the area too. Stunned, hexed, and connects in. Okay, keeping him alive, still hanging on to that healing Lotus. But getting some damage in with the Exorcism, not as much as they probably would have wanted, but it's something.
Yeah, no living armor yet, but the 2 points on the Leech Seed, able to use that to help sustain himself. Or this is a pretty common build that we're seeing right now in the trees. And Seb just has some amazing partners this game. All right, jumping to the DP, in the lane with the Underlord, and then, of course, the bread and butter combo with the Sven. It's going to be very important how he works his tethers throughout these engagements.
Well, the Wisdom Runes, one apiece for each team. It was DM that took the other one, so he's going to get a nice little injection of levels, and currently the second highest in the game, right behind his Death Prophet. Well, FBZ is trying to get to 6, but with the movement over coming from Seb, can they get any extra damage on the FBZ? It doesn't look like it'll be enough. So yeah, just continuing to farm, while it looks like BZM is going to come on in and contest these stacks. Finds just a double on the hard camp while DM is cutting waves.
Yeah, this was worked hard. It looks like that's probably a lion face. Yeah, it's a lion face. So that was a stack there from Yam, which he's trying to steal.
DM.
And then DP gets credit for that stack.
Interesting. Kitrak in trouble. Tries to walk through. Does get some separation, but with the Earth Spike there, it's going to be enough to take down Kitrak. And
Puppy
DM
also stole that Invis rune from underneath BZM and Seb.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Very early. Not a lot of action going on in this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Puppy, still right nearby Seb and BZM. Thinking about hunting if they get too separated. There is a ward up on the high
saw
ground.
that. Yeah, he saw that get placed.
Is he
Some
just
nice
going to try and steal the bounty rune? Or no, they're going in for this. Easy get. Take down Seb.
Yeah, make sure you get the free one there. So nicely done. And of course, DM feeling safe up here, right? He went the phase boots, which is something we'll see often versus anyone who can really punish you, like the monkeys or the Ursa or something. And he is just mad chilling. First item for DM on the Underlord. Kind of curious what's going to be the first big item that is. As oh my goodness,
Armel, he's running through it, and they got him. They get the kill on a Kitrak, but it comes at a hell of a cost. And Yamich almost goes down. In fact, he will. BZM standing tall, and with DM dropping the gate down, the roar. I don't know if it's okay. It's going to be enough. Chrysalis has the damage there with the Fury swipes.
Needed a little bit more there if they want to try and get 6 or something on the IO and reload out. I don't know. You need a lot of kills if it's going to be sub 10 minutes and you're trying to help your IO with that hard. That also kind of comes back to the Underlord getting the Wisdom Rune maybe too.
Right.
Of not getting that bonus XP for Seb because a reload there would have been amazing, obviously. And losing BZM at this point is pretty painful. Great rotation in there to bring the Ursa and help out. That's going to help Chrysalis get a bit more of a leg up here. Now, well ahead of the Underlord that he was laning against as he works towards his Battle Fury. And our mystery man, Yuragi, who's still 0-0-0, 80 CS right now, and just farming.
Yeah. Getting everything he wants. Armel is going to come on in and take the last little remnants of the stack. He hasn't had a huge injection of gold into him. And then you compare that to what DM was able to get, building a nice little bit of farm for himself on the other Ancients.
Oh, but speaking of which, take a look at Armel right now.
Yuragi? Oh, they can't quite get it. He denies out the creep. Well played.
But yeah, it's a big Ancient stack.
Oh my god, that is huge, actually.
And
okay.
He almost had time for another one, too. If he had was able to clear it, but was a little bit spooked.
Well, and
maybe. Ah, not quite.
Not gonna get it. In the meantime, OG is also taking the top tier 1 tower. So kind of a similar situation to what we had last time of, you know, OG making good moves around the map, and it feels like Secret just trying to delay a bit and get their farm on their heroes.
Yeah, and that was something that they did kind of struggle to actually put the push on. Is it any better this game? As they're going to find Poppy with the silence and quite a bit of damage. He's got Wand and a Fairy Fire, but he's not going to try it. Figured he was dead. And BZM still has 3 charges left on the Siphon too, so just ready to go immediately again as Kitrak forced to run back here, but the trap is there. The Seeds of Serenity stay alive.
Yeah, he's chilling. Trying to get towards the Arcanes. And in fact, could think about a relocate play if they want to now. DD spawns top. You're happy to see that if you're OG. BZM getting another rune. Exo ready to go. Might want to hang on to that one, potentially. But still very even and Secret. Stacking up camps when they need to and getting their farm on. But a smoke up now comes from the 2 supports.
Yeah, and of course, a large problem of the last game came down to the fact that they weren't able to take the towers maybe as fast as their gold lead suggested, either by just not willing to commit or being a little bit greedy and perhaps just feeling like the full commitment of pushing, like you meta to take 1 tower, it slows you down, but the other pushing elements maybe weren't as strong. I mean, you have an Underlord and a DP, like you maybe can do like 2 towers the next system kind of deal, or like, you know, take this tower and like force Glyph on the next. Ooh. Pretty potent right now is Yuragi able to dodge through.
Stun out, Earth Spike off the mark. Puppy is going to be body blocked and killed here. So the gank squad is not going to work out, it looks like.
I think that they thought that was a much bigger play from Team Secret.
Yeah. No, it was just an attempt with a little snipe.
Dude, that was kind of worth, honestly. It got them all out of mid. They got a kill on a support. Armel gets to go on the wave. They don't keep pushing. I guess they didn't use exorcism anyway, so it doesn't matter. But there's a Roar now out on the kit rack. He is not going to die from this, sir.
No. FBZ trying to back away now, but they're still chasing, hunting, finding Atos onto one. Image in trouble. Does have the Earth Spike. Can't get it off in time. But OG playing fast.
I really like the Atos build. I was kind of wondering if Underlord might get it, but I like the Crimson because obviously it's extremely good versus a lot of the Team Secret heroes. But I do think they needed a little bit extra cash, so I think BZM being able to grab that first is perfect. Also is the Fairy Trinket, and then we'll go back for the Yules, the other form of survivability / cash that you typically see from a DP. So doubling down on it a little bit, and it will delay your BKB, but it's also a game where the BKB isn't necessarily the most important. We got ourselves a Lion, so like, you know, the Hex before the BKB maybe, but more importantly, we have Ursa, Beastmaster, TA. They can still own you.
Thinking about walking up that hill. That's kind of crazy. I mean, this is still so much room given to like the rest of the map, it feels like. Chrysalis has Battle Fury just farming away. Meanwhile, you have 8 heroes in the bottom lane, just whittling down this tower eventually.
But still holding Exorcism.
Yeah.
Oh, Puppy might be dead here. BZM not going to waste his time, though. He wants a bigger fish.
Nope. Instead, they go for Armel. Relocate in trouble. The gate, they find him. Armel, nowhere left to go. OG drop all their global spells and just take him down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And not going to take Yuragi back with him. Yuragi just going to hang out a little bit closer to the wave and move over to those Ancients. Doesn't want to be pulled back yet.
DM. Do they try and hunt? It looks like they're going to be in range. So DM gets hit by the missile, the call down, the body blocks, and running in, but no, Chrysalis not going to go for it.
Good
as
call.
the mass TPs come in.
They didn't even have vision there. I mean, they had a lot of vision on the rest of the map. They might have seen some TPs. Their vision is fantastic right now, which comes back from that play earlier where they managed to catch Puppy way down south. But all of these wards are doing a lot for Chrysalis in terms of where he's safely able to farm. Like, he knows they're all up top right now based off of those bottom map wards, so he could just go down through the bottom and farm his way left from there.
Yeah.
He's got quite a few opportunities.
Scan connects. A denied regen rune. Armel.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, well, Roche is definitely in the cards. That's something to think about. Seb has been able to get the medallion done. We have Sanjin Yasha out from Sven as he tries to do some damage here. Is he going to get caught, though? Stun out onto one. Hex is there. All the creeps hitting away. And you can see with the Sanjin Yasha feeling confident with that little bit of status resistance.
I mean, he has 4 points in the living armor right now. This is the level 8 tree, plus the mech is being held, and a great healing lotus. It's going to be extremely difficult to bring down this Sven. They did not commit in any way for some sort of an anti-heal. They didn't pick up some sort of like a spirit vessel hero or something. They were just raw stun and damage through the Ursa is going to be their goal, and in combination with that TA. And of course, they have damage. It is there, but when you're not reducing that healing and it's just so overwhelmingly powerful on the side of OG, that could be a problem.
I mean, this is the other thing. If you're running TA Ursa and you are not getting Roche, your draft is a problem. There's something
wrong.
that's gone wrong, like seriously wrong, and they're going to get it. I don't think that, I mean, it'll take them a while, but Secret can't really get into position to contest this.
And how many Gossamer Caves will we see in this tier 2? I'm going to predict 4 across both teams. I mean, like, it's like the item right now, right? We're going to spend in TA.
No, it's really important.
We got 1 so far for FBZ. Oh, Chrysalis goes for the orb. We got orb on Chrysalis and Armel.
Okay. Making sure they get that puppy. Get tracks on him. Has the overgrowth, but want to just make use of the Atos and the stun from Yuragi. And eventually, they'll kill off the captain of Secret. So far, so good for OG. playing where they cannot afford to lose the game if they want to stay in the upper bracket. And so far, they have really put themselves in a strong position. If they can just play behind this Death Prophet and likewise play with the Yuragi Sven, they're going to be set.
Yeah, it feels like they really need the Blink Dagger for the line right now for Secret. It's hard for them to start their fights. I mean, Armel has Blink, yeah, but he kind of requires like a trap to be up. I guess he has his shard too, so I should definitely be keeping an eye on that. That's obviously a key way the TAs like to start their fights right now. Oh, there's Gosper Cape number 2.
Okay.
All right, nice.
Dire's top tower is under
2 more to go.
Puppy's
Oh, there's number 3. Okay.
Okay.
And more Gosper Capes. Good, good. Definitely not a broken item. Nope, that would be crazy.
I mean, especially in this game, right?
Yeah,
Like this game makes it look so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane for both teams of this one. This is way too strong.
Well, pressure down bottom while simultaneously up top. So tier 2 tower is being hit, but with Tree in the game, OG better able to defend this one. Are they going to bring people back to keep this tier 2 tower alive? Looks like they don't even need it. Kitrak just stays here, throws out the level 1 Nature's Grasp, and that's enough to force back Secret, who are thinking about mid now.
You got to commit, right? I mean, look at this mid tower.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, though. Yuragi.
Oh.
He's going to walk through. Do they realize, though? Wait, what are they doing?
Is this like the ultimate Wisdom Rune plan? They're taking the Tormentor? That is crazy.
Okay.
That's gnarly. That's a wild play. You just go to steal the Tormentor while also having TA do it because you have TA and Ursa, the 2 cores that can just do it, and you sack your Beastmaster?
I mean, I don't think they wanted to sack their Beastmaster there. That is probably not part of the plan, but it is what's going to happen. Still,
that is so funny. You
double
take Orb of Corrosion on Ursa and TA. You smoke the Ursa to take the Tormentor in 20 minutes.
People like sneaking Roche or one up and you were sneaking Tormentor.
Yeah, and they got it like instantly. Like it was just gone.
Chrysalis, oh my God, he did not stand a chance. My God. All right, and Seb giving the tip back after game 1.
Come on, guys, help me. Mass tip.
Yeah. Interesting.
Now, that was the counter pick here. So, did not work out that well in that instance. A little bit higher, 2v1, not fair. That must be what it is. They're timing the Tormentor great. Timing the Wisdom Rune. Yamich also getting onto that one. And with that kill on the Ursa, they feel comfortable just moving up here. Still a minute 20 left on this Aegis. And now the Deso secured, though, for Secret. So much better fighting shape available now for Armel.
Oh, FBZ missed micro and just sent his courier down mid there, I think.
Okay, not ideal.
But they have a lot of shards, if nothing else. Lion shard, Gyro shard, Beastmaster shard, coconut shrimp. All the rest of it.
Yeah, no, I love that. Gossamer shrimp.
God, that is such an old reference for the internet. It's oh jeez.
For the internet.
I mean, just in general, like it's just not good. But they do have multiple Hawks. That's the important part.
Oh, good. Our savior. I still keeping the lead. Pretty close gold-wise, but I mean, you have a Ursa and a TA. Obviously, you're looking to be very far ahead on gold, ideally, and then even then, it's not necessarily a guarantee. Puppy just gets blown up, costs them a god strength, but what will they get after 10 seconds of Aegis left? They don't want to do anything too crazy, so they're going to move east instead and hope to catch Armel. Hard find, though.
Kitrak. Eyes on him. Oh, they're not going to go. They thought about it, but wisely are not going to make that jump. Might clean up the bottom tier 2 towers. The Secret. Oh, Yuragi.
He's going for their ancients.
The ping, the jump, the hex, relocate, trying to come in time. Not going to happen. Silence is there. Seb only relocates over to the side. Now the tether to jump away, but he's coming back. No, no, let me stay with you.
Hey, come back with me.
No, Seb is going to be brought down. Okay, signs of life.
That was a nice bait play there. Just knowing exactly what Sven's going to want to do. You see the timing. Ancients are going to spawn. He's going to go back up there. You've got the traps there, too, to make sure. Heavy commit for it. Slightly risky, of course. Maybe that's not necessarily where you want to take a fight right now with Secret, but there's a small window. He doesn't have Aegis. You know you're in a losing situation at the moment, and you have that damage if you can get the stuns, and they just kind of counted on the reaction being a bit too slow from Seb, and they were right. Couldn't save him in time. Too much damage, too fast.
Trent, one thing I am worried about, and I'm curious how you feel about this.
Is it Seb's Midas? Because I am worried about that.
No, I'm not worried about that. That makes perfect sense. I'm worried about actually Death Prophet. I feel like while she is very strong right now, this Atos Eul Scepter build, I'm looking down the line for what TA is going to build and likely what Beastmaster or Ursa is going to build. They're both getting nullifiers.
Yes.
If we get to a later stage, we could see a similar situation to game number 1 where Secret begin to have an answer to this DP and just blow her up in the fight.
I think even without the nullifier right now, she's not necessarily in the best spot.
Yeah.
You know? I think she's pretty dependent on the living armor, which again, the nullifier, like you said, will be removing anyway, but then it's an Ursa, right? Like, I mean, let's see what happens right here.
BZM hexed, jumped. Yules keeps him alive, but will it matter? It does not quite look like it. Roar onto Sven. OG, they were tipping earlier, but they're in trouble now. Yuragi turns to try and battle, but the Hawk's gonna try and chase him down. TM makes the move over. The stun is there. So they managed to find DM and gonna get him killed, but did keep alive the Sven by dropping down that gate.
Oh, but it's another costly one, and it's another game where OG have this lead, and things are looking good. And sure, it's not as massive a lead as the last game, but they had the map. They had good control. They were waiting for another Aegis and Secret. They see these little moments. I think in game 1, I think their draft was weaker because they had to capitalize on these tiny little moments to succeed, and they managed to do it. And I think you could make similar arguments about this draft too, especially after missing that first Aegis with a TA Ursa lineup, and they smoke for Tormentors, which was a crazy little boost to their economy that I would not have expected, to like double Torment instantly, which I'm sure they're probably gonna try and do again at 30 minutes. And then they get a couple kills, and they use the overwhelming push they have to just grab their towers.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's been such an about face coming out. And Secret now in a really good spot, up 7,000 gold. There are still ways that OG could sort of take over and make some good fights happen, but if the fights start with anybody from OG getting gone on, the mass physical damage is overwhelming. But this could be another moment for it. Roche, 30 seconds till it's capable of respawning. Secret, they want it. But OG, they're going to be in the area first. Might be able to exert control over this spot.
I feel like Kirak needs to get a big overgrowth off. Still a pretty powerful spell. Ever since the changes to stuns and roots, all stuns got knocked down. Roots were all still chill. So Tree has some pretty big ones, mostly in the later game. But even right now, playing around Roche, this is where he shines.
Oh, BZM found. Hex, Yuragi turn, finds the Lion, tries to kill him. Chrysalis in, rooted, overgrowth. That's what they needed. Do they have enough to keep BZM alive? The roar onto Yuragi. Yuragi's dead instead. At BZ, though, he's rooted. BZM surviving is very good for OG. Can they make up for not having Yuragi? FBZ is dead. But they still have the damage. BZM tries to hide, tries to get away. It's not gonna happen. Even with the buyback from DM, they can't get him out alive.
The TA traps are doing so much work. Seb was silenced for so much of that fight. He just couldn't get the plays off on the IO. He doesn't have a dispel, and he's just stuck. This shard for Templar Assassin is so powerful, and it just did everything for them in that one.
Oh my goodness.
Like, the overgrowth was there, and I thought maybe there was a chance. Like, they managed to root up a couple of the big damage dealers. I thought maybe they could make some space and get something done, and I look over at Seb, and he's just silenced. And then he gets to move a little bit, and he gets silenced again.
It's really hard to deal with this. I mean, they've got great answers, and they're starting to snowball. Team Secret looking to go in through the upper bracket. We've talked about it to death, but Puppy wants to go to TI. It's his to win if he can get there. We'll see if it ends up happening. But right now, taking this beginning, Kitrak's making the move over. They saw him head over on the TA traps, and they know that he's making the move. Now they see this ward that it has already been taken, the Wisdom Rune. And they're going, wait a minute, Yuragi? They're not going out without a fight. They find one stun, but Yamich with the turnaround, the BKB, they want to get him out. Seb, relocate, he relocates him away. Oh, man. Yamich finds Kitrak, the stun is there. They're going to take them both down. Tree, nowhere left to go, and, well, Io, he's coming on back. Finger of death, both supports gone.
Sending Seb right on back to where he came from. And that's going to be 4 staff gold here in a little bit too. So this attempts to root them down, keep people locked in next to the DP or something. We're going to be looking to reduce that a little bit more for Yamich, or perhaps just extend his own initiation range in combination with the Eye of Azir. He can hop on top of you from pretty long distance. And I've received word from production lyrical. We have a listen and replay. Let's take a listen.
Let's hear.
I got Daedalus now. This one.
Waiting for
Yeah, he's just waiting.
I'm going same.
Yeah. Kahit a bit. Yeah. Kill this man. I'm killing the Io first.
DP may be strong, guys. I need to care about them. I might need to George fight. I'm killing them.
Keep running. I can kill this guy. Yeah.
Nice.
Untailed. I forced the people.
Unlock.
All good.
Unluck, but the fight was very much in their favor nonetheless. And just showing like the presence of mind, the focus from one target to the next. Can they do it again here? They found BZM again. He gets caught, he gets killed. Secret are hunting, and OG, they've just got to get out. Yuragi tries to TP away. He will be able to. Seb does not have a TP, not so lucky for himself. And oh, the tips, they may be coming back again. Saving them for the finger stacks.
Well, no deny beeps this time. I mean, you can throw them out, but the neutrals didn't help. I love the idea of just like in the middle of that fight, DP might be strong, guys. And then they just go back to killing other people. And they're like, okay, now we get DP. Kill Io. Oh, DP. Yeah, like you said, easy focus. I mean, you have Ursa and TA. That is the key. You have the burst. Just make sure it is focused and you're getting the correct targets. I like this idea of not like panic focusing the Io either and like chasing at the end of the world, especially when you're silencing it for half the fight. Good escape there from Kitrak despite the dust.
And they have an AC now done on FBZ. He is huge. That is a very large Beastmaster.
Wait, he doesn't even have Shard.
No.
Still just dusting. It's like, baby. Oh no, the butterfly!
Oh, yeah. That one hurts.
Oh, he's been working on that for so long. I thought that was such a sick pickup, too. Like, versus the Ursa and the TA. He might have to fight one fight without it.
Yeah, that is painful. Can they hold? Aegis, it's 45 seconds away. They're taking this Tormentor now, too. Oh, man. Do they want to chase this? DM, he's looking. He's seen FBZ. The jump forward. The stun is there. The follow-up's on the Lotus Orb. Keeps him alive. Kitrak, Overgrowth, got him caught. BZM in the midst of it. Does a lot of damage with this exorcism. They have the root now onto Armel. This could be the fight for OG, but can they stay on top of targets? Trying to kite away from Chrysalises, but it's not quite there. BZM goes down, and now DM to fall. It was looking okay, but Secret putting a nail in a coffin. And it's sitting there as they go up high ground, taking this tier 3 tower. They're ready to move on to this upper bracket.
It almost felt like there was something, and then they just realized they can turn. Once the control comes back out from the supports nearby, I feel like Yamich is doing so much work this game. Every time I look at him, he's hitting nice, easy spells, just making sure that his TA and his Ursa are free. to wail into wherever they want thanks to all the control he's got. He got 2 Earth Spikes and 2 Hexes off in that last fight. I love his itemization. Went from the Eye of Vizier back to the Quickening Charm afterwards too. He just swaps it in and out when he's in the fight or not. Kind of hilarious.
Oh, that's good.
And they're looking down the barrel of Megas, man. He just keeps on going.
It's true. They're not stopping. I mean, even when they're back up again, Exorcism's on cooldown for 75 seconds at this point. I feel like Secret can just hold this one out even without the Aegis. Are they going to back away? It looks like they're giving them that respect. My goodness. Huge plays from Secret. Now up 27,000 net worth at 33 minutes. Oh, and a DD. Right. Why not?
Now, OG, listen. I saw this game. It was like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Right? They were down like 28K, and they brought it back. All right. Now, this was partially because the other team played really poorly, but that won't happen to you guys, I'm sure.
Okay.
So I need you to turn it up. We just got all we need is a Rapier Butterfly on Yuragi. So Courier coming back. That's the Butterfly. And then clearly the Rapier is just, for the lore.
Oh, and they're right on top of the trap. All right, they take it away there. Dropping down a sentry. The smoke up. The DD, it is popped for TA. Do they just walk in? They want to catch somebody on this wave here. Yuragi gets the butterfly delivered. Walking up to high ground. They find him. The Hex, he's gone. Oh, have mercy. They get him. They get the kill. He didn't stand a chance. Kitrek dies to the crit. Triple kill for Armel. GG is called. And game number 2, it's all for him. Oh, baby.
He got actually one shot by TA Meld. He had like 100 HP left, and he just got killed by the magic AoE of Ursa.
Ooh.
Oh, what a satisfied face there. A little bit more chill this time. No big fist pumps there, but Chrysalis looking pretty pleased here. Whew. Oh yeah, get him. Get him.
Liking what he's seeing from Armel right there. I don't even know. You have to tell me who you think for the MVP on that one. I kind of have my heart set a little bit onto FBZ, even though he only had 1 kill in that game. I felt like he kept on making the space for the team in a way. But overall, I mean, Secret, we talked about how hard it was going to be for OG to come back in that next game after like the dominance they displayed in game number 1. Secret just took them to task, and they continue on in the upper bracket. They got a date with Entity.
They sure do indeed. Only a few more steps on the road to TI. I'm kind of down to give it to anyone, I'll be honest. Maybe my pick would be Yamich. I thought he played fantastic this game on the line. I think he just showed off the ridiculous amount of control you can have in a hero that's typically been labeled as a bit of a liability, especially in the laning stage. I feel like his lane overall went pretty fine. I mean, you go back to FBZ partially because he played really well, and he's on a relatively survivable hero on the Beastmaster with the help of his units. But besides an MVP, just an excellent team effort all around here from Team Secret. Really waiting for their timing, getting out there after losing the first Aegis and getting those big kills on the map, and the individual pickoff on the Sven that led them further into Radiant territory. They get a couple more kills. The smoke take of the Tormentors at 20 was super sick.
Yeah,
I feel like they just outplayed OG pretty hard here, despite, I think you could argue having maybe a harder to execute lineup in both drafts.
Right.
Not so much this one. This one was definitely more even. I think partially because OG got a little bit stuck with this DP at the end as a way to try and salvage things, and I don't think they found the DP game they were hoping for.
Right. The decision to swap that gyrocopter from being a carry, if it ever was going to be a carry, if they always thought about it as a support, but to give it to Puppey, really just left the rest of their game open to be in a fine position. You saw right there that last fight too. Yamich did a ridiculous amount of the damage onto that Death Prophet, which ended up bringing him down. I'm kind of down for a Yamich MVP if we want to do it, but hard not to also appreciate what Chrysalis has been able to do this series on the Ursa. Armel had a really good game after being completely sacked in game number 1. But yeah, it's a scary Secret team. If they can have any of these heroes sort of pop off and have a signature game in a best of 3, it's a hard team to deal with. It's something that a lot of squads are going to need to sort of figure out how to handle.
Yeah, it's crazy. They ended this game with 5 shards, and there were none on OG.
Oh my god,
they couldn't get themselves to a single shard. Yeah, it's just The whole team got pulled up here on the side of Team Secret, brought into glory here as they got this nice 2-0 in perhaps surprising fashion. And that means we only got one 3-game series today. All 2-0s other than that.
That's true. Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic there.
We MVP'd everyone, by the way.
Yeah,
that's what
everybody's
happened.
MVP. I like
everybody's
that.
the MVP. Everyone's the most important.
Well, that's what I always believe too. Everybody's the most important. You know what else is important, Trent? Dota 2. We've got so much of it still to come out here. I think tomorrow there's
but
only...
not today.
No, we're done for today. But I think that there's going to be a collection, I think, of 3 games tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Level Up, I believe, get the bye through that first round. So they're already there. But we're going to get to see KZ Team versus Into the Breach. And then, of course, Nigma Galaxy versus Alliance. That one's going to be taking place tomorrow, about 15 hours or so from right now. And then OG facing off against Ancient Tribe. So this is the 3-game series that we have tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock CEST. Be sure to tune in to wherever you are all over the wonderful world. And then we continue on over the next couple of days, finishing off that lower round brackets and then into the upper bracket semifinals, where Quest, Luna Galaxy, Entity, and now Team Secret are all going to be waiting, where they're only going to end up being 2 series away from going to TI. So a longer path to get to TI via the lower bracket, but the upper bracket, you get a nice little jump forward. It's like Mario Party or something. That's the way it works.
That's right. It's bumpy, but it's a road nonetheless. You can still make it. Luckily, you're in a region where you have the 2 slots, so at least one of those big teams will be leaving before you make your way back to those grand finals in the lower bracket. And yeah, lower bracket, because that's all we got tomorrow. So you got to be here because it's all eliminations. All right, none of this upper bracket stuff like today. No, tomorrow's the real deal. Send them home, crush their dreams. See you next year.
It's painful.
That's the TI qualifiers right there.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for joining us so much. We'll be back again tomorrow. And of course, tune in for Southeast Asia, which is going to be taking place. I'm not sure exactly how long, but you guys can check it out. It's going to be fine. Southeast Asia Dota continuing on a little bit later on today. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.